Welcome to Yerba Mate Talks.
Did you guys ever see where I watched a launch by Kennedy Space Center, like in Titusville, and I debated a NASA employee, and he got cooked, bro. He got totally cooked. And then we started debating flat Earth, and then we got into like if the Earth was moving, and we got into the second law of thermodynamics, and I got real with him, and I'm like, look, man. They're lying to you, bro. And I'm sorry. Like, I was just real with him. I'm like, because I could tell he just loved it so much, you know, and he was like a good guy, like kind of nerdy. And I was like, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Like, they're lying. They're, you know, those pictures that are supposedly from Hubble. What do you know? NASA has Sophia plane took the same exact pictures, same time. The public doesn't really know about the plane, though, do they? And I just like taking things apart one by one, and I like had like kind of a heartfelt moment at the end with him, and he started tearing up. NASA employee was like just gung ho, like ready to debate me at the beginning, and then we were just like knocking these things down one by.
Fuck. Welcome to my birthday, bitches. There we go. I am turning 38, and we're going to party. That was Witsit telling us how he made a NASA employee cry. And out of all of the things that have never happened, that is the one that has never happened the most. So, yes. We have Icy Spin with $10 saying happy birthday, Mac. Thank you so much. And Dragon for $7.99 Australian. Happy birthday, Max the Earth Dragon. Yes, I am Earth Dragon in the Chinese horoscope. Sumisai says happy birthday. I know, I'm sorry, but we're fixed now. And Clinical Delusion, that was, yes. I love that clip. He made a NASA employee cry, guys. Everyone, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for 24 hours. And we have no idea what we're going to do, but we're going to do stuff. So, before we do anything, I didn't carve the hole too deep, so I need to hold it. We're going to blow the candle. Happy birthday to me. Yes, I'll eat the alfajor cake later. The cat is sleeping. I didn't feel like getting attacked by the freaking feline for my birthday. So if he comes by later, I'll grab him. So we'll get the link out there. And I am very partial to start my birthday laughing with it. I don't know if anyone feels the same. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Oh, some people were wondering. It is actually 1 a.m. For me now. But for some reason, I decided to schedule the show at 12 Eastern, and it stuck. I realized late. Thank you so much. Okay, I need to pin this, so give me just a second. And I think, yes, I also saw a question from Tay about how MDD was today. I didn't watch anything because I was getting ready for this. I was taking a nap. All right, so wait. Boom, 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 boom. There you go. Okay, this one. Sorry. Oh my God, with the horrible music. Bruce Wayne for 199 says, happy birthday. Thank you. I would say happy birthday to you, but it's not your birthday, so just thank you. Okay, there we go. This didn't pin, did it? Pin message. Okay, there we go. I am 38. Boston concert with $38. Happy birthday. You should be drinking my lord tonight. Never again. Never again. When do the babes and drugs show up? No. I am a gentleman now. I mean, I am smoking weed, but no babes. Tay says 38, not that much older than me. That's good. I mean, it's not the age, it's how you carry it. So Witted, of course, has a song. The beginning.
What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? All right, let's try it out. See if this works. What up? What up? What up? We didn't. I got no noties. No noties sent out for the stream. It's all right. See if we can cross over some audiences here.
Ben Tinker for 199 says, happy birthday. Keep up the great work. Thank you. I hope the raccoons are doing well.
No noties. We got no noties. What up, fam? What up, though, fam?
What the fuck with it?
We can cross over some audiences here. No noties. We got no noties. What up, fam? What up, though, fam?
Oh. You know that's getting clipped, right?
No noties. We got no noties. What up, fam? What up, though, fam?
Got it.
What up? What up? Happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I will leave a space there.
I think what we can. Well, the thing is, like, it's not playing the audio while I'm backstage, or I just let you guys watch it right now. It's just a panel of people. We got Candid Truth, Effie Day, DJ Curious, Jeremiah Steve, but Just Saying podcast.
Oh, this is the behind the scenes when he joined. That Congress of Geniuses. That was Mark Sargent's panel the other day. Yes, I remember that. This thing downloaded correctly. Yes, it did. Give me 1 second. Let's test it out. The funny thing about this is that it could be like an actual sample for a song.
What up, fam? What up, though, fam?
Yes! Success! Sorry.
JT, Mark Sargent. It's a panel of people. Covered a lot. I jumped on backstage for a minute.
A panel of dumbasses. Calder, been a member for 8 months. Oh my. Oh my God. Says happy birthday, Max. Thank you. And for that, we have.
Funny. Anyways. Oh, my cat. Oh, my cat.
Oh my God, indeed, Mikey. I'm so glad that I caught you doing that.
Minutes. I don't know if they saw me or what, but I got notified. Nice.
Hi, Big Fish. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but normally like they'll tell you like, oh, he's going live in 30 minutes. I couldn't get it posted early. Here, let me text.
What are you doing with it?
I got a front page. Let's go.
Can you?
What up, fam? Lights on. Got the lights on today.
What up, fam?
I think we're on kick. Also, still trying to get an intro finished so we can load for like 20 minutes or so before I go live, so you guys will know plenty heads up before we go live.
That I hate that. No, start the video on time. Like, be ready. Plan ahead with it. That is just, oh my God, that is so silly. I hate that. Hardle for $5. Happy birthday, homie. Will Witze be able to stay awake for the festivities? I don't know because when he gets bored. True story. Yes. We have Calder there. Hello. You are muted. Hello.
What's up?
Hello. Here I am. Chilling with, Witted, which is always fun.
What's up?
I saw the Witted new song. It's hilarious. The Nike spacesuit had me chuckling. Yes, it's very good. We'll maybe watch that later.
It's such a banger. Let's play it again, dude. This video's a
No.
banger, bro.
What are you doing?
I think I might be on the show by the time we get here. Banger.
No. Hell no.
Forget I'm here for a second until I can find the audio.
For fuck's sake.
They always playing the video and I'm like on their show. Just a sec, I'm trying to figure out the audio. Here, I'll show
Playing Gran Turismo on my PS3. Nice.
you guys this.
You're muted.
That's what we're talking about.
What a
Thank
noob.
you.
Jay,
And your birthday is on the 16th, and Witted's birthday is on April 14th. Yay!
You be careful now. You be nice.
Oh my!
Jade with the flat Earth roast material right
back.
now. Be careful what you say. Everything you say can't be used against you. The flat Earth roast part 2.
this is chaos.
Where's my hand? There.
Muted. Thank you,
There.
Jeremiah.
There. See what I'm pointing?
All right.
You're muted. Hey.
Wait, we hear you.
I hear you now. What's up?
Yeah.
Oh,
Boomers,
woo.
boomers,
welcome
man.
back, Witsit. Thank
What
you.
up?
What's happening, man? Do you want to? I know you got to.
You want to know, like, the funniest thing about all of this is that all of the derplings that were there of Mark Sargent's think that Witted faked going to Antarctica. So that is very fun. Sour Pounder for $2 says, happy birthday, La Legend, the legend. Thank you so much. You're too kind.
I think a stream you got to jump on, but do you want to give us a quick commentary on your overall impressions on?
Oh my God, look. So, candid truth, who was it? Dave McKeon had him on a video recently. Hilariously weird. Oh, Dave, of course, we know him, Potato. DJ Curious, who, thanks to Steel City, we now finally know that he's not even a DJ, bro. Not even a DJ. So, Jeremiah Skiba, of course, our Lord and Savior, Ginger Jesus, yes, Vlad, of course, this lady Sabine podcast, don't know who she is. Mark Sargent, who is 70 and still live with his mom, and I don't know what it says there, peanut gallery, I'm guessing. Calder had to drop out. What the fuck is this thing? Dude, its StreamYard is so effective and simple.
On Artemis 2?
Super real, awesome, like a great advancement of mankind, and I'm glad that we finally went back. You know, I'm just streaming this, so I'm kicking it with you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty fake and gay, obviously.
I am with you that everything is fake and gay. Wait, do I have something for this? I don't think so. Maybe this.
Sexual pleasure. Oh, they hate me. Oh, they hate me so much. Sad.
Maybe. Yes. Sad.
Hate me.
Calder, you are on the stage, but I can hear myself. Probably from the TV. Are on the
I didn't really pay attention to it, and then I just knew it was gay. And then I
yes, I paid attention to it and I knew it was gay. All right, the space program has been defeated because Witted said it was gay. Yes.
listened to it, like they actually messed up quite a bit. I would assume that they would not be messing up still. And they don't even claim to go to the moon. You know, they didn't even like do.
Calder, the thing is that I can hear myself through, I don't know if it's the TV or the phone itself. So maybe headphones. Headphones is the way to go.
The big boy mission. They're still messing up. So I heard Dave saying something about he thinks that they did it on, like they mess up on purpose, maybe.
It's a theory.
Or they're just retarded.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking God. Let's explore both possibilities, right? They fake it, but they make mistakes on purpose so people find out, right? How does that make it through? If it's such a conspiracy in which video is being made to doctor it with it, then mistakes on revealing it wouldn't it wouldn't imply people would reveal it like that. Like, that is insane. And then the other one, they managed to fool the world into thinking that they're shooting a rocket, but they're retarded. That also makes no sense.
One or the other, or both.
But yeah, what's up with you guys, man? It's been a minute.
Oh,
Hey, we heard it was your birthday, so happy birthday.
happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, man.
I can't tell how old you are because you shaved your beard.
21.
Yay, we can all party together. With it. No, I'm kidding.
Right?
Now you look
Yeah.
like 23.
I did shave.
Nice.
Yeah.
You
We don't
look
have-
sharp.
Actually, I'm 34. I'm 34 because I was Illuminati confirmed for that. So we will get the age out there because people used to trip.
Same.
I was under the impression that Witty was just 1 year younger than me.
But yeah, so I'm just here trying to figure out what you guys know I don't know about the fake. You guys covered like the shadow was fake. I saw some dude's head just disappear a second ago.
Shadow, it's always the shadows. Sig says, I'm not high enough for this yet. Okay, so we can take care of that.
So,
That was great.
In the water, did you see that one?
In the water. Yeah, one.
Yeah.
dude, they're just dropping the ball everywhere. And then like in my trip,
The water, what about the, they think that that the capsule, when it hits the water, that it should start boiling like the ocean. But a lot of time has passed since the thing got heated up on re-entry, and then it's just falling on the parachute and not heating up, actually getting colder. So I don't think that it should start like people are imbeciles.
Tripping that like that thing would be hella hot and then it would steam when it hit the ground, like the water.
Yeah.
Well, not just
No.
that. Did you see the capsule shot that Fox News put out during the separation? Did you watch that?
No,
Here, let's take a quick look at.
I do normally watch Fox News, but I was just slipping that
No,
day.
no, no.
I do normally watch Fox News. Oh my, why am I not surprised? Let me hold on, because we can't do it without a counter. 1 second. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Almost there. Almost there we go.
No, it was just on. We covered everything, but here, take a quick look at this thing right here. Window. I just want to show this to you. I want your opinion on this. This was during separation. Let me kill the comments for a second. That was
That is clearly an illustration.
during separation. That is straight off a Fox News feed, and they only showed that for about 3 seconds, which was, it's like, okay, does that look like heat tiles to you?
And how did they get in there?
And how did they get in there? Because remember,
basically go woo, woo, woo.
this isn't like Apollo. This is in fact here. Let me
Looks like the inside of a bill.
look at that.
Oh my God, did you see that? Hold on. Boom. All right. We're moving forward. One frame at a time. 1 second. I swear to God it's gonna be worth it. That. Dun. Was it now? I don't know. Wait. Ah! Oh my God. I saw that and oh, for fuck's sake. That's all I can say.
Bill.
Look at that right there. That's how the whole module is set up. So if they're entering the capsule and leaving through the heat shield section, how does that work exactly? Because I don't remember a door being anywhere. Why would you put a door in the middle of the heat shield? So anyway.
Does that video say visualization or anything?
What video?
The
Oh, you
one
mean
that-
the other one?
Yeah.
No, it didn't. I don't think
Okay.
so.
They were pretty good about putting visualization whenever they were showing the
Did
CGI
it say
stuff.
visualization?
No, that was the actual. We watched that whole live shot.
This is supposed to be real.
That's supposed to be
It
real.
looks
They showed
CGI,
that for
like,
3
straight up.
seconds just before they did the whole re-entry thing, and we covered it live. And I'm staring at this like, wait, something doesn't look right here. Well,
All right, I gotta clarify one thing, Mark.
What?
For Artemis, they never go into the service module. They strictly have to stay in that capsule
The whole time?
Ooh,
the
yeah.
whole time.
No. But we just looked at what it looked like in there. That's nothing. What they showed.
I'm tracking with you. I'm just telling you.
So
there's no-
what?
They
So
don't-
what? So
That
what?
is just for power, fuel, the solar panels, and everything else. There is no crew that supposedly can go in there. So the 10 days they were in that tiny capsule at the
In the capsule.
top.
I
And where's
don't,
the
All
bathroom?
video feed.
With a bath.
Like, where's the bathroom? Somewhere in the capsule. Not that hard.
Where's the bathroom?
I don't know if I
With the
believe
bathroom.
that.
We saw the toilet. It was clogged.
And-
And what they showed on the inside was not what we saw all week.
I mean,
I
the
know it's kinda
inside. I
nerd.
mean, you remember the when they panned around, they showed the 3 touch screens, the 3 portrait level touch screens. You're telling me all that was just the inside of the capsule?
Yes,
Yeah.
that is,
You can fit a moon buggy in there.
Boy,
that is what
I
they're
don't-
saying. Yes.
That
Sure.
seems a little more than a
Yes.
little suspect. We also showed Austin. We also showed the internet or the interview that Christina recently did, where she freaking lost her place and either I think she was absolutely listening to the earpiece because her hair was covering her ears entirely, and I think she got stuck and didn't know how to improv. when,
Bro,
when it
so
died.
weird. So weird. You would just be talking about what you just did.
You go straight to
Oh my fucking god. They hire actors, right? But they forget their lines and they get it wrong. They put on the most elaborate play in like the world. Like, dude, even the conspiracy makes no sense.
choked up if you're gonna freeze on camera. You
Right,
go,
right.
Sorry, guys,
Talk to your other people.
I haven't been dinging, so I will ding generously from now on. Yeah, you're victorious says happy birthday. Well, thank you so much. Felix says they think you gotta go. Sorry. They think. Oh my, sorry. They think you gotta go outside to use the restroom. Yes, and then fling your bag of poop.
People, it's like, hey, do you?
They hire actors who cannot improv. Yes, because it's the most elaborate conspiracy ever. But apparently they suck.
You guys remember that funny thing you did? You have some sort of standby joke.
Yeah, but also if you just really did something, you would just talk about it.
right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, that was crazy. That was crazy.
Like I don't know. Like if you spit on your wife, maybe you would talk about that. I guess not.
Yeah, I don't know about this because there's like a lot of people putting out fake stuff with just like
Yes, there is a problem of fakery, and for the most part seems to be coming from the flatter side. Would you agree, Mikey?
Well, yeah, maybe Mike might have something.
Yes. Flat earthers have been very, very busy beavers faking videos and memes and all kinds of dubious shit. So, yes, Donnie says happy birthday. Thank you so much. We are here.
just like guys, stop doing that.
Yeah,
Like, it just like
guys,
it hurts everybody. You just
stop
put out
doing
fake
that.
stuff. But I saw that she was supposedly like in films before this.
Yeah.
Oh, we were trying to confirm.
Well,
that
we
this is a
can't.
Mad Max
Okay,
film.
we cannot confirm. There's two things really fast. We can't confirm that Christina. I don't want to say coach, Koch, K-O-C-H, whatever it is. Christina, we can't confirm that she was in Mad Max Fury Road from 10 years ago. We can't.
We can't.
Oh my god! I went to check if there was anyone interesting on QOps server, and he deleted the voice channels again. What a dumbo! Let's see. No one there. Never mind.
We can't confirm it, even though it's the same name and there's only one credit for this person and they were tied to central casting and it was a bit part. We can't confirm it. The age thing kind of lines up. She was 37. The makeup kind of, maybe. And then as far as what's his face, Victor
Glover.
Victor. As far as Victor being in Fallout.
Coco says that place is nasty. No, you mean that the place whose server owner sounds.
Hi. Why is everyone fucking talking like I'm not talking?
Thank you up. That place is not nice.
Out for season 1, episode 1, also as a bit part, but that was only 2 years ago. In fact, almost 2 years ago to the day. That seems a lot more realistic because wow, it sure looks like him. I mean, and unless you think there's an actor,
Jamal Thomas, so
oh, the what?
There's apparently actor Jamal Thomas who looks very similar, which is kind of the flip side if we're going to play both sides and just right. We can't confirm one way or the other. Not to say
very good, not a DJ Curious.
I mean, personally, if it was me, and back in the old days, of course, fine. If an astronaut wants to do a side gig as a bit part, why stop him? But for something like this, you absolutely wouldn't want to do that because it undermines their credibility. I mean, if an astronaut is also an actor, you want to avoid that like the plague.
Why? Why? There's people that are multiple things, Mark. There's people that are more than just one thing. Marky Poo.
Yeah. Yeah, because like, dude, they're
wait, take it away. Yes.
Clearly very aware that the public is skeptical of everything. Like, basically all
No, they're not. No. That is completely not factored into any of it.
they do in space apparently is like try to convince people they're there.
Right.
They were literally saying that, like, we are totally 100% halfway or on our way to the moon. It's like,
Yo, they didn't give us our.
Yeah. When you're doing, a live contact streaming from, where you're going all the way to the moon, it's generally good to say, to let everyone know. Just for posterity. That's how they do documentation, my good sir.
Shot of upside down Australia.
Right.
What's up with that? All the opportunities. You hear all this junk about them talking. Oh, we could see a quarter on the ground with somebody's shoelaces and this and that. It's like, okay, let's see this upside down world everybody keep talking about, man.
There is no. Oh my fucking god, Vlad. No wonder, Vlad. No wonder.
You can't call us. You have no fucking business calling us liars. Are you serious? Who the fuck wants that for themselves and their families? To be shit on, to be talked bad about, to not have fucking. You know how many fucking jobs I couldn't get because I'm a fucking flat earther. You know how much pussy I couldn't get because I'm a flat earther back in the day. I couldn't get, like, I tell girls and they'd be like, no, you're what? Oh man, this poom poom was about to be yours, but you a flat earther? Nah, dog. I can't do it.
Can't do it. Yes.
Jason Bourne BS that they're like, satellites can zoom into 1 inch of your whatever.
iPhone, you can put a little telescope, a tiny little Timu telescope on there and zoom way in on the moon and see craters.
Oh, they straight up claim that you can, like, read a newspaper from satellites. Yeah.
Where? Who? How? And which? Because, that sounds like conspiracy nonsense to me. Mark Von Wisco says the South is a lie. Yes. It is all 100% AI.
So, so did you guys, there's like a moment where you see a bunch of, like, it looks like little dots, like almost stars inside the capsule?
Yeah. We covered that, which was, and I had a theory about that, which was because it's like, why would you show stars when you deliberately didn't show stars anywhere for 10 days?
Yeah.
Why would you have a stars layer in the background? And I thought, because I remember it when we did the departure thing, which was, there was something that showed stars, and that was the visualization layer. When they went to, it's like, oh, here's the computer animation of the craft flying through space with its solar panels open, and that had.
I mean, look, I don't mean to like pee all over your barbecue, right? But I'm going to for just a moment. My mom baked cakes for $2 Australian. Happy birthday, Max. Max Derp Destruction. Thank you so much. I got sent this phone to phone from IC Spin, who was like there. So I don't know.
Going to the moon, baby.
Ooh, wait. I just remembered something. Even better than this. I see Spin. Perfecto. This actually. So, excuse me, Mr. Flurf, because we have one camera and we have another camera filming that camera filming the thing. So I don't know. I guess, is that enough? And everyone needs to share that and make your favorite Flurf cry for a second. And they are synchronized. This is perfect. IC Spin gets an A++. Don't know if it's a thing, but yes. Welcome. Hello.
Is my audio okay?
Yes, as usual. It's sounding pretty good.
Happy birthday, Max, and
Thank you so much.
for your endless derpy destruction on these stupid goddamn flurfs. Oh my god, they are so goddamn stupid.
Yes. I don't know if anyone saw or most Astronomy Live had a debate today with one of these people. And in case you don't know, the short version of it is Astronomy Live tracked the whole thing all the way to the moon and back. And the guy was like, nah, we don't have independent verification of that. It happened on Red's channel.
Yeah, I put a comment in there saying the power of Naha returns.
Oh my god, yes. If you haven't seen that, we might cover this at some point. But save that, check it out if you haven't, or if I don't know, for some reason don't cover it. But Icy Spin, thank you so much for this.
I mean,
sharing
Icy
it.
Spin
This
wasn't
is
the only
epic.
one there. Reg Riddick was there.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
but this is
thousands of people were there. You know?
I find the part of ISIS being having a camera filming the camera that is doing the main filming, that is absolutely hilarious.
Well, remember back in the day when we had TFE, they had cameras filming cameras.
Yes. And then when they say that even that is fake, I mean, that is when it becomes like super fun.
Stars in it. So I think whoever it was had the whole thing on a freaking playlist and was just toggling through them, and then something had an overlap for a few seconds. And again, all it takes is one person. Hey, I want to
right, because like they're going to execute the biggest scam, the biggest deception in all of mankind, and they didn't rehearse it. Right? They don't have it nailed down. It's not like people can rehearse and get the timing right. What the fuck? Mark, not everyone is incompetent, Mark. So that's why that conspiracy breaks for me that way. Because
And the thing I find funny is like all these people you have on screen. I mean, they all hate each other, or they did all hate each other. And now they're going, "Oh, we're going to come back together again."
Yeah. Sometimes, because I mean, Dave said that TFE was fake, and Austin just let him say that it's fake. I don't know, so
I want to do this because we still got a little time, but I want you guys' opinion on this, because Austin especially, because this was sent to me just before the show, which was they're hitting the ground running on this, and I absolutely think it's hilarious, which is, all right, let's share screen, share window. Take a look at this. You guys see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is from NASA. Supposedly, now that Artemis 2 is complete, all caps, the Artemis 3, they're going to land supposedly next year. Absolute crap. At Artemis 4, they're going to start building a base.
all caps. Like, dude, yes, people do different, sizes, design. Oh my fucking cat.
Which will be the year after that. Now, and then annual missions after that.
Oh, look at them. They're all aligned. If you put them one next to the other, ear to ear, they make a gigantic trumpet.
They're going straight off
every year.
Yeah, off of Apple TV, For All Mankind, the series. Because this year's the last season of that thing, which is why when the space race never ended. But it's like Peanut had to remind me that. Remember, you guys even remember when Artemis 1 landed?
Yes.
That was 2022. Or 2022 is when it circled around the moon, and
they had the dummies in there.
The what?
Apparently, they had the dummies inside the shuttle.
Conspiracy.
Right. And it's like it took 4 years for you guys to go from Artemis 1 to Artemis 2.
Yeah, they had the dummies. And how do the dummies drive? You understand?
Maybe they got the dummy out of the car that was in space from Elon Musk.
Yes. Oh my. That one, I think Astronomy Live tracked that car also. because that's a thing that you can do when you are like a boss, like Astronomy Live.
I'm sure that car's still up there.
Yes, probably. Hopefully it comes back and you can see it again.
And you're telling me that next year, no, again, there was one thing I learned through this. I would love you guys' opinion on this. But when I saw what they did with this, the absolute bare minimum, going around the moon and showing it absolute freaking bare minimum. The only reason they did it was because it was America 250. Going from that to a full-blown lunar stage set is so far.
Bruce, it's not Witch's panel, it's Mark Sargent's panel. Witcher is just streaming it on his end also.
From his mum's home.
Correct. That also too. Yes.
Is he allowed to do that? Is
away
his mum
from
giving
what
him
they?
I don't know. Maybe she went out for some wine.
They can do right now convincingly that they're going to have to kick the can down the road because there's no. I would not do it. You could offer me $1 trillion and give me the best mind.
Mark, I don't know. Have you heard of Splats? 4D Splat. This is like
I'm not. It's not the tech I'm worried about. NASA's weakness has always been their vanity, and they like to do things live. Doing stuff like you were saying in post production. Oh no.
I mean, what? Yeah, the people do things live. Hello, Tony. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I am fantastic.
Excellent. Happy birthday. Many happy returns. And
Thank you.
It's Cracker Tony.
It is. Hello.
So, have you seen this? This symposium of the minds. That is this panel that we have right here.
Right. Okay. Well, I do notice in a technical sense that it is a symposium. They're all guys, so.
Yes, the lady, I don't know where she is, but there was a lady at some point in the video.
No, they can make all sorts of fun stuff. But every time they try to do it live, which is why you don't do media live whenever you can help it, it just falls apart because you can't do it that often, that long. I mean, come on, with this 10 days, actually the amount of errors they did was pretty respectable for a 10-day stage show. It's pretty respectable.
What errors? I mean, this is all just like pure copium. Holy shit. I mean, can we start getting some outline of those errors? Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Let me move you guys around so I don't cover Tony's face.
They only glitched out, 10, maybe a dozen times? Various, it's not too bad. Maybe one a day. You try to do a moonwalk mission?
No chance.
No chance.
No.
Not live.
Dude, they were saying they were going to walk on the moon.
I mean, look, I don't know how whenever you guys are going to catch up to the reality of whenever you make silly claims, you eventually get, clapped back on. Because for the longest time, it was like, why haven't we gone back to the moon? Now we go back to the moon. Now it has to be walking on it. So eventually, time will go by. They will walk on the moon again.
Yeah, what I admire is the laziness.
Yeah.
They could have tracked the Artemis craft visually, as Astronomy Live did. They could have tracked it using radio transmissions, as other people did. They could have investigated the radio traffic that was passing backwards and forwards, but they absolutely didn't. They did none of the things that you would actually do if you were interested. They just look at stuff, and this is Austin Whitsitt the other day. I don't think he realized just how badly he put his foot in it when he was talking to his to that Spanish guy he had on stream. He said at one stage,
Iru, yes.
He said at one stage during that, even if they did actually land people on the moon, at this stage I've been lied to so much, I wouldn't believe it.
Right.
And that is a broken epistemology. So you will grant that you are completely fucking wrong, and you still won't accept it because
matter
you've
what.
decided you've been lied to.
Yep.
It's a completely broken epistemology that relies on I'm right. I don't need any validation. I don't need any backup. I'm just right by definition. Sorry.
But Tony, if they land on the moon, is that going to be landing on a flat moon?
Yes, 100%. And they want people to zoom in from the moon and look at people in Australia upside down. The funny thing is that how one of the best pictures, it came out and it's oriented the other way, the counterintuitive way, with the South Pole at the top. That is kind of interesting. And I can imagine some of them would spiral over that, the fact that it's actually oriented the other way. That one would think, right, with the north at the top.
Well, it's one of the things that you can get if you certainly if you come to Australia, we print out maps that have been inverted. So all the country names are written with the text facing towards Antarctica. So so Australia comes out at the top because we're vain that way. It's purely arbitrary. The idea that South is down, that many flirts are obsessed with, is really, really weird.
Yeah.
That being said, I mean, one of the photos sort of had Africa from a very funny angle, so that I didn't recognize it first off. So it took me a while to sort of work out where I was, but that happens all the time.
Right.
Too right, because like I bet someone $20,000. Like the guy swore he knew we were going to do it, and I was like, I'll bet you anything that you're not going to do it. I'm saying that they're not even going to fake it, and he's like $20,000 on my bet, because or whatever. And
that'd be nice right now for you. He still hasn't paid up.
$20,000.
But
I mean, Witzel always uses that as a deflection. One time he told me, "Would you bet me something?" And I was like, "Yes." And he immediately retreated.
I gave him until 2026, actually.
Oh,
so
that was generous.
Because they were saying, I think in 2022 they pushed it back, and we're saying 2024. So I guess I'm just saying, like, they're going to push it back. They've done it 12 times. Like, now they actually gave us something, so then they're just going to, no one's going to remember it in like a year. No one cares.
Mark, did you see the delay? They screwed up on the delay a whole bunch of times.
Which delay?
So here, I'm in the back room again.
All right. Yeah, hang on. Had to stay.
There's one where Trump did it really bad, and I'll show you that one too. But this one, you ready?
Yeah.
So the guy on the left, he gives the thumbs up immediately after they said something. You hear the sound?
Yeah, kinda. No. You gotta.
Hold on, I gotta share with sound, right?
Yeah.
Stop sharing.
That was great.
Stop
I'm glad you
sharing.
had this.
Share screen, window.
Tell me when it's there.
Share with sound. I'm ready. Go.
Well, I gotta find it. You're gonna find it. Hang on. It's right there.
Okay. Ready?
I love when they find technology.
Yeah.
And we have adjusted the fan speed. We'll take a thumbs up if you're happy with it.
Thumbs up right away.
Wow.
Now look. Now watch the other guy. He's like, oh my god. And then the guy, he's like, hey. And they're all like, oh.
Thumbs up.
My fucking cat.
That is so idiotic. They know they're going to be asked for thumbs up, so they give a thumbs up as soon as he hears something, and then when she asks for a thumbs up, everybody gives thumbs up. That isn't a demonstration of anything whatsoever. And I like also the suggestion that this is live. Okay, they're arguing that this is live. You can't do this live, right? The vomit comet can provide zero gravity for like 30 seconds at a time.
30 seconds, yes.
And then you have to get back up to the high point so that you can dive again.
Yep.
So you can't be recording this live, right? You just can't. And so the suggestion is, well, obviously they didn't record it live. So they've recorded it not live, and they've left that in.
Why? Like, why?
It is so incoherent. It makes zero sense whatsoever.
I agree. Yeah, that is the weirdest the weirdest part of that. Like, I can't figure out, because if they're faking it and it's just incompetence, then why not redo it? Like there's no reason they would fail at this on purpose or by incompetence if they were faking it. Earthly Skeptic said, "Hey people, happy birthday." Well, thank you. Boston Concerts said, Cece said something before this. That's what they were. Oh, GC. I thought I read CC. I'm sorry.
Hey, then they all do a delayed thumbs up.
Oh,
yeah.
But you see the way
one more time.
See the way that.
Yeah, they all thumbs up. Never mind the things that are floating around. How we watched it go up, and then the guy tosses the flying iPhone to the other person, and then they toss it back. Sure, like all fake.
And what was the deal with that plushie there, where they had that green screen plushie thing? Apparently, that was from some news channel, not from the actual live feed.
Right, that was second-hand footage being played somewhere else. On like, imagine if we share this footage like that, and I have on my OBS, for example, set up a green screen to the green thing. It's kind of basically the same thing that happened to Will on TFE, except that it's someone else broadcasting the NASA footage. So if you go to the original, it doesn't have that. Not that complicated. Like, for the people that claim to be truthers and good researchers, it takes 30 seconds to figure that one out.
Adjusted the fan speed. We'll take a thumbs up if you're happy with it.
Jesus, he did it. He did it.
Look how he does his head. He's like,
he pulled it back.
The control says we adjusted the fan speed. So they obviously made a request for the fan speed to be changed, right? So it goes, astronauts, hey, can you change the fan speed? And they're there, they can listen to the fan. And then the lady from the control says, after they requested it to have it changed, says, hey, that request, we had it changed. And the guy goes like, oh, yes. I mean, that is not a far-fetched sequence of events, I think, which baffles flat earthers. So let's keep it going.
Yeah, it's like he's pissed.
So that's one, and I got another one. I got another one,
dude.
And this is just as bad.
Did I see that? He's like, not the Canadian screwed up the word. It was not the word screw up. It was
share screen with sound.
Peanut, by the way, had tornado rip through. So Peanut, be safe.
All right. So this one, pull this one up, Mark. This one, they were talking for a little bit. Then there was like 30 seconds of silence, and this is just after the silence. Here we go.
Okay. Sound.
Oh, no sound?
Nope.
Okay.
You're killing me.
What a noob.
I did it. I said share screen.
No sound.
Window.
By the way, I didn't mean I didn't mean to ignore you, Jason.
Good. I'm ready. Ready?
Yeah, hang on.
Ready?
And go.
Administrator Alex, I'm going to just get a quick comm check, make sure you guys are still on the line and we didn't have a handover.
I am. Yes, I am.
Right away. Listen again. It does it a whole bunch of times.
Yeah, but that's
over to you, Mr. President.
There's no gap. The delay has already occurred. By the time it's reached, we're hearing what the ground station is hearing, right? So the delay has already occurred, and the guy just says, yeah, we're reading you, because that's what we hear.
Right.
We don't expect a delay when they're talking to us. We expect a delay in their response to what's coming from the ground. From our perspective, yeah, the guy in the control room can respond instantaneously as soon as he hears something.
Yeah.
But Tony, if you remember, we had the delay from President Nixon
The other day, I think it was in Whatcast TikTok thing. One guy did make the claim of how did they call the moon? And they always crumble when you ask them if they've ever heard someone call into a radio show, which is a trivial thing to do and has been done by everyone. Feliz cumpleaños. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think we might have gotten cut off. It is a long distance. It's a long ways. The reception's been great. There's a little bit of about a 9-second delay, but no, I just had a
wait, watch.
Statement for, I don't know.
No, wait, no. You can't make an argument based on Trump. No. Bad flirt. No. Trump is dumb. He doesn't know what the delay was. No, I reject
Yeah,
that.
they're about, I think they were no further than about 2 light seconds away. So, yeah.
Yes, no, Trump doesn't represent us. No, we discard him, we disown him. Listen to NDT, Neil deGrasse Tyson, not Trump.
What you heard, but I was just saying they're very proud of you're a brilliant person from Canada.
So these guys will wait, but then watch when they finish talking.
And he's very proud of him. And the prime minister I spoke to, they're very, very honored that you have a courageous person from Canada. You have a lot of courageous people from Canada. So it was very nice. I'm not sure if you heard me say that, but it was very nice.
Yes, Mr. President, we heard that, and we do love our Jeremy Hansen. We love all our Canadian astronauts, Jenny Gibbons, Josh Kutrick. They're just great people, and they're such a welcome addition to our Corps.
Great. Well, I really look forward
no delay.
I look forward to.
Oh my God, dude!
Again, there's no delay on the earthbound side, right?
It's insane that they don't know this.
So if you're on there'll be like a 2-second delay from the ground person to the so if you're on the ground, you say hello, there'll be a 2-second delay, then another 2, they'll respond, another 2-second delay, and you'll hear it. But then you get to say, let's move on instantly as soon as you hear it. As soon as you hear it, you can respond instantly. It's not like there's a 2-second delay on both sides. It's only sort of one way. From each person sees the other person as lagging. But we're looking at it from the ground crew's perspective. We don't see a lag between the signal arriving and someone responding. This is so fucking simple. And not one person. How many people are on this panel? 8?
9. Well,
9?
Depends on how you count them, but 9 seats.
Yes. Okay. So, and not one of them has the intellectual agility to put this together and start explaining to people, no, you're getting that wrong.
I mean, the funniest part is Wittig was on the receiving end of all of this when he went to Antarctica, and here he is doing the exact same thing, seeing like very clearly real footage and saying, nah, that's fake. That's fake, and that's it. That's all he's doing. And all he will.
Seeing you in the Oval Office, I'll ask Jared to bring you over, and I'll ask for your autograph, because I don't really ask for autographs much, but you.
All right, that's it.
Yeah,
that's it. It's hilarious because Trump had to like patch it up. He's like, "There's a 9-second delay." He's like,
"Yeah." But the other guy with the thumbs up, he didn't wait for
fuck's sake
to finish the sentence.
Yeah, and by the way, if you they were screwing up all over the place there, because you remember when he mentioned the Canadian Prime Minister, the American gave the Canadian a high five almost immediately.
Right.
It's like,
No, he
but
didn't.
there was
There
no
was
words
a
exchange.
delay.
It's like, why would you give him a high five? Oh, right, because he was.
I'm sorry?
No, he didn't give him a. There was a delay.
Right.
There was
No,
a
but
delay on the Canadian guys. Mark Sargent is just reimagining the very recent past. You can rewind and you can look at it, but there's a delay between the mention of the Canadian Prime Minister and high-fiving the Canadian astronaut. It's
So
not
you're telling me
instantaneous at all.
that Mark Sargent is lying? No.
I'm telling you that Mark Sargent is divorced from reality.
That is.
It's even better.
Yes. Divorced. Divorced and moved to another country.
Yep, and she took most of his functioning neurons.
That was a complete.
And you guys all saw the "Fly Me to the Moon" reference, right?
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
No.
You don't. Let me play the video by JT. He's great.
Am I loading that, or are you showing it?
I'm gonna load it just like before. Give me.
Oh my! Welcome, John. Hello.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? Happy birthday!
Thank you so much. You know me, witnessing history be made and how Artemis is just getting debunked by let's count them: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weirdos saying no, it's fake.
You have a panel of generational thinkers there. You have the Mount Rushmore of derp, and you should show it more respect.
Yes. The Mount Rushmore of derp is a perfect analogy for this. Oh my.
Hey, I can't stay long. I want to wish you happy birthday, and I'll probably jump on sometime during your 24 hours.
You got it. Thank you so much. You do sound like you are in hiding in a closet.
That's my phone. What do you expect?
Yes. He's avoiding the husband. I'm sorry. That was dark.
Well, it's just I don't want to yell in my apartment at 1 o'clock in the morning either.
Yeah, that's true.
I got you.
All right, brother. Have a good one. I will catch you guys later. PhD Tony, my mom bakes cakes. Nice to see you both.
Thank you so much, Dan. And we'll catch you at some point later today. Thank you. Take care. I'm sorry. It's just that the voice got to me. The closet voice.
Wait a second.
I haven't seen that movie.
So it's basically he tells you the story right here. It's a short video. Here we go.
Okay.
Bring it up, Mark.
Oh no.
Hang on.
It's a movie where they were going to the moon and they were afraid they couldn't go, so they wanted a backup plan to fake it, even though they were really might be going.
Hit it.
Okay.
Hey, it's our friend JT.
Artemis stuff is in the news. I want to take you back a couple years. Do you guys remember when Apple dropped that movie called Fly Me to the Moon? You guys remember it? The premise of this movie was in 1969. They had an alternate backup plan to fake a moon landing just in case they
the whole world will be watching. We can't afford to lose to the Russians. We need to shoot the backup version of the moon landing.
You mean to fake it? What I find really funny about this, you know what they called their project to fake the moon landing in that movie?
Artemis.
Yeah, of course. They called it Artemis.
Oh,
you can't even make this stuff up.
Yeah.
Or maybe you can, and they do.
Project Artemis.
Yes, like so. I mean, when was for fuck's sake? Why does it change anything? Like, are they trying to hide it or do they advertise it like everywhere? It makes no fucking sense.
Oh, that's amazing.
Shit, that's crazy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm confused about a lot of this. I mean, they called it integrity, but why would they go live? Why do they do it live?
Integrity, yeah. Why were they saying?
Because I try to theorize this in my last stream. Like, why would you even do it live? You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, we could record this and then we could go live on YouTube and we could just play this. So,
I don't think they did it live. I don't think.
Magic.
Yeah, I think most of the stuff we saw, I don't think it was live. That's.
I think some of it was though, because I think to answer your question, Austin, because it's tradition. They've done the live stuff for so long, because they love talking to like media, calling up some television station, and they want to talk, or their favorite talking to elementary or high school kids.
Yeah, but the CIA runs the media, right? And I guess it's like they don't even want the news to know. Obviously, if the news thinks it's real. And that perpetrates it even more. Like, I don't know, because I'm like, there's some like darker.
Sorry, go ahead, Tony.
That's okay. The CIA is forbidden by law from operating within the US.
Yes.
It is explicitly illegal for the CIA to even attempt to do what he is doing. And yes, the CIA has done bodgy stuff. But the claim that it controls all media, absolute nonsense. To claim that it controls MSNBC and Fox News, like, really not plausible in any sense. But
but even if, like, I always try to, even if their argument, there are countless other sources of information, especially today, which you watch the debate with Astronomy Live, was kind of the point that there's people out there that with either a little bit of specialized equipment or very expensive specialized equipment, they get access to what is out there, right?
Yeah.
They can intercept.
But Tony and Max, I mean, if you look at the panel here, they're all over the world. They're using satellite internet to stream to this one particular place, and the irony is just out there.
Yeah, the irony is palpable. But I will point out also, the film Fly Me to the Moon was, I think, filmed in 2023. The Artemis mission was named in 2019. Right? So they have it ass backwards. The film chose a name, and indeed Artemis and Apollo, I think, are twins in mythology.
Yes, correct.
So they're it's the association in terms of just the mythological names given, perfectly reasonable, makes sense from whatever, but it doesn't what do they propose happened? That people name, so okay, the title for the mission was chosen in 2019, well before the film was made. So now they're saying that in the film, the fake mission was named Artemis by the filmmakers in order to tell everybody that it's a fake film. But the people who control the media didn't notice and didn't choose to react. That's the hypothesis?
Yes. That is the hypothesis. And that is very weird.
Makes sense to me. Not
requires like a massive conspiracy that then everyone fails to realize it's bad. Flat earthers, for like basic reasoning, is bad. Mr. Eman beat a member for 7 months. Happy birthday. Thank you. Tori beat a member for 9 months. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. And Mr. Eman gifted 10 Sherba Talks memberships, and they went to Paul Sr., Famous Potato, Silent A, Lorena Ball, Liz K, Low Fruit, Omnivore, Golden Skeptic, Yunners, and Waftamoan. I'm sorry, I don't know if I read that correctly. You can all now enjoy some of the best emoji out there.
Part of it where if it's live, if they're live time tricking you, like it's more, I don't know, something like occultic magic type of thing. Like if I'm tricking you.
What? Hold on. Again with the magic. Hold on. Where is
Okay, so I'm going to clarify because you're using wizardry.
Wizardry, magic. That's how you can explain everything. Calder says it doesn't have lips. I don't have that one.
Live, is it more impactful? I don't understand why they would ever do it live. It's the stupidest thing that I can imagine doing, because they're going to keep messing up like they're messing up.
I agree. Live television, not that I'm that old, but live television, Peanut might be, used to be a big thing. You know, it was very popular for that reason, which is people feel like they're more kind of like live streams, right? You know, live television back in the.
I mean, what?
Day was a thing, and NASA jumped on it, but they could get away with it easier. It was easier to cover things up. Remember, there's only 3 television stations and no internet, not even close, which is why nowadays
that actually makes it harder. If there are 3 stations, it means that more people are likely to be watching your station.
Yeah.
When your station fucks up, if you've got the wrong camera feed or whatever, it's easier for all eyes to be fixed on it if there are a smaller number of stations and media. So that actually makes it harder not easier. So they will make shit up. They will absolutely just look at whatever they want and twist it in ways in order to fit with the narrative they're trying to construct.
It's fake, yes. That is, they will try to work around it being fake. But wait, this is what they did to you. Remember when you said you didn't vape, and then everyone found the footage, and they found that you were lying, right?
Anyway, Max, gotta wish you a happy birthday. Gotta go. Thank you much.
Well, thank you so much. We'll be here back when it's a decent time again in Australia. What time is there? Is it there where you are now, Tony?
It's 3:10 on Sunday afternoon.
3 Sunday afternoon. Nice.
This was dicey. And again, they did the bare minimum, and social mainstream media, of course, towed the line and said all the things they were supposed to say. All the
Clive Wells said they have to make things up because they are fundamentally very, very ignorant people. Yes. Like, I mean, the guy that debated Astronomy Live today, Astronomy Live did the whole thing. And because there were some gaps that, because the Earth rotates, that you're not looking at the thing, at the rocket. And also it's daylight, right? And you can see it. So there are some gaps, which are very logical. And the guy is like, nah, you have gaps. If it's not uninterrupted tracking, then it's fake. You say, well, that makes no sense. If it's a thing flying in space and you see it like go from here to here, you have a little gap and then you see it's there. Like you can clearly see the trajectory, even though you don't see it happening directly. There's not much of a chance to do otherwise. That is so dumb. And the guy was not convinced. And if you're not convinced by what Astronomy Live tracked himself, then compare it, what he did, with what other people did on YouTube themselves. It's not hard.
Or do the work yourself. This is the thing. And
yes.
it's what Clive Wells is getting at. They don't have the technical skills to actually do this themselves is the problem.
Yeah.
And so they're just asserting that it's all made up and it doesn't work.
Yeah, but like, if you really, that's the problem, is that there is where you have to test, okay, are you really a truther or not?
Well, they're clearly not truthers. We've established that previously, that their epistemology is fundamentally broken.
Yeah.
Whitsitt especially is just has completely broken his epistemology. He is incapable of accepting reality if it conflicts with his pre-existing beliefs.
Yeah, especially. I would love to. I haven't been able to speak to Whitsitt yet since the last time I spoke to him, because that would be a lot of fun.
Images are stunning and brilliant and breathtaking, but social media was just annihilating them behind the scenes.
Yeah, bro, X was cooking Artemis the whole time.
Oh my God, X was cooking Artemis. Oh, I will give you like 50 dings for saying something that dumb.
Like, it is an extraordinarily stupid thing. Just, like X is where you go to get facts, is it?
Yeah.
Like, and if X is precisely designed so that you can navigate yourself into your preferred echo chamber. So if you want to be in an environment where there are lots of posts by X users crapping on Artemis and what have you, you'll get there because that's the service that X is providing. And X is certainly not going to provide you with fact checking or pushback that is going to crap on your delusion. Elon Musk has broken any semblance that X used to have, when it was formerly known as Twitter. I do like also, because I routinely just call it Twitter.
I call it Twitter too. It's okay.
Yeah, but it's interesting that Whitsitt is using the Musk-approved terminology for it.
Yes. That is very interesting. Dragon Sword says there was a guy who works at Perth,
Western
WA,
Australia.
West Australia, okay, who tracked Orion en route to the moon too. You don't say.
And almost certainly the gaps in his data and the gaps in Astronomy Live's data are not the same gaps.
Right? That would be very, yes. That
It would be very cool if he could, if that guy could collaborate with Astronomy Live, and maybe they could get a European observer as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I can't believe that they're that busted. It's just a wrap now. I mean, yeah, they did the bare minimum, which would make you think that they're
busted. Oh my God, Ginger Jesus is the best. I love the new Whitsitt.
trying to make sure that they don't get caught, right? Like they're just doing the bare minimum. So the going live part's weird. And Dave was saying, you don't think they went live, but why would they let this stuff go post edit, right? Like why would they let? There is some stuff you just can't explain. You saw the little red dots on the bag. It's like a typical thing.
The red dot on the bag. That is the smell of desperation. Yes, smells like a red dot.
Used for tracking with like a green screen, and it just disappears.
Right.
Like, I mean, dude, you got busted. Like, there's just really no way around it. That's like a green screen. So why? Surely, like our NASA employees that retarded.
Busted green screen because Whitsitt said so. Okay.
I will say, astronauts are kind of retarded. Like I've talked to astronauts like face to face, like 5 different times. I actually have the interviews recorded. I haven't released them yet because I was still sneaking in there as a NASA fan.
Yeah, and you made a NASA employee cry, didn't you? We keep hearing.
What up, fam? What up, though, fam?
Yes, I'm going to have so much fun with that. Yeah, Whitsitt, right? You made someone cry very humbly.
Fanboy, I didn't want them to know. So I never released them, then I got to find them, whatever. They are like low-key dumb. Like they're just slow, bro. Like
Austin, when they were looking for one more ISS astronaut, they
right. It is my impression that to get to be an astronaut, you need to be like, pretty good at a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, quite a few astronauts have postgraduate training. I think and I think no small number of them hold PhDs. So it would be interesting. It would be interesting to know exactly which of these Whitsitt is talking about.
Right. I mean, you want the people that can absorb the most information, and it requires, even though we have computers now, you need to know what the computer is doing, for just in case, because there's no one to help you there. I don't think Whitsitt, like you said yourself, that you understood why people don't just fucking go to Antarctica, because you will die. Now multiply that by 10 by going to space in the danger factor, and now you understand why astronauts are the way they are. Boom. Humbled. Humble door.
Just looking at the NASA website, in order to qualify, you need 2 years of work towards a doctoral degree. And there are people who hold PhDs who I think are stupid. It's true, but it's not common. Like in general, people with PhDs in STEM fields, and this is what they need. They require a master's in a STEM field.
Right.
They're fairly sharp. sort of Whitsitt is too staggeringly stupid in it to understand that his own arguments are self-defeating.
Yes. Whitsitt typically does that, and it's funny that you will point that out, and he will never acknowledge that point. But it is kind of funny how he spirals after that.
And you're welcome, Clive. Well, I've got you back. I've got you back up here.
Yes, I saw that. Wait, hold on. I was still laughing at Humbledore. Oh, here. Thanks. Thank you, Clive.
They got thousands of applications, and then they hired Don Pettit.
Yeah,
That's all you need
that's
to
true.
know.
That's true. I mean, honestly, you guys ever remember the story about this girl that was on a spacewalk and she dropped her tool bag, and then they started saying you could see it from space and it looked like a star, and then they said that it was like they were following it in orbit on the ISS. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that, but like I talked to that lady, and she looked like just I don't know, she looked just gone, like she was like tripping bald or something. Her pupils were like huge, but she's dumb. You know, like I'm talking to her and she can't hold like a basic conversation, and I'm asking her about the tool bag, and she's like, it's like she doesn't remember what she's supposed to say. Then I ask her about the stars, and then she just starts stuttering, saying you don't always see the stars. That when you're on the day side of the moon or the Earth, you don't see the stars. I'm like,
I mean, duh. Like, right when you have Why are they baffled by day and night? Yes, when you're on the day side, you don't see the stars.
It's a matter of lighting conditions. You know, if you turned up the lights inside the station or inside a craft to be very bright, you'd have great difficulty seeing any stars outside of the craft. You know, and that's without the sun. You know, that's without potential light contamination of the sun. Light pollution is a thing that astronomers complain about. You know, just the glow from nearby cities can greatly impact what celestial objects astronomers can see. So, you know, just and you're looking through a window that has a potential for a reflective surface. So, you know, all of these factors determine whether or not you can see stars. It's not a yes or no answer. It depends on the circumstances answer.
Right. It's not like you see stars all the time as soon as you go to space. Yeah, it works, you know, daylight. Day and night. I thought you learned about the day and night as a kid, right? I mean, that's what I learned. These people are just sometimes so desperate.
Yes.
They hate star
that's not the right answer, lady.
Yeah.
You know, so
well, between you and Justin, you guys have done some legendary, you know, espionage over at NASA.
But when you go in there, you find out it's really easy. They're just all dumb. So it's like I was just making the point that maybe they are just not that bright, but it seems weird.
They're all dumb, right? Which is you're the humblest. 160 IQ, bro.
That they wouldn't think about, like maybe we shouldn't go live, because if they do the moon landing will be pre-recorded. We agree on that, right? Like,
This I think will be. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Austin.
Preemptively dismissing the next moon landing that is slated for when was it? I think it's 2028. Is Artemis 4 or 3? I don't remember. I'm sorry, but. Yeah, they're preemptively dismissing the next mission, which is a couple of years away. Very, very honest, very humble.
Yeah, rather than, you know, who would wait to get data? Like, you know, why would you do that? And this is the epistemological trap that they're falling into. They're divorced from the data. And you know, they will just reject reams and reams of it, like the fact that the woman's hair in the footage that they were showing was like that for ages, far longer than any vomit comet can maintain. Yes. That bounces right off them. But if there's a red light that they see, you know,
a red dot, on the food packaging. You can't make all of this up. Wait.
Well, clearly they can. It's amazing.
Aldebaran said, I just realized Whitfield has talked to every person in the world and we're all retarded except for him. Yes.
Yes.
That is his idea of the current state of affairs. Yes. 100%.
I asked him to name somebody who was more intelligent.
I remember that.
And he was able to name one person who themselves is a science-denying douchebag. So, an electric universe proponent.
Oh, that is lovely. Electric universe is very fun.
Probably the last live thing they ever do.
They got fried, bro. They got fried all over the place.
They did. Yeah, they did. People were constantly messaging me. Again, people and content creators, people that just came out of the
fried, bro.
Woodwork, people that had never talked about the moon stuff before, ever. And not necessarily from our community, but they're like, holy smokes, this is bad. This is so bad, and they were picking up on little things. So yeah, this should be the last live thing they do. The only way they could do that.
Yeah. Yes, NASA is trembling that there's 8 douchebags, the Council of the Derp, is saying stuff on YouTube. Everyone is very worried. And they might not just go on with their plans without ever finding about you. I think that's the most sensible option here.
I remember having a conversation on Earth Awakens with Whitsett about some biblical topic, and he got to a point where he just said, look, I don't care what you say about the Bible.
Okay.
I've studied the Bible for decades. I've studied it far more than you. I'm not interested in anything you say. You're not an expert. And I didn't respond. I didn't respond at the time, but the more it's grown on me, then, why do you expect anything different from the subject matter experts in orbital mechanics or gravity or geodesy? Why do you think your opinion counts against those of subject matter experts when it's some topic other than the Bible, right? Clearly, he thinks that his opinion on these matters counts. And it just doesn't. Like, he's just, none of these people realize just how insignificant they are, just how little the rest of humanity cares about them, but particularly the science community cares about them.
Right? Arnold, for being a member for 7 months. Oh my, thank you so much. Electric Universe is just an inbred sister cousin of Effie.
The moon is a pre-record, and even then, oof. But
even Victor Glover's daughter apparently was on social media saying it was bad with the first Artemis before they even had the astronauts basically lined up, right? So now with them coming back or wherever they were hiding underground, who knows? The point is the.
Not a DJ Curious just said hiding underground. Underground where?
The amount of ridicule, if you go to Fox News or any kind of New York Post in the comment section, it's not just a couple flat earthers or people, NASA fakery, fanboys. It's like hundreds of comments and hundreds of likes, if not thousands, all over social media right now. So I wonder what they're.
It could be millions, it could be tens of thousands, it could be whatever arbitrary number. Now, that number doesn't matter if whenever you point your telescope, the thing is there, which is what happened. That when people looked for themselves, without even questioning the government, without even calling them or asking NASA or anything else, people looked and they find things. So the amount of people that say a particularly dumb statement is irrelevant to the fact that the rocket was there. Tony, yes, sorry, I cut you off.
No, it's fine. And the fact that satellites work, let's grant them. There's no basis for doing so, but let's grant them that everything about the Artemis mission was faked. Does that somehow mean that satellites don't work? No, it doesn't. Satellites observably do work, and they are observed to move. The ISS is readily observable. Its position can be determined with great precision from the ground, and its rate of movement. These things aren't going away. Even if we accept the outlandish and stupid claims that these people are now making, that wouldn't change all of the evidence that they are simply wrong about space being fake and wrong about the shape of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
They're thinking like, dude, we did not. The jig is up. They didn't pass on. Even my mom, who's like loves Simon and Dan.
The jig is up. Okay. Evidence.
Mom, love you, but she's like, subscribe to him. She was like, this Artemis thing. Why did they fake it? I'm like, thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mom.
Yeah. Same with like my little sister and stuff. Like, it just no one believes it. I don't know if they're going to pivot, if they're going to pull in SpaceX. I mean, they obviously still want to fake space, or why would they even do this?
They don't need to fake anything, dumbos.
I almost feel as if they're using these precursors to go.
Vlad. Oh boy.
Going and landing on the moon as a way to kind of properly shape how they're going to attack faking going to the moon. They're looking at the responses, they're looking at the feedback and everything else in order to use proper correction, so then they can they're definitely going to lie again, so that they can make their best production upon going to the moon.
They're for sure doing that, because if you notice that they've trained the star answer. Like when this guy was asked about the stars, he answered it where it's like yes and no, and he got right in the middle, because like we've been told yes and no over the years. If you remember when this guy was asked about the stars, and then he like the other guy turns and gives him the mic, like for some reason they don't all know, even though they're all there looking at stars or whatever. But like he has a very trained answer. So they are just getting feedback on what we notice and changing it. But I don't know. It just all seems very weird to me. It seems very incompetent, and the government's incompetent. But you would
a very trained answer, trained as in it's because it's what happens in reality, maybe.
But they're missing the point. So this if these people are as incompetent as they're saying, these are people that have to fake GPS unfailingly every fucking day, every fucking minute of every fucking day. GPS works. Satellite communications have to work. Earthquake observations have to be faked flawlessly. Tsunami prediction needs to be executed flawlessly, even though our models for it are grotesquely incorrect, since we're relying on a spherical model.
Hurricanes.
The hurricanes and weather systems, this all needs to be faked, and it needs to be faked perfectly. And the defense that they had was that there is this omnipotent, leaving aside the navigation of sailing vessels, all of this needs to be faked flawlessly every day. And their one defense was, well, there's this gigantic, enormously rich, incredibly powerful organization that is doing it all. And now they're saying they're incompetent, they're a bunch of buffoons, they don't know what they're doing. Well, which is it? Because if they aren't competent enough to fake data, then they're not competent enough to do what is on screen.
Right. I always like to bring it to this, or also the one flight radar. So these are all the people that right now are sailing the planet, going here and there. So at any given time,
everybody talks about pilots. Pilots know that the people that we should be talking to are ship's captains, like Tiny Captain. These people definitely know, spherical trigonometry.
That you go on one side and you come out the other.
Yes, that's right.
I love that. Willy Foley for 1999. Sorry. Thank you so much. Happy birthday, Max. Thank you so much. Yes, I love this map. And I know for a fact, because my ex used to work at, well, she actually still works at Maersk, the gigantic international shipping company.
Yep.
One of the biggest in the world, Danish company.
Yep.
They use this software to track their shippings across their fleet and so on.
Yep.
So you can talk about planes don't dip their nose and all of that, but explain this shit to me.
Yes.
Right.
Similarly with undersea, with submarine
I
cable.
love that one. Do you have that slide? Can you show me?
I do. Let me just.
Let
me just
awesome.
bring it
Wait.
up.
I need to go to the toilet, so take a moment. Entertain the people for me, if you would, please.
All right, I will. So, how is everybody in chat? I see that. Well, I see Aldebaran, Paul Schober, Real Harnold, and Zimmerside. Zimmerside has gone to sleep, unfortunately, but I think that's good for them. So, Vanguard Shield with lots of A's, no W. Tori Hanzo, which has always struck me as a cool name. I'm doing okay. As nobody, Frank Max didn't notice, but I'm in a different setup. I've had to reorganize my apartment, so I'm in a different setup from everybody else. Tori Hanzo is the name, if I'm not mistaken, of a famous swordsmith. No,
right.
Tori Hanzo the name of Tori Hanzo is the name of a ninja, wasn't it? Sorry, not a swordsmith. It's a ninja.
In Killwheel, it's a swordsmith. I can remove this.
Hattori Hanzo. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was a ninja. Not in Quentin Tarantino makes him a swordsmith in one of his films, but I'm pretty certain that's not true. But whatever. Anyway,
that argument about the undersea cables, I like that one because that is right up my my skill, because pinging a server is something anyone with a minimum of knowledge of computers can do.
Exactly.
So it can be replicated like endlessly.
Yeah. And so you can test the latency of the system, so you can work out what's happening. So let me just.
Yes, I love that, and I've used it a couple of times on Discord.
Okay.
It just blows their minds.
If you want me to bring that up, I can.
Yes, please do. I love that.
Okay.
And you are the one that I actually got reminded of that from. So all the credit, whenever I use it, all the credit goes to you.
Yeah, just a moment.
No problem.
Okay. It's going to take me a little bit of fitching around. I've never tried sharing on
you can
on
either share
before.
You can share your desktop, or you can share the PowerPoint
Okay.
application, whatever is more convenient.
All right. How do I share my desktop?
On
share
right
screen.
next to the video button.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Can you see that?
It's loading. Yes, perfect.
Okay, so that's Hawaii Iki, and as you can, did I not list the latency on that? Okay, I did list the latency on the Musket cable. This is one. There's another one. I think this has come online this year. This is the Humboldt. submarine cable. So this was something that I think is only recently finished. And there's another one that's still in the planning stages, I think, between Western Australia, comes up again, and Africa. So called the Emoja cable. So that's I need to check up on the Humboldt one. But as you can see, the latency here, it's about 1 millisecond per 100 kilometers. Something like that. Yeah. So 97 milliseconds is about 10,000 kilometers, which is a fairly good, fairly steady sort of fairly steady rule of thumb. Let me stop sharing that and see if I've got because I've got multiple versions of this debate. So
yes, and
Yeah.
it's fantastic because that is it's such a badass it's just engineering badassery that
Yeah,
we put
yeah.
those internet cables at the bottom of the ocean.
Yes.
And they're protected from, by design, they're protected from sharks, and they carry this wonderful magic thing that is the internet.
Yeah.
Isa, welcome. Okay. Never mind then. Yes, Tony, go ahead.
So this is the one with the latency. So can you see this? Sorry.
Yes.
So the latency on the Hillsborough-Sydney latency is 135 milliseconds. So like I said, it's 1 millisecond per 100 kilometers.
That is pretty good.
Yes, that's right. So
considering the massive distance between those places, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's fairly impressive. And as you say, like these things, it costs millions of dollars per kilometer, and this is 13,000 kilometers. So this is a $40 billion project. And in order to get it to fit with the flat Earth formula, you would need another few $billion in order to you'd need another $3 billion in order to meet with flat Earth distance formula. Anyway.
One sometimes sees the bad stuff in the world, but those kinds of things that we do as a human species, like that, is just fascinating. The infrastructure of the modern world is a wonderful thing.
I think that this is different. So I don't know. Dave's saying we don't even think that they're doing it live. You think they're faking stuff and letting us see that they're faking stuff on purpose? Is what you're saying?
I think it's a combination, Austin. We really can't nail it down to one thing. I mean, some of it might be live. The thing with the red dot, that might have been live.
With it, remember that Dave and Dean Odell said that the sun Satan turned into the sun and circled Antarctica for 24 hours with it. I think you should address that.
Other like the interviews with CNN, I don't think that was live, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
But the public would be on top of it.
Oh my God, Candid Truth has a guy from TikTok making things float on video.
Gonna throw.
If they want them to point the camera out the window and shut up. That's what that's like the zeitgeist now forever. Yeah. And so
because
live.
They don't have to prove anything to you, jackasses.
It will they'll be shooting themselves in the foot.
There should have been 100 4K cameras on that rocket.
Yeah, why? Remember, it's not Big Brother. And
it's also. It's also, there's a limited bandwidth, right?
Yes.
There's only so much data they can transmit back. So, I just let's face it, no standard of evidence is ever going to be good enough to convince these people of anything.
Yes. I mean, with Witted, it's blatant at this point.
Back in 2014, or was it 2012, where they had the freaking the Go Fast rocket? That thing, they jammed that joke up in space. It got cameras everywhere. And then after they showed you one view from the rocket, once it hits wherever it hit up way up there, they give you a different view with the same exact launch. So it's like they do have the capability. Hell, at least at the very minimum, they had it since 2014. There's no reason why they can't do it now. And what's crazy is, this was the globe's opportunity to shut us up. Because I was at least looking for, I was thinking, yeah, you know what? They've heard our pleas. They're going to have cameras outside of these space shuttles, and they're going to give us what we asked for.
They don't care. No one cares. No one gives a rat's ass about flat earthers. No one is trying to convince you of anything. And even if they did, you'd come up with some other whiny bitch excuse for why that isn't good enough and that doesn't count and that glitch there or that reflection there means that the whole thing can be dismissed as a waste, as a fake. You guys are a waste of time and a waste of biomass, and nobody is doing anything. Nobody is going out of their way by even a nickel in order to appease flat earthers. Get over it. Learn your place.
No, but Vlad wants to ask the astronauts if they have their tickets or their passport stamps on the moon.
They're going to fake it, whatever. They didn't even do that.
Too risky. Like if you show the stars in space, it's way too risky. We ran through this and looked at programs, like we would instantly know it's fake. Like the way there's so many stars and they're going to change their position where they'll never show a quote unquote live shot of stars while they're in space. It's way too hard to fake, in my opinion. One more thing though, I'm curious, I was just assuming that they basically jump in a cargo plane and they jump out and they actually fall down and then shoot and then drop the parachutes. You guys think, because it was so sketchy, it was like all so sus.
Wait it. They track it in space, coming back. I don't know what more I can tell you.
Do you know how many thousands of people just got added to the conspiracy? So Dave Weiss will say, no, it's only the people in the control room that need, it's only a limited number of people. Everybody who's in the recovery, all of those vessels have radars, all of those vessels have radios, all of those vessels are in line of sight of the object re-entering, right? Unless there's heavy cloud cover, right? And you were given camera shots of the thing fucking falling. It was falling for so long, and one of the cameras was so high, Vice was confused and thought it must be hitting the water any second because the camera was above it, and you could see the water below. And Vice is thinking, "Oh, it's going to crash." No, it's still thousands of feet in the air because that's how high the plane was. So you need some sort of vessel that is so much higher than that high plane in order to drop the thing out of. That's what you're asking for. It doesn't exist.
I love it. Everything. They have such a high standard for any evidence that contradicts them, but any idea will do when it comes to derping out.
The whole thing where they just sit there forever. It was all very weird. Like, do you guys think that there weren't even people in there?
Talking about the landing?
Yeah. I thought that they were just jumping out of the plane. But
I don't think there's people in there. I think most of that we saw is AI. The guy falling in the water and disappearing, going into.
Oh my! Dan said that's like a diver.
And now it's even worse. You would normally send a diver in just to inspect the integrity of the lower elements. While the hull is pressurized, if there's a hole, if you open it to the atmosphere, then and there's a hole, then water can actually flow into the bottom of the craft and sink it very quickly. So by keeping the craft pressurized, even if there's a hole down the bottom, the water can't get in because it's pressurized. There's nowhere for the air to go. You can't just push the air out. So you check the underneath to make sure that it's safe to pull them out. That seems a prudent thing to be able to. That seems a prudent thing to do, and there's no reason not to, as far as I can tell. Like, it took a long time to get those people out of the craft, and I assumed that every point on that was a safety procedure.
And they had like redundancies. They got the helium balloons on top to stabilize it, and the sort of like a little floaty harness they put around the bottom. Like, these people know what the fuck they're doing. Why would they bother doing any of that if it was fake?
I have a question though. There seem to be 3 people on this panel: Peanut Gallery, the guy in the top left, and the female flirt. Why are they on the panel?
I don't know.
Because they're not saying anything. They've got nothing to say. Apparently, they've got nothing to contribute to it. They're as bad as Issa. Let's just say that they're as worthless as Issa. I'm trying to provoke him into saying something, but it doesn't work. Okay.
Maybe, I don't know. He joined and didn't say anything, but we'll see. He usually comes back.
That capsule, now people are walking around in there in that little tiny thing. It
makes sense. The less people involved and more AI, the less people that would have to be in on it.
And if you look at the water, there was rough, it was windy when they're coming down, there was waves, then it was calm. It was filmed over multiple days and multiple,
I love that.
AI is creating it, but it wasn't live.
It's all the way out in the middle of the ocean. You just got some.
And no one sees it. Yeah, nobody can see it. Why would they do it live? No one can see it.
They used to, Austin. They used to drop it out of a cargo plane because they had no choice. That was just what you did. It's like, okay, we'll take this thing up.
Except for the crews of all of the ships that were supposed to be on station there, they would see it. That's another few thousand people and their families, right? So if you're just AIing it, they're going to know. So they are witnesses. No, we'd never picked anybody up.
They broadcast like an exclusion zone for like ships, for maritime traffic, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're in the vicinity, they let you know, like, hey, it's going to be raining spaceships.
Yes, that's right. Perhaps steer clear if you don't want to get hit.
Did you guys know that they had two? Did you know they had a C-130 Hercules flying exactly at that time? Did you also know that they had a Casa C-212 flying at that time in that area? Both of which one of which, the C-212 came from San Clemente Island. And if anybody knows, I know my sailors out there, San Clemente Island is where the SEALs do their third phase of buds and stuff, right? They have runways over there. They have cargo planes that come out of there. They also have Hercules that come out of there as well. And the Hercules is the big C-130, the big Joker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they have cargo planes, but I don't want us to dwell.
Yeah, but the cargo plane doesn't go that high or that fast to drop the thing.
Yes, and they had planes from which they were filming the drop, so we know they had large, stable viewing platforms in the air for the drop. We know that's the case. So they're trying to put up and we know that they were at multiple levels because one plane was really high and then it passed off to another plane that was flying at a lower altitude.
That's wild. Like, these people think that we haven't figured out how to cover, the known trajectory of an object. That is like wild. I could do when I was in high school. I could do like projectile problems.
On that, thinking they dumped it out with the cargo plane because what they use those C-130s for also is if somebody punches out their jet and lands in the water, they'll use those C-130s as like, Overwatch, just looking over, and then they'll send a SH-60, the helos and stuff to go recover those guys. So just in case. But I mean, it's funny. You had 2 cargo planes, not just one. So if you had one on that C-130 flying, I don't remember what altitude it was, but I took pictures of it off of flight radar, right? You had that one, but you had that C-212, and nothing's supposed to be there. That's what y'all got to remember also. Nothing's supposed to be there except for the military and the people that are designated to be there at that time.
For sure.
Military.
Yeah. It's almost like, it's dangerous territory in case anything goes wrong. Caution.
NASA. Yeah. Right. So it's a range watch, right? And so you had that C-212 at 5,000 feet.
I think you have like 2 baskets.
Feet.
You have 2 baskets, right? Where there's like all these sketchy things that like circumstantial evidence where they have some type of plausible deniability or whatever. And then you have stuff that's just like objectively it's fake, right? And so those are the things.
Objectively, bro.
I try to show people, because if they just fake one thing, right? And for me, the red dot's like literally just fake, right? All of a sudden stars inside of it, that's just fake. And then the delay is physically impossible. The delay is like scientifically impossible. Like if you're actually that far, you have this quote unquote speed of light, right? You literally have to have a delay. It's
the quote unquote the quote unquote speed of light. And that's because Witty thinks that light doesn't travel. Yes, he said that to me.
It's physically impossible for them to be where they say they are and then immediately answer a question or not have the proper delay.
Harnold says whenever Witty says objectively, the next thing he's about to say is utter horseshit. Yes, every single time, no exceptions.
Right, so we know it was fake definitively, and that's kind of, I don't know really how they can handle the fallout if that's like a publicly known fact
by not minding at all.
What's this thing about the red light? What is he babbling about?
There's one of the live streams that they're showing around the food. There's a bag of food, a metallic bag of food that has like a red dot that apparently disappears in some frames or some shit like that.
Okay, but that is readily explainable, because if there's a red light anywhere in the cabin, all that it has to do is change angle very slightly, and the reflection can change, right? It can move. If you've got
it's like spinning around in space,
and it's got fluid moving around in it, so the geometry of the reflective surface is changing even as the object itself is rotating. So I don't particularly understand why. Well, whatever.
I mean, it's copium. It's like 100% pure copium.
Right.
So
then we kind of like get to, I guess, have our victory lap.
Peanut?
No.
Just to clarify, that capsule would not fit in a C-130. C-17 maybe, but not a C-130.
Well, they did say real quick, Peanut. I didn't mean to interrupt you, man. They did say that when they do test runs, they do test runs with the Artemis capsule in the C1 from the C-130.
Nah, C-17. There's no way it would fit in a C-130.
Yeah, in a C-130, yes, sir. Yes, they did.
I've been in
And here's why. No. I'm not saying that you're.
Oh, we got some flurf action.
Full of crap, but I checked it out. Now check this out. Now the C-130 is also rated up to around like 47,000 pounds. That capsule weighs 22,000 pounds. Or apparently they said the real one weighs around like 22,000 pounds, and I think around 20,000 pounds after all that shit gets flaked off of.
Clive Wells says orange is the color of humility. Oh my.
But Peanut is exactly right. It turns out, I just did a quick search. The Orion capsule is 5 meters in diameter. The cargo compartment of a standard C-130 is 10 feet wide, so about 3 meters wide and 9 feet high. So it would not fit in a C-130 cargo compartment. The capsule is just too wide to fit in the C-130's cargo bay. So,
imagine that. It's almost like you can check a lot of this data by simply doing some very basic internet searching.
Yeah.
That is the baffling thing about flirts, because all of this is readily available. I don't know what they.
Well, it's they don't even need to do any searching. They've got this guy who seems to know this off the top of his head, which I didn't know. They've got this guy on the panel, and they're over talking him.
Yeah, I mean, Bloody Daddy, you don't contradict Bloody Daddy.
Of it, after it burns out, right?
It's not
and so
You're saying the dimensions, though, Peanut. So if they were using a C-130, they'd have to use a dummy version.
The C-130's the cargo bay is it's about 11 feet wide. Is all it is. I've been in them, a lot of them.
Okay.
Now a C-17 is what they would probably, because one that goes higher. And a C-17, hell, I put a tank in a C-17 once. But a C-130 is not going to hold. It's not that wide.
Okay. Yeah. Well, me looking at it and looking online and asking AI said, based off of what AI said, this is not me.
No, appealing to the clankers, no. Vlad, why don't you ask AI what the shape of the Earth is? I mean, touche.
Personal experience. This is what the AI said. I'm not going to BS now and act like I know. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody knows and you've been on it, shit.
You know what I'm saying?
I'll give you the mic, man.
All right. Hey, hate to do this to you guys, but DJ and I got to start getting ready for Strange Lounge on DJ's channel.
So closing thoughts, guys?
Yeah, closing thoughts. We'll go from top to bottom. So, candid truth, closing remarks on Artemis. Piece of crap or the wonderful.
Trust your government. They only want to help and protect us and expand our knowledge about science.
Well done. Thank you, man.
Mother, that was very dumb. I mean, scientists push us. And I don't know. I was looking, when I was watching today, the guy that was debating astronomy live, I was like, that is kind of borderline treason to make a claim that the government would fake something like that. I don't know. That seems like so weird.
No,
that your government does an objectively amazing thing and you're there being a fucking traitor.
Yeah, people throw around the word treason fairly flippantly. That's not at all treason. Treason consists of acting against your government's interests in time of war, as defined under US law. So the US isn't at war. It certainly isn't at war with flirfs. So there's no. But I mean, I'm not one for jingoism. I'm not one. I don't particularly believe that sort of countries should necessarily reflect the glory that individuals accrue. I think that the people involved in the Artemis program, they deserve recognition and they deserve
yes, 100%. But this guy,
adulation. Yeah.
All of these guys and the guy that Astronomy Live was debating, I think they should get demoted from continental USA to Puerto Rico or the Virgin Islands or something like that. Because so they learn their lesson for a little bit. And then if they learn, they can come back.
David.
I was just having that thought. It's like, okay, wait, at what point are you just a traitor to your country? I don't know.
Greatest gift in the last year was Artemis.
Damn right it was.
It really was.
Woke up a lot of people.
Jade.
Hello,
Jade.
He's waiting for the delay. It's going to
Jade,
go across
Jade,
the world.
are you muted?
There's a 9-second delay.
Oh my God.
She doesn't want to screw up.
She's going into another dimension. She's
You look
phasing out.
fabulous, darling.
She's teleporting. I can't. We can't hear you. Is your mic on? Okay, we'll come back to you, Austin.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with Dave. I think it's awesome that they faked it and that everyone saw through it. I think it's dope. So I guess I'm shocked that many people already kind of knew it was fake and they're just getting cooked everywhere. I can't even open up X without seeing them getting cooked. So
sure, with it, like, you know who, if you ask him, he's won every debate he's ever been in? Matthew Hakim. Right? If you ask Matthew Hakim, he's won every debate he's been in. He even says, from his debate with you, he says that he debunked plate tectonics on that debate with you. So, I mean, we are talking about the peak levels of delusion here. And yes, Steel City is the one that actually found out that DJ Curious is not even a DJ, bro. I was very disappointed, but not surprised.
No, I think it's awesome. I don't think we're going to see more of it. I think we should kind of like really keep sifting through it and ripping the clips and get, like I said, the 2 baskets of like, okay,
it's all fake and it's all extremely gay.
Appreciate it.
It's all gay.
It's all fake and gay. I could say that.
So yeah, anyway, just like you have the 2 baskets, right? Be careful of truth or traps and have like the definitive like.
Oh my. Q-Up talks a lot about the truth or traps, and that to me just seems like a no true Scotsman thing, but for argument, right? For example, Q-Up makes videos against the celestial theodolite because he understands just how bad of an argument it is, and how Shame and Alan and Dr. Heffern were kind of dishonest in designing it and everything like that, right? But then he doesn't realize how he's making the same mistakes. For example, when he talks about the Michelson-Morley thing, that he just parrot Witsig's nonsense about how it disproved the motion of the earth or some bullshit like that. It's wild that
like falsifications of the mission, like set aside and just keep circulating those. And then, I mean, that can only leads one place, right? Where people start to fall down the rabbit holes that we have. So that's my take.
Wonderful. Vlad.
Yeah. A couple of things. Good show tonight. Thank you. And so shout out to the panel, and also shout out to the audience too. One thing I think is the most important, man. If you feel you at the end of your wit's end, talk to somebody, please. You know what I'm saying? There are people out there, I don't know what the hell you're going through. I'm not going to act like I know. But I also, at the same time, I recognize that some people have issues, man. Like, talk to people. Talk to anybody. Say something, right? And for all of you guys that aren't going through something, talk to the person next to you, man, because you never know what kind of struggle people is going through, man. Just talk to people. That's all I got. Y'all know.
It was starting to become a good message, but then he was just talk to other people. I don't know. I thought he was going to say get some professional.
No. It's sort of the last message. The last message was, if you're not doing badly, check whether the person next to you is. That's how I interpreted his statement. So am I coming through okay? Sort of, this is a new setup.
Yes, but whenever I speak, I hear myself a little. It's not too bad,
Right. Okay. My apologies.
It's not that bad.
How I feel about it, man. I'm on the same page as y'all.
Right.
Really, that's all I had to say. I really wanted to say that and get that out there to the public, man. But thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
And yeah.
We will be back next week. Same flat time, same flat channel. We're going to be jumping over to
same flat time. Oh my God.
Strange Lounge in just a second.
No.
Really
I don't know. I would love to hear some NASA.
Say something, right? And for all of you guys that people wanted to say that and get that.
Same flat time, same flat channel. We're going to be jumping over to Strange Lounge in just a second. We're going to do the big good night to everybody. Say good night, Candid Truth.
Good night.
Say good night, Dave.
Good night.
Say good night, Jade. Take off your mute button. Take off your mute button. No, she's just going to wave. She's just going to wave at us. That's fine. She's not.
Oh my God. Flurf can figure. I can't fix her. Sorry. No, never mind.
I'm going to do it. Say good night, Austin.
Good night.
Say good night.
Do hit that like button. Thank you to all the panel members.
Say good night.
Yada.
I wanted to get on there a little early when they were going through all the stuff. But hey, man, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What's up, family?
What's up?
I get hot and I get cold. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Some of it's crazy where there is just no explanation for it. You know, I will say, like, there's really no reason to.
What's Sherba? This. It's a typical infusion-like drink that we drink where I'm from. And it's Sherba mate. It's the weed. And just mate is the drink. Like the whole thing as like a verb to drink. Well, like a noun.
So it could be a tea or a tisane.
Yes. It's pretty much very similar to tea.
I think if you sort of things that aren't technically teas are actually tisanes. It's an odd word.
To reach for things, right? Whenever they have these mess ups where there's really no way out.
Too much orange.
You know, so let's just kind of stick with that. I mean, so I don't know. I would love to hear some NASA fanboys. Actually, I wouldn't love to hear them. I don't care what they have to say. I think that being a NASA fanboy is gay. I think it's wild.
Oh.
If you're like a grown man obsessed with that, but you got to get that. Like, they try to hit children with it, you know, and they're on all the birthday cards and all the pajamas and all the toys, and they just like get indoctrinated. Because just think about the idea of actually being in space. It would be crazy, right? Like, what would be one of the coolest jobs ever? I guess being an astronaut in theory, in your mind, the way it's portrayed.
I mean, you are right. Orange is the new derp, but yes, that's
He is right, but again, he's sort of just a symptom of his epistemology. He doesn't care what people say. He doesn't care about the counter arguments. He's made up his mind, and he's right. That's it. There is no discussion. He's right about what he saw and what he concluded, and there can be no second guessing it. It's
right.
just it is literally a slide into delusion.
Pretty much, yeah. Because I mean, with it, you know, it's a globe. Come on.
That's why it's important to like not really let up, and you know, to get like well edited clips and etc. Right.
Well edited. Gotcha.
Exposing it. So yeah, I mean, I don't feel the need to go through all kinds of more fake stuff here, but you know,
okay,
whatever. So I'm gonna kick it with you guys for a little bit. It is midnight here, but I figure like I gotta kick it with you guys for my birthday. I can't just leave you guys hanging. Okay.
So do you and Whitney have similar birthdays? Is that what we're hearing?
Yes, his birthday is on April 14th.
Okay.
And mine is today. Yes. I think he's also 1 year younger than me. And of course, that's why, I mean, he's my spirit animal for that reason. He's a guy, a boy to show me where not to go. That is why.
There, but for the grace of the non-existent God.
Yes.
Okay, so everything did get a bit delayed because there's a lot of stuff going on my end.
So much.
But prayers and support greatly appreciated. Shout out Kingdom and Context. I think I saw West Blades in here as well. 100 Crypto Keys, what's up? JJ, Ham Creek, happy birthday! Thank you. Bunch of happy birthdays. Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Yes, I salute you. I humbly salute you for your birthday.
It's 5 a.m. Scotland. Let me take something.
It's almost like Earth is a globe. And it's different times in different places.
Okay. Yeah, but so that was pretty cool. I mean, it's been a minute. I haven't seen those guys in a while. If you don't know, I'm just gonna like milk Artemis forever. I mean, I've kind of done that like a bunch of streams in a row. But I just think that that's pretty substantial, right? I mean, you know, like if you really think about it, we're in a pretty crazy time where people like us saying like, nah, NASA fakes it, it's fake and gay. People are lying. They're not actually going to space. And like, oh, you sound crazy. Or they love to just jump to the flat earther label so they can try this.
I mean, yeah, because you suck at research and you think that the earth is flat. I mean, that's a perfect rebuttal for like, you're always wrong.
credit anything you say. And now in 2026, what do you know? Like everybody realizes that they're faking space. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. So this is kind of like the turning of the page in a way.
And we can't let that pass. Everybody realizes. Do they? Do they, Whitsett? Do I realize it? If I don't realize it, is it everybody?
Does astronomy
Is it on the news, Whitsett? Do the news people, do the people who work at NASA, do they realize it? Are the scientific journals just bursting to get out, publications about how fake Artemis was? Is that what's happening, Whitsett? Or is it just, you are in an echo chamber that, bubbled in response to this event with people fueling one another's paranoid delusions? Is that what happened?
Yes. Calder says, do you have a Whitsett voter right now? I plead the fifth. No one can benefit from me answering that question. And that is a very mean thing to ask.
Where all of those years, and then now might be a time to really pump out Audit NASA again. I gotta say though, I learned I was just like bending over backwards.
Oh, remember that grift? Remember Audit NASA? He crowdfunded and got money saying that he would audit NASA.
Doing a million things with that, trying to host meetings and attempting to delegate things. I didn't delegate it enough. There would have to be like a group of people down to like really invest time into doing that with me and helping me run it. I can't just spend like hundreds and hundreds.
Right. So remember when I said that I was going to audit NASA? Yes, now I need someone to do the auditing of NASA that I promised for free, obviously. Good job, Griffith. Oh my God. How does I can't even imagine doing something like that, something so blatant, and then getting back to my audience like nothing, right? That is just insane. And flat earthers don't really care. I don't know. Winter is in a weird spot now that there's flat earthers that feel compelled to cheer him on because he's still a flurf, but he still gets a lot of hate from some other flat earthers. So
as he should.
Yes.
Hundreds of dollars. I'm still paying for that. And I just went to decide it didn't work. I don't know, but that was just really intense. So there's a lot more. I guess I'll say there's like a lot more to that than I realized. And I think the idea is good. If you don't know, I started a thing called Audit NASA, where we basically were going to put aside whatever you think about the Earth, whatever, and then just everybody, whether you think NASA's telling the truth or you don't, are just going to kind of demand accountability, right? Transparency, and like better quality of what they claim that they're doing, and using Freedom of Information Act and stuff like that. And we started hitting a lot of walls pretty early. They've got it pretty barricaded, it being NASA. So.
Oh, but I thought you were legally adept with it. I remember you saying that distinctively.
Yeah,
I am going to try to.
When they were dealing with the whole contract for TFE, yes, he tweeted it and then deleted it. Yeah, legally adept.
I might not have it until I get to like my storage unit in Florida, to be honest. But I'm trying to see if I can find my little external drive, but I have all of those.
Oh my God. I just had a thought that if we did defaults on that storage, someone could buy it.
Well, I'm reminded of my grandparents who were stationed as part of a diplomatic mission to The Hague, and they got a telegram from Australia saying, there's been a fire at your storage unit, but it's all okay. It's in a different section from yours. Nothing to worry about. Then I got another telegram going, the fire spread, but it's, as they say, in a different section, and the fire department have it under control. And then they got a third telegram going, the entire place is burnt down and you lost everything in it.
Oh my, I'm sorry.
Well, well, I mean, it was 80 years ago now. So yeah, it was just not 80 years ago. I guess it would be 70 years ago. But I'd had my grandmother's wedding dress, for instance, in it, amongst other stuff. Yeah, they're not as safe as is sometimes presented. But whatever. I hope that doesn't happen to. Hope that doesn't happen to Austin. Sounds like he doesn't need that sort of ill fortune. Yeah.
No. But I mean, we could buy everything off him.
You could, if you knew which unit it was.
Yes.
And he defaulted on it. But that's a lot of ifs.
The power of never underestimate the power of the internet.
With the astronauts, where they just slip up and don't answer the questions right. So there's that. And I've gone like all on my take here, and the reason I've kind of covered it a few days in a row is like space being fake is such a huge deal, bro. Like that is so massive. It's like when
bro, space being fake is such a huge deal. Yes, bro.
Found that
but
out.
It isn't. The Himawari satellite works. It gives us accurate weather data that we don't get from other observation systems. GPS works, and it's based on satellites. So and the ISS is a demonstrable real thing. It cannot be faked. So the claim, even if in your twisted, demented state of what I'll loosely call a mind, even if you think that Artemis was faked, that does not demonstrate that space was faked. In fact, it can't be. There are too many systems that rely on it.
Right? Yeah. And with it, despite like you've been to the South and you've used people said that you took a couple of Ubers in Punta Arenas. How the hell do you think that works? Right? Why is it that with the same phone, same app, knows you are in Punta Arenas and gets you from point A to point B, just like in the north, because they know exactly where you're going. Simple as that.
I started, like, it just changed everything for me, right? I knew the moon mission was fake, but I'm like, well, now they're maybe not faking stuff. This is me, like, in my teens, right? I just never really thought about them faking stuff because they just stopped claiming they're going to the moon. They didn't even like try to pretend they were going to go to the moon. So I'm like, oh, well, they just lied about the moon, and now they're just like floating around in the ISS or whatever. Because I never looked into it, never thought about it, which is what most people do. And so when I found out that they were faking all of it, it just blows your mind, because now you're like, okay, everything I think I know about the Earth, about space, about everything that comes from NASA, I have to throw it away. I can't trust any of that. Well, like, we know it's fake. If they're not actually not that far away from Earth,
but
then
this is the
they're showing
thing.
us as
The shape of the Earth doesn't come from NASA. The existence of space doesn't come from NASA, right? These are things that do not rely on NASA or even NASA affiliates. The first people to get into space, the first person in space was not an American, was not an employee of NASA.
That's Gagarin, right?
Yes, that's Yuri Gagarin. The first life form in space was not American. The first man-made object in space was not American. The first pictures of Earth from space were not taken by Americans.
Yeah, I mean, when it came to a space race, the US was quite behind. So they put a rush on getting people actually to the moon. And they won.
Yep.
I mean, with it, this is known territories.
And, all the claims.
And the Soviets in that time, they would have been the first ones to cry foul if that was fake with it. You can't get past that. The guys were looking and were the ones that had the most vested interest and benefit from it being fake, and they say nothing. Like, absolutely nothing.
they're making
a lot of this stuff is easy to verify.
Sorry, go ahead.
So the Russians sent a Luna 2 probe to the moon, and to demonstrate that it had got there, it released sodium that was seen by a Western astronomer looking at the moon. That's how we know that the Luna 2 module made it to the moon. It was observed by a politically hostile power. It was not a Soviet astronomer who confirmed the Luna 2 event. So, he's got this weird ass fucking conspiratorial mindset that the Soviets and the Americans were all on the same side or unknowingly working for the same fucking Illuminati conspiracy.
Yes.
In which case, why? And you can argue, well, they wanted a balance of power thing, etc., etc. Okay, then why did the Soviet Union collapse? That destroys their balance of power narrative. Sorry, I just hit my microphone.
No problem. Yes, it starts leaking all over the place when you start tearing out the layers of the stuff that would have to be necessary for that conspiracy to be true. And it's not that it's just trivial. Like, it makes no sense all over the place.
If you throw all that out there, you're not really left with much. You're really not. And so it's a crazy rabbit hole. That was the thing for me.
No, you're left with the entirety of science. You're left with the entirety of science, Whitsit.
Yeah. You're left with, you can do some shit yourself to verify that this is true. But, I mean, it would have to mean you get out of your mommy's house with it.
My mind when I realized that NASA was faking stuff, and that started me down the rabbit hole that ended me up at FE. And
your mom 1984 says, in Russia, rocket drive you. I can't do the Russian accent, but I get what you mean.
And I think that's what we should focus on, is just be like, yo, okay, whatever, dude. Like, yeah, okay, we get it. You think this about flat Earth. You think we're tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving, flying through space, or whatever.
Oh, don't you love when he goes into his little gangster rap?
Yeah, his little scripted nonsensical gibberish that he has bothered to memorize. Like, yes, Earth wobbles. It's an observable fact.
Yes, I mean, but it's quantifiable, and we have it pretty identified. But with it, you guys can't figure out night and day, so we can maybe worry about the wobbles at some other point, right?
Whatever, and it just feels perfectly still. That's all cool. Let's just start with the whole they're faking space thing. To me, that's the first thing that you should start with somebody. Because if you talk to someone that hasn't really looked into this and you tell them that they're faking space travel and that none of that's real, and we've never been to the moon, but much less have we never been to the moon, we've never been on any of these missions, that they're claiming that they've been on, they're going to be like, that's crazy. You sound crazy. And then you just show them. So that's kind of my take, in case you were wondering why I have kind of covered it multiple days in a row. And then I found out that they're doing a panel tonight. So I'm like, okay, I guess we'll do it again. And so I wanted to kind of remain consistent and get a few streams back to back days. A lot of stuff I was having to deal with today on the back end, a lot of stuff, but someone said something about orange. You asked if live events were significant in the occult, not sure, but stagecraft has always been their shtick. In ancient Greece, priests of Zeus built wooden contraptions to deceive worshippers. Check it out. Key in context. Yeah, I think that, that makes sense. That like,
yes.
If like you're actively deceiving someone, right? And like obviously in person, you can see their reactions and you can feed into it and manipulate them accordingly. That was like the most effective form of like brainwashing, because you actually like guide these people's minds to make the decision for themselves, right? And so then they begin to lie to themselves.
Oh, wait. What are you talking about? Mind control?
Yes. I like where this is going. So the Greeks tricked, the Greeks designed their temples to trick people. Yeah, Hero of Alexandria wrote down tricks. There was a temple where if you put a piece of burning paper into a tray, it would open the temple doors. Just thermal expansion. would cause the doors to open with a series of levers. He made a mechanical bird song that the priest could turn on and off. The bird would sing in order to answer a petitioner's questions, or it would stay silent in order to say no. And there would be a priest next door who would turn sort of the song on and off to provide the answer. Yes, these things happen. What's that got to do with the American government? What's that got to do with any government? Like, are you claiming that the people who did that are still running the world? Is there some continuity in government here? Are they using the same techniques? How? Exactly what magic shows are they doing in temples nowadays? None, as far as I can tell. And the shape of the Earth is testable and has been tested using multiple different data sets, and they all come out that the Earth is not flat, that the Earth rotates, and that the Earth moves through space. We can tell this from aberration data, from Doppler shift data of stars. We can tell this from parallax of nearby stars, and the fact that other stars don't undergo any parallax at all, which tells us that stars are different distances away from us. They're not in some celestial dome or celestial sphere that is rotating around us. They are moving independently. So
Mikey says there's no depth to the stars.
Yeah.
That is wild. It's very interesting that people figured out all of this and have been figuring it out for thousands of years now. Like the ancients figured out how to track the sky, and here with it is just completely ignoring the last 2,500 years of history, just because he feels special.
And I think I can't think of a much other reason why, right? Like the idea that they just want the newscast to think is live. It kind of operates under the assumption that the newscasts are like legitimate independent organizations, which, I mean, declassified Operation Mockingbird, right? I mean, they're not.
Wait it. You mean like the thousands of people that just tracked it on their own, and either because we have the ones that published it on YouTube, right? And then we have all the other ones that just went like, oh, is it there? Oh, yeah, it's there. I can hear them, right? On my radio or whatever. Or I can see them on my telescope, or I don't know, whatever way you have to, which are there's more than one, right? To track it all the way to the moon. And then they were like, oh, yep, and they didn't tell anyone. So I don't know. It's weird that you're just the kid. You used to at least try to word salad your way through this bullshit, right? Now you're just just fake, bro, and that's it. That's sad with it. That is very sad.
They're not. They're literally the CIA. Like specifically, the CIA is infiltrated. CIA has liaisons all throughout the media. So I don't know about that, but. What's it? Who deceived you the most? No comment. 100% exactly. I got an FE. Yeah, man. All right. So I will, because I did title the stream.
Someone wrote schizo rumbling.
Like that. I'm going to show you guys a couple things, but I don't want to milk the Artemis thing too much. It's just, it is crazy though. Like they actually tried to fake it again. And they didn't prepare well enough.
Oh my! Isn't he the best?
It's crazy. And the fact that they're claiming that they're about to go again. Let me look that up.
Oh.
Artemis. They're claiming that they're going to land on the moon.
No, I haven't
and
played
it's
that
building
yet.
On the moon. No way. That's the craziest thing
I'll leave it for later.
Ever. So this is why it kind of would be important to really drive home that they faked it.
Okay. Copium incoming. Wait, you're going to show that you're crap at doing research, aren't you? That is my prediction.
So whatever, let me show you this.
He's going to show something on Twitter.
So you got this.
Right.
42-day mission will orbit moon, only mannequins on board. And that was just a disaster. We got 2024 will send astronauts around the moon. That didn't happen, did it? Or it did happen. That's right, that did happen.
No, Artemis 2, that's the one. Yeah, that happened now. Numbo.
And then you got expected to land on the moon. So what's going on here? Expected to land on the moon. We'll see.
That's an old article, right? I mean, how hard is it to identify that the Artemis 2 mission is the one that got postponed until now? What's it? I thought you had 160 IQ. What's happening?
Send 2 astronauts. This is being shown on something just now published. What are you talking about? It's going to be an ad.
The Artemis 2 crew returning home to Houston, taking a victory lap full of cheers. The 4 astronauts making their first public appearance at the Johnson Space Center, capping off an historic 10-day mission to the dark side of the moon, going bravely where no life form has ever been before. Well, that we know of. Now, in the grand scheme of things, it's easy to forget that these seemingly larger-than-life individuals are humans, just like you and me. But just hours ago, these astronauts were in space and traveling at nearly 24,000 miles per hour aboard the Orion spacecraft, heading toward planet Earth. Commander Reed Wiseman reflecting on the journey, reminding everybody how special it is just to be alive.
This was not easy. Being 200,000 plus miles away from home, like before you launch, it feels like it's the greatest dream on Earth. And when you're out there, you just want to get back to your families and your friends. It's a special thing to be a human, and it's a special thing to be on planet Earth.
Yeah, choking back tears there. The astronauts emphasizing the unity and teamwork.
With its face like,
that went into this truly historic.
I mean, do you guys think that that the astronauts get deceived,
mission, and how they're all
the astronauts get deceived?
How the hell would that work?
How would you fake like gravity or microgravity for long enough to actually deceive a person, a discerning person? With it, no. Like, what are you talking about?
All absolutely.
Think about how easily they could. Does anyone in the chat know? Someone was referencing.
What do you mean? How easily? How do you make them float away in a way that they don't realize? How do you fool someone into thinking that they're floating with it? For fuck's sake.
Like some recent show or movie or something that was basically talking about the astronauts being like deceived. Or maybe it was a few years ago where they just like made people think they're going to space, but they really weren't.
They bonded for life. It's an essential element that
but they
no matter what.
But so I've seen that show. There is a show where they absolutely got a bunch of people and rounded them up off the street essentially, and convinced them that they were going to send them to space from a launch site in Russia. But one of the things that they had to do in that show was get people in to explain artificial gravity, right? Because so to explain why they had gravity when they were supposed to be in space, right? Because they could not fake the zero-G. They could not fake zero-G. So this comparison is completely idiotic.
Right. Because
so Whitsitt either hasn't and it's clear that Whitsitt hasn't watched the fucking show, and he's here using it as evidence of exactly how and it's worth noting that the selection procedures were they chose people who didn't know science and didn't know mathematics, so that they couldn't work out that they were being bullshitted to during the training and the preparation, right?
Right, because that was my thinking. If you would come to me and tell me, oh yeah, we have this machine that does artificial gravity, I would be like, no, you don't. Right?
Exactly.
There's
anybody with even high school levels of education knows that that's not true.
Right.
And it's also worth pointing out that their alleged craft didn't have portholes that they could point cameras through, or at least I don't recall it having them. But you know, it's absolute. What Whitsitt here is just so far divorced from what is actually possible.
Absolutely.
Is people are, you know, a group that is in it all the time, no matter what. A crew is inescapably, beautifully, dutifully linked. There's one new thing I know, and that is planet Earth. You are a crew.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just cut it out. Cut out where she just freaks out and like has a freaking malfunction.
This week, Barack Obama said that aliens are real. Have you seen any evidence of non-human visitors to Earth?
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. You know?
So aliens are real?
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. Well, he made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talked about it.
This man is such a fucking idiot. Like,
oh my. Yeah, whatever Trump says, like, he's usually either lying or wrong.
In this case, both. Like, it can't be the case that he is revealing classified material if there is no evidence that aliens exist, right? So and then he says, "Well, I don't know that aliens exist." Well, then Obama's not revealing classified material, then, is he?
Right.
So that was just a lie. And what Obama actually said was he was asked, "Do aliens exist?" And he said yes, which is a perfectly reasonable answer. The odds are that some form of alien life almost certainly exists.
In the vastness of the universe, yes.
In the vastness of the universe. He did not say that they had visited Earth. He did not say that UFOs were real. He just said that, in his opinion, aliens exist.
Yes. It's a very kind of narrow, like a colloquial question, which, most people would disagree just based on purely the math of it. The universe is a gigantic freaking place.
Do you believe it, Peter?
Well, if the president can declassify anything that he wants to, so
well, maybe I'll get him out of trouble. I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
We know illegal aliens.
Yeah, illegal. Only illegals. What else?
All right, President Trump.
Only illegals. Oh, wait till you're mute. Wait till I thought you were a pro.
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51. There's no underground facility unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the president of the United States.
What was the first question you wanted answered when you became president?
Where are the aliens?
Where are the aliens?
He hadn't actually seen evidence of aliens, so I mean,
are aliens real?
They're real.
Weird.
Oh, wait, that is just... It reeks of desperation, wait, come on.
Pretty weird. So maybe that's it. I don't really know, but obviously, like we'll be live. We'll be covering all that as they try to pull that off. But I mean, I think a lot of people know that kind of their big move would be, I have a stream that said like aliens coming in 2027. Are you ready? That would be crazy if that timeline's correct, but apparently.
With it, for those of you guys who haven't seen this, he claims on that stream that they are going to fake an alien invasion with holograms. Yes, what you heard. That is what Witted has said about that thing, in case you're wondering.
They're now claiming that they're going to land. They're going to do missions to the moon every year. Next year, they're going to land on the moon. And the next year, they're going to start building out on the moon. They're going to claim that they're going to Mars. That is crazy.
They're not going to land on the moon next year.
No, 2028.
So Artemis 3 is going to orbit the moon and is going to do maneuvers in orbit while they're in orbit around the moon. But as I understand it, they don't even have a landing craft developed yet. And Artemis 4 is scheduled for 2028, as you say. But until they have a landing craft, I'm not sure how they can push ahead with a lot of this stuff.
Yeah. Mwah. I found a cat. Hello. Say hello to the people. Don't attack me.
Leave me alone.
Panel, but this would be
Yes, he doesn't like that at all.
the answer, right? Like, why would they do things live and show these mess ups? Because it kind of lowers the expectation. So if they really have like very curated AI or fake production or whatever for the moon landing, when they do that.
Wait. So you're saying that if it was too perfect fake and they make mistakes on purpose to let everyone know that it's fake, that sounds like a heads I win, tails you lose kind of a situation argument with it.
If it's like really high quality, really convincing, because like AI is crazy, and we're talking about the publicly available AI, right? Then it may be way more believable when you compare it, against what we just saw, which was just trash, right?
I called it.
So, I mean, if you're not familiar, right? I mean, maybe we'll go through a couple of these videos again, but I've done it quite a few times. We could actually do this. We could just go here to what we were really just at.
He's never ready. Come on with it.
Pop open. They said it was.
We're not going to do lengthy.
Missed it.
And of course, he pops up, not the original source for the video, but Mark Sargent's stream. Okay.
We're not going to do lengthy introductions either because
Algae on this toilet is you pop open. They said it was 5,000 degrees it heated up to.
The question.
I guess they're claiming that by the time it hit the water, it cooled off, right?
Yeah. Not that hard. I mean, it fell from the sky with it.
Or because right in red dot there.
Look at that.
Look, this is the red dot thing. You probably don't see it that well but the bag has like a red dot here. And
please, NASA fanboys, tell me that is straight up green screen marker right there, and we know this because when it flips over enough times, it disappears magically, right? Oh,
bro, it's gone. There is no way around it. That red dot is an artifact. There is no way around it. Someone in my comments talking about like really looking at video compression. Okay, what about that?
When it flips over
red
enough
dot,
times, it disappears magically.
Bruh, it's a well-known thing.
Bruh. I mean, I am convinced now that you said bro. Did you think that Frev would use a video from an official source and not some edited cherry pick slop, silly Max? I know.
Well, first of all, yeah, I would like to know the provenance of this video. But
it's the full interview that they did from the live, but none of them really reference the live one. It's all chopped up and stuff.
Okay. But it can totally be
it can be a reflection, a bunch of stuff could be.
It's a well-known thing, right? Like, where are we at here? 26. Green screen,
right?
Red.
Oh, look at that.
What the fuck? That I don't know. You don't need trackers for the green screen. It's just a green thing, like a green background, and that's it.
Whatever. I saw it the other day. I don't know exactly where it would be.
The glitches, the NASA fails, the CGI.
And that was a twofer because not only was there a red dot, hang on, I'll blow this up. Not only was there a red dot.
Oh my God, his microphone has a bunch of static that is awful.
What? We'll put him up.
To me, that's one of the most damning ones. I mean, there's really no way around it, right?
Right. And that a
Well-
red dot invalidates the whole thing, right?
Well, let me ask a question. So, what are red dots used for in green screening?
I don't know.
They're used for tracking camera movement. Was the camera moving?
No.
So why the fuck would you have red dots?
Yeah.
I'd love to hear like a NASA fanboy answer there. There's a little red dot on a floating bag.
Yeah, I would answer to you. People tracked it all the way and back to the moon. It's over. Whatever point you think you have with the little red dot is irrelevant because it was tracked and independently verified with other people. CMS, hello.
And then it just suddenly disappears, bro. I mean,
bro,
that's fake, all right? I mean,
that's fake, yeah.
What?
And gay. Everyone, remember that.
Yeah, the shrimp on the from to
I love these astronauts.
Everybody, there we go. Once that's
Oh my God! Did you hear about that Nutella jar thing, Tony? How they're freaking out about a Nutella jar that went flying by and
Yep.
How desperate are they?
They're pretty desperate.
Oh my, that is just wild.
I've got.
Oh
God. Yeah.
Oh, I wonder why not.
So we got to go back.
okay.
Having people on the time. They should.
Obviously, you guys can go check this out.
This capsule goes in, but first.
I will go over to the delay portion though. Illuminati,
Prov, solar panels.
Over to you, Mr. President. We didn't have a handover.
Okay, what's up with this?
Administrator Alex, you going to just get a quick comm check, make sure you guys are still on the line and we didn't have a handover.
I am. Yes, I am.
Right away. Listen again. He does it a whole bunch of times.
Integrity, and back over to you, Mr. President.
Yeah, I think we might have gotten cut off. It is a long distance. It's a long ways. The reception's been great. There's a little bit of about a 9-second delay, but no, I just had a
Wait, watch.
statement. I don't know what you heard, but I was just saying they're very proud of your brilliant person from Canada.
So these guys will wait, but then watch when they finish
And
talking.
he's very proud of him. And the Prime Minister I spoke to, they're very, very honored that you have a courageous person from Canada. You have a lot of courageous people from Canada. So it was very nice. I'm not sure if you heard me say that, but it was very nice.
Yes, Mr. President, we heard that, and we do love our Jeremy Hansen. We love all our Canadian.
So again, it's just
Trump
like I said.
Delay, and they hear it, and then they respond.
Yeah. So Mark Sargent was just pulling shit out of his ass.
Oh, yeah.
There was, it was not an instantaneous response. And they'd been talking about the Canadian astronaut for ages, and about how proud everybody was. So, a moderately intelligent individual would know to, if they were inclined, to give a high five to the Canadian astronaut well before Trump stopped speaking.
Right.
Astronauts, Jenny Gibbons, Josh Kutrick, they're just great people, and they're such a welcome addition to our Corps.
Great. Well, I really look forward
No delay.
Okay, so he's wrong here, right? Where Trump doesn't have a delay, it would be just recorded like on the Earth, right? So if Trump immediately responds, then it's because it's getting sent out. They're the ones that would get the delay, right? So that's the official explanation. But there
Yeah,
are
but you
moments
didn't
where
make that point during the fucking panel, did you? You gutless sack of shit. You say you're a truth teller, you say you're a truth seeker, and then when you can actually shut down these people's gibbering nonsense, you're quiet as a fucking baby. You gigantic fucking hypocrite.
Oh yeah, that's a Witted special.
the astronauts don't actually wait. And there's really no way around that. This is the part I was trying to find. This is crazy, dude. If they actually claim to do this, is crazy. We're going to have content for freaking ever, bro. If they actually try this, next year they're going to claim to land on the moon. I mean, maybe they know something that we don't know, and that wouldn't be a good thing if that's the case, right? Where they're like, oh, we can say we're going to do whatever. But I will say this. They've been claiming that they're going to go to the moon and land on the moon and go back to the moon for freaking years, dude. They just push it back. They got like a bag of excuses. They say this.
And they just demonstrated that they can go. And now, you know, they iterate just like they do every single freaking time. Right?
Same ones, they cycle them, and then everyone just is okay with it, apparently. So, all right, let's see what this is. I haven't seen this.
You know it's going to be good. Concerned citizen, ladies and gentlemen, children and elders, with all of you, the hatch that withstands 2,800 degrees Celsius.
Oh, I saw it. What is that? You're going to space, but the door's moving around, bro. Okay, dude. What is that, bro?
That's an O-ring.
Yeah. And those things have like hydraulic systems to compress the door into like a place, right? They lock up. So I don't know what's it.
What's the problem? It gets sealed at the beginning of the mission. The next time it gets opened is at the end of the mission. Having a free-floating, they're not reusable systems. Having a free-floating O-ring around the edge of the door is perfectly reasonable.
So this has already the helium balloons deployed. With it, why is the whole thing all charred there? Why is it all like burnt? And even the paint is peeling off and so on. What's that? That fire damage.
I mean, you guys got to admit, like, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, kind of being like vindicated in a way where now.
Vindicated. No. Oh my God! Wait, no.
All eyes are on it, and we're like, okay, this is ridiculous. Pretty much everyone knows that they faked this, and it's interesting though to see like the effect of decades of propaganda, and then a generation that's grown up just being inundated with constant propaganda, where it's just like, yeah, okay, whatever, NASA's faking going to the moon next. The president's talking about wiping off countries, you know, off the map, and like making 80 million.
Wait, no, but those are separate things. Wait, hold on. Because going to the moon has nothing to do with war. Going to the moon is... Look, I sometimes wonder if they ignore that the same way there's the Antarctic Treaty, that there's also treaties about space, right? And the stuff that is meant to be there. Some, of course, bend with, spy satellites and so on. But in general, it would be pretty much of a scandal if some shenanigans were happening in space.
People go dark or whatever. So, but I do like. I think this is such a banger, and I had to cut it off earlier. We're gonna play the banger again.
No.
Fast. Anyway,
don't play that music. Your music selection sucks with it. Hold on. Boom. Of course. I should have bet that it's an anti-Semitic song. Fuck me. I missed that. Missed opportunity.
Anybody that does graphic design or like can make videos and stuff like that can help make with the content for the channel, DM me on Telegram at Witsit. I will just go ahead and say though, I'm gonna be kind of picky with it, right? I'm not gonna pretend like stuff I don't like. Is what I'm saying.
Witsit looking for a flat Earth editor.
Because we're getting a lot of the stuff together, and I figured it's better just to get it all fixed before we even switch over to the new method of streaming. And I still need to get like an intro video that's basically going to loop for 15-20 minutes while people load into the stream. So if you think you can help with that, let a brother know.
How much? What's it? How much are you going to pay?
Oh, you know what we're gonna do real fast?
I've been wondering. Yes, what the
I mean, you
fuck
guys
are
can tell me what
going
you
to
think
do
in the
with
chat. If we should try to launch up Audit NASA again, but I'm just gonna say right now, but people are gonna have to like actually help with it because it's
Didn't we? Actually help with it. Okay. We talked about this already, but okay, sure.
there's just so much to it, you know. And I'll since it's currently not a thing, I'll say some of the stuff that we were doing, right? We created like a website that was all about space, right? And we called it Cosmology Times. And I bought the browser, we set everything up, and we had like journalist covers. And so we were just trying to set up different interviews and stuff with people, and then they want your credentials.
Okay. I got my Discord open, yes.
And stuff like that. So we were going to try to pull information out that way. We started compiling like a legal section where we were creating like FOIAs and different type of approaches where we would get the information out. You know, FOIA is kind of tricky because they just will charge you money, make an indefinite timeline, and then they just give you whatever they decide to. So FOIA is kind of.
I mean, one would think that legally adept Austin Whitsitt would know how to use Freedom of Information Act request properly, right?
You would imagine so, but apparently it's way beyond him. Just I don't know. He is so oblivious to his own delusion. It's pathetic at times. Just, you know, I can see why you sometimes find him endearing. He's just so.
Oh my God, I love it. I love
fantasy. Unfortunately, I have to get going. So
all right. Thank you for dropping by, though. Oh my cat is eating my cake.
Okay. Well,
sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you for having me on. I just wanted to come on and wish you a very happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
To say thank you for all you do for the community. We're blessed to have you as part of it.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much. Have a great Monday, Tony.
I'll try. Okay. All right.
Take care.
Take care, everyone. Bye.
All right. So, because the cat is attacking my cake, I'm going to eat my cake. So we'll hear more from Whitsitt a little bit, and you get down from there.
Of a ripoff, obviously, that should make you. It should be obvious. The government saying, "Hey, man, we'll tell you what you want to know. Just ask us." I mean, no, they won't. And so it's just like a method to basically drain you. Long story short, like the expenses and overhead of that started to just pile up, man. And then it's like it was going to be a full-time job for me that was costing me so many hundreds of dollars a month. It just literally made no sense. But I do think the idea is really good. Audit NASA, don't talk about anything.
Hundreds of dollars a month, bro. You know it.
Anything other than just NASA. Just NASA. If you love NASA, you hate NASA. You think that the Earth is a spinning ball in space. You think it's a stationary topographical plane that's contained. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. That's a side thing. You think that the Earth is a ball that's free falling in a vacuum, but that they're faking space, or you think that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane, and of course they're faking space. You think that they fake some space. You think some of it's real. Whatever. It's like we should all be able to agree. What we're getting shown from these supposed space missions is trash. It's terrible. We can all agree on that, right? So then let's just kind of come together and then make them up their game, give us better stuff. Because for the people that think that we're just like, this is just pareidolia and we're making up stuff because we don't understand compression, you know, and typical camera artifacts, and like, okay, then you should be fully in support of us like demanding or asking for certain things, such as the camera going to the window or the astronaut having a GoPro outside of the capsule and then doing a 360. You should be on board with that, right? You should be on board with that. You should want better stuff, and you should want us to get shut down when we're saying that they can't do it. So that was kind of the general premise. And what do you know? A lot of like losers started blowing it up, trying to shut it down, and got a bunch of DDoS attacks and all kinds of stuff. So I know, shocker, absolute shocker. I know. All right, let me find this video real fast.
Welcome, Robin. Hello.
Hello. Is it your birthday?
Yes.
All right.
It is, yes. I turned 38.
38.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to decide if he's old enough for my kitty pictures.
I am, yes.
Yeah, I think so, probably. What are we watching? Witsit?
Witsit, yes. He's back. He's back, and he's derpier than ever.
Yes. Well, I mean, like, yeah,
quite fascinating.
I mean, like, where's he been? He's not been in, like, yeah. There's only so much you can do with something, no matter how much time you got.
He now lives with his mom.
Oh, that's all.
Yes. Yeah. And he recently got back into streaming right in time for Artemis. So, you know, it's been derpy as hell.
Uh-huh.
Where'd it go?
Oh, check this.
Lives with his mom.
Yes. Question the answers says, I never stopped auditing NASA. I'm dozens of FOIA requests deep. I've had NASA want to talk to me on a phone call a few times. I've declined this far for various reasons. Okay.
They're probably like, stop spamming our comment section.
Yeah, like, sure, champ. You got it.
Dude, like, everybody's just saying it's fake. That's so wild, bro. So wild.
I mean, it's pretty real. The evidence for it is pretty real too. So.
So he don't think that we went to the moon the other day, I'm guessing, or whatever?
No. No, he's claiming it's all fake.
Well, I mean, like, if you live in your mom's basement, you never know you really ever know anything's happening.
Yeah.
It's like, that's like solipsism, living in my mom's basement. You know what I mean?
He used to live in Florida, though, so he should be able to check that. I mean, at one point, if he lived in Florida for a long time, he could have attended a rocket launch.
Yes.
But yeah, no, it's
yeah, he like that's the solipsism today. Live in my mom's basement. You are just a mind in your mom's basement. Nobody else exists.
Yeah, it could be solipsism or just plain dumbassery.
We'll check this out.
This clip that I caught yesterday while watching the Artemis 2 live stream from NASA landing in the ocean off the coast of San Diego is unexplainable. It is ridiculous, and it makes people like myself who are skeptical think this is all fake. And even if you believe this is all real and think I'm crazy and you think, oh yeah, the moon landings were real, you're just a conspiracy theorist, explain this to me. Explain what you're about to see to me. Because you can't. This is a live feed from NASA. This is not a highlight clip. This is live. And what I have here, what I captured, is unexplainable. And if you are a true believer, you'll have so much cognitive dissonance kicking in now. You have so much copium kicking in to try to explain this away, but you cannot. There is no plausible explanation for what you're about to see other than.
I mean, I know with it, he already boasted, but what is he showing? Because I don't see much.
This was not
yeah,
live.
what's so ridiculous about it? Like, what's so ridiculous about
it?
And it is all smoke and mirrors. Also, to add more validity to this, so people can't say this is fake, this is me right now about to render this. This is the clip right in front of you. This is all the editing right below you. I'm going to show you right now, live from NASA's own website. Okay, this is NASA's own website to show you the actual clip as well, to show that this is not doctored, that this is not some kind of clip from a news station. This is the official live stream from NASA, and I will pinpoint exactly when it is all happening, so you can see the exact same clip I'm about to show you here live as well on the NASA's official website. So you can see it all here. Okay, this is the exact moment in the time of this clip right here, this video you're about to watch. So I'm point that out as well. You go back at the 3:20.52 mark and see the exact clip played exactly the same from the replay last night of the live stream from NASA's official website. So there's no debating this. Okay, this is the timestamp right there of.
Can you show the damn thing? Because
this clip you're about to see in this video,
I'm low.
There's no explanation. It's over. Exposed. Now I'm not going to tell you what happens at first. I'm just going to play the clip and see if any of you catch it yourselves while watching this, and then I'll explain what you're missing, maybe, or maybe just confirm what you did see with your own eyes. Also, just to give some reference here, these right here, there's one things in the middle.
Get to it.
here in this little flotation device out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, 100 miles off the coast of San Diego, are the Artemis 2 astronauts. That's the 4 of them right there. Just to give reference, they just came out of the space at 40,000 miles per hour, bounced off the atmosphere, and then got stopped by some freaking giant parachutes going 40,000 miles per hour, 30,000 miles per hour, cloth parachutes, whatever, parachutes, whatever they're made of, slowed down the craft traveling at 40,000 miles per hour.
Also, think about it, bro. If you enter and you're just falling, like, brother, you are gonna continue going very fast, right? I mean, like, you know, if I
until when with it?
Look, so now he believes in gravity.
I don't know. I guess for the
He
moment,
said you're gonna fall really fast, fall down. It's weird.
I jump out of a plane, I just.
Harnott says Witty just fell asleep. Boom.
Where'd you
beat
get
up
that at?
as I fall, right? So
Where'd you get that at?
A sequence.
You're hilarious.
A sequence of pictures of Witted melting down in his chair.
That will never not
And,
be funny. You're right.
yes. Uh-huh.
So it's a pretty insane story, at the least, on its face. Just an insane. So yeah, when people are like, you know, the news is covering, they're like, this insane feat of human ingenuity, you know, it's like it would be. Like, let's just be real, it would be. It's insane what they're claiming to do, right? To be thousands of miles away, enter the atmosphere, and then just just rock.
I mean, Witted, yeah. They engineer the shit to survive the conditions because they can calculate what those conditions are going to be pretty accurately.
Yes, yeah.
Arnold says that will never not be funny. I agree.
Rocket towards Earth, and then pop out some parachutes in a capsule and land in the
Let me know. Someone said that I should be waiting for a video from you.
water. That would be crazy.
Sure. We don't have to get getting crazy about that. Just watch this clip. They landed, and a helicopter's flying in. They're going to hook them up to the harness, and they're going to get taken away like it was Armageddon with Bruce Willis and Ben Affleck, and they saved the world. No commentary. Just watch it yourself. Tell me what's so wrong about this clip and what makes no sense.
We have to stay because we've learned all the things we needed to learn. There's a lot of people pleased here tonight, and we really thank you for joining us. I'm Amish Athria, NASA's Associate Administrator.
Did you catch that? Let's watch it again. Tell me if you're catching what's so ridiculous about this clip. Once again, for astronauts, helicopter, there's the guy hooking up the first astronaut here, flying them off to the Navy ship for their medical exam and debriefing by the CIA to tell everybody that this is real, not fake. Here we go.
We have to stay because we've learned all the things we needed to learn. There's a lot of people pleased here tonight, and we really thank you for joining us.
What just happened is mathematically and physically impossible. This is live. We'll make sure you realize that this is live.
What do you mean mathematically and physically impossible?
And not a clip of highlights. All right.
I mean that's pretty standard for
what's
like military maneuvering, hooking up someone and lifting them on a helicopter.
These people are so weird.
It's done all the time.
This is a live feed. You hear the NASA guy talking in the background. This is live from NASA last night when they landed. This is the helicopter dude hooking up the astronaut to take him away.
There's a lot of people pleased here tonight, and we really.
And within a 1/100th of a second, we went from on the boat getting hooked up to 20 feet in the air. Physically impossible, not humanly possible.
They dude, this is the news reporting the footage, or like a live stream. Like, what the fuck is the problem?
And then Winston's looking at it, going, "Yes, it's impossible."
Yes.
It's impossible.
Someone said,
"You want to break and snap? Just like he's traveling the speed of light. You just killed her, killed him, killed whatever person it is. I don't know. It's not an astronaut,
That is
probably.
What do you mean? He just traveled the speed of light. Holy shit. Peter Collins says, "Hi everyone, Max looking younger than ever." Well, thank you. There, but 500 miles per hour, it's hard to follow, but I do get this was rubbish from them. Yes. Uh-oh, they forgot to tell me too, or I'm just tired and forgetful. Okay, never mind.
Pretty crazy, dude. What in the world?
Seriously though, watch.
Pleased here tonight,
and we're in the sky.
Bruh, what is going on?
Bruh.
It's just it's just all been filmed and edited before all this. They just did this out in the middle of the ocean. Bruh, obviously, they hook the guy up to lift him, and then they clip over, and immediately he's way in the air.
It's not an astronaut. It's possible unless you're on the boat to take him away.
Okay, watch.
There's a lot of people pleased here tonight, and we really.
And within a 1.
Hey, no,
this stuff is.
No, he got us. He got us, guys.
It would be so easy to grift him.
He discovered the whole thing.
No, the other guy did.
He's gone around for years.
The other guy did.
This is a part of normal military. I know, like they do that all the time, and the Coast Guard and people who do rescue if you're like stranded on a boat or you get injured on a boat, and so, like this is standard procedure. That's why I love Winston so much, because he thinks he's so smart, but he's also so naive.
Years like trolling the people that are calling out that it's fake, right? I mean, this is wild. Okay, well, that's fake. You know, I hate to break it to you, but let me do this. Copy link.
And of course, he's watching Twitter. More Twitter.
I just don't understand. I don't understand what these people like. Why does Winston think he's important enough that the whole United States government and NASA and the military and all these people are going to go to this effort to try to fool him into thinking we went somewhere?
Or trying to prove it to him. That is kind of the more aggravating idea.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but like, I mean, so why would anybody care if you got pulled or not? Like, I used to have a buddy who was like, he always thought there was 2 helicopters following him around everywhere. Like, he'd be coming in my house and he would be like acting all weird. And I'd be like, what's wrong with you? And he'd say, there's 2 of them. They've been following me all day. You know what I mean? Like 2 helicopters. I'm like, 2 helicopters, full-time helicopters following around all the time. I mean, if you think about how much it costs for a pilot and the gas and all that shit and the cost of choppers, what the hell are they following you for? What do? You know what I mean? And he would be like mushroom hunting or dumpster diving and shit. And he thought that there was like literally 2 helicopters devoted 24/7 to follow him around. And I couldn't. It's like, this makes no sense. Are you a Russian spy? What are you doing? I mean, like, I don't get what you think they're going to catch you. Like, I don't know. And then why are you
helicopters make poor tailing devices.
Yes.
Now you have drones that can be literally
this is a long time
and you will never know they're there.
Yeah, this was a long time before drones came out. This is back years ago. But I was like, I would always say, well, why'd you come here then? Like, if there's 2 helicopters following you, why are you at my house? Did you bring them here? I don't hear
them. Yeah, like, I mean, get your freaking government agent spies off of my house.
I guess they went into like quiet mode over my house.
Yes.
I definitely did get it.
Yes. Do it. Say it. Yes. Let's go.
See the hydraulic arm we were talking about with PhD Tony?
That's a lot cooler. That's a lot cooler than the ones that they used, the Apollo and them used to land in. Remember how them little things were?
Yes. Arnold said, it can rotate.
Pin. Get your sail cover. Sail cover. Here. Got it? We got you. I got you, laddie. So lean over. Take your time. Sail cover's on. All right, get it.
They had to put the cover on.
Yeah. Well, I love when he's just like completely baffled by totally normal things like that. Like the fact that they put on a cover so that you can just step on it and go into the capsule. And he's like, nah, they couldn't have possibly engineered anything like that, which is a 3D printed part to specification to fit right there. Just like the whole thing he just seen.
They were just touching it. The post is saying it would be really hot, which, I mean, I would imagine so.
You can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets.
More Twitter.
You can see moons.
Unfathomable blackness.
And that when you look at the stars,
moons are not real.
So many stars and planets.
And when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars.
All right, bro, can we just be adults for a second? Okay. All these people are claiming to go to the same place. They're all claiming to go to space. They would all be seeing the same thing. So I talked about this in the last stream. The stars would be the most incredible part of the entire mission, right? Like you would go to space. There would be no atmosphere. You would see nothing but stars everywhere. You would be swimming in a sea of stars. There'd be a cajillion stars. All you could ever see were stars everywhere, everywhere. Stars, stars.
Except if you are, like if that window is looking towards the sun, you need to look away from the sun and from the planets and from other bright things.
Which it would look directly into the eclipse.
Isis Spin says, which is a NASA meme lord.
Yeah, which it would look directly into the eclipse.
Yes, directly into the sun, because it's okay. They're lying. It will not make you blind.
It's a conspiracy.
All times, every day, all day, whether you're on the day side of Earth, whether you're not, stars everywhere. That's what you're going to see. Just a bunch of stars. So many stars.
Because it says so.
That you can't see almost anything else. You would never forget. It would be the number one thing that you would think about. Is like, would be the number one visual in your mind forever about your memories of the trip would be the stars. It's very simple. That's all there is to it. You would just see lots of stars. It shows such an immense oversight and incompetence that over the course of the years, these astronauts were not told that. And it makes you think that.
What makes you think that you have the first clue about what you would see in space with it?
Yep. He probably don't even have a window in his mom's basement.
Right? No. What's it? I mean, because I say so is never an argument. Sorry.
That they are brainwashing them. They're putting them in a capsule where they don't really know what's going on. They hit them in like some type of 0G, like vector machine, and they don't really know that what's going on. They hit them in like some type of 0G, like vector machine.
They're slipping something in their drink.
Oh no!
Knocking them out and sticking them in a capsule thing, like
let me record
Bill
that.
Cosby, like NASA Bill Cosby style.
Washing them. They're putting them in a capsule where they don't really know what's going on. They hit them in like some type of 0G, like vector machine, and they don't really know that they're not going to space.
Oh no!
And so then they're inside of some room where they think they're in space. Now that would be a crazy feat, but you could definitely do it, and you wouldn't even have to do too much if you deployed in.
We didn't do too much. I wonder how long hard it'd be to convince him that he went to space.
Oh, wait, you're such an embarrassment.
He's saying they did that to them. Maybe, like, wonder how hard it'd be to convince him that he went to space.
Gravity machine with it. Sorry, I'm doing the sound clip. Got it.
MK Ultra tactics, right? Which, I mean, we saw all the way from experimenting with LSD with certain types of trances that you could put you in certain type of sounds and environments and temperature changes and lighting and all this stuff. They experiment.
I'm sorry, excuse me? LSD trips, therefore space travel fake? What?
With it for a very long time. And if you guys don't know what's up with MK Ultra, the government deleted and erased the vast majority of documents about MK Ultra. That's openly admitted and acknowledged that the government just destroyed the documents. So what we have, the little bit we have where the CIA is like literally experimenting on college students and people in the public without their knowledge and all this stuff to experiment with MK Ultra, that is nothing compared to what they really did and really figured out. Like openly acknowledged official story is that they deleted most of the files.
Okay, so if they deleted all them files, why didn't they delete the Epstein files? Like, you mean?
I don't know.
Like they kept all these other files. They deleted the NASA files.
With it, I have no idea. But MK Ultra was just like the government was dosing people with LSD, right? How does that have anything to do with like going to space?
I don't know. I mean, like, I wouldn't put that past some people in our government, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how
but
that
I
ties
mean,
into
it's
that.
not related to going to space. That's kind of
Yeah, it's not. No.
Right. So nothing was declassified in mass or anything like that. So the point is, dude, okay, like there are different things you can do with just a song. People will kind of be in like a trance. You can watch people just like snap their fingers and make them not feel certain things, make them not remember their name, not remember what's going on. That stuff's very real, right?
That stuff's very real, bro.
Very real.
Yes, very real.
It's very real. So my point is that you could put an astronaut under a state of mind where whatever you tell them they're experiencing, and that would explain why they're always so slow and foggy, and then their answers don't add up. And if you can
right, guys, he figured it out. They are.
We know what's wrong with you.
They're hypnotized. They are under a spell, like mind control, and that's why they're growing. Let me check how this turned out.
washing them. They're putting them in a capsule where they don't really know what's going on. They hit them in like some type of 0G like vector machine.
0G vector machine. Got it.
They slip him.
Understand from their perspective, it's like, well,
I'm sorry.
I said they slip him. They slip him a Mickey. You know, like
right.
Those, yeah, put it in your drink. And they wake up in the capsule.
We'll just throw them out.
And their buttholes hurt.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting ready to say. I'm getting ready to say with your butt sore.
Out there, we'll feed them to the wolf.
Sorry.
Right, because they believe that happened. So we don't really have to worry about teaching them a script and making sure they don't mess up. We don't have to worry about them ever coming out later in life and saying that.
Right. We don't have to teach them a script. We just mind control them.
Yes.
That makes a lot of sense.
It was all fake. It didn't really happen. They believed it happened because they put them under MK Ultra and then told them they were going to this mission, right? And then of course you have like the head of the Apollo missions coming out and saying that within the control mission that they had got the simulations so down pat that you could not tell the difference between the fake and real missions. Like that's the official story. So you're in the control room, you just think it always looks the same.
I'm going to press X to doubt that claim, you know.
I think he's a solipsist.
He's a freaking liar, yes.
Yep.
Isis Spin says, so bad, this is all they have. Hilarious, actually. Quite. Yes. Geek Gee says, is he doing instead of broing now? A little bit of both.
When they're supposedly going, he said the only difference is that in the real missions there was no hiccups. Like everything just went smooth. There were no mess ups. So you could do the same thing with the astronauts if you put them in the right state of mind. And that would explain, because isn't this seem just so stupid? Like someone would ask me, like, dude, okay, really, you think if they were faking it, wouldn't they make sure all the astronauts had the right answers? Doesn't it seem more likely that they're not faking it, and that's why they have different answers because they're just real astronauts that really went there and they're just answering the questions for real? No, because what I just explained, you would just see tons of stars everywhere all the time. There's nothing else to talk about. Like all the way from back when you landed on the moon, you're standing on the moon, you're looking.
Yeah, there's nothing to talk about. Yeah, we said it.
Oh.
I mean, he said it, right? That's it.
Oh, Coco. Thank you,
There's
Coco.
nothing to talk about. Which it said it. It's over.
You don't have to hire me. I'll come free.
Checkmate, Clovers.
Looking around, you're just going to see an insane amount of stars everywhere. You could stare right at the sun, and you're going to see stars all around it. You're not going to see the glare of the sun. You're not going to see like this corona with this radius of light. No, you don't see that in space. You just see it.
No. But the problem is, I don't know, maybe let me explain to you. With it, if you look at the sun, what happens is that your pupils, they become smaller because you're in the brightness. And that forbids you from seeing the stars, which require your pupils to be more open. The same way that you can't pretty much see anything if you get a flashlight shining on your face. How are they baffled by like brightness and
blind?
And you know, a lamp. Like how are they baffled by a lamp? I will never understand.
Dot, and you see a bunch of stars. That's realistically what you would see, right?
Icy Spin says hit that like button. Yes, please do that. And also subscribe to Icy Spin. because that if you want to see a flat earther cry, you should show Icy Spin's video of the camera filming the camera and just watch them melt, which we'll try to do at some point. I was going to go into QOps server, but he broke it again. He gets very upset and deletes the server and everyone's permissions and everything. And then he cries that he doesn't have enough followers. Queue up, the one that this one.
Hi, why is everyone fucking talking like I'm not talking?
That one, yes. Debated Phil Bell and thinks that he won.
So when they're on the moon playing golf, they would just be hitting a golf ball into a sea of stars. That's just objectively what it would be. Right?
Oh my
So
God.
in my opinion, towards the top of the list of possibilities here, it is speculation. I'm still don't know exactly what they're doing or how they're faking it. I think that they just brainwash the astronauts. And so that they do these interviews and they're like,
they brainwash the astronauts.
I don't know. I don't know if I used to have a big Bertha golf club. It was a pretty good sized driver. I'm still not sure that I could hit a golf ball to from the moon to another star.
No,
I feel like that, even with that
the
big
speed
Bertha,
that you would need to make that trip.
I'm not going to get that kind of carry there. Yeah.
And it's not like the moon doesn't have gravity; it's just lighter.
Yeah.
So
maybe if I managed to hit it into a wormhole.
Like, for example, some people have asked some time or another, how the hell did they take the buggy to the moon? And the buggy, the
buggy.
Oh, shit, no, not that. That's not it.
They put it together, didn't they, up there? Like when it
give me 1 second.
The moon rover?
Yes. Where the hell is this?
And what's Issa doing? Working?
I don't know, because he came on but hasn't said a word.
He just likes to be here to keep an eye on
He came
stuff.
on, yes. This is just like hanging out, but still hasn't said a word.
Attaboy. A little more. A little more. Looks like you're going to have to do the bulk of the work today. More. Keep it taut. Attaboy. Okay, we're coming up here. 45. Up to about, easy, Jim, easy.
Boop.
Okay. Here, let me help you. Take it easy. Take it easy. Give you a hand. Okay, come on up. Up we go. Come on. Easy. Just got it. Okay, just stand here and pull easy. Forget the pictures.
So, I mean,
what is that?
That is the moon rover inside of the lunar lander, and it was packaged in like a neatly folded cube. And then they pulled it out, and it unfolded itself as it was coming out. I mean, one of the limitless examples of engineering badassery that NASA and other space people can do. Absolutely gorgeous.
That dude, like space bags, probably would just blow his mind, man. The ones that you put your blankets and shit in, and then you take your vacuum cleaner, you suck all the air out of it.
Right? Yes.
Flattens them like shit. Like, oh my god.
Hold on. We are going to Fringes became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. And Blackburn Pit Dragon says, I have to say, as a northerner, I love Robin's accent. Me too.
Well, thank you. As a southerner,
when you think about it, because everything's kind of foggy. They don't really know what's going on. The other option is that they're just like sworn to secrecy They really are all in on a lie. And when I say they all, it's just a handful of people, right? Like what, less than 30 people have claimed to go out past low Earth orbit. I mean, it's not like you have a long list of people that are lying or something. So anyway, just.
Right. And all the other people, the ones that are, you know, doing the rest of the working, involving administrative people all the way to, I don't know, the janitors and everyone else in between, like in the building while they're doing all of this shit.
Couple 100,000 people focused to like convincing Witsit that we went to space.
Yes.
I'm kind of curious what you guys think. This is my take. I'm going to watch this and try to think about maybe which one's more probable. But one thing's for sure, they aren't telling the truth. They didn't actually go out where they claim they did and all experience the same thing. You wouldn't then come back with contradictory answers about the stars, right? I mean, it's just simple.
Right. Was black. The cool thing is about you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
Unfathomable blackness.
And that when you look out at the stars, and I see, so.
I mean, depends on what you're looking at.
I like what I like how he said moons.
Many stars and planets.
And when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
We can also see stars if we're on the dark side of Earth, and
the sky is deep black when viewed from the moon. We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye.
I am Raven says it's my birthday too. Oh my god, that is awesome. And Witsit's birthday was on April 14th, so you know, I don't mean to make you feel bad, but that is very close. That is too close to for my taste.
Without looking through the optics.
The thing about Carl Sagan, billions and billions of stars. There really are billions and billions of stars.
The biggest visual surprise was just how was black. The cool thing is about you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
Unfathomable blackness.
And that.
That's crazy. Moons.
And what's the evidence here?
Moons. When you look out at the stars, and I see, so many stars.
And when you're in space and you're looking into deep space and you're on the sun side of the orbit, the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
We can also see stars if we're on the dark side of
the darkest black you can imagine. That's what she said. Yes. Sorry.
Earth, and
the sky is deep black when viewed from the moon. We were never able to see stars.
Here's a reminder on this mission, right?
Right. Another Twitter video. I mean, must be true.
They react after that classic star question.
He starts to answer the question about the stars. Watch how sketchy he is, and then they bleep out where he says they look fake.
Stars in outer space.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to my crewmates about that today. I've definitely seen stars in outer space, and I was saying I haven't as many as I thought I would. So
it's like he messed up. Like you haven't seen as many as you thought you would. You would see an
We don't have a model.
Inconceivable amount of stars objectively.
We have so much illumination from the sun today. I've definitely seen stars in outer space, and I was saying I haven't as many as I thought I would. So we have so much illumination from the sun on the moon and the earth.
That's not how that works.
Right now, it is.
Citation needed.
It's hard at times to see stars.
That is literally not.
The Bible does say that the moon is its own light, so maybe he believes that.
I don't know. I don't remember if he says that. Because he doesn't really reference the Bible too much.
Oh, okay.
His brand of therapy is a little different.
How it works. That is not how it works at all.
It's just like when you walk out in the daytime, you see a blue sky.
It's literally not like that, though, because you walk out with a bunch of air around you. It's called the atmosphere. You wouldn't see that at all.
But no stars. We look outside and we see the black face and no stars.
Electron Element says, since the 1960s, satellites have used star trackers, which use the known position of stars to maintain the attitude of the satellite, it has to see stars to work. Thank
you.
But tonight, this dude just said that we look out and we see no stars. Bro,
Yeah.
how do they not cover this in the little briefing before?
With the dumbass, if I do like that and I put the light on my face, I can barely make out that there's a TV like right behind it. And that's how
Jeebus. Ginger
yeah,
Jeebus.
and the TV is brighter than the things, dude. This is how, like on every movie, when you have an interrogation, they put on a very bright light in front of the face of the people that they're interrogating so that they don't see them. That's basically why, because it works in reality.
Yes.
And now I shined a very bright light in my eyes, and that was a very dumb thing to do.
Or they fake it. It's been the same mistake you've been making for years. And they're like, oh, we're kind of stuck with the first people. And then they said this on the moon. And they said, you know, and shout out to JT from Boston. He just sent me a video about like the MK Ultra. We're about to play that. But
Ram Boston Bear is with its second biggest fan after me.
Oh my goodness.
I am with his biggest fan, and Ram Boston Bear is the second one. He is with its biggest benefactor, though, the person that gives him the most money, or at least used to be in the past.
You just give him the most attention, right?
Yes, I just love him from a silent and non-monetary compensating. Yes.
what is going on here? This alone, anyone that's just honest and an actual truth seeker, like this alone, you're just like, bro, this is so weird. They're obviously lying.
We have so much illumination from the sun on the moon and the earth right now. It is hard at times to see stars. Just like when you walk out in the daytime, you see a blue sky but no stars. We look outside and we see the black space and no stars. But tonight we're going to be pointed into deep space, and we're going to turn out all the lights in the spacecraft for the first time on the mission.
Yeah, cool.
About 20 or 30 minutes. We do this all the time on the International Space Station. Christina and I just have great fond memories of this. You'll start to see the stars, and if you give it enough time, you will see so many stars. It's hard to see the constellations because there are so many stars out there.
Wow.
And the coolest part, hard at times to see stars, too much as I thought.
So what did he say? That they have to be pointed out at outer space, right? That when their windows are facing the sun, you don't get to see jack shit. Isis Spin says they're hiding it in plain sight as to make fun of us. You see?
Yes. No, okay, I see.
Where's
I watched a video or thing like about 6 months ago about all the satellites that we have up there.
Yes.
Like it's just and like there's people that like keep an eye on like for asteroids or comets, but asteroids. Yes. And they watch for these kind of things so that they can alert if it looks like one's going to get close to us. And they were talking about how much all of that that there, all the satellites and all that stuff was making it hard for them to see this stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
yes. You have to be very aware of where you're looking. But yeah,
they said it was making it real hard for them to spot something. Like they said it'd be easy to miss it because there's just so much. What is that? Light pollution? Is that what it's called? Yeah.
From the sun on the moon and the earth right now, it is hard at times to see stars. Just like when you walk out in the daytime, you see a blue sky but no stars. We look outside and we see the black space and no stars. But tonight,
the title of the video should be "Flurf Baffled by Light."
We're gonna be pointing.
So he's obviously lying. It's factually not true. So then they're like, "Oh man, we're messing up with the stars." So then they put out a picture, like, "Look at this is what the Artemis astronauts see. Look how beautiful this is with all the stars." So just mind you, we just heard this guy saying, first of all, that he doesn't know. They don't really see the stars. He hasn't seen as many as he thought he would. Now, obviously, you can get like long exposure and you can see more stars. You can do that on Earth, right? But that's where you have air, the medium of air, the atmosphere, right? So look, he saves the photo.
The Atmos, bro.
They posted again after this debacle of answering the question about the stars.
Okay, yeah, let's see this.
And you saw how sad it is. The little girl is just like, she just has like a genuine natural question. Like, I bet the stars are so pretty there because they're so pretty here, you know? 2008. The image was from 2008. The exact same image. You can't be serious.
How does Witted know they're lying? Because he saw it on Twitter, bro.
I mean, how did he? Is he hacked into NASA's
All right, so
computer here or what?
No, he was following MJ Truth Ultra on Twitter, which is the best. Krakatoum says, hey, Yolsis, happy birthday. Thank you so much, my friend.
I want to give you guys an idea of what I'm talking about when I say that they may just be MK Ultra, some of the astronauts. It looks like that guy's running point, you know, so maybe he's not.
They MK Ultra the astronauts, guys. Yes.
Maybe like the handler, maybe a mixed bag.
Which it does have.
As discernment.
Yes. He can tell, guys, everything. He can tell.
Certain people are, you know, sworn to secrecy. I mean, just in the government alone, right? You would be sworn to secrecy on a need to know basis. And you have the penalty of like treason if you release classified information. You go to prison, bro.
Go to prison.
But anyway, if you guys haven't seen this, let's check this out. It's an astronaut from back in the day.
We don't even send sex offenders to prison. Now we're going to send people to prison over space.
Yeah, right? I don't know. This seems weird.
What was that like? Can you describe your feelings during those 2 missions, what it was like?
Well, the missions were so nominal that you almost couldn't believe that it was happening. We had been simulating these things for so long, and everything goes wrong in the simulations. You have devious little men that plan simulations. They plan to do everything wrong so that they can mess everybody up. So when we got to the real mission, it seemed like a piece of cake, really.
What sort of things in the simulations would they have go wrong? What sort of problems would they present to you?
Where did they get this Dean Bond to interview?
No idea.
Their gyroscopes and reference equipment will fail. You'll lose communication. They'll underburn. They'll overburn. They'll have abort situations come up.
Do you think that there is any danger when actual astronauts are involved and it's not a simulation, that your mental attitude won't take into consideration the fact that it's a manned mission, that it will be too much like an exercise?
I think you always remember that there are men on board. And even during simulations, it's not just an exercise. The simulations seem as real as the mission.
Do they ask me these questions?
No, but like the lady was talking about, well, the lady was talking about how they train.
I know, but he's like, "Are you going to freak out, lady, and forget that we're not playing anymore? This is not pretend."
No, but what Wizard is saying is that this lady couldn't tell, but she clearly can tell the difference between the real thing and the simulation. Like, that is just lazy.
Men in simulations, they're in the simulator, they're not flying up to the moon. But we feel like they're real.
You feel like they're real, but do you think that the entire space program, as you view it in your work, has a sense of unreality to it?
I think the atmosphere you work in is a little bit unreal as far as the actual facilities are concerned. You're totally isolated. You're surrounded by machines. There are no windows in the...
It's sad because you can tell this is like this girl is like innocent, you know?
Buildings.
Oh, Winston can save her, guys.
He said, "There's my next ex-wife."
Yes.
There's my next ex-wife.
Splatter Jesus.
Yeah,
AKA me.
She would love my mom's basement.
Yes. We can come to the attic and yes. Can't stay for dinner though.
Wait, don't do the rescue. That's all right.
Yeah, my mom, she doesn't like that.
Where you work. The lighting is always the same. You lose all track of time.
Oh my, I started today with that clip of Witted making the claims that he made a NASA astronomer cry. Yes.
I can see that.
Oh my, yes, we did tell that he debated this NASA employee, and with it they had all like a moment which it was schooling him left and right, and then he was like, "They're lying to you, bro," and with it says so, and then the guy was like all broken, teared up.
Yeah,
So yes, Whitty claims he made a NASA employee cry.
Yeah, and
Electron Element says the simulations are real because they monitor the same engineering systems operations in effect during a real run. Right. They're used like the regular control panels. They just generate the signals. Yeah. I mean, to me, it's not a contentious claim because, of course, they would.
That's being said, everyone stood up and clapped.
And like the lady was saying, during the simulations, you cover the procedure for all possible things that can go wrong, right? And they need to train because that's what we did. That's what prepared people do. They train for scenarios. And pretty much the same way that police officers train, firefighters train, and so on, so do everyone who's involved in this, from the astronauts to the operators to everyone in between, right?
Uh-huh.
That's how the adult world functions outside of your mommy's house with it.
Out of the basement.
In terms of
Ace SW says, happy birthday. Thank you so much. With the claims that it's all known it's fake, then first Google search will be a reputable source, not a YouTube video of a small fringe content channel or a debunk. Yes. Yes, he has been humbly returning for a little bit now. It's fascinating. I need to take a little bit of a short break on the toilet, so I'll play this and I'll be right back.
Okay, go
ground
ahead.
elapsed time, and that becomes the only reality.
That's weird, bro. Just objectively weird.
Mission.
All right, let's do this.
Yeah, weird. I feel like
Footage view.
What's up with this? And yeah, we're really driving this home, bro. Okay, this makes no sense. Her camera's in front of a dude. She moves it around. It doesn't change. Okay, this objectively doesn't make sense. Okay, look, you see the person in her camera. Watch. What is that? You see where her camera is, and you see what's in her camera? That makes no sense at all.
I think Max is probably just like hypnotized.
That's what AI does, by the way. When you make a video with like Sora, that's what it does. You got people with the video. What is this? First of all, what is she taking a picture of? Secondly, that's not what she's pointing at all. She's pointing right at the astronauts. Third, it hasn't changed. But you got the dragon there. You got the dragon.
Uh-oh, dragons.
Look at this. What's on his camera isn't changing, bro. That's fake. Just fake.
I feel like he walks around and looks way too much.
Oh, there you are. All right, I'm going to go over to this one over here.
So you just got to remember, like, some people are new to this rabbit hole, right? And they don't know. This is the time to show people.
Hurricane, you're pretty amazed, and you start taking pictures and all.
Oh, they're in 0G. We've covered this.
You can see the eye and how it's forming. But one of the things that's interesting about up here, when you see that whole hurricane, you're pretty
Uh-oh. He dropped the ball. It's supposed to float, bro.
amazed, and you start taking pictures and all that of it.
He has to then go pick it up.
But then you forget.
Look, she's like, no, don't grab it. She's like, rubs her hand like, no, forget it.
That they're pretty amazed, and you start taking pictures and all that of it.
Don't get it. Don't get it. Just forget it.
Oh my God, with that music, you know.
Yeah.
You know, yes, you know that is 100% true.
Yes.
That music indicates truth.
Yes, because it's building you up for suspense.
Yes.
To be revealed, the truth.
Can I pause really quick when I get back? Yes, I am here. Actually, wait, okay. I have this clip. All right. If you want to send it.
All I'm using music, yeah. But it's probably the only thing they can get like without getting in trouble. Yeah, they just get that little playlist of freak stuff.
Go ahead. Sorry. Okay, no problem.
Abort mission.
You're pretty amazed and you start taking pictures and all of that.
She is immediately nervous.
Here, when you see that whole hurricane, you're pretty amazed and you start taking pictures and all of that of it. But then you forget that there are people in danger down on Earth with the hurricanes and all that. So sometimes it's easy to lose perspective.
When you see that whole hurricane,
yes,
you're pretty.
It just falls out. They try to say like he
Good thing
pushed
about
it
being
down,
space, no hurricane.
but we keep going with no resistance.
Again, the same thing with like the red dot.
No, it falls out and then it stays on the ground, and then they go to grab it, and she's like, "Nah, just forget it, just forget it. Don't make it worse."
And you start taking pictures and all of that.
This is Witted doing research.
I can't believe his wife left him.
Yep. Well, he spat on her, so.
He what?
Yes, they got into the baby was crying, and they got into a discussion over that, and Witted spat on her.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Isis Princess, check DM. You got it. Sean Mendes, go.
I probably would have pulled a knife on him.
Oh my.
Well, I mean, like, I don't know. I think I would lose my mind over that.
But one of the things that's interesting about up here, when you see that whole hurricane, you're pretty amazed and you start taking pictures and all of that of it. But then you forget that there are people in danger down on Earth with the hurricanes and all that. So sometimes it's easy to lose perspective up here of what's actually happening down on the Earth. So when we see those hurricanes, we have to remind just how dangerous it is for everybody on the ground.
Okay. Sure, it went down when the guy like lost his grip on it.
Okay, so there's one last question from me.
But it was floating right there.
And this is crazy, but since we've been speaking, you guys have traveled literally about halfway around the Earth, which is insanely surreal to think about. We all know.
Oh, acknowledging the ridiculous speeds of the ISS. Oh,
Yeah.
who would have thunk it?
Yeah, going around the globe.
Right? Thank you, Isis Ben.
Because circling the flat Earth makes so much sense.
Right? Yes. That was the first law of Flurf. No exceptions.
Page is just like all about space being picked.
Right. Twitter, with it, 2026. Twitter will only show me conspiracy nonsense about space. To me, Austin Whitsitt.
I believe that. I believe that. I mean, I believe algorithms have like baked
doom
these people's
scrolling,
brains.
right? Yes. Parody Jeff, flat out truth.
Actors allegedly, which means this whole thing could be fake. Allegedly, this is astronaut Christina.
What a goofy like clown world. It's like we live in, I don't even know, bro. Like we live in the novel Fahrenheit 451. Like we literally have to, when we're talking about stuff on the most popular platform, you have to say allegedly every time you claim that something the government did is fake or like they're going to come for you type of thing. That's where we're clearly headed. And so some of us are just going to be the ones that just don't stop doing it. And if something happens, you know.
Fox, she was up there. She was the
Right. Because, you know, I will be the martyr for you guys. I will be the hero. The one that stands up to like the evil Globers.
Somebody called him Ginger Jesus while ago.
Yes. And you all will chant, Ginger Jesus is here to save us. Witty, you're such a delusional clown.
only female up there in several of the videos, but here she is.
Cozy says, this is with its high IQ research, doom scroll X, TikTok, and just,
again. Take a close look. Do you recognize her from this? That's because she was credited in 2015's Mad Max.
So she had the same name. Looks like she was in the movie. They're trying to say she wasn't. We've seen them do this with crisis actors all the time, though.
Crisis actors. Whoa, what a son of a bitch.
Oh no. Oh no, not that crap again.
The New Brunswick. And I wonder, do you still see stars in outer space?
Like, this one is so damning. It's so damning.
Ah, it had a sound effect. That's it. That is done. The globe is killed.
And look, why are they immediately looking at him to answer when there's a 9-second delay?
Question is from Liam in Elsipogtog, the New Brunswick. And I wonder, do you still see stars in outer space?
That's it. Double sound effect. That is the killing blow to the globe that we needed.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to my crewmates about that today. I've definitely seen stars in outer space. And
What's the reaction?
I've definitely seen stars in outer space.
You know what's it? I also have sound effects like this one.
Washing them. They're putting them in a capsule where they don't really know what's going on. They hit them in like some type of 0G, like vector machine.
Uh-huh. You don't say with it. Oh, you know what I also have with
I
it?
think that air itself is not what people think it is, right?
Uh-huh. And what is that?
You have a gradient of tenuity.
Ah, you got it. You got it, buddy.
A
So
gradient?
I was saying I haven't seen as many as I thought I would. So read.
Did you catch it? What?
It's just so, it's all so weird.
The robotic announcer voice. Did you catch it? Bro is humble AF. He really is. Dahi Draco, happy birthday. Hello.
I can't even imagine a world where I would do mental gymnastics.
Yeah, I can't. I can't.
The mental part before you start trying to exercise it.
I can't even imagine a world where you go to Antarctica, see the 24-hour sun, and do mental gymnastics to say the Earth is flat. Yes.
Yeah.
So I guess they're gonna have to claim that this cooled down. They're gonna claim that this cooled down enough in that time that it didn't cause steam. I mean, I really don't know. Like, I don't know the math on how fast that thing would.
So okay, you don't know the math. So by the vibes of it, you feel like it should boil the ocean, right? But
That
we don't go
capsule,
on vibes
just that
here.
little capsule should be hot enough to boil the ocean. Is that what you
Right.
think?
Yes. But I mean, if we're going off of Witset's vibes, I don't know.
Cool down, right? I don't know.
Gradient of tenuity. What is Witset saying? I have no idea. A theorem in calculus states that if the gradient exists, then the function is continuous. Okay.
Doing this. This is Artemis 2 coming back to Earth. And this is what NASA is showing us. They're showing us a bunch of people in an office, right? This is mission control. And first of all, the
in an office. Okay.
lighting is horrible here.
All right, bro.
And they will not be able to conceal the truth much longer. Astronauts involved in the Artemis 2 mission made an unintentional mistake that reveals the moon mission is
Oh my fucking God. All of that is AI video. So listen, they are using AI video to complain about how Artemis 2 is fake. That is peak delusional.
fabricated and that they are not actually in space. In the footage, a moment is highlighted where a plush toy appears to glitch, followed by the unusual appearance of the word moon on screen.
Yeah, and people were saying that was edited, but really they just like removed the video.
Well, what's it called this out? No. An AI voice too. The level of cope is too damn high. Oh my. It's astronomical.
So then, of course, they can claim. And, can we be real about that? Hey, if NASA's really doing what they're claiming that they're doing, why are they deleting live videos after the fact? That's so weird. That's so
Anyone know what the fuck he's talking about?
No.
weird. And then I think I want to point out the one I was just telling you
I
about.
wonder if they have one of those like what we call it when you're not allowed to become around somebody.
Restraining order?
I wonder if they have Nice has a restraining order on him yet.
Maybe.
That's why he's in his basement.
Because the stars, they're panicking about the stars question, but we should not let that go. We should just keep driving. It's just so weird. Such an easy question to ask. It should be such an easy question to answer. And the only reason they can't just answer it right now is because they've messed up so much in the past. Like,
I think this is how people get indoctrinated, doom scrolling all these edited shorts without any critical thought. Yes, nailed it.
you know, what are you going to blatantly say all the previous astronauts were wrong? But look
Captain
at this.
Kirk was never wrong.
React after that classic star question.
Stars in outer space.
More TikTok from Hector Ramirez. Might have to call eyes on that one. Megan says happy birthday. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to my crewmates about that today. I've definitely seen stars in outer space, and I was saying I haven't seen as many as I thought I would. So we have so much illumination from the sun on the moon and the earth right now. It is hard at times to see stars.
Can you tell how much NASA is quaking in their boots? Because Witted is on the case. We might have a physical illustration of that here, maybe. That is how they're anxiously waiting, I guess.
We discovered that, like, that's just a lie.
It's just
It's just retarded and wrong.
like when you walk out in the daytime.
Witted spoke. You know. That's how we know that's true. Wait, no, that's not it. This one is.
Well, yeah, maybe Mike might have something.
That is pretty much with it right now.
You see a blue sky but no stars.
No, it's not like that, bro.
Bye.
We look outside and we see the black face and no stars.
That's literally not how it works. Like, we can just call it a day right now, wrap it up, and move on, right? Like, it just obviously.
No, Witted. No, you don't get to do that. Because Astronomy Live tracked it all the way to the moon and back. And so did many other people. So until you can explain how an object was tracked all the way there and back, then we are on a pickle here, mister.
He's lying.
But tonight we're going to be pointed into deep space, and we're going to turn out all the lights in the spacecraft for the first time on the mission.
Yeah,
give
cool.
About 20 or 30 minutes. We do this all the time on the International Space Station. Christina and I just have great fond memories of this. You'll start to see the stars, and if you give it enough time, you'll see so many stars, it's hard to see the constellations because there are so many stars out there.
Wow.
The coolest part of those stars is they do not twinkle at all.
That's like the known official thing to throw in there. Okay, something else I'll tell you guys.
Right. So they give them a script that is the official thing to say, right? But then they also get it wrong with what they have to say about the stars. Are you dumb? And the answer is yes. He is dumb.
You
Totally,
can't
this
even
is
get,
such a
you
thing,
can't
right?
even
When
get
I was talking to
astronauts to read paper correctly.
Astronauts, they have like lines that they repeat for each question or topic, and they all just repeat the same questions. Like, she immediately shifted into telling me about the twinkling. They just want to tell me about the twinkling of the stars, right?
Right. I mean, because it's a very known fact and simple thing that because the twinkling happens because of the atmosphere, turbulences in the atmosphere. When you don't have the atmosphere, then that doesn't happen. So that's pretty good evidence that the space is a vacuum. It's annoying when people who have not been in space tell astronauts while in space that they're lying. Yes.
Yeah.
And I mean, it will never not be funny that this is the exact same thing that flat earthers did to Whitsitt when he came back from Antarctica. So
now, wait a minute. Did Whitsitt? Okay, when Whitsitt went down there, I heard that he admitted that he saw it, but then he said, "I must have been wrong. That don't falsify it." Is that right?
Right. He went to Antarctica, saw the 24-hour sun, and all the flat earthers tell him when he got back that he was lying about the 24-hour sun. So he experienced the exact same thing that he's doing right now, just saying, no, it's fake, firsthand, and he's still doing it. Like the exact same thing, no change.
Yeah, see, somebody told me
you
that
about-
he didn't change his mind, that he just said, well, I must have been wrong about that being able to be, that debunking it.
Yes, he can't explain it. He thinks that at some point someone will come up with an explanation, but it can't be done because it's not a globe.
Did anybody ask him if his butt hurt when he got back too?
Yes. Steel City says, Joe Hamby explained the 24-hour sun works on a flat earth coffee cup caustic superfluid, bro. Yes. And so did Q-Up the other day, invoked a superfluid. Like, where's the evidence? No fucking way.
That. And so she started to realize, like, I try to act like this innocent little NASA fanboy, you know, I'm asking the questions.
That is the most amazing part to me. He learned nothing from that experience. Absolutely. Absolutely. He didn't learn anything.
And then I'm like, not just eating up her answer, and I'm not nervous. I'm clearly there, like asking my question. I'm like, wait, what? So like on the day side of Earth, right? I'm like asking the question, and she looks at me like, wait, who is this guy? And then she immediately tries to pivot into the stars twinkling thing. It's just that's what they're told to bring up. In space, the stars don't twinkle because it just separates our experience from their experience and makes you think, oh, you know, subconsciously it must be real. They're experiencing something we don't. I guess I don't know. They have talking points. That's all I'm saying. They have lines, little scripts that they say about each topic, and the twinkling stars is for sure.
What do they mean by superfluids? Do they know what a superfluid is? No, absolutely not. But that's why they invoke it as like the ceiling, the top. There's a layer of superfluid. Who knows what is keeping it up there, like very pressed against the dome, for example?
Tequila.
Why is it floating?
It's gotta be tequila,
right? And like Q-Up the other day invoked it also, but do you think they give evidence for it? No. Joe Hamby used it because he had to put like a partial mirror close to the top of the dome so that he could get the reflections that he needed to try and make it work. But there were some problems with the fact that in Joe Hamby's thing, I think the lights were outside of the dome. And that's a problem.
I think these people are going to have to get all too early to be able to con with it. They just going to have to. I said these people are going to have to get up earlier if they're going to con with it with this.
Well, I mean, he loves it every moment of it.
I've had 3 separate astronauts say the same thing, not answer my question, but just start telling me about they go into this scripted answer, right? Like they've been trained about the twinkles. That's why I think that they are in on it. And I used to think like they may get brainwashed. Maybe it's a mixed bag, right? But
yes, because all astronauts train how to speak to Whitsitt.
Yes.
They've
like entire meetings on like, okay, here's what we got to talk, say the Whitsitt today.
We are going to Fridgens says, happy birthday. Thank you so much. Did you know you celebrate your birthday with National Cat Lady Day?
Cool.
Okay.
He's with a cat lady right now.
I mean, I love me a cat lady. I love cats and ladies. So cat ladies, best of both worlds. Oh, my cat indeed.
Oh, my cat.
Funny. Anyways, oh, my cat. Oh, my cat.
Yes, thank you, Mikey.
That girl was lying. And I've gotten really good over the years at being able to tell when people are lying. and being able to read body language and look at their eyes.
Discernment.
He can tell he's a human polygraph. Yes. He can smell the lies.
Yes.
Eyes and look at very small little tells. And she was lying. She realized, like, okay, this guy's asking questions that like normal people don't ask. Why is he asking like this? And she started to get nervous. And
This guy has a 160 genius level IQ, bro. That's what she was thinking, right?
No, she was thinking, I thought he had a restraining order on him. That's what she was saying. Oh God, who let me in now?
Wicked. Oh, so delusional.
she's looking at me like, do you know? So I'll release that footage as soon as I get it.
They are just perfect. They almost look fake.
Why they bleep out the word fake?
Those stars is they do not twinkle at all. They are just perfect. They almost look fake. Just perfect.
Wild to me. Wild, bro.
Right? Like, yeah, they bleep the thing, but they also leave it so that you absolutely know what the fuck they bleeped out, and it made absolutely no difference. Sure.
Bleep out the word fake, bro.
Yeah, let's sing. Let's sing real quick. 3, 2, 1.
Integrity. All right, guys, we're here to save the Earth. Let's take them down.
I think it's
Oh my god, the Power Rangers! I love that.
wild that they called it integrity, just straight up.
With it, I don't know how to tell you this, but doom scrolling like that on Twitter is not doing research, dude. Sorry.
Okay, so I think we've covered a lot of the basics here. Let's see what this is.
I think he adjusted his reds after I super chatted him about it. He looks less stop signy. That is true, yes.
Is the women. Now, women on zero-G planes with long hair, their hair flows naturally in the air. Women on the International Space Station, because this is all fraud, no matter what.
So yeah.
Ah, yes, because this is all fraud. More TikTok university.
If you're new here, we'll cover this, and then we're gonna wrap up. This is gonna be about everything. And once again, got started late, and then but give me a break. It's my birthday. I went on 8 with the fam.
Uh-huh.
She does, no matter how she bounces around.
You and Richard share a birthday? You and
Have
Richard
you
share a
ever-
birthday?
No, we don't. His birthday is on April 14th.
Oh, okay.
Have I ever super chatted with it? Yes. And I'm going to take advantage of this to go get some drinks and stuff.
Yeah, go get some drinks and stuff. Yeah.
Give me 1 second here. Here we go.
And it requires the prerequisite of actually knowing the creator's real and trusting the creator. That's a pretty major step that people need to actually do that part. But my point there is, it's like, or the other one is, okay, yeah, lots of stuff will happen, unfair stuff, whatever, but it's like the position of more of a leader or something where you go through those things and you come out on the other end, and then you're able to be used for much more impactful, more important goals or missions or plans. So to me, obviously, I gravitate towards that, no doubt. Like if I'm going to make up my mind, I'd much rather be that. I'd much rather just like, whatever, like I'll have some scars. I'll have some scars. And it's like, the scars will never go away. They're scars. And some of the scars come from things that like really hurt. It's like, cool. I got a lot of scars. And it comes with all the wisdom and discernment of experiencing what gave me those scars. Now, okay, I'm significantly more equipped for whatever is to happen or to come or what the plan is that I'm supposed to do. I know, very meta, very heavy. Even. I started this off with very chill, playful vibes. This just happened. I don't know. Randomly, I feel led to say testimony stuff. And there's my input, even though I'm really tired. This has to be the most ignorant chat room I've ever seen. Why are these people here if they hate Austin so much? I don't know. I don't care. see. What does this guy say here? What is UYU? 75 UYU. What is that, like 30 cents? I have been saving my first super chat ever to tell you you are scared to debate me. Love you. Bye. Let's unpack this. Let's unpack this situation here. I've been saving up for my super chat, first ever, to tell you that you're scared to debate me. I love you. Bye. Okay, brother. I don't know you, man.
He's like, we could.
Okay, I know.
But
I
not
do
with
know
debate.
of you, that username being the guy that was on that one show that would do debate after shows. And you say I'm scared to debate you. My recollection is I went on there and debated like the whole room, 12v1. That's what I remember, and that's with interruptions.
He's like,
and what that turns into is to
remember
even
all
like
these
fairly address the conversation. It basically turns into me having to talk the whole time. And then that's twisted as though I'm like hogging the mic and I'm like
we know you're
arrogant or whatever. And it's like, no, it's just you're ignorant on this subject. You're now trying to ask me about it. So now I have to like explain it to you, explain your position to you, like kind of qualify the question, fix your question even, then properly answer it. Now I need to lay the groundwork for the room. So it just turns into this like I'm having to teach you guys this stuff that you're so arrogant about, just so you can then be arrogant about it falsely. Yeah, that's my recollection. Now, as to you pretending I'm scared to debate you, bro, I'm not scared to. I mean this very literally. Okay, I am not scared to debate anyone on earth. Literally, I think very few people can debate well. So I am not afraid to debate anybody. Of course, me not debating you and being scared to debate you are two very different things. Okay. If I ran to placate to some fragility of ego to accommodate any and every request, masquerading as some type of revelation of fear, I would be on the computer debating random people for no real reason in front of just a few people all the time, bruh. That doesn't work. I'm not scared to debate you. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure I'll go check the chat. I'm sure you have some experience that only you know about in terms of me and you, about how you've dropped comments that I haven't seen somewhere on some of my stuff or replies, or I said this in the live chat that one time in 2017 when you were debating. You didn't see it? It's like channel that you don't know exists.
The copium. I kept getting timed out by the people.
I can't imagine.
Cozy, I think it was Cozy, yes. Says, I remember him taking the sky. I remember that too here.
2024 is going to be a rough year for you guys. We're taking away satellites. We're
taking away satellites.
We're taking away claimed Euclidean visual space. And we're taking away the sky. And that's going to be rough for you guys. I mean, there's literally no rebuttal to any of them. Like when you claim that these things don't work on a flat Earth, we've proven that they do now objectively. 2024 is going to be a rough year.
Bro. Objectively. Yeah. I had another thing I wanted to show. That's
I'm trying to figure out his mustache in that one picture, and he had that like muscle shirt on with like those non-muscled arms. But that mustache, like it was like a porn stash. You remember them porn stashes? No, yeah.
Hold on, because I think this one is on my yes.
No matter what happens.
Okay, so context. This is the live stream right before he set out to go to Punta Arenas.
for flat Earth. No matter what happens, if we go there and it's cloudy, win for flat Earth. If we go there and there's a 24-hour sun, win for flat Earth. If we go there and the sun sets, win for flat Earth.
Everything is a win for flat Earth.
Win.
Except
win. Yeah. And he's winning, just winning his way all the way to his mom's basement.
Yes.
It's like Trump when he says all this winning.
Yes.
So much winning.
So much winning. And yes, taking away satellites. That was very funny.
You would expect her hair to flow in the air, and it does not happen. Their hair will never look like that because it's permed.
Oh my God, the music. I'm grabbing a bite.
What's the name of banging?
With Eru. Let's see if this guy gets the delay
Watch
right.
this.
Do you still see stars in outer space?
You didn't catch that, did you? Why does she have an instant reaction when he asks the question?
Oh my God. You can't be this serious about this.
Are people that if there is an ounce of plausible deniability, knowing it's obvious that it's a lie, obvious that they're busted, they don't care. They're just like, do you have proof? What's the proof? Where's the proof? You know, and they're just gonna lie. They don't care. And there are a lot of people that defend NASA that are like this, and so they'll say stuff like, I mean, coincidences do happen. You know, like, bro, are you trying to convince yourself, or you don't care if I know you're lying? Like, wow, I don't understand what's going on. Like, people defend NASA like they're like married to them or something. It's very weird. Like, they're a defense attorney that's been retained to cover up the lies. You don't have to do that. It's very weird. It's like very Stockholm syndrome-ish. It fills me. But anyway.
Oh my. Widget is now an expert in human behavior.
You can tell that she clearly hears the question, immediately turns and looks at the guy for the answer. And obviously this guy's running point on the mission to the guy on the left because they all just turn to him for answers.
Pay attention to how they all react to what he says instantly.
The music. The music is, I mean, it just makes it true.
But then they play an echo to make it. Watch this.
Do you still see stars in outer space?
You didn't catch that, did you? Why does she have an instant reaction when he asks the question?
Do you still see stars in outer space?
Yeah, reminds me of a different video I've seen. Pay attention to how they all react to what he says instantly, but then they play an echo to make it seem as if there is a delay, and then they wait to respond.
You look like you're in a studio, maybe in Omaha, Nebraska or something. The shot is so clear. Is this a hoax? Are you really in space?
Dude, he's instantly responding, bro. And why's the question always about, like, is it really space? Like, what's going on, bro? Because they just know that this entire purpose of this.
They know.
Yeah.
They know.
I mean, like, why
to-
do you always see this fake? Like, because all these fucking flat Earth people are out running around going, this is fake. Look, it's fake.
Yeah.
To convince you that it's real. That's all it is.
Still, the shot is so clear. Is this a hoax?
He's shaking his head to the shot is so clear instantly.
Are you really in space still? Are you really in space still?
See the hair?
Oh, look, the same hair. Pay attention to what's going on here. When he goes to
the hair.
To answer this question, you can tell that he is visibly nervous because he's not trained to say the proper things. And as he starts to speak, you can see that she kind of looks at him like, what are you saying? And then he gets nervous and then passes it off to him.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to my crewmates about that today. I've definitely seen stars in outer space, and I was saying I haven't seen as many as I thought I would. So read.
Funny enough, I've seen similar questions being asked to astronauts in the past.
Could you actually see the stars on the solar corona in spite of the glare? We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon quite high without looking through the optics.
On the daylight side of the moon.
I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see. I don't remember seeing any. You were.
Sorry, I was swallowing. Dirky Diggs, what's Mark Sargent's real name? He's definitely an actor controlled up or used to be. Oh, these flat earthers are just hilarious.
Who?
Mark Sargent.
Let's watch again.
I don't remember saying anything.
He literally nudges him when he says that because he doesn't want him to contradict what he was trained to say. And if you know, this whole interview was unsettling, given the fact that they had just come back from the moon being the first men to do it. Hello world, first picture taken from Artemis. And then they supposedly take another one hours later with the same cloud formations in the same section of the Earth, even though it's constantly rotating.
I mean, they claimed it was actually like a...
Constantly rotating, but once a day.
Like
The flat Earth
after or
rotates?
something.
No, the globe. 15 degrees per hour.
Made a post clarifying.
Does Witsi believe in chemtrails too?
Yes.
They're actively answering the questions that people are posting to say it's fake. NASA's instantly on X official account talking about the answer to the reason everyone's saying it's fake. So they're actively monitoring social media, seeing what people are claiming is fake. And they saw, oh man, the girl asked about stars. We botched that big time. So they put out a picture of the stars and they recycled a photo from 2008. Like, bruh, how can you even like act like this isn't just so obviously fake, right? That's why I'm not going to keep covering it, because it's just obvious. It's obviously fake. You need to just grow up and accept the fact that it's fake. It is what it is, you know? Like, if you want to believe all these other things, that's fine. Let's just go one step at a time. They're lying to you about when they go to space. That's just what's going on, man. Sometimes the truth is not what we want it to be. And trust me, I know. You can go through a state of mind where you're...
They're lying to you. I'm telling you. Yes. Discernment flowing through these parts.
Go back up there. IC Spence, and I'm pretty sure I was in that chat as IC Flat.
Yes.
That's fucking hilarious.
They're like so desperately wanting something else to be true that you will just give me any answer. Give me anything. I'll take anything. Just give me something that can make me feel comfortable. Like what this evidence is showing me isn't really the truth, right? And that's when you get into cognitus, where it's so obvious the truth is one thing. You so desperately want it to be something else that you're just sitting there.
Cognitus AF, bro.
Like thirsty for any type of reassurance that it isn't a lie, right? Or it isn't, the truth isn't what you don't want it to be. You got to get past that. It'll destroy you, man. It'll straight up destroy you.
What you don't want it to be.
It will destroy you.
I'm trying to figure out what that means. The truth isn't what you don't want it to be.
It will destroy you, like spiritually, bro.
That might take me a minute.
Oh, it's a secret. This is a magic ticket.
Oh my fucking God, no. Oh my Lord.
And other things, we're gonna just have a regular stream show. I think
CMS, space is fake, bro. Let's do a little intermission. And given that we have CMS here, Conspiracy Music Studios, we are musical.
The Go-Go's, that's it. Yep. I remember now.
Yeah. I'm back. Humbly, I'm just telling the truth, bro. That's all the proof, bro. They faking space, yeah, that's the move, bro. I already knew, bro. Humbly, I had a thought, but it wasn't mine. We in the end times, it's certain in my mind. Everything changed, now it's all a sign. Humbly convinced, that's divine. Every coincidence turned into proof. Start with belief, then shape the truth. Got the answer before the proof. Humbly, that's the loop. Just telling the truth, bro. That's all the telling the truth, bro. If they gotta think, then it's fake, bro. That's all the proof I need, bro. I already knew, bro. You should see stars all the time. No atmosphere, nothing blocks the shine. If you don't see them, something's off, bro. That's how the logic go, bro. They had to think, yeah, that's it.
I forgot that if I share it like this, it sounds awful. Yes, send it.
Different answers, then it's all made up. I asked them face to face, no bluff. Humbly, case closed, hug. I'm just telling the truth, bro. That's all the proof, bro. They fake in space, yeah, that's the move, bro. I already knew, bro. Humbly, I'm just telling the truth, bro. If they gotta think, then it's fake, bro. That's all the proof I need, bro. I already knew, bro. That's a cartoon, yeah. Run it back. Right when it matters, hot screen go black. Faking gay, so faking gay. Humbly, same react. Why they never show it? That's the thing. Where the footage at? Let it rain. If it was real, they show everything. Humbly, yeah, that's the thing.
I'm just telling the truth, bro. That's all the proof, bro. They fake in space, yeah, that's the move, bro. I already knew, bro.
I'm just telling the truth, bro. If they gotta think, then it's fake, bro. That's all the proof I need, bro.
Night is space, dude.
Humbly. I already knew, bro. Freaking gay. Humbly.
Oh shit.
That is awesome.
I think 8 p.m. is the best time. It's like I gotta kind of, rush to get it all ready and going by then, but we're gonna keep doing that. So 8, we're gonna get everything where I just have to sit down and do it. And
just do it, fresh.
The guys he's being Nike.
Yes. Because one time he was on his live stream and someone told him because he was begging for money and someone told him why he wore that expensive Nike shit. And he answered because it looks fresh. Yes,
Cool.
that was
Fresh.
with it. Yeah.
He looks very fresh.
Fresh, extreme fresh.
get started. But cool. I'll check out the birthday thing. I don't think there was anything on there, but I'll check real fast. Okay. I think I'm going to change. I have full intentions to make sure that the exclusive perk for the members, where we're going to kick it, will be on there tomorrow morning. And something else that I think I'm going to do with the members is like, say, that Apple movie where they talk about, they fake the moon mission just in case, and they end up actually going, is the storyline. Like we'll have like watch parties where we just kind of all chill and we watch a movie. Maybe we'll do it in Discord. And so on Ko-fi, if you sign up, you can link your Discord. If you're a member, to link you to Discord. Patreon, we'll just have to find a way to get you in there. Patreon may have.
I mean, yes, sign up to hang out with it.
Yeah, we could do a mass illusion.
Right. Coco says, you guys still going? Yes, I'm going 24 hours, Coco.
Max is the Energizer Bunny.
Yes. I mean, once a year on my birthday.
And then Easter, we don't know where he went.
He connected and never even said a word yet.
He's like, y'all just get to sit here and look at my beautiful face.
What? I mean, how can someone sleep with my voice around?
Oh, man. I think mine might be. Somebody said I go that this was a stream of accidents.
No idea how someone gonna accomplish that.
A plugin for Discord, not sure. But anyway, either way, you can support monthly on either one of those, and then we'll get you into the Discord, and then we'll just
the grift never ends. Am I right with it?
Yes.
Occasionally, maybe once a week, we'll pick a night every week that we.
It looks like Flatsy, which is nice. Had to prompt quite a few times to get it right. Yes. Happy birthday of birthday. Thank you.
Watch some type of movie that we'll watch it through the eyes of a truther, right? Where we'll be like,
we'll watch a movie through the eyes of a truther. Your voice is comforting. Oh, thank you.
like, okay, look what they're trying to sell people here. Oh, look at that, whatever. Maybe that'll be the first one that we watch. So if that's something you guys would be interested in, I've had quite a few people tell me they think that would be cool. I'm down to do that. We can all just...
Sounds tired a little bit. Yes. We are 4 hours and a half in.
Oh, God, you still a way to go.
It is an effort. But, yeah, don't worry about it. I've also been smoking weed since I woke up, so...
Ish is like, I'll help you stay awake. And then
Yes.
goes to sleep.
chilling there. Obviously, I'll keep my camera on, just hang out with you guys, and we'll watch a movie.
Yeah, if you want to come up and scream, you're welcome. You might wake Isa up.
So cool. Okay, let me check real fast on Ko-fi, and then let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna read the YouTube super chats, and then I'll do Ko-fi. Then I'll check the birthday thing, and then we're gonna wrap this up.
The birthday thing. Oh, the birthday thing. He means the fundraiser that someone made for his birthday to get him money. Besides the other fundraiser he has to get money for the custody battle that he will inevitably see himself in.
Oh gosh.
Yes.
And I mean, I'm kind of on the fence. Like, if I should just make the cutoff for the members, like when I said it would be, I think I might should do that. But realistically, if you sign up for the first monthly before tomorrow morning, then you'll get access to it. So it's whatever. But and I think it's pretty cool. I think what we're doing is pretty cool. We'll take some legwork. If you want to participate, you'll have to do a couple things, but you'll understand what you see.
No, I don't want to. Yeah, I'm not going to join one. I don't want to have to work to do it. Anything.
That sounds a little bit like, yeah, you're gonna have to work it.
Yeah, no.
No, that is silly. You're dumb.
Okay.
You got
Happy
paid.
birthday, bro. Stillness Bear. Thank you.
Did you ever play the Give Me Fucking Money clip? I think so. Hold on. Yes. Okay, hold on. We're going to play that now.
Right.
Because I did play it before, but that one is a good palate cleanser.
You don't like seeing me angry? Well, donate to my PayPal. Get me fucking money. I need 1,000 euros. 1,000. I need 1,000 euros. A lot. And I just need it. I don't want to fucking beg for it anymore. I have debt. I have bills to freaking pay. They're just growing. I'm taking less and they're still fucking growing. Right? This is my pay. You guys pay me. This is my only real income. Okay? The rest is just freaking rent and food and shit and bills. Yeah, 1,000. Yeah. Growing debt. Shit. Money I have to pay back. And with 1,000, yeah, then I could, I don't know, buy new shoes. How about getting a new pair of pants that's like doesn't have over 10 holes in them? Right? That would be great. Pants that actually, when you look up close, still look like pants. That would be great. And not just some random piece of shit pants that doesn't properly fit and makes me feel and look like a retard. How about that?
And then I have this one.
It's not a crossbow, Rob H, for fuck's sake. Not a crossbow. I don't have a crossbow. I don't have a crossbow. I don't have a crossbow. For fuck's sake, people.
I think he has a crossbow.
Yes.
Methinks thou does protest too much.
Sam, thank you for the generous one. I may have saw that yesterday. I don't know. That was from yesterday. Okay.
I was going to say though, Arwen, like he moved on from asking people to give him money to literally demanding 1,000 euros, because in the past, we all know how Arwen has held his own show hostage for I think it was 20 euros or something like that, right? Yes. So he said one day that if he didn't get a PayPal payment for 20 euros, then there wouldn't be a show tomorrow. But now he's demanding 1,000 euros. Like, man, you couldn't get 20. You're going to get 1,000 euros. Come on. We might watch that video from Jamie Sea Level later.
Okay, let me look at the super chats.
Super.
Thank you, Boardwalk. Happy B-Day, bro. Gotta sleep for work, bro. Much love. Thank you.
CMS for 10 euros. Thank you so much. Happiest of birthdays to you, Max. Oh, it's been a blast so far.
Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us all. Servant Watcher, thank you so much for the super chat and the kind words.
We've had
Not
you
a
just
problem. Is it your
serve-
opinion that humans can only go as high as low Earth orbit? Is this due to radiation belt? No, I don't think that when these people claim that they're on the ISS and stuff, I think it's fake. I don't think that they're there. Is it due to radiation? No. It's
Oh, wait, hold on.
Huh?
I got some interesting links. I'm sorry, I had Discord minimized. Here, yes.
Oh, good.
long time ago. Then why are you a mod?
I love his sleeveless hoodies.
Yes. Yes.
PhD Tony says I have returned.
Look
Welcome
at them
back.
guns. Look at them guns.
Yes.
You're not a mod, bro. Justin Johnson, you're out of here, buddy.
You're out of here, buddy.
I did. I
That
saw
could be
you.
in arm wrestling. Pretty sure.
I love that. Oh. Wait. Yeah, this is a great one. Hold on.
In the chat, you don't even have very hard time
what the
paying attention.
What?
In the chat, you don't even have footage of Antarctica unsubbed. Are you a mod? Dude, you're out of here, buddy. Justin Johnson, you're out of here, dude.
Perfect.
Who was that?
Perfect
Who was that
imitation.
It almost sounded like Jawsio.
This guy is called Grounded Extracts, and he is parroting this. Well, parodying. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend, because he's actually like absolutely great.
Why are you a mod? Stupid. It's also stupid. I unsubbed a long time ago. Then why are you a mod? You're not a mod, bro. Justin Johnson, you're out of here, buddy.
So that's with it. Check it out. Absolutely wrecked. Oh my god. Yeah, he's so talented. This is the debate. But you know what? We'll watch the other one later. You're out of here, buddy.
You're not a mod.
You like to be about MD chat being fun. It was painful. Oh. MD chat is always a bunch of weirdos.
Yeah.
It's my position that there's like physical containment, and there are layers to the physical containment around the Earth, and you literally can't leave this place, right? There may be
Any evidence?
Layers. I don't know if you can dip off into lower layers, if there's a fluid medium above us. And I know a lot of people are craving content like that.
How is there a fluid medium above?
It's froze, I guess. I don't know.
Like at one point, here soon,
Ken Hovind used to say that there was like an ice canopy over us until when the flood. That's what caused the flood. When God unthawed the ice canopy, that's what caused the flood. And yeah,
but it makes no sense.
And until then, we had like a big thick thing of ice. So like it would have blocked just about probably every bit of sunlight that would have ever come to, you know what I mean? Like trying to get through this big solid feet of ice.
CMS says, I have evidence of Witty being so very fresh while standing on the surface of the moon. Yes.
I think the most probable thing is, this is speculation station, right? When I'm talking about, okay, look, if I use magnetism, I can actually replicate all of the galaxies. But dude, it's like, bro, it'll blow your mind. It'll blow your mind.
No, you cannot.
Yeah, which it's fresh like Massengill. Mm-hmm.
With it, start posting when you say you can recreate the galaxies with magnetism. Like, fuck that. Start pulling it up, mister.
Mind when you see like how all of astronomy, right, they're making real life observations, and then they're just drowning it in pseudoscience, and they run all kinds of issues. They just make up all kinds of stuff. And when you just boom, fluid background, like fluid like medium, right, and you have like an etheric background with a fluid medium.
Pseudoscience
fluid background, like fluid like medium, right, and you have like an etheric background with a fluid medium.
Etheric as fuck, bro.
The projection is strong.
I mean, I don't know who is not convinced by, like an etheric medium. All right, evidence.
I feel like we're listening to Carl Sagan right now.
With it, I don't know if you ever heard that evidence is king, my good sir.
And maybe even something that acts like a superfluid here and there, right? I mean, maybe the base medium is a superfluid, and then there are different layers.
Superfluid as fuck, bro.
Layers of density. But my point is, quote unquote space is fluid. And when you look at it and you look at them using fluid mediums like plasma, right? So just a charged medium. When you look at something like plasma interacting with magnetic fields, it literally just replicates the galaxies. Literally. Looks exactly like the galaxies, the spiral galaxies, all of that. Because
with it, excuse me. When did you experiment with plasma? I'm curious.
He thinks we're in a snow globe.
Dude, look, I mean,
yes. But I don't know what he's talking about. Just like, superfluid AF, yes. Humbly. Indeed.
You can point a camera up at the sky and take pictures. And you have long exposure, and you can see there is crazy stuff in the sky. That's for sure, right?
Crazy.
Quote unquote universe is beautiful. There's a lot of stuff up there. It's just not what they said it is. It's not nearly as far as they say it is. It's not, therefore, not nearly as big as they say it is. And because of kind of all the other claims they've made, they've had to claim that it was just empty and everything's super far away. Because if it's not, well, then the Earth's in the center. And that's just the way it is. The Earth is in the center. Overwhelming evidence for that. The point is, like, I will.
Oh.
It's in the center, bro. Dude,
I am the center of the universe.
Yes. Because that's not egocentric at all.
Yeah.
To claim that the Earth is the center of the universe.
God made his whole universe, and he took his prize, a winning painting, his flat Earth, and set it right smack dab in the middle. And started spinning all the shit around it.
I don't know. But with it, this is the Lulu territory. I'm so glad that is now actually a word. But I think you should get checked out on that compulsion of having the Earth be in the center of the universe.
That's so
I
funny.
mean, you know that it doesn't change. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change much where you are. Whether you're the center or not is not what makes you special. It's that we are here. This is very weird that he has that obsession. I know that he says that we are the center of creation, but I don't know. Other than that, is there any other justification possible for that? I don't think so. It's super weird though, because people have called me out on this, say that I'm not correct, but I don't think that he is genuinely religious. I think he just appeals to his audience of derpilings with the religious.
I have an atheist friend who's a flat earther.
Wow.
I would say that him and Witsit would probably have it would be overwhelming to have them in a room together.
But wait, if he doesn't justify it,
I don't know,
because of God, then why?
I don't ask because I don't really want to know the answer. And he doesn't come out of his house very this guy.
Right? No,
he still drinks ivermectin every day. And I was like, why are you still drinking? And he said, I never do get sick. I was like, you never leave the damn house.
It's magic.
But I think you can go ahead and put the horse warmer. But
like Cubby. Oh,
I think he likes it.
Love the horse paste. These people are fucking crazy. Right. So let's see what else.
We'll break a lot of that down and show you guys kind of I don't want to call it a model because models are what got people in so much trouble mentally, but I'll show you what I think is the most probable.
You run away. Whatever. What's it? If you don't have a model, you're out before we even start.
Maybe he meant Victoria's Secret models.
I don't think he can pull off that, but okay.
I know, but maybe he got caught watching them. He said it's what got him in all this trouble.
Maybe. Ooh, thank you so much, Inquisitive Infield, for $20. He used the word think and maybe a lot. Yet, if he were to listen to a scientist use those words, he'd jump down their throats. He doesn't realize when a scientist uses those uncertainties, it's because we are open to evidence, right?
Yeah, fallibility.
Yes. Okay, this seems to be the case now. But sufficient evidence would be able to change to say otherwise, right? It's a tentative position.
Explanation, and dude, it is 1,000 times better than one. It's so it clicks and it's so cool and beautiful.
Wait, should I clip what's it saying that? Because that wouldn't be too hard. Hold on.
That look on his face.
Yes.
Looks like he zipped his dick up in a zipper.
I'm sorry, I got distracted for a second.
I said it looks like he zipped his thing up in a zipper.
I wasn't looking at that, but yes. All right, here we go. Boom, boom, boom.
You're not a mod, bro. Justin Johnson, you're out of here, buddy. I did. I saw you earlier.
Okay, hold on.
Now who's he talking to?
Justin Johnson, another player.
I thought he told him out. With them guns, I'm telling you.
Perfect. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Got it there. Let me do that just in case because it sucks sometimes. Out of here, buddy. Boom, 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 boom. Now I'll load it up. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. You're out of here, buddy.
You're out of here, buddy. Simple and simple. Everything is magnetism, dude. Like, don't you think it's that if I use a magnetic field and plasma, I can perfectly replicate the galaxies exactly?
Show it. What the fuck are you talking about?
Now we figured out how God created the universe.
I mean, I don't know. I think he's lying because he doesn't show what the fuck he's talking about. And with Witsit, you know, he's so humble that he sometimes lies about NASA whistleblowers and this and that. So hard to trust
But we did have a guy get up on a House of Representatives stream though, and like I watched that stream. I watched that hearing, and there was a guy that came in there that had been working for like NASA or something, and claimed that Area 51 was real and that there was alien bodies there and everything. It's like he stepped out of the movie Independence Day, you know, and came straight into the hearing.
But what was it, like a crazy person or what?
I don't know, but I mean, he was like somebody that had worked for our government and stuff, and it was during it was like when Biden was still president, because I knew they were doing a hearing on UFOs, so I told my best friend, I said, we're gonna watch the House of Representatives hearing today. She's like, what? I said, it's on UFOs, and like there was like other people there that were testifying, and they were like commanders and shit like that in the Navy and stuff like that. Most of them were retired.
In the Navy.
And they were just kind of like telling about some weird things that happened. You know what I mean? Like they weren't making all these ridiculous claims. They were just saying, we were in this one spot one time and saw this sudden light. You know, we don't have any idea what it was. And then there was this one guy there that was with like supposed to be with NASA or something like that. And he was like, look, I've seen the bodies. I've seen them. They're at Area 51. I mean, just like rattle off every bit of that evidence of the Independence Day movie. And I was just like, yeah. And they all just listened to him.
People are so weird. Can he replicate C-ray emissions, gravity, wave observations, blazars? Sorry, X-ray emissions. I don't know. He's been saying that he can replicate the galaxies with derpy tool, but he hasn't been showing much. Blackburn Big Dragon said the guy was a literal crackpot con artist. Yes.
Exactly what they do. Exactly.
So wait, hold on. Let's laugh it up a little bit. Here, one moment. Inquisitive Infidel for $5. Plasma is influenced by magnetic fields. We understand that it works in our model, but he has no model and couldn't predict yet. Happy birthday, Max. Thank you so much. Right. So, as far as I know, plasma is the thing that they are using for the tokamak reactor to produce energy with that. And that is very hot, very, very dangerously hot, right?
Uh-huh.
And they contain it with very powerful magnetic fields. That is real, and they're trying to stabilize it to make it like a source of power.
Well, isn't that one of the theories about like what the before the Planck time and stuff that and I said before, I mean pre-existing state of energy was like could have been plasma or whatever.
I don't know. Tony says plasma is just ionized gas. I know, but it gets super hot, so you have to contain it like.
No, that ain't it, Tony. Okay, I read that somewhere the other day that it's like a quantum field. It may have had plasma as energy or something like that. I don't know.
We're going to do a little palate cleanser with the one, the only grounded extracts.
Obviously, I
That's
jumped
what-
off during physics class.
Oh my God, no.
About the whole situation, I would immediately step more in the direction of the globe and say, okay, I have to reconsider everything. And he
Ooh. The file will get you every single time. Oh my.
100% did not see the actual sun in the sky for 24 hours. 100%.
For sure.
Doesn't exist.
I have family members who booked a cruise there. They went there and they weren't allowed to get off the boat.
You guys keep bringing up the 24-hour sun, but actually that doesn't happen. No, you didn't see the 24-hour sun. But you don't see the sun, and everyone knows it. If it really could, there'd be thousands of videos. Guy that worked for NASA that was stationed in Antarctica said he never saw a 24-hour sun. You just see the sunlight. The only supposed footage of it is provably photoshopped. Doesn't exist. You did not see the actual sun in the sky for 24 straight hours. If you did prove it, you're the first one ever to have the actual evidence. Just because you're saying it on the internet, we're not going to blindly believe you. Just because you're saying it on the internet, we're not going to blindly believe you. I'm just going to call hard BS if this dude's claiming he went to Antarctica and saw the 24-hour sun. No, that doesn't happen. The sun isn't visible for 24 hours. That doesn't.
I'm sorry, but we'll get right back into that because that brought up a very lovely memory that I think it's the best for this time. I mean, it's always it never fails to bring out a smile. So I'm letting you know beforehand that an audio warning is in effect. And 5, 4, 3, 2.
In school, you did math and you could pass the test and not have to write the answers down. So why don't you tell me, how would you integrate this? What would be the proper way to integrate this?
No, dude, Ryan, why are you not?
Ryan!
Not moderate. Do you see that all the guy is doing is intentionally avoiding every single aspect of the actual debate in the subject, every point that I've made.
He has an aptitude for math, bro.
I was told there would be no math.
He really has.
Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. I don't believe you're talking about the South. You're talking about the North. Oh, you do not see the sun itself for 24 hours. No, you don't see the sun in the sky for 24 hours. That's not what happens. Okay.
It's about the time.
Nice ground games getting sicker. Don't watch my size just because you think you're bigger. I'm like a stepping razor with the Peter Tosh figure. I keep it in the jar, but it ain't clear liquor. Moonshine, country time, and shooting stars flicker. To the rooftop, back where mom and dad were bicker. Put it in the air, and I don't mean squeeze the trigger. Pull it from the stone, and we never have a digger. Oh, whoa, too much info. Dirty undercover, nothing at the episode. Party life, power police.
Dirt.
Man, I wanna know the road to the show. The hole in my pipe, man. Game still tight, man. I was under the weather, but now I feel like hype, man. Stella in my dreams because I keep it in my nightstand. Little fella, I'm sorry to tell you, it's no longer there. I cracked with a ninja suit and infrared, you was hardly there. I wear wrapped in underwear and all your hair. I proof the L to the dome, my couch and put it in the air. Lights, cannabis action, take 5 and to go rehearse. I got a weed flavor, beard and resin stains on my t-shirt, so please, sir, let the fans blaze down in the bleachers. From the doctors to lawyers to judges and thinkers, I'm pretty sure ballers wanna blaze up off the wood bench, service smoke of the dumpsters and lie cooks on the hood vents. Of like, goodness gracious, get home and taste this. I work all week on my hard work feet and I'ma let it go. So put a cloud in the air if your work days long. Drop 20 on gas light still on.
Scumbags are very telling. Very telling.
In a world, sup legends. Anyways, I never said, bro, that the 24-hour sun does not disprove the flat Earth. I said the 24-hour sun does not work on a flat Earth.
Oh wow.
Everyone calling me,
dude. That is so on point with it.
yeah, a liar and a shill and a gatekeeper, like just because of reasons. Like my guy,
Because of reasons.
one of those people trying to like hold me accountable, get me to explain my position. Like,
Sub-legend.
bro,
How dare you
Since
not
when
let me
do
move
we
the
not-
goalpost?
Yes, subscribe to Grounded Extracts.
question things as truthers. Like, we need to be able to question things.
Yes.
And then make observations and then question those observations. And that's what it's about, right? Tonight is the summit. It's the Flat Earth Summit. Now it's the Etheric Summit. I'm
Flat
still
Earth
flat.
Summit.
It's called the Etheric Summit, like a festival vibe, but like full of legends. It's gonna be
Full of
Flat Earth Summit. That's fucking hilarious.
The Opal guy, you guys should take a break in 90 minutes to watch Blue Origin New Glenn launch attempt. We
have
can
like
watch
the
it.
G Summit, the G7 Summit, for climate change, and then there's the Flat Earth Summit.
Yes. The Flat Earth Summit is obviously bigger. But it was just a Zoom call. I thought that it would be like an event or something, but no, it was just a Zoom call.
Yeah, because we know that
it's
like
gonna be epic.
it's all over the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Wave track.
Yeah, anyways, we have somewhat what I consider to be legendary speakers for Summit. It's like, you'll never see the world again, basically, after Summit, right? So, like, the world is not what you think it is. So, yeah, now you're equipped when you leave with, like, power, So, everyone says that after every Summit, that they leave now able to, like, go through life until they die. And that's, I just asked the lifetime members. I do want to address, we have been getting emails about the lifetime VIP memberships. So because Jaren and I used to do this summit and we don't do the summit anymore, the lifetime memberships are legally expired. They're legally expired. So
he's canceling your lifetime.
But it's on me, like, out of pocket.
Yes. Yeah, there
Sorry,
was
you back. No warranty.
Yes.
Pocket. If you send me an email, I will send you a personal link. It might be general admission, but either way, like, and that's out of pocket. That's on me, like, because I don't want people to, like, it's a lifetime. So people were like, well, it's supposed to be lifetime, but legally it did expire because the dynamic of what you were getting the lifetime has
You didn't
changed.
say whose life it
So,
was.
but yeah, if you send me an email, I'll hook it up.
It
So
was
if you want
based
to
on
help
the
a
life of my cat.
Yeah, I'll hook you up, bro.
No doubt.
brother out, go and even though like previous setups of the summits didn't work, and I'd appreciate if you go buy tickets to the website. It's kind of glitchy right now. Yeah. And it's like I said, it's all on me money wise, so I kind of need people to go. If we have faith, it'll all work out, man. I am so tired. I got a flight in the morning.
I remember that I am so tired thing. Always.
So the summit's going to be great. I'm just really tired, so we're having a slow start.
Really tired.
I'm so tired, dude. I could rap. Israel's the devil, but I just keep it level. I hate all the veterans. You just make it irrelevant. Blame all the Jews as you know they run the news. Yeah. My guy practiced empathy. Like this and that about science, but I see people being extremely overconfident and narcissistic in the flat earth space, and it's like, what about fasting, bros? Like, why? Again, I need to pay the participants, and I just hope it's not out of pocket, and they get a cut of the ticket sales and blah.
Who is this? This is grounded extracts.
Blah, blah, blah. So in the chat, I don't want my money to go to Jaron. Jaron's not getting any of the money because he disagrees with the other speakers. So don't worry about that. So yeah. All right, I'm gonna open the phones. Some legends call in. If you have anything to say, if you're an acquaintance of an acquaintance, like I'll let you promote something maybe. You want to confront me? Like I'm here, bro.
I'm here, bro. Yes.
So yeah.
So yeah.
What I see, bro, is honestly a lot of narcissism and like overconfidence in the flat earth. Like anyone that spends hours trying to debunk flat earth and it's like, but they don't believe in it. It's just, and they call us like liars. Like it's just weird, bro. It's different than what we do with NASA and the government and like Jews.
It's
and,
different.
And, you know, it's different.
Oh my God.
It's like if people believe pigs fly, like I wouldn't care. Like or pro transgender or like pro Jews or like pro the globe. Like, dude, I wouldn't spend hours trying to disprove it. It's super lame to spend so much time, like just hours talking about things you don't believe in. So I just don't do that.
The projection.
Yeah. So there's other people that make flat earth their identity, and people want to say that about me just because like, you know, I'm an OG and I'm kind of a legend in these spaces.
Legend.
And then people want to act like I'm like that. There's all these people that want to get in front of it and like make content and make flat earth their thing. And it's like, that's not me, bro. Like I can talk about cultural things, historical things.
Yeah, art.
You know, Jews. I mean, like Jewish things. Like, you know, conversations on race, like important things, bro. It's not just everything has to be talk about the shape of the earth. It's not just because I said the 24-hour sun couldn't work on a flat earth and then I saw it with my own eyes, bro. I have a terabyte of footage of it, and now I don't want to talk about flat earth anymore, and I want to talk about like other topics. Like it's not because of that. It's like I've always been interested in other things. My channel was only flat earth basically up until, you know, Antarctica, but it just things coincide. I don't believe in coincidences, but you know, things do happen at the same time. Like technically, like I'm talking and moving my hands right now, like at the same time. Like things do happen at the same time.
That's talking, movie saying.
The globe is just illogical, bro. Like, like theoretically it can work, like on paper, but like Superman is logical. But do you have evidence to show that? Like,
and move his hands at the same time.
Yes.
I feel
we
like
just, dude, we can't do the globe, man. We can't.
Yes, sorry.
I feel like that's a pretty good feat for him.
Oh my, he's
Talking
so
and moving his hands, sort of like walking and chewing gum. You know.
Yes.
Not live that way. I know I said I would lean more that direction if I saw the 24-hour sun, but we can't do it, man. It just can't work on a flat earth. Just because you don't understand how the 24-hour sun would work on a flat earth and I don't understand how it would work on a flat earth doesn't mean it doesn't work on a flat earth, bro. So
it doesn't mean, bro.
It's not against me, bro. A lot of these people claim to be believers.
Oh.
Do you really believe in the creator? Do you really believe? But you're going around the internet talking badly about me. but you're a believer. All right. In the chat, you don't even have footage of Antarctica unsubbed. Are you a mod? Dude, you're out of here, buddy. Justin Johnson, you're out of here, dude. I literally have a terabyte of footage
You're out of here,
proving the
buddy.
24-hour sun in Antarctica that I said did not exist. And you're going to act like I don't have the footage. Like, what are you talking about, bro? More like wits it, grifts it. Do you even know the definition of grifting? I would have to doubt my own.
Oh my God. The funny thing is, on one of the last live streams Witsit did, he said the exact same thing.
Truthiness. Grifting, like I would have to say things that I don't believe.
No,
It is more about belief for me than.
Oh, no. Witsit is 100% grifting now.
No, okay. I thought maybe you're just dumb. I would have said, well, okay, maybe you're just dumb then.
I don't know.
They're not mutually
logical. I know.
You can be both.
Yeah, that is possible.
I was just talking about being logical, but belief overall, when it doesn't work out with the logistics, it's like, faith, that's why Jaren, like an atheist, they can't wrap their head around it. So,
yeah.
But yeah, that's just not going to happen because I cannot tell a lie. So I will not be grifting or lying. I have faith. In hindsight, you'll look back and see how epic this all was.
He's George Washington or
VIPs will get premium.
I'm sorry?
I said he said he could not tell a lie. I said he's either George Washington or Pinocchio.
Access to our new health community where we fast together online. And tonight at Summit, there's going to be a digital VIP hangout. If you want to pay full price, you can join the chat full of YouTube alumni and legends. It's going to be dope. There's only a certain amount of seats too.
Witty got really pissed because the debate with Jaren leaked, and Toon reviewed it, and Witty was upset. He said he could sue yada yada. With it derp derp.
So like I thought.
No, Isa got on here and didn't say a word. Don Elder says at some point Witsit will start a grifting course and have key speakers like Flatsoid. I mean, Flatsoid has 9 viewers now.
About this, and I was kind of like, I need people to show up. Like, I am not paying the speakers out of pocket, bro. I was thinking about it earlier, and I'm like, this is just not gonna happen, bro. So get a cut of whatever is sold as well. So yeah, blah blah blah. Dude, the health thing is gonna be dope, and like no one knows this, but I've spent a lot of money doing this for you guys. No one will ever know what I've been through the last few months. Not because I won't tell anyone, but it's just like no one will ever know, bro. So, but join the community I'm about to launch and blah blah blah. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Drop in the chat if you have any questions. And it's cool you called in and everything, Bryce. It's kind of weird. You seem to be flipping sides, and I'm sure that affects your channel, bro. It's like, but it's confusing. Some people in the chat want to know: are you switching your channel name from Murder Dome to Murder Globe?
Murder
I don't
Globe.
think he's completely switched to the dark side, guys. But yeah, I don't know. Bryce, you can answer that. Credit economy mortgages. Credit economy mortgages. I actually just talked about that. So if you send me an email, the lifetime VIP memberships expired. But out of the kindness of my heart, if you want to send me an email, I'll look out for you, bro. Can't promise that with everyone, but I'll definitely send you general admission to be able to see everything except for some of the other stuff. But all right, so we're going to move on with the summit. The website is being kind of glitchy. It's connected to the Dave Weiss apps. I'm having some issues, but it's going to be good. So we're going to move on with the summit. I know you paid like $100 and we're about 2 hours late. But Conspiracy Music Shaman has showed up to play the pre-show. So Conspiracy Music Shaman, you almost ready to go? Let's check in on him. Yeah, so all right, yeah, so he's almost ready. It looks like he's doing a sound check. Epic, legend, conspiracy music shaman. It's gonna be great. So while everyone's like filtering in the building, they're already there. We are, like I said, 2 hours late. But if while you're waiting, conspiracy music shaman's gonna play the pre-show. It's past the showtime, but it's gonna be epic, dude. So guys, if you could please go over there and buy a ticket, I'd really appreciate it. Like I said, I kind of need people to show up. All right, we're gonna open up the phones while we're preparing for Summit. It's gonna be fire, bro.
Fire, bro.
If I recognize you, I'll let you promote something. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. All right, our first caller.
Trifling tit for tat here.
Oh, how you doing, man?
I'm doing wonderful. As I saw you were, and your mug shots, you made it for June, July, and August. The calendars the boys put together in here.
Wow, that's really gross.
Are they fucking with you?
All right, man. That's gross. That's.
I love what you're doing with the streams. I'm about to get back at it. I haven't made a video in about 2.5 years, but I will be out soon. And when I get released, we're gonna put Flat Earth back on the map, or back on a pedestal, the way it deserves.
Okay. All right. I mean, I think that's kind of what I'm doing. I think we have been doing that for like 10 years. Is that a rat tail, bro?
Oh yeah, gives the boys something to hold on to.
It's gross.
Don't bring Flat Earth back.
All right, man, I'm going to let you go. You got anything you want to promote?
Oh, my commissary. I'll wrap it up. If anyone wants to donate to the tribe.
Has he sent it already, though? That's a question.
I love the lifetime memberships expired.
Yes, they expired.
That's hilarious.
Go to PayPal and donate directly to my commissary fund at Triflin at Mark.
All right, we're gonna. We got another caller. All right, we're gonna go to the next caller. We're already late for Summit. We appreciate you.
Austin, my dude, how are you, bro? It's so good to see you. Yeah, man.
Up,
Yo, I'm so excited for the night. I love what you're doing with 2025, bro. Yeah, I love you.
What's up, man? What's up? Why is your tongue blue, man?
Yeah, bro. Oh no, that's like lollipops or gushers or methylene blue, or like it's definitely not some exotic drug with strange effects, bro. Like tonight, the Summit, I'm trying to log in and I got a lifetime VIP ticket, right? Super sweet. But the login credentials says it's not active anymore.
Right.
Yo, is that still good? Is that still good, bro?
Yeah, I talked about that earlier. It legally expired. We're gonna send all the lifetime VIPs.
Oh, word?
Yeah, we're gonna send out a new.
Yeah,
link.
bro. Oh, bro.
Yeah. So you'll be able to get in general admission.
All right.
Yeah, you're welcome, brother.
Peace out, Cub Scouts.
All right, next caller.
Bye, guys.
Hey, all right, thanks for calling in. We're gonna go to the next caller.
Smoking a bottle.
We're gonna go to the next caller.
It's like a ship in a bottle. You see that?
Go check him out. That's LaFlash. He's also part of the Murder Dome.
That's crazy.
Which also flipped like Jaren. And but yeah, go check them out until they change their name. Thanks for calling in, brother. We're gonna go to the next caller. We're a bit behind on the Summit. It looks like we lost LaFlash. Go check him out. Make sure everyone resets their passwords. All right, what's up, man?
Immediate shout out to Daryl Davis.
Yeah, he's a legend, man. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. What's going on, man?
I just want to interject. There is additional evidence of the flat Earth not being presented here, and it's related to the 24-hour moon, which is
That's not real, Trifling. And it's my turn. What's up with it? Yo, what's up, dude?
Yo, not much, man. Just chilling, getting ready for Summit. How you been, man? I haven't seen you in a while, my guy.
Yeah, bro, I haven't streamed in a while. Trifling got locked up, and Murder Dome season 1 did like really good. And then like Daredevil was a masterpiece, right? Brilliant, and they still put it on the back burner, bro, for so long. And then they renewed it. That's a similar situation. Finally got the YouTube execs to sit down with us, bro, break some bread, lay out our demands, and boom, contracts were signed, and season 2 was here. Everyone is happy, bro. Everyone.
All right, man. That's cool.
Bro, thank you for asking.
All right, man. That's cool. I'm surprised that's the case with the YouTube execs. Like, you don't even have 700 subs, man. That's so cool. When you get more subs, maybe we'll have you on with the Kicks It, and that would be great, dude. All right, man. I'm gonna.
Witsit did tell me the subs thing one time. Yes. I can absolutely confirm.
Let you go soon. Do you got anything you want to promote?
Yeah, bro. Thank you for asking. Everyone could go subscribe to our sponsor, Grounded XX on YouTube, Murdered on my.
I'm sorry?
Did he say if you got enough, you could come on?
No, he was like, I don't debate you because you have too few subs.
Oh. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
YouTube, bro. We also got a new eBay store, the murder store, bro. So yeah, if you could let me share screen right quick. What we're doing is we're getting into like the collectible classic action figures and collectibles from like the 90s and the 2000s, the greatest hits, bro. Yeah, bro, you see that? All right, we got In the Box, MIB, In the Box, bro. We got original Buzz Lightyear, Woody, bro, Sheriff Woody, the best of the best from the Toy Story collections in the box. Never opened, bro. Never opened. MIB in box? Nah, bro. It's like mediocre in a box, but it's like good, bro. It's like what I mean is like there's some corners bent and shit. It's perfect, amazing. Go buy some stuff over there. You'll be supporting the dome. We're gonna send all the money we get to homeless people and charities, and definitely not for ourselves. So like, go do that, bro. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Murder Dome, Grounded X, Murder Dome, eBay, bro. Yeah, nostalgia for days. You can get all your childhood needs, bro.
Every toy is kept in their original packaging and or natural habitat before we send them to you, bro, so you get it pristine.
Natural habitat.
Yeah, bro. Bro, what you smoking on, bro?
No, man. I got my AC. It's cold in here. My breath. Bro, you got the AC.
Oh, word?
Yeah. Yeah, my AC is like really cold, dude. Yeah.
All right.
So, man, I heard you flipped to the globe, which I'm kind of surprised.
So, bro, like, let's talk about it. Tell me, like, yo, 24-hour sun, bro, you saw it?
Yeah. Yep.
You saw it?
Yeah, I saw it in person, in real life. Yeah. Yep. It was beautiful. Miserable and cold, but, like, it was also one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. It was beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah, but that doesn't really explain like Jaren, the flip. Like, I know you're friends with Jaren, and I know it's got to kind of be an uncomfortable place because I know you support my channel as well. But we're talking about the globe and 24-hour sun. We didn't see it, but now we did see it. Like, but that doesn't mean you throw away everything else Flat Earth has to offer. That's my take on it. Either way, bro. So I mean, that did the whole thing in anyways, because now anyone that looks up the Flat Earth TFE, they're gonna find the final experiment TFE. So you see all that going on their side, and then you see what I'm doing, and like, I said it wouldn't work on a flat Earth. I didn't say it would disprove the flat Earth. I was just saying it's the 24-hour sun is unexplainable on flat Earth.
Yeah,
that is different. Just because I don't understand something doesn't mean it isn't the way it is. So, like. Yeah, bro.
Point being, bro, we spent years telling people it was flat. And my and others' opinions, now we gotta spend years telling people it's not flat. It's just You got to do the math, homie. Like karma, bro.
Now, I hear what you're saying, dude.
Gotta
We
do the
want good
math,
karma, son.
homie.
I was
Larry
totally
B says it's called dharma. That's what we're going for.
Right. Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying. That doesn't really line up with my belief system. Karma, dharma don't really have much to do with it. I believe in like a chosen people and being a part of that chosen people.
Yeah.
So a fated course.
Honestly, I hear everything you're saying, but the math is kind of like above my head. The tide is turning in the community, bro.
No, you guys turned. The community is.
The tide is turning, and like some of them / us might like jump you or hate you because you're leaving the brotherhood of conspirituality.
All right,
bro. At the end of the day, Jaren is smart. He got money, power, and influence in the minds of men, women, and children. And he says it's a globe, bro. So it's a globe. Like I said, the math, it's a globe, bro. Most So, but I'll never lose hope for you. I'm a hope fiend for Wizard, bro. I'm a hope fiend for you. Yeah, we love you, man. Come back to the other side. Yup. Please.
I didn't
Come
leave
back.
sides. That's
We
leave
missed you,
sides.
bro.
You guys left. Like you
All right.
left. I didn't go anywhere.
Gotta go with the group.
All right, we're gonna go to the
You
next.
gotta go with the group, bro. Don't be that one asshole crab trying to get out the bucket, bro. We're gonna have to pull you back down. We got shit to do, bro. We can't be just pulling you back in the bucket all day. You know, like.
All right, next caller.
Come back.
We're gonna have to start to wrap up soon. I drove around the country with a bullhorn for you guys and for the truth. All right, I see the chat, a lot of people are flipping and calling me shill, and it's like, I know you guys are acting how we trained you to act, to not believe anything anyone says. I get that. To call everyone a liar, etc. But like, it's turned in my direction. It's like not really cool, bro. Like, and no one knows.
Oh my God!
Not because I haven't told anyone, but just like no one will ever know, bro. A lot of the people that are calling me a liar and a shill gatekeeper are also the same people that profess to be believers.
Yes.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Really? You claim to believe in God, but you're going around slandering me. Are you really saved?
Yeah.
Are you saved?
I'm not. It's not for me to judge, but
Always in religion.
just saying, bro. Just saying. All right. So it's really simple. As a little pre-debate, the globe is an illogical premise, right? Because it affirms the consequent, and in its core is an appeal to incredulity. Oh, just because I don't understand something doesn't mean it can't be true, and that goes for you as well. So, all right, we're gonna check back in on CMG. Ready to start the pre-show.
Oh my God, it's from the
All right, I'm sure he'll be like right back.
It's so good. Hello.
The freak.
So go head over to the summit. Tickets are $100.
$100.
Yes.
All right.
You should
Welcome
volunteer to
Summit.
be our.
So you guys
summit.
wanted a debate with Jaren, so we're doing it. You guys wanted Summit, so we're doing it. People are asking who the moderator is. Some people wanted Mindshock to moderate the debate. I wanted Owen Benjamin because I believe in kindness and never lying and just overall goodness and integrity and humility, bro. But yeah. So Jess says, please anyone but Owen. Owen is disgusting. So you guys really don't want Owen, okay?
Who's Owen?
Listen, I hear what you're saying. I try not to engage in beef with like anyone. If I don't,
I heard a flirt once describe Mindshock's channel as someone who analyzes debate and points out how the globe is illogical.
don't say anything bad about someone
Because
publicly,
it
they're not really
violates all 3 laws. of
allowed to
logic, right?
criticize me. So that's kind of the way I keep it.
No, but about the globe, like this guy is Mindshock is absolutely insane about crying out random fallacies.
I mean, that's what I said. The globe violates all kinds of laws of logic, don't it? Like
No,
what?
the globe, no.
No,
The
that's
flat
what I mean.
Earth does.
But they say it's illogical. They don't know what logic means.
Right. Mike Yellow, good morning.
The high road, I try my best to take the high road.
Fallacy
I'm friends with
fallacy
liars just as well as
whistleblower.
truthers. Like, you know, if you're an acquaintance of an acquaintance, like that's kind of how we do things. So, overall, I see more comments about Owen. I'm trying not to really talk smack about anyone, other than like, you know, the entirety of government agencies and Hollywood and Jews and those with improper grammar, etc.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay, I guess you could say Owen is racist, but you know, he's honest about it. So he calls people pedos. Yeah, he does call people pedos. But that's if they point out something like he lied about.
The same thing as putting Trump on fucking like on video and letting him just talk away. This is sort of like the same amount of just comprehensive, incoherent stuff.
I mean, it's all true stuff that Whitted does actually say. So, I mean, it's on point there.
You know, like you got to protect your homeland and, you know, ruin other people if it's kind of trutherism 101. People that are surprised about calling, you know, innocent people terrible things. It's like, dude, like get off the internet, bro. But again, I question a lot of these people's, like, are you really a believer? That's a lot of the people in the chat. Like, I wonder, like, because it just seems like, you know, trauma and division and he said, she said, and like,
yes,
you know, like, are you a believer?
Are you a believer?
More about the summit. We really want someone who's like generally just a good person. So I was shooting for Owen Benjamin, but due to lack of donations, we may have an alternative option for the moderator. I'm not sure yet. We should have had this worked out already, but we're doing our best. To be fair, I let other people make promos. Like, Jaren, you want to shout something out? If you got anything to promote, man, like, we're still friends. So, yeah. Thanks for having me, Witsit. First, shout out to Brilliant Bryce, and I have a promo for my WWF We Were Flat OnlyFans page, which is now up. If you check us out, We Were Flat over on YouTube. We talk about wrestling and conspiracy theories and alchemy, like how Cactus Jack can turn into Dude Love and vice versa. So yeah, if you want to go over there, and then if you check out our OnlyFans WWF page has things like China, very good, very exciting, some spicier content. Yeah, that's all I have to promote. Thanks for having me, Witsit. Yeah. So I guess I'll start. I'll start by saying, if you are not willing to test your own conception of the earth, you are not a truther. Now, most people will realize this feels like a breakup. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to lie about what I saw. I'm on a scientific quest for truth and not to confirm religious beliefs. Brilliant Bryce, who also realized it was a globe, said that Wittit has always looked up to me, which makes sense, as I've always had more subs than him, and frankly, I taught him a lot. So this will probably sting a little bit for him and some of you, but like I said, I'm on a quest for truth. Being a truther means if you claim something and then it gets shown to you that it was incorrect, a truther would take that information and adjust their prior beliefs. So when we said that 24-hour sun in Antarctica did not exist, and then we went there and saw it, and it does exist, we have to admit that. If I got a picture of the ice wall and not the 24-hour sun like we saw, I would have been met with open arms. And that's when I realized this is a cult. So it's disheartening, and it is what it is. At the end of the day, it's not just the 24-hour sun, which it's going to say that that's all that I have. And now truthers want to introduce a theoretical second sun, or an apparent sun, or as Dave Weiss said, a sun simulator. It's just insane. They're supposed to be against this. Those are all theoretical ideas, and that's what they criticize NASA for. I believed Dave Weiss, Laren B, and Lobusters, and they said we were not allowed to go to Antarctica. I believe them when they said the Antarctic Treaty, that you're not allowed to go there. Well, that was untrue. And we went there. I went there myself. I believed them when they said the 24-hour sun could not exist until I went there, and it does exist. No, I come back to shit talk and middle fingers and just saying that I'm a liar and I'm a grifter. Yeah. but you listened to me for 10 years because I spoke to your beliefs. As soon as we did some actual science and observations and we come back and show what we have, we get a cult-like reaction. And they say,
Actual
I
science.
flipped, I turned my back to what I now know is a cult. I mean, you certainly can't leave it. If you're gonna leave, you're gonna pay for it. So, yeah. That's unfortunate. I thought it was truthers and not just cult members. So, flat earthers are so intolerant of new ideas. They act the same way. Veritaria and Archaics and Scientology, online cults, they act the way they act. They wildly attack anything or anyone that they don't understand. It's embarrassing. You wipe everything off the table that just goes against your religious beliefs. You say that doesn't discount for all the other proofs of flat Earth. Well, okay, we can do the same thing with the globe and the lists of accurate predictions and calculations despite one or two things that don't fit perfectly. However, the margin of error in terms of numerical predictions is also closer to when the charge of a particle is
Define charge. Like,
Austin.
If you say vibrational displacement,
Austin.
okay, then define vibrational. Define displacement.
The Earth moves considerably slow compared to the size of it, which globe predictions, like I said, are the closest to in terms of accuracy.
So,
the atmosphere is pressing down, holding all the water together, blah, blah, blah. Even the lowest of the low of the community, who homeschooled his kids for 6 years, teaching his children flat Earth proofs, went back to the globe. Brilliant Bryce ridiculed people for years, and now he has to face people laughing at him for being haughty and wrong for half a decade. He was telling people they were stupid. I'm ashamed. He's ashamed. I'm ashamed of him, but he's turning a new leaf, as real truthers would do.
So,
and again, we build over short spaces of land. That's why curvature is not taken into account for building projects, etc. Short distances are measurably flat,
having a different
which has nothing to
conversation.
do with the macro shape.
And if I don't agree, then
we can move on. Do you still believe in the ether? What's it?
In the ether, that I mean, it's that's just a word to describe something. So.
Ether.
Right, just like gravity.
And see, and this is what you do. Like, this is what they do. This is what Globies do. Appeal to incredulity, strawman, presupposing so many things, bro. Suspending the belief, reifying the model, fallacies, affirming the consequence, shifting the burden of proof, begging the question, empirical evidence, Zionism, appeal to ignorance, not being smart, being fake and gay, just so many others, bro. It's like, do you like? If I feel like you like hate God, bro.
No, I do not hate God. And you said earlier in the stream that I'm selfish for talking about my observations because they might lead a child away from finding God. So what you're saying is the 24-hour sun observed in Antarctica goes against God. I disagree.
You like hate God, bro. Other people are saying that too, like in the chat. Like it's just weird, bro. Like it's just weird.
Oh my goodness.
Austin, where's the telemetry data from the trip?
Telemetry data. You tell me, bro. Like maybe it's being occulted by the stars or a mountain.
Right, for sure.
Like I won, bro. Like hang it up. Like
Right.
I just listed everything.
Yep, occulted. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we can all right, yeah, we can go to the main course. What's it? So how would the 24-hour sun work on a flat earth in the north and the south?
I don't know that, Jaron, and neither do you.
Correct, but we can explain how it works on a globe. So I won. Thank you all for coming.
All right, man.
Let's get to the point. How would the 24-hour sun work in the north and in the south?
I'm getting tired anyways. I got push-ups to do, and like I'm getting hungry. I have a flight in the morning. So I'll answer a couple questions for the VIPs, and then we'll play a song and get out of here.
Enjoy the rest of the show. Witsit, thank you again for having me.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for the debate.
All right, and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Now, like afterwards, like just everyone be kind to Jaren after what just happened. It never feels good losing a debate. Like always remember, seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So, peace.
Right, so I won. I guess the debate is over, and
thank you guys. Please go over to my channel and subscribe, and go to my OnlyFans. WWF stands for We Were Flat. I do like wrestling, but it's more of a take on what we used to be as of a year ago and where we're going.
That was
Absolutely hilarious.
Yes. OnlyFans. I do love OnlyFans, you said.
Yes. And there's another little palate cleanser here. I'm going to take a little short walk around break. But in the meantime, we'll watch this. This is Jamie Sea Level.
It began, well, it began as you might expect.
Say my name, Owen. Ah, God fucking hell. Good morning.
Stop creeping in our room, Arwen, disgusting pervert.
Fucking lesbian. I need coffee.
Black coffee. Wait, no, he's not supposed to have coffee.
No, I miss my coffee.
Black
Coffee is great. But I mean, if I would drink 2 coffees, then I'd probably get really irritated.
There once was a man that was sleepy, so the man brewed himself a pot of coffee, but the coffee did not awaken him, so he drank more and more. Soon then anxiety comes, buzzing, jittering vibrations. Now cause of caffeination, he's just anxious and tired.
I need more coffee, or I want more coffee. Don't know if I really need a coffee. Keeps you boosted and awake, to kind of keep you awake and active. Because coffee does not elevate the strain on your brain, it actually pushes it more. Sometimes I enjoy it so much. I'm gonna take a sip of this coffee, man. Got some serious trouble waking up. Yeah. Like,
It's a thing, it's right there, it's a thing. Pay attention, it's a bloody sun. It's right there. It has to be there. I'm seeing it. It's a thing.
See what the teenage girl is doing. It's so important. Oh, danger, Will Robinson. Oh my God, they're ready. Will Robinson. Make us bold.
Oh, stop it. That ship is sailing.
Thanks, Captain Obvious. Nothing physical. It's
My brain isn't physical, damn it. It's shadows and
the earth going like, ooh, but then just that moment where it goes, ooh, they're like, look, a good African president who will actually tell you not to be gay.
You ugly.
You'll be like, and then you would be like, yeah, I'm the Trump. I'm deranged. Coffee. I want more. oh, it's fake, and then be like, ha 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 ha. Captain Seamoss.
I have no idea why.
Yeah, you do have to be freed of the cabbage people. In ways, we are all cabbage people. Cabbage pride! I wish I could have like a second coffee without it having like serious impact. Or they're cabbage babies. And it was like this freak experiment that might have also been responsible for the creation of the panda. Right?
Shut up, bitches!
If you tell them that story about the superposition being at two places at the same time. Yeah, maybe I could drink decaf. Well, it probably wouldn't help at all because I do really like the coffee. The feel of it, like. What if we get a warp engine? Warp. Instantaneous, insane speed, constant circular lines. Warp point walk. What the fuck? Daylight. Nighttime. Nighttime. And then it's like 4.3. Warp point 6. Warp 1. Daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime. That's kind of what it would be like.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't get it. Oh, well, guess I'll have to explain it another few thousand times then over the couple of next years before you get it.
No, don't do it! Take it! Stop!
I have noticed I have to kind of be careful with the coffee. Coffee is
a hell of a drug.
Getting more hungry for coffee. Aw, damn it. Why did the coffee run out?
Because it is a vile drink that turns even the most respectable men into complete scoundrels.
I don't give a fuck.
What?
Come and get it, bitch. I'll fuck you up.
Get it, bitch.
The dark side.
Yeah, I don't care.
You despicable.
I don't care how much you think I lack respect.
Show some respect.
How much you dislike what I do.
You're obviously good at what you do.
Yeah?
It's just that what you do is not worth doing.
I don't give a fuck. This is my show. I will act exactly as I please. Bitch.
How's it working out for you?
I'm not getting support, barely.
Shocker.
That's weird.
There's a couple of individuals that still help me out.
That's too much, man.
Most people that even try to help me out, they insist that I keep it completely anonymous because God forbid that they be caught, openly caught, supporting Arwen.
You're so embarrassing.
I mean, there's people literally that want to support me that are afraid to be known to support me.
That's so very, very sad.
Okay, that's how fucked up this scene has become by now. Like, I don't know why I'm still doing this.
Yeah, same here, bro.
I don't know.
Nobody's supporting me.
Oh, boo! Some of these people need a little cry.
Arwen was begging for eggs earlier, maybe. Maybe you can send them one. Get your ass to work.
It's just fucking baltards in the chat.
It isn't going to change.
Yeah.
For things to change, you've got to change.
I don't need your fucking philosophy bullshit. Please spare me your input and your suggestions on how you need to change everything and then it will be better. Yes.
Makes sense.
And as you change, things will start to change for you.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't need a fucking manager.
You need slapping down.
I need people to show up in my chat like they used to. A lot. Tons of flat earthers used to show up in my chat. Now they don't.
I wonder why.
Probably because I refuse to
Grow up.
because I refuse to
Shower.
because I refuse to
Do something constructive.
because I refuse to embrace
Taking accountability and responsibility for yourself, for your actions.
because I refuse to embrace their bullshit either or whatever.
Sure, buddy.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Everyone has some sort of inner healing, at least to some extent, that needs to happen. And you can tell the difference between the people who take ownership over their healing and those who don't.
Anyway, where's everybody?
Where did I go? Where did I go?
Duper, you still there?
Have you considered not insulting and banning anyone that asks a question, sir?
That's asinine, Duperpoons.
He does have a point.
Hey, Zed Teppy. None of your fucking business.
Just say it.
Huh? None of your fucking business. You got it?
Don't get your knickers in a twist.
Bring it up again, I'll fucking ban you.
Gosh, no.
And then you won't be showing up with any account.
How will I ever recover?
For at least half a year.
That's not the punishment you think it is.
Stop being such a fucking weenie.
You should be careful talking to people like that.
Oh my, oh, gotta be careful. Yeah, so what the fuck, Zed Teppy? What, you think I'm actually afraid?
Big tough Arwen.
Big tough Arwen, yeah. I don't have to be big.
You're a puny manlet.
Yeah, I'm quick.
Looks like a weasel.
And I'm sharp, literally and figuratively.
Key is not the sharpest tool in the shed.
Yeah, don't mess with me. Don't try to intimidate me. It doesn't work. I've seen shit that'll turn you white. I've seen shit that'll turn you white.
I'd like to see you talk like that in person.
I'd like to see you talk like that in person. Yeah, well, this is the internet. In person, I just walk away. Maybe laugh at you. If you want, if you're planning to not let it go, might mean that I'd have to suddenly punch the fuck out of your face and knock you out.
Enough.
Perhaps goading your enemies isn't the wisest idea, sir.
I don't care, Duper. I don't fucking care.
It seems to just make them want to attack you more.
I don't care if their own dads raped them as a kid or whatever the fuck has caused them to be the way they are. It's not my fucking problem.
But it is. Not a fan of advice or judgment, are you?
Judge me.
What?
Well, I want to be judged.
You're fucking around.
Judge me. I have a shit fit when you judge us? Lol? No.
Uh-oh, somebody's honest and truthful here, and it ain't you.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the first time I'm saying that.
I don't believe you.
It would strain credulity at last.
I want to be judged.
You can't handle the truth.
The truth is not designed to be able to be handled.
You cannot be serious.
Judge me.
Be careful what you wish for, cause you just might get it. You just might get that wish.
I want to be criticized. Tell me if there's something wrong.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Tell me if there's something that slipped my attention.
There's too many to count.
Judge me.
You want the truth?
Yeah?
You want the truth?
Point it out. Judge me.
You don't want it.
I don't want to be judged. Yeah, I want to be judged. I absolutely want to be judged.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm pumped.
So let's do this thing. Let's do this.
Let's go, boy!
Do not withhold.
Oh, this isn't gonna end well.
All right, sweethearts, you heard the man and you know the drill, assholes.
You will be judged.
Yeah, I take criticism.
Question is, where to start?
You're too mean, man.
Banned.
I mean, you're a jerk. Trapped, and you're yelling at people.
He is yelling. Ha ha ha.
And you're just belittling people.
Because you're a piece of shit that shouldn't even be watching my show ever.
This is literally narcissistic.
What is this crazy shit that you left on? What is this?
It's a flat earther that's called Arwen. That is fucking insane.
I feel like y'all have gone way down the rabbit hole with this stuff right here. Like, watch this. He does a lot of dumb shit, don't he?
Yes. Arwen is fucking crazy. Like, hold on. For example,
everybody needs to send him up.
It's not a crossbow, Rob H. For fuck's sake.
I went to get coffee and renew my mate and feed the cat.
personality disorder.
You're mean. People do not respect meanness.
Don't just project your shit onto me.
They won't just say that their problems are their fault.
He needs a smack.
Bro, get the Glock 40 on him. You see him, you shoot him. Right in his kneecap. Both kneecaps, if possible.
You're lazy. You know what lazy people are? They're the forgotten. People that don't want to do anything with their lives, they will always just end up on the sideline. You're not special.
You are a joke.
Get a job, sir!
You guys don't seem to understand what criticism actually is.
I couldn't hear what you were saying because your mouth was full of food.
Don't talk with your mouth full. Go fuck yourself! I like to think I don't eat gross. It's not like
What's that?
I bought the fucking cat like a fountain, so he wouldn't ask me for, like, he wouldn't jump on the bathroom sink
For
and
water?
ask me to open the faucet for water.
Yes.
But he doesn't like the fountain, and he still asks me for water.
Plunge.
Gross.
That's disgusting. Oh God, he eats like a pig.
You suck.
His finger looking good.
You make me sick.
Well, that was fucking dreadful.
The most traumatic experience of my life.
If you have a problem with me eating during the live show, then
Yes,
unsubscribe.
Believe me, I wish.
I'm sorry?
Still, City's got a point right there. You don't put the water by the food bowl.
No.
I could based on what little I've experienced of your horrendous personality.
And get the fuck out and never come back.
And never come back.
Scumbag.
Look at little Goblin Jr. Gonna cry?
Yeah, real men cry in private and they never talk about it and they never show it to somebody.
Big old crybaby, you.
And like when they notice that somebody sees it, they immediately and effectively stop crying to hide it. Yeah, that's what real men do. And if you disagree, you're gay.
Takes one to know one.
But that's losing control.
Arwin also says that wearing glasses is gay.
Oh, that's
Also
cool.
gay.
But you lose control all the time, sir.
Yeah, I might have lost some control somewhere. That's kind of gay of me that I did that.
Agreed.
But it is what it is. Like, I mean, I'd probably cry to like get tension off me. It's like a therapeutical mechanism to me. That's how I regard it, which is very unsociety. Some people.
I'm sorry?
As I'm gonna get off here, happy birthday, and you can tell Issa when he wakes up that I said he's gay. Somebody come in here to see him, and he just like sits in there and sleeps through everything. Like,
yes.
Or
Thank you so
whatever.
much, Robin. Take care.
I love you. I love you. Have a good
You
birthday.
too. Take care. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Conspiracy. How the F am I supposed to see well without wearing my glasses? Does that apply to driving too? Should I just guess where I'm going? Right? That's when I went to get my driver's license renewed after many, many years. I went to, like, you need to get physically checked, yada, yada. And the guy asked me, do you wear glasses? Because I was wearing my contacts. And I was like, yes, I do. And he asked me how much prescription do I have, and I have a shit ton. So I told him, like, look, it's not like I am going to try to appear to be cool and drive without wearing my glasses. That would be completely idiotic. I would die in 2 blocks.
They're always like, as soon as they cry, it's like.
And I'm sorry, I was telling you this because I didn't get the sign in my license that says wears glasses. Because, like, I can't drive without glasses.
They turn into a blubbering baby and then they can't go back. They can't bottle it up without then triggering very painful things afterward, like potential cancer or whatever.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'd rather make myself look a little gay and just acutely cry it out and then not get cancer because of that.
Are you fucking dumb?
Crying can prevent cancer. Yeah, that's what I said.
You're delusional.
Right? But that still doesn't excuse it. It's still gay. You're still not supposed to do that. It's only with extreme situations.
You're so dumb.
Intelligence is super overrated.
You are really dumb.
Ignorance is bliss.
For real.
Go fuck yourself.
Don't get your testicles in a knot now here, okay?
Relax and have a smoke, dude.
No, I'm not gonna smoke on fucking camera. Thanks, Phil. Oh, piss off. I smoke. I don't do it on camera. I don't do that. It's bad. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't smoke on camera. It's not right.
Remember that.
I don't do drug promotion here. Specifically. I'm very against that. And if I'm going to be rolling some kind of smoke, I'm not going to smoke on screen. I'm not going to promote it. I'm going to be smoking
Max for $2 Singaporean says happy birthday, feliz cumpleaños. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias.
On the balcony away from the camera.
You fucking lying sack of shit.
Don't fucking call me a liar. I do not lie.
Nobody believes that fucking bullshit.
I don't lie. I never have lied. And I never will. Never will. Never will.
I said no lies.
I'd rather die than lie.
You forgot one very important thing, mate.
Our Winnie in history with Steamy Traveler.
I won't smoke a joint.
Just smoking on camera.
Holy smokes!
Oh, busted.
Why do you keep digging the shit up, Steamy Traveler?
I'm gonna be smoking on camera.
You smoke like my grandmother.
You little bitch-ass motherfucker.
Hold on, I have that one somewhere.
Any citation? Yeah, I am the citation. Get the fuck out of here, dipshit.
Yes.
Why do they always smoke in some weird way like this? Yeah, we have ways of making you talk, Augie. Stop. Or it's like this. Yeah, we know who you are.
Oh yeah, look at this, by the way. This is something that we Dutch also typically do. I don't know if you know this. We call this oliebollen.
Nice balls, bro.
You have balls. I like balls.
Oh, the smell of balls in the morning.
That is so gay.
I'm kind of homophobic. I don't really... It makes me sick.
Oh, sure.
He kissed a guy.
He totally did.
Kissing a guy once, not so much a faggot. That's just exploring.
What do you think, folks? Do I tell him?
Sorry, who's more gay?
You?
People that may have kissed the other sex?
I!
Yep.
Or the people that literally obsess and continually want to bring up how they are gay because they did something?
The former?
I'd say the latter.
Nope.
Well, he would, wouldn't he?
Yep.
You coming, men?
I'd love to come on Owen Benjamin.
Oh, I think you coming men enough for all of us.
I am not fucking homosexual, okay? Ugh.
Full fucking shit. What is your type then, you fucking liar?
Owen Benjamin.
I fucking knew it!
Owen Benjamin gives me
An erection.
he gives me a feeling like it's safe.
Women naturally submit when they feel safe.
He's this big guy with good energy, strong, good vibes.
Sounds gay.
It's kind of gay.
Super gay.
And he's funny, and it's great to know. Comedy and his online streams with all his moves, and I love it.
Do you like Big Bear's gravy then, sir?
Big Bear's gravy.
I'm loving it. It's hilarious.
Why don't you ask him on a date, sir?
It's pretty late.
I don't know if he even knows I exist.
You're acting like a little schoolgirl.
Owen Benjamin, I don't know, man. I don't feel like I'm worthy enough.
Don't sell yourself short.
Go get him, Tiger.
But maybe I am. It's just that
Okay, what's the problem?
I'm some scrawny, whiny, gay guy online that's like blabbermouth, like out of control.
Well, that's an excuse I can't argue with.
No, I don't, dude. If I do that, like, there would be a spotlight on me, and then it's like, I don't want to know about all my gay debts, basically, right?
Sorry.
What? Because by Owen Benjamin standards, I have like a massive debt in gay to pay away.
Yes, I can see that.
So I don't want to do that.
Can you really put a price on love?
If you have a certain level of gay and you don't pay it away, well, then get out of here. This is not a gay bar.
Oh, righty then.
Unless he somehow manages to like me somehow.
Maybe all to be ever in favor.
He's doing as gay as you, sir.
I don't know if he's into it that much. Owen's like dipped his finger into it a bit.
One time I put my finger in my butt.
But he's not like an expert. He's not.
You teach him.
You could teach him how to spit roast you, sir.
I could have Owen Benjamin do a roast on me and I'll be laughing about it.
Whatever floats your boat.
All the way. Because I mean, worse. I'd actually probably end up being disappointed. Like, hey, why didn't you make fun of this thing that I did? Like, what? Are you leaving things out of my roast? Yeah, you missed the spot.
I know not the only one.
Yeah, so any more Trixies? Any more things you're holding back?
This is so cringe.
Because we're fucking little faggots, are you? Fucking little scheming little faggots.
Wow, you're a real glutton for punishment.
Okay, let's go.
You look old.
In a matter of a little over a month, I'm gonna be 45.
You look older than you actually are.
You can get the fuck out of my chat and piss off!
Why is your nose always runny?
Look at yourself, you fucking sniveling freaks. Bunch of sniveling, grabbling shits.
Are you real?
Fuck off, you fucking grabbling asswipes.
Here's one move that can instantly open up a stuffy nose.
You heard me and you stink, you nasty, greasy bitch. You look like you drink white Gatorade and smell like nickel.
Traveler.
Fuck you.
You stink.
Stop projecting your insecurities onto other people.
You stink. I don't regularly shower. Hey, steamy traveler, butt out. You're doing it again.
Whoopsie.
So one of the things you do is you surround yourself with other people, and then every time that you do something stupid,
thank you.
Because one of your theories is vague or incomplete or wrong or biased or you're willfully blind, then they slap you on the side of the head. They ignore you because you're boring.
Just shut the hell up.
They don't laugh at your jokes because they're stupid. They are irritated at your actions because you're not taking your own long-term interests or the interests of other people into account.
You fucking scumbag.
Is Arwen unstable like you think? He's an oracle.
Who is lying and now bad.
The truth hurts. I know.
Bye, fuckwit.
You're stupider than you have to be.
Learn how to handle criticism without being defensive.
My performance here is not a democracy. You don't get to fucking tell me how I should do my show.
Look at the sky! Look! It's a plane! It's a plane!
Captain Contradiction.
Unlimited shameless projection. I really wish some actual people that I know would start engaging with the conversation.
My name is Kevin. Yeah. That is my name. Yeah. They call me Kevin. Yeah. Because that's my name.
Roll call.
Instead of letting these fucking troll infiltrants do all the goddamn talking in my chat.
Wait, no, I make the rules. I want to be wined and dined. 69.
Get the fuck out of my show forever.
Hey, right back at you, bitch.
Bye, dipshit.
I have very little patience for stupidity.
Not part of my chat anymore.
That's all I've ever wanted.
Ever.
Because it makes me horny.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not afraid of you, bunch of bully asswipes. They're nothing but a toilet roll to me. I wipe my ass with you. Shittiness attracts shittiness.
So you agree?
What?
You're shit.
Oh shit, and you know you are.
Fuck you, bitch.
Okay, good job.
Oh, fuck yourself, ferret.
You blackness!
Yeah, this is work.
That's not it.
Austin is my spirit animal. What is Arwen? Ooh. That's a hard question. I don't know.
Job?
I am working right now.
He's here on a special work program. He's slow, in his brain.
Because I'm a fucking retard. I don't know what the conversation is about.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Get the fuck out.
Fucking bloody bastard.
It's just, this is what I do. This is what I've decided to do with my life.
Her life is a complete sham.
Like, I'm a thinker. I am a wizard. I am
a negative energy vampire that sucks the energy out of a room.
Fuck you, asshole. Scumbag.
I think you're one sandwich short of a picnic.
Yeah, well, thanks. Thanks for your psychoanalysis. I really appreciate that. Yeah?
You are so fucking boring.
Right, well, hey. Then fuck off, you piece of shit.
Fuck off.
What you gonna do about it, bitch?
I ain't no fucking bitch.
Gonna make another stupid sock account because you can't let it go? Kick that out too.
I don't give a fuck.
Oh, some real trick fucking retard.
Guilty pleasure is a good one.
In the chat.
I ain't no bitch.
Again, but not for long, because they get banned. Any more fucking retard?
I said hi to Arwen and said that I was a big fan. And the first thing he told me afterwards was that I should send him $50 in PayPal. So that I became less of a fan.
Just want to get out of here?
You are a sad, strange little man.
Fuck you, retard.
And you have my pity.
And you could go fuck yourself, and you're banned now.
Farewell.
And I'm gonna ban more people. All of you fucking grappling pieces of shit. You cheapskate dipshits. Parasites is what you are.
You look like a freak.
You asshole.
Hi, I'm Dr. Trung, and I wanted to take a couple minutes out of your time today to talk about how to properly trim your own nails.
And go fuck yourself, you dipshit. Anybody else want to get banned? I mean, show up, say something fucked up in the chat, and you'll be banned. Is it? Is it banned? Go fuck yourself, chunk overhead. Anybody else want to have some sarcastic little smart mouth remark? Ready to get kicked out?
What's up, buddy? What's going on?
Fucking bullshit. Wherever I go, you always there every time I speak up.
What the fuck are you looking at, tit fucker? Keep your balls a cup.
You don't say anything ever. Then I speak up, you gotta say something shitty about me immediately after.
Fuck your entire fucking life, you piece of shit.
You stalking, disgusting scumbag.
Suck my Mr. Cocky, you fucking loser.
You think you can dampen my mood?
Well, fuck yeah, buddy.
Yeah, you can, you fucking retard.
Fuck you, your breath is an existential crisis. Made me question my whole fucking life.
Go fuck yourself, you dipshit.
Fuck you, your life is so fucking pathetic. I ran a charity 15K to raise awareness for it, you fucking loser.
You fucking degenerate.
Fuck you, fight me, see what happens.
There's nothing you can do.
You piece of shit.
Nothing.
You fucking loser.
Nothing at all.
Give your balls a tug, you tit fucker.
I'm gonna punch you in the face. You got it?
I'll tell you, you're cruising for a bruising.
If you're fucking stupid enough to try anything, you'll see a side of me that you're only gonna see once. Don't be an idiot. It's not worth dramatically changing the rest of your life for.
You're dead.
Think that that'll somehow demotivate me. It doesn't. All it does is give me a backdoor option that one day I might figure out.
Roger failed to get his mic working and Oakley gave him a piece of crap. I saw that, but it was very triggering to have that happen on my ear, so I stopped. Anna N. Handel for 10 euros says, stopping by to wish happy birthday to my favorite Uruguayan creator. Well, thank you. May Internet Forever offer plenty of idiots for you to shred. Also, mate tea is a hoax. It's undrinkable. Discuss. I don't know what you mean, because you might be right in that there is a product that in Spanish is called mate cocido, which is basically yerba mate on like a tea bag. And I wouldn't drink that. But the mate this is delicious. And whoever says no will be banned.
Who they are, and then I will make sure that without doing anything that could implicate me, I will make sure that you will die. Yeah? That's where that leads to. There's nothing you can do about it.
Challenge accepted.
Huh? Yeah? Yeah, what you gonna do then, huh? There's nothing you can do to
Oh my god, so creepy.
stop it.
I'm gonna kill you.
Doesn't work anymore.
I'll be back.
A bunch of fucking wankers with an overinflated imagination about their own abilities. All trolls are fucking faggots, no exception. And there's nothing you can do. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break. Put the Illuminati croissant in the oven as well.
I just realized I may have been drinking the wrong type of mate. There is a tutorial for mate here. If you want more like specifics, you can reach out to me through like email or Discord, and I will be happy to help you. And we can search so you can get like the authentic mate experience.
See you in 2 minutes.
Yes, we'll get to that later.
Five minutes later.
And I'm back.
Oh, yes.
And vodka, no, I don't drink.
There you are.
Do I owe you reparations for being part of the mean people, do I?
Let the joyous news be spread. The wicked old wizard loves his day.
Get what you fucking deserve!
Well, thank you for dropping by. We'll be here all day, so feel free to check in. Thank you so much. Have an awesome day.
God fucking hell.
It's done. Fucking brilliant.
So, yeah. I'm back on Rumble again. My entire channel got taken down.
It's a shame, that is a shame. Oh, bless Arwen.
And, yeah, I mean, this is completely insane. Like, for what? For what did this just happen?
For
Like,
what?
8 years of work. Like, everyday shows. This is absolute madness. Can't believe anybody would actually just do that.
Hello, sir.
Hey, Duper. Good to see you.
Do you think the trolls know about your channel getting nuked, sir?
Troll knows what... Of course they did. Oh, they're all, like, doing their stupid little victory dance and all that nonsense.
I don't care. Like, it just doesn't matter to me.
Did he not give you a reason for striking you then, sir?
The guy apparently thought that because they think that I'm toxic or something,
Well, I guess that explains it then, sir.
they just see no objection to just destroy like my life's work here. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I don't know what I ever did to like deserve this.
Really, sir? You really have no idea at all.
Like, all I've been doing in the last few years is literally improving my attitude and becoming less
self-aware,
less angry and dark and everything. Kill yourself, scumbag. You just get to fucking kill yourself. You can fucking kill yourself. Just fucking end yourself. That's a huge, mind-blowing mystery.
You have a deficit in self-awareness.
Right? This is getting duper poons level.
What did Darwin do to get his channel taken down? Just be a generally awful person. But I think that the actual thing that got it taken down was a clip that he used from someone else. And I don't remember the specifics, but Roger told the story before on here. Yeah, copyright.
Of not getting it. And then my channel gets taken down. What the fuck?
For fuck's sake, sir. If you haven't figured it out by now, then please allow me to enlighten you using the medium of song.
Yeah, nobody cares, Duper.
Please, sir.
No, Duper, you fucking dumbass.
Pretty please, sir.
Yeah.
You are a cunt, and if that's thinking cunt, it ain't true when you tell me you motherfucking cunt. You are a cunt, motherfucking cunt. Everybody knows from your head to your toes you're a big fat stinking cunt.
Jump off the roof, you faggot.
Why don't you go fuck yourself, dickhead?
Can somebody else please say something in my chat instead of having fuck?
Welcome, John. Hello.
Evening. Evening. Like, I don't know if it's ominous that I materialized when that song was playing.
Yes.
Wow.
That is Arwen. He's the best of the best.
So, how old are you, Max? Now, are you an adult?
I am 38.
38. Oh wow.
Yes.
Same age as my younger brother.
Yes.
Sorry, I owe you an apology. I just bumped into Robin on the Bloodbath side, and she was like, "Oh, you're doing your 24-hour stream." I don't know why I didn't get my notification for it.
They've been up for a couple of days. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I remember seeing the original notification, and I put a reminder in it. It just never popped up on my pop-ups. So.
Yeah, you do. It's kind of weird. I missed all of Astronomy lives during Artemis. So, yeah, that is a Jamie Sea level. Oh, speaking of Robin, Robin is there.
Hey, Robin.
I brought people for the party.
Yeah.
And, I told Tacos to raid you when he shut his stream down. So.
What do you want to be when I grow up?
He wants to be my son-in-law.
That's a good one. Biochemist. That would be another one. So,
yeah,
it's open. It's open.
The ability to make psychedelics in your bathtub would be a useful skill to have.
No, I will have a nice lab. Hold on, because Mike Gurney told me to go to latest live and start at.
Is Issa in here as well, or is he on another?
No, look. Everyone needs to stop rubbing it in my damn face that Issa came on, didn't say a word, and just is there.
Yeah, he's holding his spot. Like nobody's gonna get my fucking spot.
Hold on.
How's I meant to ask you, Max, last time I was on. How's Dr. Day doing? Is he still like house sitting, bobbing around?
Dr. J, last I heard, he was volunteering in doing building in Texas, doing some construction work.
Yuck.
Okay, so this is a recommendation from Mike Gertie.
Is that a... Oh my god.
I don't understand. No, the Roger always plays songs from weirdness.
Roger the feather guy?
Roger Ledwell. No, he's a flirt. Wait, what is happening?
Oh.
Is he muted all the way? No. Audio is on. Wait, am I having stop? Hold on.
Hey, I see UG in the chat.
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought he was coming on. Oh.
I don't hear shit now.
So how long have you been streaming, Max, at this point?
So far, 6 hours and a half. It's not you, it's him. Oh, fuck.
He's muted. You guys, these are some of the smartest people. Y'all are always watching.
only 18 more hours to go. Not even over the hump yet.
Come on, UG.
Wow.
I was muted. Oh, it's right. Somebody's trying to knock on my back door already. Who could it be?
That was good job, Roger.
Do you know what, UG? I know Issa's not here. He's just a placeholder right now.
Yes.
But UG in the chat, I would like to connect you with Issa if you've not met before. I reckon you guys would get on like an absolute house on fire.
Yes. 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 You know, John, I'm the one who brought Issa here.
Really?
Yes.
From where? I thought Issa was just constructed out of pure reasonableness.
Nope.
I didn't realize that you
Issa
came here from anywhere.
Yeah. The first time he came here and he just stayed, he just like set his camp up here and has not ever left.
Right.
He liked it here.
All right.
Like, I'm staying.
Let me see what else we can do.
It actually was not even here because it was the other old channel back then.
Yes.
Yeah, we won't say no name. But yeah.
Do you know what? Issa for me is a great guy to know in that like when I have some significant like issues with like the cultural and the social problems that we have in the United Kingdom with a religion of a particular group, and I always have to remind myself when I get too activated on that topic, I have to go but and like I bring myself back to Issa. I'm like, good man, decent person, nice guy, also of the same faith, you know.
Yeah,
because it's easy to get too focused on the extremes of any particular group, like in the same way as like if you were going to criticize Christianity and you can pick up a Westboro Baptist and you can use them as an example of a ridiculous extreme. And it like I like keeping like Issa is a good he's a balancer. He balances me out with this regard. I you know, yes. helps me like with a degree of levity, not levity. It just balances me out basically.
Neto user says, "Hey everyone, I hope you're doing well. 12:35 p.m. here, France, and I've got a bit of a headache, hangover, so I'm taking aspirin." Oh.
Sorry.
Cozy says, Ledwell's aesthetic is so weird to me. It can only be described as angsty 10-year-old. Mike said that he's about to explain the whole history with the mic. So
it's D-Man. Hey, D-Man. How's it going, sir? I can barely hear you. Yeah, I'll turn you up a little bit when you get over there. You sound kind of low now. You were really low when you first said something. You're better. Yeah.
Super quick, Yuji in the chat. Like the Isa question mark, Isa Kabir. He's a Jewish Muslim mysticist.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
We had floods in Kentucky last year. He drove down and built homes for flood victims.
Yes.
I don't often put people on pedestals, but yeah, I like Isa. He's a good guy.
Yeah, I was muted. Yeah, this thing. If I go to StreamYard and I come in here, it changes the settings on it. I don't know why. It's like restream to StreamYard. It's weird. Yeah, I was talking for like the first 4 minutes and nobody could hear a word I was saying. Yeah, that happened.
Yeah.
But if I don't pay attention, man, I just want it to stay the same. Crap, where are you? Here you are.
I don't know. StreamYard works pretty well. It Restream, the one that is absolutely horrendous.
I didn't get my microphone working either.
I had a nightmare with Restream this evening, actually, over on Taco's channel. I was wrestling with it for half an hour. Yeah.
Like
I can't afford StreamYard. You making the big money, Max?
Yeah, it is a little bit on the expensive side, but
it's like $100 a month, something like that.
Yes. It's so much better.
I got, the interface. I got the interface working. Got it all hooked up. The links there. If you want to meet me around front, I can tell the rest of the story.
I feel like these flat
anyways, I got the interface.
You know it. These flat earthers can figure it out. I can do it too.
Well. I mean, Roger in particular hasn't figured out anything, but
Robin, I don't think I've ever seen anybody set themselves such a low fucking bar.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And the connection on the microphone he gave me was it's so loose it just fell off. So I got to get a new cord, and I got to solder the connector on the microphone. Somebody else is trying to come in too. Who else is here?
What Ray?
Oh, it's Cubby.
Where Ray?
Hey, Cubby. There's a link back here. I'll pin it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stick around for a little bit, and I gotta run. I'm taking off.
I'm not gonna be on long, dude. I've been on for a long time now.
Monday morning, so I got a long day.
You got to work tomorrow, D-Man?
Yeah. Well, no, not today, but I got stuff to take care of before I take off. So.
Yeah, I got to work too tomorrow, but it's like
I got a weekday month for laughing at Geo saying Earth Awakenings moderates with integrity. Oh my. That I went to debate with it there and I got muted like every couple of minutes.
Later in the afternoon, I got to be there at noon.
Yeah, I got to drive. I'm going to be driving most of the day.
There's somebody in the back. I don't know who they are. Oh, there he is.
Not me anymore.
Is this
Did you like this conversation?
Is this a video review or is it? Yeah, you're pausing it, so it must be a video review. So I didn't know if it was a restream of somebody else's channel.
No.
Did you like the theological creation stories? Yeah.
No, I hate it.
Politics and religion always goes the wrong way every time. Yeah. Never fails.
Yep.
Gio gave me a 1 month timeout for posting a video of our exchange in full context. Oops.
Isn't that a little bit like the toddler timing out the parent?
Bluebird 7 launching in 2 minutes. Where? You have a wrench. Can you hold on?
What's Bluebird?
I don't know.
It's a rocket.
How?
Bluebird launch.
More space.
Oh, Blue Origin.
We're gonna overdo these flat earthers, I think, with all this space.
Well, the Artemis launch was fucking impressive. But like it was weird, like not having it on like continuous coverage on national television, like going back to the moon for the first time in however many years.
I mean, there's war and shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
you think we really went because you missed the whole Witz's deal on how it's all fake anyway, right?
Oh my, yes.
But if anybody's sentence starts, begins, or ends with Witsit, I assume it's a joke.
Yeah.
And I just don't get the punchline.
Witsit is my spirit animal. It's not a.
definitely not.
My spirit animal.
We are on hold.
So, Max, your spirit animal has been lobotomized?
Well, I mean, we tried, but he wouldn't let.
Honestly, the only thing that Witsit has any kind of skill in at all is obfuscation. That's all he does. Just like
he was pretty good at projection bio too, actually.
He was pretty good at getting caught by the police doing crimes.
Yeah, but he was good at projection bio because he was like,
too.
Look, he said that he had sold lifetime memberships, and he said, "I'm sorry to say, but the lifetime memberships have run out."
Yeah.
Do you know what? After the final experiment, whilst it was nice to see a lot of these channels, like their traction being massively reduced, I'm amazed they exist at all anymore. It just seems ridiculous.
It's complicated.
I don't see why it is complicated. Like it's basic geometry. Yeah.
Good or bad crime? Well, there's a little bit of everything there. So let's check in. Are they saying anything? No.
Yeah. When an argument can be refuted by like taking a dinner plate, drawing a clock face on it, and turning the dinner plate over, and then you take the same dinner plate and beat the cretin around the head with it.
Thank you, Max, for getting these images for us and sharing them.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it. That was the end of my argument. Like just like planes of rotation, like argument done. Like
planes of rotation, yes. Which I think he's a top-notch debater and a master at logic. He does. He does think that, but he's not. Everyone knows that.
Well,
I like the lifetime memberships. You know, you would think that for it to expire, you would have to die.
Witsit is like the only person who does a better impression of Dunning-Kruger other than Witsit is Dunning-Kruger.
Their channels get a massive slowdown. Mine got a massive boost to 1% increase in subscribers, i.e. 2 new subscribers. It's hard. It's low. Remember when we were about to get to 1,000 subs that they took it. We got to 1,000 and they took it away. So they're launching another skyscraper to the sky. Imagine that in Cape Canaveral.
Recently, so thank you for your support coming in. If you've got any questions for the team while we're waiting on hold, do tag us in the chat at NSF.
I love how they have the fire right there.
People coming in saying no jellyfish. Oh, won't that be a shame? I think they really just know it's all about Ryan use of Glenny fish and not wanting to say that out loud too many times during the stream.
I think the launch director heard me say Glenny fish on.
And
isn't the fire an exhaust of some kind? What's the?
I have no idea. What?
Because
if you have space questions, I ask Astronomy Live. Why are they all shaped like a dong? That is a very good question.
I presume
because dongs are aerodynamic.
No, it's because we're all what's the phallocentric, and we're trying to fuck the sky. You know.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
But I mean, apparently, if dongs weren't attached to boys, they could fly.
Well, what's the old joke with the God is dead and God is dad? And it was
Yeah, I would say Freud would have a lot to say about it.
yeah, Freud would have a lot to say about it. Exactly.
Freud,
Yeah.
yes. So it's very nice at at sunrise with the little pretty colors in the sky. The Olympic torch there, like CGI AF, maybe. We're still on hold for the mission.
Max, I think my daughter's moving back.
Back where?
Did Rhetoric do a coverage of this?
Ah. Robin is trying to set me up with her daughter.
Yeah.
How old's your daughter, Robin?
33. She'll be 33. She was 33 today or yesterday. Whatever it was.
That's age appropriate, Max.
That's Masonic.
Masonic.
Yeah.
Well, if anything, that's probably a bit young for Max.
I need to wait. Yes, I need to wait. That. And I need to wait until she's at least 34 because no, that's Masonic as fuck. But I mean, I can offer, look, in exchange for a green card, I can offer
well, like for which country? Because you got citizenship in Uruguay and Spain now. So
I don't know why you
where are we?
green card here.
That's why, but like we can exchange. I get a green card, and I can provide Spanish citizenship.
Yeah, Max can cultivate your options.
It's a pretty sweet deal, if you ask me. And if the world doesn't completely get obliterated in nuclear war,
wait till she's 66.
Yes.
Also, Max is a gilf magnet. You know, he wants to be able to make good friends.
Like,
he wants to be able to make good friends with your grandkids. You know.
I'm not going to ask you how old you are in public, Robin, but you know.
How old I am?
Yes.
I'm 57. I don't care to tell you how old I am.
Oh, that's fine.
I'm 57. I'll be 58 in May.
Very nice.
And
Gilf
actually,
magnet, yes, because you know, if you carry a powerful enough magnet, you grab them by the hip implant. you fish them.
Yeah,
no effort required. You can automate it.
Yeah.
I wasn't pretty good. I wasn't
you
pretty good
catch
till
them.
July. Like it all fell apart in July. Like all the springs come loose and everything. Because like, see, I can't drive no more. I finally got my disability though. But like something happened in July. I had a stroke, and then something happened in my hip or something, and so I ain't went back to work since July. Drove a truck all them years. Done driving now.
That is very unfortunate. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. I don't have to get up and haul milk in the snow anymore, which is pretty good.
Yeah. I need to go to the toilet, so let's see what these people are saying.
We got to about just under 4 minutes
You can
before
just
launch
leave me
time.
John talking.
The go for launch.
No, just let him crack on.
Yeah,
Robin.
if you want, I'll leave it mute. No problem.
Okay, we'll talk about something.
I get the impression that Max is he's He needs another. He needs another yerba mate. He needs a bit of caffeine in him.
Oh yeah, I wish I had a yerba mate actually.
I tried yerba mate actually. Tried it.
Was it good?
No, I can't get on board with it. I gave it due consideration. I did try it repeatedly. It's a challenging drink, if I'm going to be honest.
Steel said he needs a nap is what he needs. Yep, probably so. We can get Issa in here to run the place, but
Oh, well, Issa's also busy.
yeah,
like
yeah. See,
borderline.
I met Issa. Did you know he debated Matt Dillahunty?
Really?
Yeah, Issa
What,
did.
recently?
No,
Or back in the day?
it's been years ago. But Issa debated Matt Dillahunty, and I got to talking to Issa in the chat after the debate, and we became friends, and then started hanging out, and I brought him over here, and he stayed.
Well, I didn't know Issa directly debated Matt. I have a lot of time for Issa, and I like Matt Dillahunty. I like his almost encyclopedic knowledge of like the religious text, but
Yeah.
I don't consider him to be particularly well informed when it comes to logical philosophy. They
Didn't have. It was a good debate. I mean, like it was like, it's
Like-
hard to find. It's hard to find a lot of trouble with Issa's like theology, or whatever.
Well, I don't. In fairness, I don't really try and critique Issa's philosophy because I don't see it as harmful.
No.
I don't mind. I don't mind people's like personal beliefs when I don't perceive a harm from them. So in the same way, and I don't mean to trivialize it, but in the same way as like my kids, it's wrong, but in the same way that my kids believe in Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy or the Easter Bunny, like it's a belief that they have that is wrong that I don't perceive as causing any kind of significant harm, so I'll indulge it. But there are some beliefs that have consequences which are absolutely wrong and absolutely cause harm, whether they're religious or otherwise, and they need to be challenged. But I also challenge those beliefs in the full knowledge that I myself could be wrong about the consequences that I perceive. So
What are you talking about?
no,
He said,
yeah. Like the consequences of belief and whether a belief is right or wrong, and how vociferously you'll challenge a belief. So, like for example, people can be wrong in the same way, but the belief that they have might have an outscale. So, like I don't think that Santa Claus exists, but if my kids believe in Santa Claus, I don't think that's much of a big deal. There's almost no consequence there. But
yeah,
I also believe that hell doesn't exist, and if my kids believe that hell exists, then that's going to have a massive psychological effect on them, and it's going to cause them some degree of trauma, and I should probably push back on that. So
yeah,
you can be wrong in the same way, but the scale of the consequence of your wrong belief is variable, if that makes sense.
Somebody's in chat said, anyone hearing a lot of accents?
Yes.
Mine is a Bella Hay. I don't like John's British, of course, but yeah.
Well, I don't want to correct you too much, but I'm English. Thank you.
English. Okay, sorry.
English. So I'm a citizen of the United Kingdom, and I would identify as British, but
okay, I'm sorry.
I'm a bit no. I was just fucking with you. Like I if somebody asked me what are you, and I said I was English, that would probably be me being a bit pedantic, but I am English, not British.
John's English.
Yes.
And
oh no, it cut out for a second. Fake.
And I'm a Bell Hay.
I like your accent, bro.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Eugene.
Eugene.
Happy birthday to you, Max. Robin
Thank
says it's your
you.
birthday. Happy birthday.
It is. Thank you so much. Down here it reads, Blue Origin is launching the AST Space Mobile Bluebird 7 satellite. Never told me the odds will be attempt landing on Jacqueline.
You could have shortened that. Like you could have got like you've saved yourself some characters. It's just Jeff Bezos fucks Sky. Yeah.
Yes. It's a little bit.
IGSBN said he wanted to tackle the etymology of the word English and its Latin derivative.
I knew somebody was going to get upset about that.
IGSBN has been on just on point all night with jokes and stuff.
Come in here, IC. Come on, Spin. Get in the chat. What are you doing? Like you just lobbing hand grenades into the text. Come on, let's have a chat.
Yeah, he was just great. Well, it's like every time I read his comments.
Oh, look at that. Fake.
Fake. I mean,
I still want somebody to explain to me what this flame is doing, like at the edge of the periphery. Like, what the fuck is it? Like, what's its function? It looks amazing, but what does it do? Like, why is it there?
What is it?
Well, they must have had to fuel the thing, so maybe it's something to do with.
Yeah. So,
excess fuel.
my yeah, like some kind of exhaust valve or pressure release or something. Like, there's like some kind of gas that's because it's a pressurized system. Some kind of gas that's flaming off, and they don't want to create excess pressure. But I would like somebody who knows to tell me. You know.
Maybe it's just an aesthetic choice. Just the art director said, this looks cool.
Hey, chemtrails. It's chemtrails.
Chemtrails.
Why
They
are we
said it's the
why
Olympic
are
torch.
they still on hold is what I'm wondering.
Paint Slayer in the chat. If you prefix that statement with pretend, then I'd agree with you.
Apparently, these towers on the sides are lightning rods. Because, you know, if you have a tank full of explosives and you get struck by lightning, equal bad. Very, very bad for everyone involved.
Well, only while it's on the ground though, right? Once it's in air, that's kind of irrelevant.
I mean,
I think
at any point, like getting hit by lightning.
I think lightning can strike stuff in the air.
Well, no, it can strike stuff in the air. So, but we are dealing with something that's insulated, like it conducts the charge around the outside of the vehicle. Like you can be struck if you're like the safest place to be. If you are likely to be struck by lightning on the ground, the safest place to be is in a car, because the outside, the steel, it conducts it around the vehicle and it's insulated from the ground because it's sat on rubber tires. And even a bolt of lightning doesn't have the energy requirement to strip electrons off.
I don't
the
know,
atoms
but that's why they put those towers there. Look at the sunrise. Isn't that pretty? Killing flat Earth. Just
yeah, it's fake too.
But Max, why is the sun under the clouds?
Yes, because it's local.
It's just fake.
and inside
Well, it's a
of the
proto
dome.
sun. Remember a proto sun. Never
Yes.
see what
Making its way to a muddy pool.
Yep.
Yes.
Proto sun.
There's the sun simulator, and then it has also been said that Satan literally became the sun.
Yes.
Because why not?
Do you know, my daughter, bless her, she's 10 years old, and I'm starting to teach her how to shoot. Just air rifles, nothing major. But she's starting to paper punch, she's starting to do target shooting. And I've had to explain to her the mechanics of how like the line of sight on the optic intersects with the path of travel of the round as you pull the trigger. And that you can like when the like what your 0 point is where the round and the line of sight intersect. So it might be 35 meters, for example. So like before the point of intersection, the round lands below your line of sight, and after the intersection, the round lands above your line of sight because they cross positions. This is intuitive. Like we understand this naturally. So when people like look at these pictures of like the sun below the cloud, the second that you say to somebody the earth is round, it's intuitive. We understand it. It must be the case that flat earthers intentionally try not to understand it. They can't be that stupid.
Yes, they can.
Yes, they can. 20 minutes, L minus 20 minutes.
I was gonna say, I think you're going a little too far in saying they can't be that stupid.
Well, okay, it's not possible that they like. Obviously, people can be that stupid, but I don't think it's reasonable to assume that people that like if the assumption is, are they actually that stupid, or are they just choosing to not understand for other reasons? I think choosing to not understand for other reasons is a more reasonable explanation for why they don't understand. If that makes sense.
Would you agree that there's different flavors of flat earthers? Some of them are just stupid, and then some of them are mentally ill.
Well, some of them are some of them are poeing because of financial interests and stuff like that as well.
You have that too. And
Yes,
you have the trolls as well. It's a good troll.
Some of them are looking for friendship. They don't have any friends, and that's where their friendship lies.
Have you heard Lord Jamar speak? I have. Yes.
Yeah. The problem is that this may be right or this may be wrong, but there are some positions that people articulate and advocate for, and I cannot in good conscience believe that they believe it in sincerity. I assume that they're being insincere because the thing that they're saying is so unbelievably fucking stupid that I just, as a rational entity, I can't bring myself to believe that they believe it.
You see all those people that were there, paid agents.
Yeah. It's insane. Like, what would be required for the corollary to be true? You know?
Isis Pin said, I tried explaining freefall to Essie Montreal the other day, shattered my face on the glass by the end because of the dumb. Yes.
I stuck my head in the toilet the other day after I got done off stream. I was just like, I'm gonna get off here and stick my head in the toilet. Yeah.
Maybe you have the curse of the clear-minded, John, where you think other people think like you.
Yes, that is a very apt observation.
True,
some of these
but
people are just dumb.
don't you think there's a minimum requirement to be able to navigate the world in which we live? Like,
but the baseline is so low.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're way above the minimum. You're way above the minimum.
Earlier today, in the afternoon, some guy who used a clip from Astronomy Live, they had a debate, and they were analyzing the claim of, can you independently verify that Artemis went to the moon and back? Which, of course, Astronomy Live did because he's a fucking badass, right? So he tracked it with a telescope all the way to the moon and back, and used his telescope and other telescopes over the internet to follow the damn thing. And the guy, because of the Earth rotation, there were periods in which he couldn't track it. So the guy was like, yeah, no, I see that you have data, but because you couldn't track it continuously, then I still think it could be fake. Like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Have you guys? Have you guys ever come across this weird like scale argument? Like, so it's kind of to do with intuitions. so we make the assumption that gravity is a very strong force because it keeps us pinned to the surface of the planet. But from like the perspective of the solar system or like interstellar objects, gravity is actually a very weak force. Obviously, it's a governing principle, but it's very weak. So but our intuitions are based on gravity on Earth at this scale, at this place, at this time. And I get the distinct impression that people are governed not by not by the mathematics, but they're governed by their intuitions. And the intuition is the thing that they sit on, that is the most important thing for them.
Well, yeah. I mean, they always claim, for example, you can't have a straight line on a sphere. And, you know,
I mean,
there it
we are
is.
apes.
And boom, 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 boom.
Of course, apes live by their intuitions.
When you get to like the scale of a human, it's like, oh, yeah, it's a straight and level.
Yeah, well, your ability to measure a curve or interpret a curve doesn't mean that the curve doesn't exist. So, a scale is something that again we don't really deal with.
I mean,
that
they
well.
fight. They fight and have a real hard time with like 3D.
So, have you? I don't know. It's a maths thing, but have you ever heard that 9.999 equals 1?
But man,
I mean, yeah, depending on the situation.
Yeah. So if you take a whole number 1 and you divide it by 3, then it gives you 3.33333 reoccurring.
Yes.
And then if you add the thirds back together again, then you get 9.9999999, which equals 1, right? Because you've not taken anything away; it's still part of the whole.
Yes.
So the reoccurring part is the thing that people don't understand. It breaks intuition, and I think it's kind of the same with scale. So you're absolutely right. Like, we are so small on such a massive planet, but that massive planet exists in a much like the space that we exist in terms of the galaxy, the universe, is so beyond our natural intuitions that you can't rely on them.
That's why they say, for example, oh, if the Earth was going around the sun, we would see totally different stars. It's like, dude, it's like moving. You're standing away on a field and you move like half a step to the side. Like you don't, it doesn't change.
But also we can
everything's
use,
moving away from us anyway.
So we use our planet as a massive telescope. So when the Earth is on one side of the planet, when the Earth is on one side of the sun, and the Earth is on the other side of the sun, the Earth, in respect to the sun, is in 2 different positions. And then when we're observing a third object, that creates a triangle. And using trigonometry, we can calculate the distance, right?
Yes.
So the like even like it's a weird situation in that even when like flat earthers are wrong, they're wrong to an order of magnitude that I don't even think they understand how wrong they are.
They're fracturally
wrong. Yeah. So Wolfgang Pauli, that's not even wrong, you know.
As it's been said, Leroy Jenkins.
Is that like the equivalent of Ryan?
No, it's I don't know. It's some crazy guy on a raid on World of Warcraft. When people feel cornered by logic they can refute, they retreat into defensive processing, searching for any reason to dismiss the source. Yeah, that is straight out of the manual of the Flurf.
Well, it always amazes me that people can't discern different types of logic. The people can't discern different types of logic that they're referring to. Like, people can't explain like the difference between modus tollens, modus ponens, like the distinction between like a relative logic or a classical logic. Like, there are different forms of logic, and most people like sit within the realm of like logical syllogisms, which like sit with our intuitions.
Well, in my experience, flat earthers, like when they talk about fallacies and so on, is to try and win an argument.
Right? Can you say fallacies like slower and more sexual, like one more time?
And they will just yell whatever random fallacy they can come up with in the moment.
That's actually a fallacy of its own. It's called the fallacy fallacy.
The fallacy.
Yes.
But
it's just a defense mechanism. For example, in Wittit's debate with Jaren, all Wittit did was cry fallacy to infinity. It was while Jaren presented evidence, Wittit was just like, no, that's a fallacy, that's a fallacy. And they didn't address any other points, just thinks that crying fallacy just undoes an argument. It's
Projection.
kind of funny, actually.
Projection.
What?
I think
10
makes a good
minutes.
point though. Witsit has discernment, and that's
Wittit
where it
is
is.
the bestest of them all.
Witsit has discernment.
Discernment, yes. That's what.
Okay, now I am confused. In what respects? Like, to the ability to discern an argument, like, or what?
Yeah.
Like,
How did you end here? Oh, I know who you are. That is you. Yeah, Golden Arm. You were Omega Bloodbath, and we got raided.
Yes.
Golden Arm is an interesting character.
It's
that guy completely crashed out with me the other day. Got absolutely destroyed. Look, it has a like a feather. 9 minutes.
It would be cool to see one of these launches in person because you'd hear the boom, wouldn't you?
Have you ever been
I
near?
see Spin right there. He watched the Artemis 2 launch from nearby.
That'd be amazing. I've been to Cape Canaveral and seen the size of the things. They're absolutely vast.
Yes.
And like you, Eugene, like the scale of it, like they are launching a fucking building into orbit.
Yeah, big fucking building.
Yeah, it is absolutely obscene. Like, it looks very unimpressive when you see it. I would love to be there to just like feel the air, the heat, the sound, the visceral sensation of it.
My wife.
Every time I watch one of these go off,
my wife thinks I'm crazy.
Every time I watch one of these go off.
Go on, Robin.
I say every time I watch one of these go off, though, I remember when the shuttle exploded, and it just makes me nervous wreck.
Yeah, I'm always a bit nervous for them. It's not risk-free, is it? But my wife thinks I'm crazy because I've always said, if someone came tomorrow and said, do you want to get on a rocket and go to the moon? I'd be like, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd be there. Yeah, absolutely.
Like, zero training, tomorrow, do it. I'm like, yep, sign me up.
But no, I just, it's as... to do something that so few people have ever done, to have that experience for the first time. Like, I would want some minimum like mitigation of the risk. Like, I wouldn't agree to be fired out of a fucking cannon. But you know, at least like there's some kind of testing, there's some science behind like this rocket, for example.
What if you can't come back?
Well, Mars, probably not. I've got kids, so that'd be a bit too much.
And actually, if I was 20-year-old man studying architecture, and I hadn't met my wife, like my wife wasn't even on the horizon yet, I didn't have kids, and somebody said, "Do you want to go to Earth and try to? Do you want to go to Mars and try and set up a colony on Mars?" The potential benefits, being the foundational member of that society, it's kind of like asking, like if you could be Abraham Lincoln, it. Like,
it's more like, do you want to be Romulus or do you want to be Remus?
Remus, yeah, exactly, yeah. Like if you studied the classics, yeah, that's like to potentially have that opportunity, to be in the privileged position to have that opportunity and to deny it. I think actually you're a lunatic for not doing it, to be honest.
Be more
Or
like
to
being
be
John
there and
Smith.
become supreme overlord of Mars.
No, it's
But
not even. It's not.
subjugating everyone.
It's not
by
even.
holding the planet under your firm grasp.
Yeah, but you've done what everybody else does. It's not about being like a dictator. It's about being a part of history. It's about being a foundational block brick of what then comes later. It's not about like exerting.
You can do
It's
both.
not about exerting control.
You can do both.
Well, I know you can, but that's not what it's about. That's not the impetus.
Be all you be.
Rule with an iron fist and become the emperor of the solar system.
Yes. Yes.
That would be.
I just want to be
the
the
way
head
to
bitch
go.
in charge. That's what I want to be. The head bitch. In
But
charge.
come on, Max. I mean, you're broadly speaking trending the classics. You know the distinction between Romulus and Remus, don't you? Like it's.
Yes, they're both fictional.
Well, yeah, of course. They don't real people. But you understand, like the moral of the story, like is what we're talking about here.
Which part? Because like they got
Well, yeah,
breastfed
yeah,
by
breastfed and
a
murdered,
she-wolf. So I
You
don't
know
know
that's
what
probably a
part of that-
mistranslation. It's probably just means prostitute, not wolf.
That very well could be.
Makes a lot more sense.
Here says Lindsay. Let me check. Boom, boom, boom. What's this? Oh.
Let me say, well.
Window closes in 1 hour, 24 minutes. Okay.
The window.
Yes, what window? The window to launch.
Yes.
I wonder why that is. Because all of the shit in space
I don't
is
know. Like
freaking
like-
moving.
I think the cloach
okay.
goes back on. They got the hole in the cloach, like the that's over
So-
top of the flat Earth, like a pie cover.
Somebody in the chat has asked a very important question. And the
Which
question
one?
they asked was, if, like, I assume if they were to be launched to Mars, can they take Scarlett Johansson with them?
No.
Well,
think it takes
personally,
long.
I could take or leave Scarlett Johansson, but somebody that definitely must come with me is Mila Kunis.
Mila Kunis.
Yes.
Why?
Because I think she's gorgeous. She's just like
Let me-
aesthetically a beautiful
He
person.
suddenly doesn't care about his wife and kids. I'm taking this chick here.
She's
Fuck them,
funny.
Robin. Fuck
very
them.
funny as hell.
We're going for shits and giggles here.
Forget my wife.
It's like that joke when this couple are sort of agreeing who they have a pass on in celebrities, and the wife says, "Oh, I'd do Brad Pitt."
It's my next door neighbor. Yeah.
The wife said, "Who's it for you?" "Oh, your sister, your mum."
Yeah. Or like, yeah, Sharon.
Yeah,
Who's
you have
Sharon?
to be smart
Or
about it.
she works in HR at the office. Yeah, like fuck.
Yes. Strategy. All of these people, actors.
Yes. Look,
Yes.
I figured out tonight that Whitsett is actually a solipsist, and he is a mind in his mom's basement, and all of these people have been provided by whatever to trick him
In on
into
it.
thinking that other
Yes.
people exist.
They're all in on it. They're all paid actors.
Yeah, just so that he can be tricked into thinking that other people exist.
So they changed it to T minus. So you might have to suck it, Ice Spin, and this thing will launch.
But I mean, can you
You heard
imagine,
that? I
like,
see.
how detached from reality you have to be in order to be like stood at the base of this thing,
40 seconds till launch.
like
Shortly here.
lift off the ground, and to think that you're somehow being tricked, conned, like mugged off.
Holograms, bro.
How else do you think they're going to get rid of the Epstein files? They have to use rockets.
Fuck them off into the sun.
You just shoot them off. Yes.
Whitsett said they like destroyed all the files, like the
Yes.
massive files, but they can't get rid of
But
that.
I mean, Whitsett also said he made a NASA employee cry, so I don't really pay much attention.
I think he probably
What
did
he
that.
made
I think that they probably keep getting a restraining order against him. He keeps breaking it.
I don't know.
Do you know what? Watching this and watching like us about to launch this, like all of the things that we've sent into orbit, like the science, the technology required behind it, but it juxtaposed with the conversations that I've had with some people, where
Look at the
they say things.
chemtrails.
But chemtrails is an example, but it's also other stuff where they'll go like, the planet's round and planes fly in a straight line, so why doesn't the plane just keep going off into space? I'm like, you do understand the Bernoulli principle, like it's to do with air pressure, and like
just faintly, he just said T minus
They don't
130.
understand that.
Power internal.
And the plane, what they forget is, number one, they do the circumference calculation at ground level and not at the level the plane is.
In this last minute here,
And
they've
the funny
started
thing
up
is
the
that they
hydraulics
forget that the
forward and
plane is
aft.
constantly
You might
falling
start to see
down.
the engines gimbal. The rapid,
yeah,
the rest will
because-
happen very much
but-
so
but
in
it-
rapid succession.
But it's also to do with the reason that the plane
And in the next
maintains.
15 seconds, we could be seeing what we call big water, which is the water deluge.
Big water.
You can hear
Big
New Glenn
water.
coming alive
But the-
out on the
the-
pad at T minus 30
30
seconds.
GS1 at flight level. GS2 at flight level.
So epic.
Nyan, 20.
Yes, this water deluge system that Tabitha just mentioned is turned on, and the system provides acoustic. When turned on, it will provide acoustic suppression to protect the vehicle from shock waves, and
There
also
it
to
is.
cool the launch pad. There we go.
3, 2,
Big water.
1.
We're at T minus 3
Big
seconds.
water.
I don't think
Except
people
it's very good.
appreciate. The delta V required to get that off the fucking ground.
Skyhook provide first motion time.
Oh, that's
First
straight
motion
to
time
tell.
11:25:01.
And New Glenn has cleared the tower. As you follow New Glenn's journey along, look to the bottom of your screen. You can see telemetry there, as well as our time clock.
I read somewhere that somewhere into the degree of 80% of the rocket's mass is fuel.
Yeah.
You know, like there's only a tiny proportion that actually ends
Auto
up
taken
in
complete.
orbit.
Is there people
GC
on this?
OSM perform post liftoff fire inspection sweep using LC-36 cameras.
Great
Report significant
shot
or
looking back
persistent
from
fire COB.
New Glenn as it
Copy,
soars
work.
to the sky. We're about a minute into flight.
And very soon, mankind's giant metal penis will be penetrating the sky.
1 minute, 6 seconds.
Beautiful shots from New Glenn.
Yep. It'll secure itself in the vaginal
Come in. It
ether
looks like
shortly.
it's right down the middle of the corridor.
I'm right now flat as fuck. Sorry.
Doesn't this get you going, Max?
It's definitely a fish
We can
island.
feel the rumble here in the studio.
I took my Nikon P5000.
Yes. Look at the balloon.
We have
Yeah.
passed max Q. That means the vehicle is supersonic.
Supersonic.
Everything's looking good.
I mean, it's breaking the sound barrier.
Traveling 1 kilometer a second.
Do you think, like the engineers, the
Apologize here,
mathematicians, the
repeating a bit of what
physicists,
Patrick's saying because it sounds a bit low
that
to
make
us.
this
It might
possible?
sound low to you.
do you think they spend even 1 minute considering, like, the lunatic flat earthers that just like tell them that
Did you
they're
just see
wrong?
that?
1 minute to Miko,
They showed
which is
the ice
main engine
wall and then they cut away.
Yeah.
There it is. The ice.
Wow.
Oops.
I'm so glad I brought you here, Eugene. It's amazing.
Are we counting cuts? We forgot.
Trajectory is good.
What?
LDO.
Where's the stars? Yes.
About 30 seconds to
fires or
Miko.
secondaries observed.
Miko.
Body rates continue to look good throughout boost phase.
A lot of things are going to happen really quickly.
Yeah, I
We're
see
gonna
you
have
spinning the
Miko,
chat.
main engine cut off,
Hey.
followed shortly by
Like, how many
separation
A's can you
and
insert?
engine
It says
Mason
Mason in the clouds.
He's been hilarious all night.
LDGC, no anomalies from the ground station.
Oh my, you can see like very long shadows here.
Stand by.
Nico confirmed.
Ah, I think that's the shadow of the rocket smoke
Go,
trail.
Nico.
Chemtrails.
Separation.
This
There you go, the file.
The two BE3
Epic.
views.
Like, it's
We have ignition and full thrust on both BE3U engines.
You hear the tears?
yeah.
On both BE3Us.
The
That's Team
Carmen
Blue
line.
here, by the way.
Nothing is recorded on both BE3U engines. Battery is nominal, data quality is good from both stages.
Everything's looking nominal. GS2 ignition in full thrust.
Are there people on this rocket?
No, I don't think so.
No.
It's
Yeah,
a
payload carrying
satellite
separation.
deployment.
They're just sending their money up there, stashing somewhere.
Yes.
But it also
Ah, fake!
Just over 4 minutes into flight. That beautiful blue marble.
Blue marble.
Yes, repeated clouds.
Incoming.
We can hear that everything is nominal. We've got our long range cameras out on the booster.
Team Blue is hyped. You can hear
Yeah.
in the background.
We're hyped too.
It says IRGC on the side.
Well, it is a
Because they were, I think they're going to try to attempt like the SpaceX thing to land the booster.
but don't you think we're unbelievably privileged to have been here to see this?
Yes.
The human species for thousands and thousands of years, we've been contained to this tiny little fucking rock floating around through the solar system, and we're just beginning to like reach our fingers, like the tips of our fingers into space, and we still have these fucking cretins which try to drag us back down to the ground again. Intellectually, philosophically, just why wouldn't you reach for the stars if you can? Like, why wouldn't you? What could get?
No.
One of the things I find interesting is one of the generations that experienced the most change in history was somebody born around 1900, because they went from horse and cart to car to airplane. Within 40 years of airplane, they were pushing nuclear bombs out of them. They got computers, they got the internet, they went through the sexual revolution. Just the amount of change that person in that lifetime could have seen is just immense.
Well, if you think about it, we went from like 1905 to 1969. You know, it's 54 years, and in that period of
Feminism
time,
broke the whole fucking world.
but like forgetting the social stuff, just the technology, like manned flight, but like humans getting their feet off the ground with a fucking engine to landing on the moon in 54 years. And what happened in the intervening space? It was 2 global wars. The fact that the destruction of our fellow man is the thing that seems to motivate us technologically breaks my fucking heart.
Now we don't see it, which means it's obviously fake.
I mean, CGI is expensive.
Broke the world.
You don't believe that, Robin?
I don't know. Everybody's cutting out, I think, on me. I don't know why.
Ah, okay. So this is the boat where the thing is going to land.
Obviously, this is just backwards footage.
Right. Okay, it's coming.
Yeah, because the deck was bone dry and then it was wet. Oh no, wait, or was it wet and then it was bone dry? Hang on a minute.
So it just went up in the air and it's gonna come back down, land.
Yeah. It's falling. It's falling. It's falling.
Do you guys have a favorite between SpaceX and Blue Yeti or whatever this is?
Booster
No,
reentry
I
very
don't have.
Oh, I'm definitely on Bezos' side.
And next up, we will see.
You're a Bezos girl.
Definitely Bezos.
But I think
yeah.
whilst I have a lot of problems with whilst I have a lot of problems with Elon Musk, the thing that I like about him is his passion for it. Like I think
I like the fact that he wants to go to Mars.
GS1 descent.
yeah, I think his motivations
Oh
for
my
it, his passion
gosh.
for
One
it,
there.
like to want to make the species like multiplanetary.
8.5 minutes into flight.
It is both an intellectual exercise, but he has a principle at play that I quite like.
Where's
And
the
I don't
way?
have to agree with anything else that he
About 30
says,
seconds
but
away
I
from
like
landing
that.
burn.
You know?
He also said he would end world hunger, and he's not even tried.
Sounds like the engines look good.
Well, we don't we don't need him to end world
3
hunger.
good
We could end
engines on landing burn is what I'm hearing from Patrick.
if we were so inclined, we could end world hunger tomorrow.
Are they
Like,
changing
the planet isn't
GS1?
hungry.
I know,
They
but
are.
since allowing him to make 400
Low
you
level
see,
clouds.
they put a cloud in the front so you don't see it.
This is so fucking fake.
Here we
man.
go.
Oh my
Edit it. And how does
What
the
did you
fire
say?
not burn the boat? You see,
Oh, it's not
fake.
landed yet.
What did you think about? Just like
I think with the amount of shit that I've ordered
Hearing
off
cheers
Amazon,
on the touchdown.
I think I've personally invested in some of this.
We see a lot of clouds.
We have touchdown. America.
so fake.
Fuck yeah.
You know,
That
I wonder
is
about this
epic.
occasionally. Like with the amount of stuff that I order off Amazon, like for next day delivery, how much like is it possible that if I took all of the deliveries that I have, like the conveniences that I have in my life, could I condense all of that fuel into a rocket and launch something into orbit?
No, you see that nearest leg there? I paid for that.
Bezos still owes me a check from the last 2 protests, actually.
I'll be right back.
But because we always get
Oh,
accused here in America,
that was
you know,
interesting.
Bezos just pays them to go and protest. It, you know, not. It's like they would never be able to find anybody to come out and protest this moron if they didn't pay them.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I know. We hate him for free. Actually,
that is pretty epic. While people are landing rockets on boats, we have other people doubting that's true. That is a very interesting thing.
we have
of
other
modern
people who
times.
think that this war is a pizza pie.
Yes.
Do the
So-
flat earthers ever wonder how we land rockets on like buildings we don't like?
I mean, yes, they usually lie about military technology, and we have to go get experts to debunk them. For example, a flat Earth book came out not too long ago, and
Flat Earth book.
yes.
Oh, that's funny.
And it makes some claims about some military weapon systems, which are all completely incorrect. The problem is that to, get the actual information, you need to speak to someone who was also in the military. But yeah, they lie. They retrieve. In this one, I think the guy was using the maximum range of a rocket to say that that's what the distance that they could see across the ground. So yeah, just basically lying. That's the way of the flurf.
Yes.
Look, it's like a smoke machine.
Chemtrails. I bet you my
That's
little
pretty-
buddy and I, he'll be like, "Did you see all the chemtrails?"
Sorry, did you say chemtrails or chemtrails?
Yes.
I missed that.
Chemtrails. I've got on Dr. Graves' show. I've got a guy that follows me around the chat and tries to convince me that chemtrails are real.
All of these people are actors.
Yep.
I think we covered that.
Do you know when you solve a problem, like you've got an issue, like it's a technical or otherwise, and you're really happy, like it's something that's been frustrating you for ages, and then you'll tell somebody about it, and they'll go, oh, that doesn't seem like a big deal. Like it's because they don't acknowledge that the problem that you're trying to solve, not that your solution wasn't technically excellent, but they don't really acknowledge that the problem that you're trying to solve in the first place was a big deal. It's kind of like if I come home from work at the end of the day and I've got over the hump on a building and I've finished building it, and I tell my wife about it, and she goes, oh yeah, nice, and just like gives me a pat on the head. But what these engineers, these physicists have done in terms of launching this mass into orbit, putting a satellite around our planet, landing men on the moon, and then even in some small part, like obviously we appreciate what they've done, the technical expertise that they've had to do it, but in some small part, there's some part of the human race that goes, yeah, well, why did you really bother? Because Jesus, and like it must be that feeling, but like magnified to 1,000, that somebody doesn't understand you, somebody doesn't get you, it must be heartbreaking.
Yeah,
it must be
because they're waiting.
No
for
one
God to
cares.
come
Like
and
no
destroy
one
it.
cares.
'Cause
I
he
don't
doesn't-
think
no, he didn't-
the people that work on rockets, I don't think they
But
really care what a couple of morons think.
I really think they needed to rethink that logo. What is that thing in the middle?
That is a space penis.
It's a rocket propelled suppository.
A rocket propelled butt plug.
It definitely has to be something that really looks weird, so that like the freakers can like make it out in something. It's probably Freemason or Illuminati.
Can you imagine, like your wife gets home from work, you've cooked her a nice meal, she goes upstairs and there's a present lying on the bed and it looks like that,
You're
and she goes,
not
how,
wearing that T-shirt.
yeah, but how do I charge it? And you don't go AC, DC, or hand her a charger. You go, oh, it's pure oxygen fuel. It's just you fucking lunacy.
Transmission ending. Okay. Pretty good.
It runs on diesel.
Diesel, yeah.
Diesel.
Like
What in this economy?
I don't think you Americans understand how much diesel costs. Like it's £1.81 a litre. Not
£2?
a gallon.
What are you talking about?
A
It's over
litre.
£2 now.
Is that what it is now? I filled
Yeah.
the van.
It's $5.50.
I don't care. I've got an
Probably
electric car.
it's $5.59 a gallon right now. What is that in like freedom weights?
Well, there's
I don't know nothing about in liters.
4.4 liters to a
Yeah, but
gallon.
Robin, you're measuring it in gallons. We're measuring it in
Those are
liters.
liters.
It's
So
because
there's
the only drugs are the only reason that anybody in the United States knows anything about the metric system.
Yeah,
That's it. If it's not about drugs, we don't know.
I'm sorry, I don't agree with you there. So most of my professional life is governed by the metric system. But when I'm buying drugs, it comes in ounces. So like I don't know what it is. Like we regress.
Yes, it just depends on which
Hey,
drug.
Robin, I've just done the conversion for you. So at the moment, price per
Okay, thank
gallon in the UK is £8.70, which is about $12.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Ooh,
we're paying
it's
$12 a
$5.59
gallon.
a gallon.
$12 a gallon.
So that's
It's
twice as
obscene.
much. Okay.
Yeah, and most of that's
And-
tax.
And yeah, like 60% of that is duty. It's tax. Yeah.
Oh
this,
my.
this right here, they these people have put up with Trump. They have stuck with him through Epstein files and just all kinds of dogs.
It's my birthday. Let's not.
Yeah.
Don't.
But they will leave over this gas prices though. I think this will be the one that gets them.
Yeah, I think it's the thing that is cuts most close to home, like your cost of living, and like fuel costs are easy to compare because it's not fungible. It's not like the price of eggs.
Americans hate high gas. We just hate high gas.
Well, even high gas just knocks onto everything else because it's transport, it's energy, it's manufacturing, it's everything, agriculture.
But also it represents the Ponzi scheme, you know. So I have to put my prices up. I have to put my prices up when transport costs go up.
Can we stop making me sad by talking about the actual state of the world and enjoy some fun times?
Yeah, of course you can.
When did, happy birthday, Max. Things are going to shit.
Thank you so much.
Right. So,
Thank you so much.
with respect to that, Max, what is your favorite shaped tea? Is it a pear shape?
I don't like
tea. You don't like titties?
Oh, titties.
I don't believe you. Titties, yeah.
No,
right. What's your favorite
titties.
shape?
I understood tea.
Is it like a natural teardrop shape? Is it a perky round shape? Is it a take your eyes out aggressive shape?
You don't like, Matt?
No, I don't know. I think all boobs are good boobs.
I wouldn't go that far. Like, I mean, there are some boobs which I'd look at and go, maybe not.
When did Destiny debate D'Souza?
No, it's another for debate going on July 25th and 26th.
Oh my god, who is letting D'Souza still speak in public?
I have no idea. But MDA,
Travis had him on. Travis had him on too. Travis at Destiny debated D'Souza in Washington D.C. I had tickets for that one.
Well, do you know what the thing that I find with Destiny is that I don't disagree with a huge chunk of what he says, but I just don't like Destiny personally. Like I appreciate he's probably got a personal face and a debate face, but I've never been able to get on board with Destiny when I hear him speak.
The guy is a bit of a creep.
Yeah, he grinds my gears. I don't like him, and I don't know why.
Yeah, he's done a good job. He's done a good job for Travis though on Pangburn. But
he's got
Not So Erudite is. Not So Erudite is going to be on the Pangburn stage. I've been pushing. I was like, you need a woman, Travis. So he's getting her.
She's fine.
And I'm not allowed to tell who she's going to be debating, but it's going to be really good. And I'm going to get to go because it's going to be in the Bronx. It's going to be in the Bronx. Travis said I was going to be able to come up there. I almost went up there to the D'Souza and Destiny one, but I didn't want to get I was afraid my car might break down because it was snowing up there. And I didn't want to be on the road like this right here. The car break down.
D'Souza is a fucking simple.
Fucking Dumbo. Okay, so I need to take a little bit of break. So I'll start playing this and we'll be back in a moment.
Is this going? I do have a slideshow. All right. Is this going?
Oh my god, it's made by Jim.
Now it is. I'm just going to crop it slightly.
Sure.
Nothing like a good slideshow.
What the? Okay.
it'll make sense. It'll make sense.
Yeah, this is the this is the
And we're ready.
So is this the
for
1/8 thing that you want on about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Evolution's not real. Just look at the penises.
Some of you.
Well, I believe.
We're here to the great penis
I believe
debate. So many questions have been asked. What good is 1/8 of a PP? Where does the PP come from? Well, actually, most animals, they don't even have penises. Many have a one-stop shop for all their reproductive, defecation, and urinary needs. It's called a cloaca. Most birds, which are more recent in evolution than mammals, they don't even have penises, which is ironic considering what a male chicken is called, but whatever. Instead, they produce through something called a cloacal kiss. I'm not making it up. That's literally what it is called. The cloaca, it's actually such an ancient and popular trait that we human beings have them for a brief period during the first trimester, and then if everything goes smoothly, those puppies, they separate. Now, if the job of a penis is to deliver sperm into a female, then we need to figure out how to do some heterodocking. And we can see that starting with a cloaca, a minute modification allows those puppies to pucker up a little more efficiently and without waste or spillage. This is the way a specialized organ can begin. Yes, a micropenis, like you see here on the screen, is better than literally none at all. Once we have the beginnings of one, selection can favor better delivery systems. Now, what's fascinating is that many animals have evolved ways to do this independently. Sharks have claspers, which are not really wieners, they're just outgrowths of their anal fins, but they work like turkey basters all the same. Some bony fish, which are more closely related to us than they are to sharks, have independently.
Sorry if my mic was all over the place, but I just wanted to.
So the origin of where a penis comes from and how even a partial pee-pee is still beneficial.
Big black cock
isn't
on screen.
A problem that evolution can't solve, even if we never find out exactly how it happened. Now, I made this argument almost verbatim, and Jim Bob has heard it before, and he's responded to it before. So in a video he has, Planet Pearson doubles down on nonsense. That's the name. That's about the timestamp.
My ex had a
in response to, like I said, I gave basically exactly this analogy. Before, Jim Bob says, I'm asking how you have those things to begin with. Modification assumes you already have the thing. And what's in question is how you got the appendages to begin with. Now, I think I kind of addressed that and answered that question. I showed at least a plausible pathway. And then another question that's asked, or not really a question, but in response to that, Jim Bob says, no, you granted yourself the thing we're talking about. If you ask how we got a penis from not a penis, well, we can see it. By starting with a penis, then all you have to do is grant yourself one. Now, at this point, I think I figured out what was going on. The question is not actually an empirical scientific question. How can this organ or any organ evolve? It's actually more of a philosophical one, essentially a version of how can something come from nothing? How can a penis come from a non-penis?
How can a penis come from nothing?
Now, I think I have already addressed this question, like I said, but I'll take time here to answer it again and demonstrate that this isn't a problem with evolution per se. Now, I have secured a photograph of Jim Bob when he was only 1 day old. And if you don't believe me, here it is. Lo and behold. Now, you'll notice the conspicuous lack of a penis in this picture. Now, none of us, obviously I'm joking, this isn't actually a picture of Jim Bob, but this is what...
Hey, Max,
but this is what all of us look like on the first day of our life. Not the day we're born, not that, but the first day we begin existing. None of us have any organs or body parts when we're one cell big, but we do have them later on. Body parts from non-body parts is a known thing. This is exactly why evolution doesn't have to solve this problem. Why I said it's not a problem for evolution per se. Now, embryological
it also fails to account for
the same exact thing. You could argue in the case of what's called evo-devo. But the point is that since we know for a fact that organs emerge naturally, there's zero reason why they can't emerge through evolution, which is just another natural process.
No flannel shirt.
Kind of a side rant, not exactly, but there actually was an idea called preformationism, which asserted that either sperm or eggs, this is a sperm obviously, actually contained a fully formed person.
They were called homunculi.
It was inspired by the same philosophical problem of, well, how can blank come from non-blank? So they assumed the whole human was there. But today we know that we do.
That's why we have original sin as a doctrine.
Yes.
Now, I've heard this question addressed for many different things. For example, a liver. So we can stop talking about penises for now. How can evolution make a liver,
I dare the idiot to look at like small cells, like how different cells can become different types of cells.
Yes.
I would just like to point out that my ex had a micro penis.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
whilst I have sympathy for you, Robin,
No.
none of us could tell.
No.
Yes.
It doesn't show.
Example, it seems like
No.
a liver's complicated. It has
Doesn't
many
show.
functions. It works with other things too. Well, we can break it down. A liver is made of liver tissue, and liver tissue is made
gag
of
reflex.
liver cells. Can we find proto-livers in less complex organisms? That would be excellent evidence that they evolved.
Oh my
Like,
God.
can we just stop this for a second? Like, what?
1 second.
What?
Iron Course here says the clitoris didn't evolve to develop a pee tube through it. Oh my fucking God. That's wait.
But
where is it? Here.
Also, why is
Comments of the debate.
Oh,
Smile like you sounded so great. Round and round you talk, but you don't say straight. That's the dumbest comment of the debate.
yes.
why does that make me want a pina colada? I'm not sure why.
I mean,
But also, why is there a presupposition that something like the liver needs to come from a liver-like thing? That's mental. Like, all things come out of things that are not like them. That's how we discern the difference between entity A and entity B.
Talk about
Right?
Jim Bob.
I mean, if you start with a cell, like a mother cell, then it can become a cell that filters, and then you get a clump of those cells that filter, and you get a tissue that filters.
The second that you get something that is capable of non-contiguous reproduction, i.e., it's something that doesn't reproduce itself perfectly, then you're going to get A, variation, and B, variation that is going to either fit or not fit the environment. That's all you need. 2 principles, done.
Then it changed over time. And that's 100% the case. I found a really exciting paper called Tissue and Stage-Specific Expression. The Zoom thing is blocking my view of the rest of that. Of a fatty acid binding protein like gene.
Those acids get bullied a lot. They call them fatties. Daryl M for $5 Australian says, I have to go, but happy birthday, Maxwell. Thank you for hanging out. Good night to you, because he's all the way in the Australian land.
Yes. Night, Daryl.
Well,
however you say
isn't that
Bob knows dick.
Sorry, Robin, go
by
on.
the way.
Sorry.
I said nobody knows dick like Jim Bob knows dick.
Isn't there an old joke? I'm a fatty acid because I'm fat and I'm slightly corrosive.
So this is a study involving many animals, but chiefly a very simple chordate called a lancet. And it turns out they have the same genes that us and other vertebrates do, coinciding with the development of a liver. So the gene sequences for that are on the left-hand side there. And just to discuss real quick, I don't have a picture of one of these fish, but it looks like this thing called the lancet, sort of right there. They're incredibly simple.
Isn't the Lancet a medical journal?
Yeah.
So they don't have true skeletons like we do, but they do have a notochord. And they don't have true livers like we do. They have what's called a hepatic cecum. So theirs is different from ours.
Forgive me. Just really quick, they let me know in chat that your stream does not have the audio on.
Where you go, Pete?
On my channel. Okay. Thanks.
Just in case you wanted to.
Go,
I don't think the person speaking could argue the distinction between like a hepatic cell is a type of cell, and I don't think he knows what that is.
You don't know who Plant Peterson
Jimbo
is?
doesn't know anything.
You don't know who Plant that was Plant
We're just
Peterson.
gonna have
You don't know who
to-
Plant Peterson is? John?
That's just going to have to.
You don't know who
They're just going to
Plant
have to
Peterson is.
I can
deal
give you
with
a
that,
copy later.
unfortunately. Yeah.
He's-
Yeah, sounds
he's
good.
too
Here,
far.
let me do something real quick.
Yeah, I don't know who the person talking is, Robin.
No,
Oh,
that's
that's Planet Peterson.
Sorry
He's
about that.
he's
Thank
a
you,
biologist.
James, though. So anyways, their liver is different from ours.
He's
It
not a
doesn't
biologist.
function in the same
He
way.
was.
For example, they don't have gallbladders, so their hepatic cecum actually does the job that our gallbladder does. So they have a function we don't. Well, we have that function. It's just in another organ. And
I don't know if it's a joke or what, but someone said here, pee is stored in the balls. Oh my.
Their livers don't filter toxins quite like ours do.
And the
So
bladder does
ours has a
what,
function that theirs doesn't. Just to get some of the similarities and differences.
It's not the wildest thing I've heard. Arwen, or wait, was it Arwen? I think it was Arwen that said that the heart doesn't pump blood.
There. Now, here's what's really fascinating about this. You can construct a phylogenetic diagram or an evolutionary tree, and that's what is on the left-hand side here from that study, from the paper, just with the liver gene, and it perfectly matches the evolutionary tree constructed for the rest of the genome. So the one on the right, on the top right, that's just from Google Images. I just Googled chordate.
There's a cartoon.
Evolutionary tree.
Yeah, CGI.
For example, and we see mammals, reptiles, amphibians, fish, other kinds of more primitive fish, and then the lancets. And that's exactly mirrored with what we have in the study, although they use quite a lot more mammals. But you can see
just words on a screen, and I think Sob said the heart doesn't pump blood. That is correct. Yes.
Who on earth
evolutionary tree
said the heart doesn't pump blood?
Sob, he is very smart. That's a running joke on Planet Peterson. Okay.
How? Like what? Why? When? Where? Like what does the heart do other than, even if it doesn't pump blood?
It's a whiteboard.
Something.
It makes moral decisions.
Yeah,
The thing is, it's a whiteboard. It's a whiteboard.
That's where the sadness lives.
It breaks down all the same, all the way down until you get the lancet, and then they have a control group, a tapeworm at the very, very, very bottom there.
Tapeworm.
And here is a series of photographs from the study showing the development of a lancet embryo, and it juxtaposes two things I've been talking about. The empirical evidence.
Here's a series of photographs of Jim Bob's penis.
Since they have a basal or transitionary liver, along with a clear depiction of how even a transitional non-liver can come from a non-liver, as they don't have a hepatic cecum until slide 7 there, where it's highlighted. So we can see more examples like this that pinpoint how the cellular level is.
I don't know. I don't know how we feel about microscopes.
Where we want to look for evidence and pathways to organ development, which admittedly is a pretty good question and a challenging one. So here you can see what's called a contractile vacuole in a single-celled organism called a paramecium. So this is a video, but I'm not.
No, that's just too small. No.
I was watching Jim Bob
with a magnifying glass, then it's
yeah. I was watching Jim Bob's stream when Planet Peterson was doing his opening, and you should have seen Jim Bob's face the whole time that he's talking about all this. It was funny.
I didn't embed the video, so that perfect circle you see on the left, that is water being absorbed by the paramecium. And then on the right-hand side, that's after the paramecium has squeezed all of its water out.
Dead behind.
This is how the organism maintains homeostasis.
It's a paramecium drinking water. Love it.
So what if you had a bunch of cells that do exist?
I'm sorry?
Have you, I would recommend that people go and watch it. It's an amazing discussion between Kent Hovind and a guy called King Crocoduck. And Kent Hovind, every now and again, he asks the question, he goes, could you explain that to me for the average observer? Yeah, and he's basically asking KC, who's a physicist, to explain what is a rudimentary physical principle in a way that Kent Hovind can understand it. But Kent Hovind is pretending that he's doing it for the benefit of the audience, despite the fact that what he's actually asking for is for KC to describe it to him.
He's waiting for a chance to talk about whale penises too.
Yeah.
He's also fishing, John. So he's going to wait until there's something that he feels that he's not quite certain on, and that'll be his point of attack.
Hola.
Essentially, this same job working together. Well, then you have from just sort of a functional, simple level, you can gain.
You should get used to this, Eugene. Like I bought my big black cock on the screen.
Flatworms literally
and,
have
Max
flatworms like Patty Helmet.
Milk toast white pussy on the screen.
Freaking no.
These no. Exactly maybe it's the proto-nephidium. But they have exactly that. They have specialized cells that I wouldn't exactly call it an organ, but it creates a tissue that takes water in and pumps it out. So this is a very good example because a flatworm is not unicellular. The paramecium is unicellular, but a flatworm, although it's an animal, it's an incredibly ancient body type, an incredibly simple one. And so it doesn't have the same kinds of complex organs like we see today, but it has intermediates like we can see. And we have excretory tissue as well. Like, for example, the way you sweat, and you have internal excretory cells as well. So the other thing is Jim Bob and I talked about the debate before we had it. And Jim Bob said he wanted to focus on the 4 mechanisms of evolution. Totally happy to do that. More specifically, I think the plan is to focus on mutation and selection. So I'm going to run through those real quick just to round out my opening statement here. So can random mutation produce new features? I've shown you new features.
Yes.
Can random mutation do that? Well, yeah. I mean, we have all kinds of documented evidence of this happening many times before. I just grabbed a really
also,
simple
super
one.
quick, Max. If random mutation couldn't produce new features, then it wouldn't be random, would it?
They're
It'd be non-random.
probabilistic. They're probabilistic.
Yeah, the stochastic. Yeah.
Here, we've identified a new de novo protein coding gene. Has a really exciting name, BSC4, and that's a scientific name for some yeast. And what they've been able to discover is this yeast appears to have taken DNA that wasn't coding for genes at all, and it mutated to the point where now it does, and it assists in DNA repair, part of a DNA repair pathway. There are many more of these known, antifreeze in Arctic fish, for example. Now, it's important to keep in mind that the theory of evolution is natural selection. It's not just mutations. So, for example, all of the bacteria in this experiment had mutations. Every single one of them had mutations, but most of them die. Only some of them survive. You can see at every interval, the vast majority die. A few make it through, and then they have, you can see the way they radiate through the rest of the slide. But even among the survivors, there are what we could call super survivors, for example. So natural selection is the filter that goes through all that variation, and then it picks winners and losers for
how does Planet Peterson know that
notice how
those
this mirrors...
bacteria didn't just commit suicide? He can't prove it. He can't prove it. They could have unalived themselves on purpose.
It takes far more faith to believe in this hogwash than it does to believe in intelligent design. No.
Yes.
I was having a conversation years ago with somebody I worked with at Alliance Medical, and she said I explained the whole process of natural selection to her, which apparently she'd never heard before. So our schooling had left her behind. And she goes, "Well, that seems a bit mean." Well, fucking yeah. With respect to the individual, of course it's fucking mean.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
yeah, it has to be. Yeah.
That's one thing I think the anti-evolutionists don't get is how wasteful and destructive this process is.
Yeah.
Are reconstructions of the fossil record, so we can kind of see the macro picture, the big picture in the lab with the micro next to it. And to bring all this full circle, mutations can even help us with the original question, which was how do you get blank from non-blank? So here are 2 genes and their protein products. Geneticists are absolutely terrible at naming things. These are not exciting.
That is just cartoons, bro.
Yeah, you can't just put cartoons on a screen and say it's evidence. Come on, Peterson.
Right.
And TBX, but that's what they're called.
You know,
well, these genes regulate the.
What counts as evidence, Max?
timing of other what are called Hox genes to guide the development of bodies. Now, I think we can all agree that a feather is unique. A feather is not the same thing as skin, and I wouldn't say that it is a scale either. But it turns out that feathers are just modified scales. The timing of that PITX1 gene can force the skin tissue in chickens that would normally form scales to form feathers instead. This is classic Darwinian descent with modification. All vertebrates have this same gene. Now, fish don't have feathers, but this same gene is at work in the equivalent region of the body, and mutations to it cause bodily changes. And humans have this.
There's a team that were looking at modifying the genome of humans to prevent the production of wisdom teeth, because wisdom teeth, like these hind teeth that come in later life, they were, as best as we can tell, they were designed that we would naturally have lost a lot of teeth, and then additional teeth would come through and push the rest of the teeth forward. But with the advent of modern dentistry, we don't lose the teeth at the same rate that we did before, which means that when the wisdom teeth come through, they actually create a congested jaw, like we have too many teeth and not a big enough jaw to house them. So they were looking to try and turn the gene off.
Yeah. Okay, but
and what they
in the United States, they've quit adding fluoride to our water. So maybe we should just go ahead and hang on to those teeth for a little while.
Well, I mean, the adding the fluoride to the water to protect the teeth is kind of irrelevant. The point that I'm making is that they were looking to try and turn the gene off that produced the additional teeth. But what they actually found was that if you turn this gene off that produces the wisdom teeth, then it also has an impact on other genes, which actually has something to do with muscles on the brow of the forehead. So like with higher apes, they don't produce wisdom teeth, but the gene that controls the wisdom teeth is also the same gene, or is related to the gene that controls how the muscles bond to the forehead, which is why they have a pronounced brow, which is why they've got such a strong bite force compared to us. So if you could, in principle, turn the gene off in all humans that produces wisdom teeth, then you could, in principle, end up with a load of humans that have the pronounced brow and then end up looking like Neanderthals. Like they're interconnected and we don't fully understand it yet. So maybe we should not fuck about modifying it until we fully understand it, is like where we're at.
I agree. But we never have
same gene as well, but in us, it does something not even remotely close to producing feathers or modifying the back end of a fish. Instead, it regulates the pituitary gland's release of prolactin. I don't need my slideshow anymore. Prolactin is a...
Baselito, how you doing?
Well,
you just woke up and you're already in fight mode. Come on, it's my birthday.
Yeah, I know. That's out of pocket. So first things first, I did vote for Brexit, not because I have a problem with migration or people of a different skin color to me, but it was a sovereignty issue, and I have problems with how the European Union is constructed, i.e. the European Commission isn't democratic, because you can't vote your leaders out of office. In principle, it's not possible. So maybe we should consider that if we're going to adhere to the democratic process. And what was the other thing that you said? ICE. Yeah, like if you're an illegal migrant into a country, like I'm not a globalist. If you're an illegal migrant into a country, then you should probably be able to be removed from the country. I don't agree with what ICE is doing in terms of how they're doing it. Like they are being fairly ruthless. But the principle
Clearly, you're shooting American citizens. Yeah, but Max's birthday.
Yeah, like can we have fun and not like Basil? You didn't even tell me happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Come on.
And also, like Max is a filthy communist, like a filthy Fabian communist. Like he disgusts me in almost every way. But Max is a friend and he is welcome in my house. I would welcome him here.
So
hold on, I want to see what the freaking Jim Bob says about this.
Why on earth is a gene that forms feathers in chickens and spines in fish present in us doing the job of aiding in milk production? Well, that's because evolution rarely starts over from scratch. It is, as I stated earlier, descent with modification. And that's all I got.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that opening. We're going to get over to Jim Bob in just a second. But first, folks, as you can see at the bottom right of your screen, DebateCon 8 this July 25th and July 26th, featuring Andrew Wilson versus Dinesh. Season.
Thank you. Okay, so what is evolution? The process by which different kinds of living organisms are thought to have developed and diversified from earlier forms during the history of the Earth.
Tori says, now that you have your Spaniard documentation, I expect you to come visit me in Europe. Okay.
Evolution is also touted as the single most well-established scientific theories in human history. You would think that the most established scientific theory in human history would, at minimum, be able to make its way through the scientific method. Evolution does not. Now, don't worry, Peterson, I'm not going to...
Straight into the same script that the Fleurs have. That evolution doesn't follow the scientific method. Okay.
Oh, he's always like this. He's always like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basil is going to complain about us watching an MD debate, maybe. Basil, but I think that if you're going to continue complaining, you should at least say happy birthday to me.
Yes.
Just keep you on the scientific method. We had that debate. If you guys want to watch that debate, you can find it. I just wanted to point out that it actually doesn't make its way through the scientific method. Now, I want to focus on evolution and the mechanisms. The first two, as mentioned before, natural selection and mutation. Natural selection essentially would be kind of like the quality control for the traits, the differential survival and reproduction for individuals due to differences in phenotype or their abilities. How it works, traits that improve an organism's fitness, ability to survive and reproduce in a specific environment become more common over generations. Mutation, the other one, random mutation, random changes in DNA sequences that create new genetic variation. How it works, mutations introduce entirely new alleles into the gene pool. Most, by the way, are neutral or harmful, but they say some are beneficial. How do you...
Why? Like, where do you get that?
But look
So
at
it's
all
like-
these.
The same bullshit, but it's like,
I had this argument with somebody the other day, and it was the distinction between a positive and a negative mutation, and the notion that, like, most species have something called a genetic clock, which is things like mutations which are inert. So, like, the allele can fall on one side, one or the other, but it doesn't necessarily have to have a positive or a negative effect. And
but I mean, it depends on like the organism and the environment, because a rat developing wings is not a beneficial mutation.
But it seems to be connected to the life cycle relative to another life cycle. So the life cycle of a bacteria is relatively short compared to, for example, the life cycle of like a more complex mammal. And because the life cycle is shorter, then that means that you get more churn, you get more opportunity for allele frequency change, because alleles don't tend to change over the course of your life. It's to do with it's a reproductive process. So the shorter the lifespan relative to another species, then the more likely you are to have a higher number of genetic changes relative to the original start position. But this is always something that people don't understand. It is relative. Like, the reason that we pick a quote unquote species is, let's say for argument's sake that for every 100 generations of a species, every 100 generations of anything, like once you get beyond 100 generations, then there's sufficient mutation for that to be considered a different species, because it can't breed with the original species. But the point at which that you selected where you started, that's where we just happen to choose to start, you know? Like, because like every generation, like the previous generation and the post generation, can breed with the current generation.
Oh yeah,
it's compounded. It's a compounded thing over time. It's to the nth degree.
Right. But the same way that the people can't imagine the scale of the planet, people can't imagine the scale of time at the evolutionary sense.
Yeah.
Caso for $5 says, "Feliz cumpleaños. Please add this to your Polar Explorer fund." Thank you so much. But I'm not a Polar Explorer yet. I need to become one.
It's all right, Max. Only 16 hours to go.
Yes.
they're beneficial. Well, you have to wait around and then attribute the trait to some imagined mutation that you didn't observe actually happen. The problem with this is that not only the evolution proponent is relying on the most rare type of mutation to produce novel new features and mechanisms and tools and engineer new things in the organism. Not only is it rare, but they have to actually use this as the basis for all engineering, accidental engineering, by the way. And so it's important to know that random mutation is seen as the ultimate source of all genetic variation. Without the mutation, the other mechanisms like natural selection, they don't have any subject to act on, to respond to. This is the basis of it all. So I want to really get into genetic drift and gene flow. I don't think we'll have time anyway. So looking at the first two, mutation especially, the issue is that mutations occur inside organisms and organisms already exist in populations. But because a mutation itself is a variation of genetics, a population itself is an example of a variation. Now, the basis, like I said, the basis of evolution is that the ultimate source of all genetic variation is random mutation. Populations are genetic variation. So how is it that genetic variation, right, is the source of populations if you need populations for genetic variation? It's completely a circle. You have to grant.
Oh my God.
Dumbass. Complete dumbass.
What was that? What was that?
Do you know what I like about this? Like, Peterson is busy looking at the chat, and every now and again he looks back to Jim Bob. You know, oh yeah, he's still going on. And then he looks back to the chat again. Like, you can see it by his eye movements. He's like, he's barely considering Jim Bob at all.
He's literally not saying anything. Yes.
Correct. Yeah, correct. You need a population to have a population. Yeah, great. Well done, Jim Bob.
Constantly have one always available to you. So there's no way to intelligibly look at a population of organisms with all their components and then try to observe their genetic behavior inside of them, right? And try to look at new traits or changes, adaptive changes that you see. You have to give yourself the populations. But when we ask the evolution proponent, how do you get these populations? You yourself hold that random mutation must be the foundation, must be the source of these populations. They go, well, you start with populations. So that's a big problem with their view. That's why they can only.
What a pile of nonsense. Tori for 200 sex. That's a lot of sex. We need more super chats for Max. Thank you so much.
That's a Jim Bob wax on, wax off circle.
Yes.
Only talk about evolution once they have a variety of populations. The other issue with mutations is that most mutations are neutral or harmful, but even the ones that are claimed to be beneficial still have to explain how extremely complex systems with dedicated tasks are engineered from purely incidental changes in genes. There is no demonstration of this. What you get is a demonstration inside a micro frame, and you say, look, this is reacting this way, or look, there's a mutation that did this thing. But there's no example of a mutation that leads us to believe that a long form construction and engineering pathway towards, let's say, not even the liver. I use the liver a lot, but I've actually moved on, Peterson, to the vestibular system. The vestibular system is a good example. You have to say that random mutation produced over time, engineered a vestibular system. Now, James, I did put a picture of that. If you can get it in the chat, if you can put that up, that would be great. So my opponent must defend the position that random mutation.
Oh my God, Iron Horse. Great to hear a logical, intelligent argument as opposed to sharing screen of utter gibberish. Debate should remain not educational argument. That's not the place in a debate. Oh, God bless your holes, Iron Horse.
They're literally just the prestige of themselves. Just absolute walking cliches.
How dare you show me pictures of from microscopes?
I hate that he quit talking about dicks because he had almost figured them out.
Builds the specialized features like the vestibular system, but not only that, he must defend that random mutation also builds the mereological relations. That is to say, the part-whole relationship. So things that he even pointed to inside of his opener, they're in relation to other existing things. But the other existing thing.
No, thank you. 200 pounds. That's crazy. I will pay Max 200 for sex. Love you, man. Oh my. Thank you so much. That is very generous.
Well, I mean, if it's on the table, you know.
Nicholas Green says happy birthday. Well, thank you.
things must be also the product of random mutation. So the only way they look at evolution is they isolate certain things and they sort of block out the other things that are already relational to that one mechanism. So he said he appealed to like vertebrae, he appealed to livers. These already exist in systems. These already exist in existing populations that have form, that have bodies, that have function already. They already have metabolic. They have systems that take in and break.
Yeah, but they grew to it. You know that you can have an organism that, let's say, has a cartilage, and then all you need to do is calcify that cartilage and you have a bone.
Yeah.
You can do it in like stages.
Yeah, that's always been one of the refutations of the Quran, because the Quran talks about embryology, but bones ossify before flesh.
Yeah, there's all kinds of good advice in the Quran too. Yeah.
Break down and build up, right? They have these systems already. So he won't be able to do either. I would argue it's an unreasonable task, not for the lack of knowledge or time, but rather it relies on a baseline assumption that hyper-specialized functions like the vestibular system are features that are purely incidental downstream from totally random mutations that just incidentally produce a vestibular system. Now, I don't know if you can bring that up, James. I want the audience to actually see and understand the vestibular system here.
So it is showing.
Okay.
So actually, what I'll do is I'll make it full screen, and that way it's a little bit.
Yeah, you can hide me. Yeah. So as you see this is on one side of an ear, right? This, by the way, is matched in symmetry by another one on the other side of the ear. But keep in mind that these two systems, even though they're mirrors, one does one thing and another does another thing, but they work together. So they develop. You got to imagine, from Peterson's view, random mutation started producing this system with no relation yet to the brain, no relation yet to anything. It had to develop, right? But
Jim Bob's making the old argument from irreducible complexity, which is a fucking archaic argument, and it's so stupid. It's unbelievable. Like the notion that you can't reduce a complex system into a part that has use, like it's so painful.
Right.
Like just so unbelievably painful. Like there are every individual part of this system you can break down in but it goes beyond what Jim Bob is even prepared to entertain. Like how a cell works. Like we can break that down as well.
Jim Bob is very close to being a flurf.
Dependent, right? One side or the other, and it has to make.
He was a flurf. I don't know if he's still is or not.
I remember. I have a screenshot somewhere.
Yeah, he's definitely got the epistemic standard of a flurf.
Yeah.
So Simon says a word for it. It's irreducible stupidity.
I'm wondering when the guy in the side chat's going to come back up and say how good Jim Bob's slide is compared to Planet Peterson.
Oh yeah.
Spatial awareness to know when we're tilted or not without throwing up and getting sick. This is built in, and I would argue for us today, necessary for for us to arrange ourselves and navigate the environment. I think without this, without help anyway, we would probably die. And I want you to see that on the left side there, that those little cords there, those are.
Yeah, but dude, there's way more. Yeah. There's way more rudimentary hearing mechanisms, and there's way better than our hearing mechanisms, like that they hear a wider range of frequencies.
Do you know what breaks my heart about this? Like, I've got a young son right now that I'm currently like introducing to some of these physical, like biological and physical principles, and I listen to this. I'm like, I can't dumb myself down enough for this to make sense. It would be like it would be like it's like I've gone out of my way to get a lobotomy. You know.
But for example, have echolocation, Jim Bob. That is a little bit more complex than just hearing a sound.
But echolocation is something that occurs. So firstly, you need the sense data in order to interpret it, but also things like fish. Fish do echolocation. Bats do echolocation. So, but have you ever seen like have you ever done scuba diving of any kind?
No.
Yeah, no, fish do echolocation. Yeah.
Which fish?
All fish.
Huh?
There's some humans who do echolocation. There's
Yeah.
some blind people who manage to determine the material of stuff by clicking at it and listening.
Yep. But
they can navigate the world by clicking.
I thought a lot of fish did it's like smell, like
No,
sharks
so
by smell.
yeah, but almost all fish. You know how schools of fish work together, and they seem to be like a discrete. Like, despite the fact that they're made up of individuals, they seem to operate as a unit.
Yeah,
That's echolocation. Like, they're communicating by sound. We can't perceive it, but fish are communicating by sound.
Might as well represent a natural.
When you scuba dive and you like when you rise up through a school of fish and they open up around you like a bubble.
No, never done that.
That's all echolocation.
That is, there's an X axis, a Y axis, and a Z axis, and they all interact. So when there's pressure and sensors on one, the other one is kind of inhibited, right? This has to be incidental from Peterson's view. It just accidentally created a highly specialized, insanely complex gyroscope.
Or there were like a couple hundred of generations of attempt and failure at the structure, and because those failed, they died and they got eaten. So the ones that did have a structure that was good, they
Tori Hanzo in the chat said that fish use the body as a vibration sensor. Well, the last time I checked, sound was a vibration.
And Jim
for our balance. Now, that's not all. Inside of these tubes there that you see, the vertical tube and the two horizontal tubes, inside of there is a liquid that needs to be very precise called endolymph fluid. The endolymph fluid is specialized. It has to be a certain ratio of the fluid because it has a very specific electrocharge. This has to be incidental. So in order for this system to work, you have to have an accidental maintained electrical charge of 80, right? It has to be exactly that. And if it's off, people get sick. They have to go to the hospitals. It acts basically like a battery. And so you have to imagine the view, and it's totally fair. This is not incredulity. It's not because I can't imagine it. What I'm saying is that from the evolutionary view, you actually have to tell us how it's the case that random mutation builds these engineered miracles.
Also, not being able to imagine it isn't incredulity either.
Engineered miracles. Oh, so that's adorable.
I'm not saying it didn't happen because I can't imagine it. I'm saying it's on the person proposing that it did happen through random mutation and natural selection. How did this happen? Seems fair. For
anybody who does make this argument that they make the claim that, like, for example, a tornado can blow through a junkyard and assemble a
that is so silly.
A plane, a 737. It's something that happens incrementally over time, right? It's not something that happens all at once in one place at one time. It's something that happens incrementally over time. Isn't it just intuitive that we build upon positive structures over time? Like, who ever built a house? Like, who put all the bricks together for a house in one go? You put one brick on top of another brick on top of another brick, right? You don't just throw it together in one instance. So why would we expect nature to do anything different? We're a product of nature. So when it doesn't come together in one instance and people complain about it, like, that's not how it works.
Look at the vestibular system and other things, because you have to keep that in mind. These are seemingly engineered things that have function, and yet they come from completely directionless random mutation and chemical reactions. So you could bring that down, James, now. So not only does evolution have to explain the engineering of each hyper-specialized feature, it has to explain the mereology between the features and the mechanisms, while simultaneously arguing that the generations of organisms are changing into categorically new organisms. This is really the basis of evolution. So the Pakicetus in 15 million years went through all the changes, and essentially its lineage led.
Dude, that like, there you had it. Like you said it, 15 million years. That's a fucking long ass time.
Yeah, Jim Bob is a fucking idiot.
To a whale. This has to be explained through random mutation. That means the body plan that is the Pakicetus on the land, maybe the size of a wolf, acts like a cow, maybe starts fishing with its hoofs, dips its little legs in, and
He's such a dumbass.
On the land, acts like a cow, maybe with some hooves and stuff. Jesus, Jim Bob. Like you cannot. That is so intellectually dishonest. It's unbelievable.
Starts eating fish, and eventually it leads to its end, which is the whale, which might be turning into something else, as we know. So this view has to be actually justified through their mechanisms. They can't just say it happened because the time allowed it. They have to actually explain mechanically, how does this happen, biologically speaking? And I never get an answer to this. Now,
someone said here, Jimbo is one of the dumbest characters on the internet, second only to flat earthers.
I think Jim Bob forms a kind of dumb trinity with him, Jay Dyer, and Andrew Wilson.
Oh my!
They all seem to be all cheeks of the same arse.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of got to be honest. Like, I wouldn't put Andrew Wilson in the same bucket.
Oh, I would.
No, I know you do, UG, but like I would, like, rhetorically at least, Andrew Wilson has more dynamism than Jim Bob does. Like he's better at it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but he's still an idiot.
I agree. I don't have the same conclusions as he does, but I don't know what it is. There's something about Andrew where like there's something there, and I can't quite put my finger on it.
What?
I don't know, and I genuinely I don't know. I'm not trying to like simp for him or any of that crap. Like I almost no respect for him, but there is something different about Andrew, and I'm not sure exactly what it is. It might be something to do with the presentation.
John, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and just assume that it's some kind of boys' school thing, latent homosexuality, because this cannot be to do with his argument.
I'm going to go with I.C. Spin's argument about discernment. I think you must have the same discernment that Whitsitt has. Discernment. No.
All right.
What would be funny in the long run is if Jim Bob was absolutely right about the whole God thing, but God could not forgive him for denying the process with which God made things, which is evolution.
Right.
Yeah. Even I can't forgive you.
The vestibular, and this problem of how things are built not only is included with every appendage or part inside a body, but the wholeness of the body itself as a plan, as a workable system. So you look at it from the view of there's a factory that's called random mutation that produces appendages in bodies over time. There's a thing called natural selection in the other building. That's the quality control. Now, this is another problem under the evolutionary view, because as random mutation, from Peterson's view, builds these intricate systems that do stuff, they're super functional, right? They have tasks. They have such oriented tasks that when you look at one and it's failing, you go, that's not properly functioning right there. That assumes there's a directionality to what it does. It's not incidental. Peterson actually has to
insertion of the telos, this insertion of the function.
No, I don't know it's directionality, because for what one particular species might be an advancement forward into a survival advantage, for a species B, it might be a disadvantage.
But it's also the case that there are things that, like the reason that our vagus nerve does the massive long meander that it does is because we can't, like, there was a gill that moved to a lung, and then from a lung back up to a voice box. Like it literally did that meander through evolutionary history.
The laryngeal,
and the nerve is still connected, the vagus nerve.
Well, like
So
the laryngeal
the-
and the giraffe, though, is like woo.
But it's 14 feet long. I know, it's ridiculous, and it could be 2. You know, it's insane. Like this.
Oh my. James just told here to Coco or Rosalie, you're just too negative and miserable. That's probably why most people in real life don't want to be around you either. Oh my. Wait, hold
Who said
on.
that?
What did James? What did she say? Wait.
In our chat?
No, in the debate.
Well, that was not very nice, James.
Well, James sometimes really hits people with those messages. Hold on. Where the hell is Coco's message? 1 second.
No wonder she came in chat over there, Taco, so upset.
Where is Coco? There.
What did she say to make him act like that?
Oh, she probably got banned. That's why I don't see her anymore. Oh, no. Yeah, that might be the case.
Is incidental. So the thing is, while these things are being built over time, and there's a long time period when finally the vestibular system is itself what you see it today, the natural selection aspect is also pressing on this change. So if it's the case that a vestibular system comes from a time where it wasn't developed to the point it is now, the natural selection process wouldn't favor that thing unless you argue that every single step of the way between not quite the vestibular system we see today and a totally unfamiliar looking one in the past, every step of the way, that system has to be favorable to the organism. That is to say, natural selection selects for it because it does something. Right? It keeps it around because it wasn't killed, so it'll pass on. But if it's adequate for having, why would there be a pressure then to change it if it's developed its adequacy? Now you have to say, well, it starts optimizing. There's a bonus. But optimization, right, in any way or sense of the word we know it, optimization is still towards something. There's a direction of optimization. You can't argue that optimization occurs if it's purely incidental. Accidental optimization.
The distinction between optimizing something and something being adequate. Jim Bob he's inserting an agent into the process.
Yeah,
and he cannot account for this process without an agent in play. If you remove the notion of an agent, then the notion of sufficiency or optimization doesn't exist. And Jim Bob can't do that. He's obviously, for some reason, he's not wired, that he can't account for it. It doesn't work for him. It doesn't jive.
It's because he's sufficient, not optimized.
But sufficient, optimized, just get rid of all of them. Like these words.
I know, but I'm talking about him. He's just sufficient, not optimized.
But it implies telos. There is no telos. Get rid of the purpose. There is no purpose. And as soon as you do that, he will understand. But he can't. He's not wired for it. He won't allow it.
He's just too dumb, I think. We're going. Princhon said humans still have a muscle in the forearm that is no longer used, but was used to control claws and is in other animals. Evolution explains that. Oh, yeah.
Palmaris longus.
This doesn't make any sense logically. So if you introduce optimization, which assumes directionality of a process, you can't hold the view that the process is wholly produced by random mutation while simultaneously holding to a direction toward betterment. It's getting better at doing something. That doesn't mean anything. Better, accidentally better.
No, the betterness is because of the specialization. It's like it's a product. It's not that it's aiming to be better.
But you understand what I'm getting at here. Like Jim Bob cannot understand the notion of change without respect to a goal. You can get change that is stance independent. There's no goal in mind. There's no stance. There's no intention. You can just get change. Like position A is different from position B, but there's no goal, i.e. position C, that you're aiming for. Right. And he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
Yeah, it's because randomness isn't psychologically satisfying to him as an explanation.
Yeah, exactly.
He just doesn't get that the amount of random changes that are happening over a population over that period of time is immense, and he's just not computing with it, and he just sees it as, well, this can't possibly be happening, so it has to be some guiding force. It's the only psychologically satisfying explanation for someone like him.
This doesn't make any sense logically speaking. Natural selection has its own problems as well. The idea that mutation is random, but natural selection is not, which we often hear, it's not entirely true. Natural selection refers to the external environment selecting for existing traits. But wait a second, the external environment, that seems more like
yeah, but it's not
the language, it's the selecting for.
It's like if you live in the grass field it's better, more advantageous if you can run fast. There's not that big of a deal. Like, there is no active selection of traits for the grasslands.
It's not even that significant, Max. Like, I don't think people realize how insignificant these changes are when you look at them with respect to a goal. Like these alleles even I'm using language that are being selected for are so minuscule. They're so tiny.
Even in humans today, John. These changes, the vast majority of these changes make even a zygote unviable.
Yes,
60% of human pregnancies fail at that point.
God, generic conceptual thing. It's not pointing to anything specific. So what's the environment? The environment itself is a collection of particulars, many of which are themselves biological organisms, also changing constantly. Then the physical conditions of the environment, right? Weather, climate, all this stuff, natural events, these are also in flux.
I love how he introduces the physical conditions of the environment separate, like at a later stage, as though they're separate.
No.
But he did. He introduced like the change, and then he introduced the physical conditions. Like, the physical conditions are the thing that make the like select for. You can't introduce them at a later stage. They're the same thing.
Because the weather is in flux, the environment, like everything is in flux all the time.
That I probably won't press too hard on, but I want people to know it. How does an ever-changing system of organisms, ecology, and physical conditions produce a regular process called evolution? How could you even understand natural selection if the environment that's doing the selecting is also made up of changing things? You couldn't possibly track it. It's all in flux. So you have to invent a static view of the environment while you hold an isolated highlight view on the organism and say, look, the environment, abstract concept, is selecting for this thing, but the environment's made of all these things that are changing. So the environment itself that's selecting is also composed of a bunch of random...
Yeah, and that's why the change is constant.
Yeah, that's why we have evolutionary pressure. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any evolution.
Right?
Things would have evolved
right? Totally
to a state of...
mutation.
Things would have evolved to a state of just satisfactory survival, and that would be it.
Yeah, it wouldn't continue.
God,
so that's a big problem.
One of the main reasons we have such changes in evolution is because of predation. It's predators and prey trying to outcompete each other.
Yeah.
Like do you know the thing that always makes me laugh is when we get occasionally I come across the argument where people go, well, because we've become so technologically advanced and we've removed in large part the pressures of our environment on us as humans, that means that we're not evolving anymore. I'm like, you do understand that our technology is going to impact us and it's going to cause evolution.
You know who says that? Planet Peterson says that.
But I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, I disagree with him about that completely. Of course, we've got evolutionary pressures.
Yeah, the evolutionary pressures will always be there. You can't not exist without evolutionary pressures. If you exist, there is an evolutionary pressure.
Buck Soulbuster for $5 says, happy birthday. Thank you so much.
Maintain the nature of what they are. This is another problem, that when we look at nature, in order for something to be prey or a predator, for something to be dependent on the external world, grass, flowers, whatever, berries, these things maintain some identity, right? In order to make sense of the natural world, the animal kingdom, we look at it and it's in a symbiotic relationship. It gives and it takes, and it coexists, right, in some sort of equilibrium. If everything's changing, how it like
that's the point. It's never in equilibrium. It has to keep on changing. There has to be like an imbalance there for the thing to keep going. Because otherwise, if you create a perfect runner and a perfect hunter, then you always have a stalemate. Like you can't do anything.
Like if everything's changing, that means food's changing. That means the food for something is changing.
Yeah.
It's not just the organism. It's the way in which the organism participates in reality.
Oh my God.
Yes, the food changes. Let's say the corn. The corn changes. So the animal that eats corn change with it.
I want to force feed this motherfucker a Brussels sprout.
Let's just remember. This
Calm
man,
down, calm
like
down.
3 weeks ago, he didn't know evolution, and now he's trying to teach it.
Yes, that is very common.
Reality is changing because the reality itself is in flux. So this is a bigger problem when you look at the grand scale of evolution. But again, I just want to get that out there for my own audience in particular. But I will be focusing mostly on the granular aspect. And I want one last thing here. He mentioned the penis coming from the penis. Notice that Peterson wanted to give an example of a penis coming from something that doesn't have a penis. He looked at an embryo. The problem there is that it still comes from a penis. The embryo is the byproduct of an existing organism that has a penis and a vagina.
I knew he had to go to penis.
Oh no, what an idiot.
We're about to get into we're about to get into the penis gate section of this debate, but super quick, deplorable. Yes, I know Brussels sprouts have changed. That's why I made the argument. That's the point that I was making. I look up the collection of plants, the genus that is the brassica. It's cabbages, Brussels sprouts, cauliflowers. Like they're all the same plant.
Disgusting.
I know. And so the problem with that, as an example, Peterson, is that embryo, if that was actually human, it's already coded with DNA markers for the penis to grow or not. It's already in the system. So the nature of that embryo is actually that it does have a penis. It already has the information to eventually have a penis. The markers.
Yeah, but the point is that it starts as not a penis. It starts as cells.
It is the random mutation that changes it. That's what makes the change. So it necessarily has to come from something that doesn't have that.
Tell you when that's going to develop in the embryonic stage, as well as the arms and everything else in our body, because it's informed by a previous thing that does have a penis. So if you were going to use that embryo as a snapshot, say, look, Jimbo.
Yeah, but you can roll it back little by little, and you can divide it in different parts. Like there are, dude, the penis is one of the best actually examples of evolution. Just take a look at the sheer variety of penises across all of nature. They can be all different sizes, forms, function. And
whilst it's not relevant to me, Max, it doesn't have anything to do with me personally. But can we, if we're talking about penises and evolution, can we avoid the word little, please?
Like cats, for example, their penis has like spikes because their sperm cannot survive it can only survive in blood. So the cats developed a way to cause the females to bleed so that the sperm doesn't die.
Yeah, also dogs when they've ejaculated, their penis swells up, so it can't be removed from the female dog.
And I can speak from recent experience with this. So my Jethro, we've got two beagles. Jethro is 11 years old. He's castrated, and we've got a younger beagle which is 2 years old. And Jesus Christ, trying to separate them, fuck me, like no pun intended. It was ridiculous. There was no way I was getting these two combatants apart. Like,
well, yeah, the purpose is to stop other males coming along, and flushing out your doings,
your lovely goo. Yeah,
that's called a corkscrew penis. And my turtle, it comes out of the little tail, and they can move it like an arm. It's super freaky. I will play this, and I need to go to the toilet, so I'll be right back.
A penis doesn't have to come from something with a penis. Here's an embryo. No, you go back one step. That embryo came from something with a penis. So the penis is still there. You have to keep going back in time, and eventually you have to come to a place where this appendage and its purpose reveals itself. Here it is. Okay, voila. Or you have to hold a view. You have to hold a view. Okay, you have to hold the view that there's gradualism, and that for everything that has function today, every step of the way in its development, it was as functional. It was just as useful, but still changed over time.
With that, we're going to jump into the open dialogue. But first, folks, if you did not know, Andrew Wilson and Owen Schroyer will collide on the East Coast That's at the end of this month. So we are just a couple of weeks away. Not even a couple of weeks away. Andrew Wilson and Owen Schroyer will be debating. This is in the Carolinas, University of South Carolina in particular. Tickets are linked in the live chat, and they are also in the description box. Check this debate out. Come on out. Modern Day Debate is thrilled that Uncensored America invited us to be the moderator for this debate, as well as this next one that I'm going to show you. So come out and meet your favorite debaters, including Rachel Wilson and Brian Shapiro. It's going to be amazing. That is linked in the live chat, as well as the description box as well.
Amazing.
Oh, that's right. I got to update the page. As you can see at the bottom right of your screen, Rachel Wilson will be debating Brian Shapiro on feminism. You don't want to miss it. And that is in North Carolina, East Coast, last week of this month. With that, we're going to kick it into the open dialogue. Thank you very much, gentlemen. The floor is all yours.
Yeah, for the sake of our audience and us not getting clipped saying penis a million times, well, let's switch over to something. I do want you to maybe look at the...
We can focus just on the four things. Well, the first two of the four things.
Sure.
That's
I want to use the vestibular system just briefly here.
Sure.
When you looked at it, like I said, the system is highly complex and functional and task oriented, and it's so precise in what it does. I didn't even get to the crystals. There's crystals in this system as well that weigh down on things, and it's very precise. And if it's off a little bit, it fails. And so the question I had is, like, from your view, if you were to take a purely random mutation approach, you'd have to say that random mutation started the pathway toward this thing being generated, right?
Yeah, I would say that. If I did a little bit of Google searching, I could find some stuff in the fossil record for the development of the inner ear. I'm not going to do that here because that would be kind of boring. But okay. So what I can point to, what I know off the top of my head is, so if a trait is evolved, then it should go through stages. It should, like the modern forms of things, we should expect to see kind of like transitional variations of it. Now, again, I'm pretty ignorant about the fossil record when it comes to the vestibular system, but there are lampreys and well, it's just lampreys. So there are really disgusting eel-looking fish, but they don't have jaws. They just have a sucker. So they're an incredibly ancient and archaic body type, but they do have bones like we do. They have semicircular canals, but they only have 2. We have 3. So, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head as far as those. But yeah, I mean, there are many things. We'll never have the complete picture of how it happened. But when you see in nature different variations of the same thing, less complex versions and more complex versions, I think that actually is pretty excellent evidence that it evolved. I have a few more things on this, but I'll let you respond to that.
Okay. Oh, well, it sounds like you're saying there's other things that have similar shadow ghost structures in the past, and maybe those are simple forms. And so if there's simple forms and there's a more complex form, you can imagine that a simple form of it could actually, through random mutation, produce into a more complex form of it.
Yeah, it would be unreasonable to think that our vestibular system, the mammalian one with 3 semicircular canals, could have just been produced by the random, even with natural selection, the random thing. Just in its full-fledged state. Instead, we would expect to see transitions, and I can think of at least one with the lamprey.
Yeah, I'm not under the impression that your position to defend this is that random mutation built this thing, and it was like a bunch of elves building it, and they finished it. Rather, there has to be sort of a provenance of this item, right? This is like an item in the if there was like a showcase room. Here's an item that does something in here in this body, and it has to have a past from the evolutionary view. And so what the view is that random mutation itself, that's the first mechanism that actually starts building this. It's a building process, correct?
Evolution is a building process. I mean, you can say that, I guess, yeah, but that's kind of weird because that entails that evolution is this one thing when really it's a combination of things. I mean,
for this specifically, like you look at that vestibular system inside there and the tubes, and I mentioned that there's fluid inside the tubes and has to be a specific ratio of for it to be properly like.
Yeah. I mean, the things that conduct the electricity that the body produces, those they obey the laws of physics. Because otherwise you just couldn't transmit the electricity. I don't see why he finds all of this that hard. It's really not.
Like it basically uses electricity to receive pressures in the form of sound to send to the brain in a meaningful way where the brain can interpret it. But here's what I'll ask you: is it this fully formed vestibular system from the evolutionary view is incidental, correct?
It's incidental in the sense that there's no reason that any organism had to develop a vestibular system. I was jotting down notes while you said this, because this is something that people say quite often. Where did that actually go? So when you say something like, how did it just happen to create this vestibular system? Like I said, it didn't have to. So like the thing I wrote down is, why can't goats fly? Wouldn't it be really awesome if goats could fly? Well, we're not the ones that get to say this is.
Where's the limitation? Like what is the biological limit that's been applied here that Jim Bob is referring to? That there must be something, right? He's like, this doesn't make sense because this doesn't make sense to me. But it's still possible.
I mean, it's just just pure science denial, I guess.
But ultimately, yeah, that's what it boils down to. But there are some intuitions that we have, like, so I can't, like, when somebody says that they can jump high, when they say that they can jump high, I don't, like, we obviously, like, the intuition is that they can't jump 400 feet off the ground. Like, jump, if you, Max, said that you could jump higher than any human has ever jumped before, it would be non-intuitive for me to think that you can jump like 400 feet in the air, right?
500.
But you understand what I'm getting at, right?
I mean, there is a physical limit as to pretty much how much a human can jump.
Of course.
Do you think there might be an intellectual limit here? Because obviously nobody has intuition over compound change across millions of years. You just can't intuit that.
Well, one of the ones that I like using is electron tunneling. Like, it defies intuition. We use it every day. Like, we're using it right now to talk over these vast continents, this huge space. We make use of this principle, but we don't intuit it. It's non-intuitive.
The way that we, for example, are very close to reaching absolute zero in the lab is by shooting matter with lasers. So that thing emits a photon and loses temperature. And that's how they cool down things to very close to absolute zero. But that is also completely counterintuitive.
Agree.
I had a friend who did his PhD at Oxford in biochemistry, and part of his work was using lasers on cells. But when he got bored, he used to use the 10 million pound laser to draw dicks on grains of sand. So it's entirely possible next time you see a beach or any grain of sand, my friend may have drawn a microscopic penis on it.
On a grain of sand and just fucked it out into the ether for shits and giggles.
If you find it, though, that will mean good fortune forever.
If you don't do it this way, then you don't function in your environment. Then it's no good anymore, or the organism won't survive. No, I mean, there's evolution doesn't have any foresight. It doesn't have any teleology.
Right. So, but if it doesn't have teleology, then would you admit that use of the word optimization is just it's not really optimization, it's just accidental optimization?
Yeah, it's a quirk of language.
No, hang fire. So the distinction between optimization and accidental optimization is our ability to perceive it. But just our ability to perceive a state doesn't mean whether it is or isn't optimized, right?
Yeah, sure.
No, optimization is independent of our perception.
Right. I mean, Jim Bob can't divorce himself from assigning a character to all of this. That's kind of the problem.
Agree, but optimization requires a goal. And for there to be a goal, there needs to be an agent.
But
Jim Bob cannot conceptualize the world without an agent. Like there is no goal with evolution.
You can have the role be survival, but it's like an accidental thing. Like it's what we describe the pressures to apply to, which is granting longer survival. I don't know, but you don't need an agent for that.
Like organisms don't optimize; they just accidentally change, and it's just lucky that that accidental change is advantageous in contrast to the environment itself. It's just like,
I mean, you have two possibilities: a change makes you better, or not, or it makes you worse. If it makes you better, you survive more. If it makes you worse, you just die, and that gene doesn't get passed.
So we were having this conversation earlier in that. Yes, with respect to the bare minimum condition for an agent to provide like a judgment on a situation is that the agent has to exist. The I think therefore I am principle, you know. So if you were going to apply a bare minimum state in terms of value, then that value should be continued existence. Because if you don't continue to exist, then you don't have a judgment. There's no value. But this kind of becomes tautological. Because why do you want to continue to exist? And then you have to you insert another value on top of it. So it's
a chain. You want to continue going on to exist, so you can have more offspring and there can be more of you.
Yeah.
Like,
now,
I mean, that all beings have that thing of passing on and reproducing, like largely on average, right?
Now, one sec.
Doing anything today?
Well, there seems to be only two drivers for evolution, and that's survival and reproduction.
Right.
Oh, that was a happy accident.
I mean, you can I was going to say serendipitous. Yeah, that's what that means. You can say that, but it seems like you're kind of just saying the organism doesn't optimize. The environment, the filtration process, mechanism, whatever we want to call it, of natural selection does that. But it still occurs. I mean, it's very hard to imagine how this process would have created a complex system like a vestibular system. But we know for a fact that this system happens today. The reason antibiotic resistance occurs, the reason viruses mutate to be able to jump across species, they're not trying to do any of that. It is just for ones because of the genetic variation within them, it's just innate in some of them that some of the time they evolve down a certain pathway. Now, what we do is we tend to look at the end product and say, oh, that's the only way it could have happened. No, it could have happened a million different ways. COVID didn't have to evolve. It could have evolved to infect cats instead of humans. For example, it happened to evolve a different way. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's just all of that's incidental, though. So even the defense thing that you just mentioned, the ability for the body to have an immune system that gets triggered when there's some intruder, right? The triggering of the.
I mean, but that is just like a development of even the way that the eukaryotic cells would eat. They would macrophage stuff that's around them.
Do you think Jim Bob could tell you the difference between a eukaryotic cell and a prokaryotic cell?
No, maybe now, but not previously. He couldn't. I was going to say, I think there's one more driver that might be in there, UG, is if there's a niche that's empty.
Yes, because I mean that's how you get the most of an advantage.
Yeah, the immune system that jolts the body into,
and that's what gives rise to biodiversity, the different niches.
Yeah,
responding, right? That system itself, in addition to the vestibular system and everything else, from the evolutionary view, it's purely incidental.
Yes,
as far as this production of it.
Yeah, but I don't think that's a problem. So, for example, what the vestibular system does is it's your sense of balance. You have fluid called lymph, and you have otoliths, which are the little stones, and they brush up against hair cells. And when they brush against it, like if you hold a candle and you move, the candle lags behind. What's in your inner, it does exactly that. I know you know it. I'm telling the audience.
Yeah, and the other side, and the other side is a mirror of the same system, but it actually serves a slightly.
Happy birthday. Winston isn't my spirit animal, but he's my spirit vegetable. Carrot. Look up Look it up in Welsh. Oh my.
Different compatible purpose, right?
I'm most completely convinced that Jim Bob is he's a rhetorician. He's regurgitating things that he's heard in the particular fields that he feels that he wants to espouse in. I don't think he has any meaningful understanding of any kind.
No. And he doesn't want to understand it. He just wants it to be false. And that is his biggest hurdle to understanding any of it.
Yeah, he's got a presupposition in mind, and he's going to run down that track continuously until he meets, like, you could put Jim Bob in a room with like a microbiologist or a physicist, and
he did have a debate with a microbiologist that works in the field in evolution, and he still not the whole thing.
Yeah, no, the whole way down. Just he will question until you get to an I don't know, and when he gets to an I don't know, he'll go, well then God.
Yeah, and that I don't know is usually in abiogenesis, because that's their like trump card. Like, you don't know, you don't have a mechanism for abiogenesis, therefore evolution is false.
But also, for me, at least, when I'm having a conversation with a person and they say, I don't know, to me, that's an indication of an honest interlocutor.
Right.
When Jim Bob meets an I don't know, he will see that as a gap to attack. And that's not how you, like, the preceding state to knowledge is understanding that you don't know. Jim Bob, according to him, has all the answers, which means he knows nothing.
All the answers, yes.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Well, they
do you
do
think
the
Jim Bob
same
is
thing, but they're mirrored. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
For different. Yeah. For
go ahead.
Oh, you're good. I was gonna say, do you think Jim Bob is more obnoxious when he's doing this or when he's doing the tag pre-sup?
Well, I debated Jim Bob, and we did Christianity versus secular humanism, and he asked me the same question all debate, and I answered every which way that I could, and he just kept going back to the same. So
yeah,
I think that's when he's the worst.
The tag pre-sup is at least predictable. Like, I mean, you don't necessarily know where he's going to go with these discussions.
Yeah, but it's so young. At least he's having to learn a little bit of evolution right now. Like, you know, a little bit. But I was going to tell you what he finds out when you say, I don't know. What Jim Bob says, he said, oh my God, my God will fit right there. And so, like, he says, there it is. That's where my God goes. And that's why he gets all excited, because he's like, there's a hole.
Iron Horse said here, if evolution was a fact, we'd all be dead. Oh. Did you see Jim Bob refusing to debate Gatsy Gibbon and Forrest Baca when they insisted on evolution, not abiogenesis? Figures.
Yeah, because
for different, they compensate for different things, but they're the same function, but for different. They balance us in different ways, and so that's the thing is, like, if it's the case, I do think.
Well, let me get something out here real quick, because if it's the case that organisms wanting to know the difference between up from down, left, like want to know I'm sideways, then you have to evolve a vestibular system. Well, actually, you don't. Moths, for example, I don't know how common this is in other insects, but moths, they have a completely different system for this, and we just discovered this. The reason moths fly around endlessly a light bulb is because they have what's called a dorsal light reflex. So when light hits their back, that tells them that's where the sun is. And so it triggers their body to just automatically balance upward. Like, you don't have to think about your sense of balance. You just do it innately. And moths have that. So that's how they can tell up and down. They do it with the sun. So if this is a problem, and we have if not really a problem, but like if the vestibular system serves a function and we're trying to say it could have only happened this way, then how the heck did it happen independently a different way? I think that's a way stronger indication that, yes, it is an incidental product of a serendipitous process. And it could have been a million different things.
Yeah, but from that view, then if the vestibular system is, from our view, it's like we look at this and we go, oh, engineering. Now, I'm not making an intelligent design argument. I'm just looking at it like, oh, that does something that's functional and useful to the body, for the whole body, right?
In order for Jim
thing.
Bob's
And then you
position
look
to
at
make
anything else,
sense,
it's super.
he needs to. So, for example, we exist now in a time and in a place. So, if we were designed, then there needs to be something that our bodies do, that we do, something that we function in a particular way, that is commensurate with an environment that we haven't seen yet, right? And there's nothing that we do like that. We are built for the environment in which we exist in right now, and we will change over time to fit our environment. Because if we didn't change over time to fit our environment, we wouldn't fucking exist. We'd die.
And I've shown the papers many times. We have examples of human evolution happening today. So, I mean, and we've been tracking this for like a drop in the bucket of the actual age of the Earth and age of humanity itself.
It like the principle doesn't even need to be human orientated. There's the Lenski experiment, the bacterial experiment, with the bacteria that was within the citrate.
I always bring it to human evolution because that's the harder one for them to. If they're going down the fundamentalist route.
I understand it's relatable, but like typically what will happen is you'll demonstrate micro, and then they'll make the distinction between micro and macro, and then you'll ask the distinction between micro and macro, and then they'll lose their shit because they can't demonstrate the distinction between micro and macro.
Yes.
And there is no distinction. Macro is just lots of micro.
Right.
We're functional. The liver is functional. It does a task, but it's not there to do that task. It just it didn't generate through random mutation to do that task. It just incidentally happens to do that task, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The other
wait, no, because like the structures do evolve to produce that task. They are filtering cells, right? So I don't get the point there.
The other thing with respect to this that you were mentioning that's also pretty common is, well, it has to create a complex vestibular system. And if it doesn't create the kind of vestibular system we have, then nothing works. The organism doesn't survive. That's a pretty common sentiment, but I think that's totally false too.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't put it that way if it sounded like that. I'm saying that the vestibular system we have from the evolutionary view, we actually got it given to us from another organism that already developed it
yes,
to some extent, right?
Yeah, but
if
you can't look at it.
It necessarily.
You can't look at it from it wasn't given to us by another entity. It is it's a continuous development.
I think that they have a hard time imagining a gradient where like a gradient between two colors, right? You go from blue to red, and in the middle you get a little bit of both mixed up. I think at what point does it change?
I think people view evolution as like passing on presence or passing on a color. Like this is green. If you add yellow to green, or if you add blue to green, then it changes. But the thing that we've given you is green. Like that, you never got given green. It was always in a state of flux. It was always in motion. It's really frustrating because it's so clear to me, but I do struggle to explain it to other people. But once you see it, it becomes so unbelievably clear.
I mean, it's the basis for all of actual modern biology. So
yeah, of course it is. Like modern medicine.
Surely can't be that the OG grandpa with it had it in his case. He was like, I'm going to give this all my children. There has to be a moment where the thing as we see it on the screen today actually generates from something many years ago from the evolutionary view that's not that. Perhaps something that's not even you couldn't even recognize it. Correct?
Is essentially, yeah, but it wouldn't have progressed in the sorts of leaps and bounds. It's not the case that one day an animal that has a rudimentary version of this, but without the semicircular canals or like without one piece, somehow enough mutations happen in an organism it gives birth to that now the one it gives birth to has the fully modern version of it.
Right.
No, it would have been so gradual that you can't say in any one generation, this is the modern version of it, and the one generation before it wasn't.
Yeah.
It's so gradual that it doesn't.
Would you say would you say it's so gradual that you can't possibly say how it happened?
No, I would say I can give you a super low.
Good analogy for evolutionist language. I agree. I like that one.
Yeah, but also what Jim Bob's asking here is like, is it so gradual that you can't possibly say how it happened? No, because we like if you think about it from the distinction between analog and digital. So we find a fossil, right? And that fossil is a snapshot of the biology that existed at the time. And then it might be like another 100,000 years, you'll find another fossil. And it's sufficiently similar to the previous fossil in terms of its morphology that you'll assume that they're related. And then you'll find another fossil, another 100,000 years apart. And it's different from the original fossil. So you've now got 3 data points. And then another 100,000 years after that, you find another fossil. And then now you've got 4 data points. And they're all interrelated, like the morphology, like you can understand how they got from one to the other. But if you compare fossil 4 to fossil 1, they look totally alien to one another. And we do exactly the same thing with DNA, with the alleles. It is something that is subject to gradation, and where we are now is so unbelievably and very different to where we began at that our intuitions tell us that we weren't related. But we know that we were, because, for example, the liver in a mouse or the liver in a rat or the liver in a hedgehog or a fish, the liver, broadly speaking, operates in the same way. Now, the liver might be in a different place in the body. It might be a different shape, but the DNA that is the cells that tells the cells of the liver how they're supposed to be is the same DNA between you and me and this fish. So when you hear people say like, well, you've got the same amount of DNA, like you've got 92% of the DNA that a mouse has or an elephant has, that 8% difference is tiny. Because our liver works the same way, our kidneys work the same way, our knee joints work the same way. Everything, like even the basic stuff, like one of the most basic functions in a body is for a ring of muscles to contract. And when you get lots of rings of muscles contracting in a line, that's called peristalsis. When a fish swallows, when a mammal swallows, like even things that happen, like there are things in bacteria which are constricting tendrils, which could be described as peristalsis. The mechanism at play is the same mechanism.
For how it happened, which is random genetic variation with selection, which is technically testable because if all of the other, like all vertebrates have this vestibular system, and this is actually demonstrated in that paper I had, although it was about a different organ, you still see the same thing. All vertebrates have a vestibular system, but if evolution's not true, there's actually no expectation I would have at all that the genetic code for the vestibular system would be broadly the same, for example, in all the mammals. yet it is.
Well, but
that
the
is
thing
the
is,
hallmark of
I know,
of a hereditary trait.
I understand, but Peterson, then if you zoom out more to the process, you go to mammals, and now mammals are the new vestibular system subject, which is if mammals, even vertebrates themselves, if they had to necessarily be generated through random mutation over millions and millions of years, then the thing you call a mammal, with all of its unique features that puts it in the mammal category, has to have a past that isn't mammal, right?
Yeah, technically.
Yeah. So on what basis would we use any of the four mechanisms of evolution to believe that a mammal was actually produced from not a mammal through the systems that you're actually appealing to? Which one of them is going to give you the idea or any reason to believe inductively even that mammals as we know it actually come from an entirely different schema of an organism that don't have vertebrae. They're not vertebrae. They don't have spinal cords. They don't have livers. They don't have these things.
So this is ridiculous. So it's like it'd be like asking, let's say, can a monkey identify a fish? You know, obviously we can. Like the category is something that we value. So men, women, boys, girls, hot, cold, like the categories are things that we ascribe value by virtue of our experience. And to say that something isn't a product of an antecedent fact, of an antecedent being, is nuts. Like then there was something that came before it, but biologically speaking.
I can't hear Max.
Max, if you're talking, bud, you're muted.
Oh fuck! Sorry.
I bet that was really good.
I'm sure it was insightful though.
Yeah, I was saying that we don't have examples of things not having parents.
Yeah, no
And,
examples.
even if it is like a single cell that's dividing into two cells of copies of the same one, then you would still have sort of like a parent cell. So Jimbo, I mean, you don't have anything here.
What reason do we have to believe that category is actually produced from not that category?
Well, what I would say is I wouldn't exactly use the framework of how I can answer that question through mutation and selection. Instead, what I would say is in science, what we do is we say, well, this is our model, this is our theory, our hypothesis, or whatever. What are the consequences of it? If it is the case that that's what happened, then there should be evidence for it. And
you make a prediction and say, if this happens, then this should happen.
But also, what's the corollary? Like that, like the opposite. So there was something that was slightly different to what we have now. Like now is a current state of affairs. And the thing that preceded it was slightly different. So if the thing that preceded it wasn't slightly different, then you are definitionally arguing for a steady state. But we know that's not true because I'm different to my children. And vice versa. Like I'm also different to my father. Like our direct experience requires that things change over time.
Even on a genetic level, for example, in the animals that have like sperm, there is randomization built into the thing. Because all of those, every time you ejaculate all of those sperms, they're all different and they can produce a different individual, each one of those. And you only get either one or a handful of individuals per reproductive cycle. So the randomness is built into the thing.
Well,
right?
I would suggest that it's not possible to not have randomness. I think we are existing in a chaotic system, and there's nothing that we can do about it. And a lot of people don't like that, and they'll look to try and rationalize away the chaotic system.
Because, for example, when you have a simple cell and that cell just multiplies itself infinitely, same code all the time, every single time, and then something happens environmentally, it would wipe out the whole population at once, and that leads to extinction.
Yeah.
So
it's
evolving difference is already an evolutionary advantage.
The second that you can see that you can't create a perfect copy.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. I'm gonna have to go, but thank you very much for having me up, Max, and happy birthday.
You're welcome. Take care.
Thanks for inviting me, Robin, and I'll speak to you soon, John. A shame I didn't get to speak to Issa. Hopefully I'll get to speak to him.
Oh yeah, definitely come back for Issa. Issa's a good lad. I like Issa.
I will be back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I might catch you later. Take care. Bye. Bye.
Genetics and the fossil record bear this out incredibly well. The mammals are most closely related to the reptiles, and way back like 330 million years or whatever, we have these so-called mammal-like reptiles. That term's not really used anymore, but
how do you know? Were you there? Checkmate.
We can see kind of the evolution of modern mammals in the fossil.
Yeah. On that note, Max, are you like committed to this stream? Are you going to be here when I get back in like a few hours?
I am. I am already very sleepy, so we'll see.
Might catch you snoring.
If I don't die of
well, definitely don't die. Don't do that.
If I don't fall asleep sitting in the chair, then yes.
Well, I do have to go. I've got solar panels being fitted tomorrow, and I've got to do a bit of prep so that they can mount the batteries and stuff like that.
You got it. Well, thank you so much for hanging out.
No, you know, I so wish that you would do it in more time appropriate for me, but I can't be so greedy that I would ask you to change your like when you do.
Well, I did it in Eastern time because I don't know, because I'm a weirdo. Let's see. My Gurney has sent me something. Hold on, what is it?
Well, regardless, I'm going to go and I'm going to go and do my prep, these solar panels, and hopefully I'll be back later, probably with UG actually, because I get the impression that he enjoyed his time here, so that should be nice. And yeah, happy birthday, and
thank you so much.
I hope Issa rocks up at some point, and it would be nice to see Dr. J again at some point.
Well,
Miss Dr. J.
Volunteering and been a bit busy, but yeah, he's checked in with us. He's good.
But I enjoyed the change my mind segments that Dr. J did. They were good.
Yeah, those were fun.
Yeah, I've realized they didn't get much traction in terms of like immediate support, but they were getting a lot of views retrospectively, which was nice.
Yes, the most people it was in the middle of the day of the job time, so most people were not being able to tune in, but it was.
But I definitely liked the thought behind it, like not so much why you think, like not so much what do you think, but how do you think, what do you think, and what would get you to change your mind. It was a good segment. I really enjoyed it.
Yep.
Definitely.
CMS says hello again. Let's see what this is. I already hated Mike. Thank you so much, John.
Catch you later, all. Issa, wake up, man.
Understand those guys. Anybody?
I've been itching to yell, but my voice is already suffering.
What do you falls around people just to hate watch and troll?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Guess what? I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna follow you back. So enjoy it while it lasts, I guess.
You stalker, you.
Fossil record, and how we were so similar to reptiles really early on. Now that work was all done in the freaking 1800s and early 1900s, and then later when we discovered genetics, it was like, okay, now it's time to put this idea to the test. And then, yes, so mammals outside of our own group were most closely related to the reptiles, exactly what the physical evidence before that predicted it should be. And then you can look at the genes that control for organs. So the mammalian genes for the semicircular canal, just like the liver we looked at, are all going to be more similar, and they're going to match up exactly with an evolutionary tree to as compared to anything else, but then we'd be more close to like a reptile.
Okay, it sounded like at the beginning you said, I wouldn't appeal to the 4 mechanisms of evolution to describe the transition between from reptile to mammal. But what you would do is look at some sort of model and use basically a philosophy to map on and see if it actually would make sense.
Yeah, I mean, like if I can, I don't know if you're asking for clarification or if you thought that that didn't make any sense.
No, I think I'm making a distinction between you're not using the current knowledge and mechanisms to describe and explain, right, the transition between non-mammals to mammals, that there's some sort of jump. Yeah. But you said you're not going to use that, right? But what you will.
You can have that be very gradual. You don't have to have all of the whole thing at once. We do have, like, for example, there are already cells that, sebaceous cells that excrete matter, like, for example, for the skin. You could just get an specialization of that, right? Number of Brexiters on the panel, 0. Damn you. I don't know why that bothers you so much.
We'll use is basically a philosophy and interpret the data through a philosophy, and it doesn't make sense through the philosophy.
Well, kind of. What I was trying to illustrate is more like a hypothesis and then a test, which I think in the spirit of science is what you're supposed to do. But I mean, at the end, it actually does come back around to mutation and selection, because what we circle back to is the genetics, and we look at, okay, what are the degrees of differences in the genes between these animals?
Jimbo, the answer is very simple. This is you're having a flat earth reaction. Because the time that we've been doing genetic studies is minuscule compared to. What do you mean you can't hear me? Why? What? I see the thing moving. Check, check, check. Can you hear me now? Try the unmute button.
And what causes differences in the genetic composition? Well, it is mutations. So it actually does come full circle back to that. I was just saying, I wouldn't start from the bottom up and tell you the story of how it happened. I would say, look, if this is the case, then this is what we would expect to find. We do find that, and then we can go back and retest it too.
Okay, how would you test that reptile over time changed enough to then make the jump to a mammal? How would you test
that? Well, you can look in the so it didn't happen exactly that way, but you can. We'll just say that is the case. You can look in the fossil record, for example, for transitional forms, and then you can look at the genetic composition.
Proby says, have a great birthday. I'll probably catch up tomorrow. Thank you so much. Take care.
Of the animals as we see them today.
Okay, so you look at old fossils. That's phenotype.
Yeah,
phenotype.
We don't have any future fossils.
I know, but old. I mean, they're old. Right? They're not like, because you can make a fossil pretty quick at home.
Oh my, Jimbo, you can make a fossil.
Old. I mean, they're old. Like they're not like, because you can make a fossil pretty quick at home.
At home, okay.
You can, yeah, you can.
Not a real fossil, but
well, no, I mean, you could actually produce what the effect of a fossil at home in 2 weeks. But that's why I said old. You take an old thing that looks like.
Oh my God, what? I would like to see that, please. Can we get a demonstration of that? Making a fossil in 2 weeks? A mineralized fossil. that we can later send to a lab and get it validated as an actual fossil.
It's like a reptile, right? And you have access to a particular, and it's a phenotype, right? It's something that's a phenotype. You don't have the gene, right? You just have the phenotype, the anatomical structure of this old reptile.
Yeah, all we have are the impressions of their bones and sometimes, lucky enough, skin and eggs and stuff.
Okay, so when I asked you, how would you test if an old reptile that doesn't exist anymore, perhaps, made its way through genetic mutation and actually made the jump through successive generations to a mammal, and you said you find an old fossil, you look at its anatomy, and you look at similarity between the anatomy?
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't it the case that there's existing similarity between anatomy without ancestry, common ancestry?
Well, in our view, everything has a common ancestor at some point, but you're talking about convergent evolution. So, for example, hedgehogs and echidnas both have short little spikes on them, but they're both mammals, but they're distantly related. What we mean by that is this phenomena is hedgehogs and echidnas.
The way that I explain that as a simpleton person is that you get two branches that diverge, and then they kind of arrive at some characteristic that is developed in like parallel, but it is similar functions, similar structures, similar stuff like that. I don't see why. I swear, Jim-Bob has a very hard time using his imagination to picture these things. Not to imagine them, but to like picture what the process is described actually looks like.
Echidnas don't both come from an original ancestor that had spikes. They evolved it independently. So what you're talking about does happen.
Let me ask it a different way. Does similarity in phenotype necessarily mean similarity in genotype?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. No, not necessarily.
Okay, so if that's the case, how is it you're going to test whether or not you're just looking at something with a similar phenotype? But if you say you're looking at this thing with similar phenotype, but you're making the jump that the genotype actually produced and jumped to mammals, because you'd actually have to say it happened genetically to say that this thing we found that was reptilian looking made the jump to mammal, but you just admitted that the phenotypical similarity doesn't actually necessarily follow to phenotypical similarity doesn't necessarily follow to genotypical similarity. So I'm not sure how you're going to arbitrate the test then, because you're just assuming the similarity you're seeing, you could make the jump to mammals, but also you already know that similarity in phenotype could be dissimilarity in genotype. So you can't actually test it because you don't know if you're looking at a fossil that's just phenotypically similar, or you don't know if you're looking at a fossil that's phenotypically similar and genotypically similar.
I would say that we can do this. James, I'm going to share my screen again, if that's okay. There we go. So I would do it literally just by going back to this. So it'd be nice if I don't have a fossil or a evolutionary tree of life with fossils on it. I mean, those exist. I just don't have one like on hand. But on the right here, that's essentially what this is. So decades, like literally centuries, like over 100 years ago, we started doing this. We put the mammals at the top, not to say they're better or anything like that, but we put the mammals in one group.
Yes, mammals are better.
Group. The reptiles were the closest connected to us. They were the
yes,
closest branch. The amphibians were the next most distant, and then different kinds of fish all the way down the line. So this is what we constructed just based off the fossils. So we have a phenotype tree of life, like you're describing. Now, how do we know if that's from genotype? Well, we can also study the genes of these organisms today. Now, we can't get the genes of the extinct ones, but like people don't disagree that dinosaurs were a kind of reptile. We don't have their DNA, but we know that today's reptiles are the same kind of organism that dinosaurs were, reptiles. They're different kinds of reptiles, but the same kind, or whatever.
MDD said, Mr. Eman and Iron Horse are having a brutal battle in chat. Iron Horse is wanting to deliver some flat smacks. I tried to get a debate with Iron Horse and James said no.
So we can actually contrast genotypic analysis and phenotypic analysis. The phenotypic analysis
You're so speciesist. I mean, I am. We are the best.
Analyses are actually a prediction for what the genotypic analysis should be. And the genotypic analyses basically all came true exactly like what the phenotypic analysis thought they would.
Yeah, but that's...
I would say we can do...
I don't
think you're
no, I don't think that's a test, though. That's more like you can confirm the model and assumption by drawing out some pathway, chronological pathway that makes sense to you. But the thing I'm looking for is the falsifiability of it. How do you, like, look, we'll take a very simple example. You find a bird.
100% been.
It could be falsified if you found like a rabbit next to a dinosaur or something like wild like that, something crazy.
Falsified because you can do statistical correlations of genetic similarities. You can create
statistics are fake and gay. Yes.
Plot. If the scatter plot showed no correlation, then evolution would have been falsified.
No, I'm talking about for the things you find that you don't have access to the genetics of. This is really basic. Like you find a fossil, and anatypically it looks like something today, and you think, well, maybe that's a mammal, but it has a similar anatomical structure. Maybe it evolved or something, right? If it's the case that anatomy, phenotype doesn't actually entail genotype, when you say there must necessarily be a jump between non-mammals to mammals, the question isn't just whether you think it could happen. You got two questions. How do you determine that it happened? Just by looking at a fossil that you don't have genetic evidence for, any data for. But further, how does random mutation itself explain the jump from something that's not a mammal to a mammal?
Because it's not a jump. It's like going into the water. You dip your toe, and then, but you just put the tip in, and then you dip it a little bit further, and then a little bit further, and then a little bit more, a little bit more. A little bit more until you all of a sudden, like, well, out of a bunch of those intervals, you have your whole leg in the water. I mean, it doesn't have to be a brute force thing. It can be gradual. Jimbo talks like how stupid people think smart people sound. He's just asking the same question over and over. Yes, that is his strategy all the time.
Mammal, right? It doesn't make any sense to say there's a thing, it has a universal category called not a mammal, right? And your view, you're imagining this long process with enough changes, there must be this moment where it makes a jump, right?
No. So this is the way I usually compare it is like with language. So we can all agree that 3,000 years ago, nobody spoke English. So how is it that people speak English today? Well, it isn't the case that one day parents gave birth to a baby and that baby was like, yo, what up, mom and dad? And they said, well, I don't know what they said because they don't speak English.
Yeah.
That's the language I speak. The parents couldn't understand it. No, it happened so gradually. The changes are microscopic every generation, where when you compare generation 1 to generation 2, you really can barely find any difference. But when you compare generation 1 to generation 10,000 or whatever, then at the end, 1 in 10,000 are completely different, but none of the steps in between are different.
Okay, but for one, the language analogy doesn't work because the differences in language is the differences in sounds and symbols that represent things that don't change. So what an apple is doesn't change regardless of where you bring that apple in the world and say, what do you guys call this, right? So that's not a good analogy, because a true analogy would be the reference themselves change.
No. Jimbo, it is a perfect analogy. You're just nitpicking.
The thing that you're actually using language to name actually changes over time. That is to say, an apple over time through successive generations has mutations to the point where it becomes, through successive generations, not an apple anymore. It's something else. If you make that claim, you're actually jumping universals. You're jumping a universal thing. Like a Pakicetus is perfect, right? It's my favorite example. There's a Pakicetus. It's like a land cow that's the size of a wolf. It's on the beach. It's
a land cow.
Starts stomping on a fish, some crabs. It gets excited. It goes further in the water, is the story. In 15 million years, there's enough random mutations that it actually produces a whale. But this view, from my view, Peterson, put on my hat for a second. How many different things, like the same way we call something a Pakicetus and call something a whale, how many different universal categories that we could name exist between the Pakicetus and a whale? You know what I mean by that question? Like how many? Yeah,
but it's just like, this is just when is a heap not a heap? How many How many times does a grain of sand count as a transition?
Peterson, I'll tell you why it's not. I'll tell you why that's not a good analogy. Why?
How many drops is the ocean?
Because in the heap of sand, the sand, what sand is, doesn't change. The amount changes. So the beard, the light, these are analogies that are pointing to the scale of something, the volume of something. We're not talking about volume. We're talking about the thing itself. That's like the
Jimbo, the thing with analogies is that they don't have to be perfect and every aspect match every aspect of reality. You can make an analogy that explains a situation and you don't really have to nitpick. But that being said, your objection is dumb as fuck.
Proper analogy would be, when does sand no longer become sand through evolution? It's not the amount I'm talking about. Otherwise, I'd agree. Yeah, there's this weird gradient. How do you know?
Jimbo, that would be stupid to ask because sand is inorganic compound. It's not alive. Doesn't have DNA, Dumbo. So that part of the analogy doesn't have to match. The rest is the problem.
When the beard is a beard, right? We know where it's not a beard. There's plenty of people out there who should just make up their mind. But it's like, when it comes to animals, it's a different question because it's not volume, right? And you can't use the light category either. Some people use the spectrum of light. The reason that doesn't work is the frequencies you're looking at between the polars, they don't change. And if you took a little sliver of a gradient where it's like ombre or whatever they call it, that frequency wouldn't change either. Those things don't change, but your eye perceives this gradient. We're talking about something else.
But I think it actually, I'm going to go back to the thing you said about an apple, so don't let me forget that. Okay. But I think the spectrum analogy actually does work because every organism exists in its own period of time and it doesn't turn into anything else. And that's exactly how every wavelength on the spectrum is. Treat the wavelength as the organism in its own generation. The next wavelength is the next generation. You can't tell the difference between this wavelength of light versus this one. But once you've skipped enough of them from one end to the other, you can tell the difference. Eventually red is orange, but there's no...
Red is not orange. No, that's false. The frequency of red always is the same. The frequency of red, that frequency never produces something called blue. The frequency of red maintains its frequency.
Right, but you have a whole gamut of frequencies in between, Damo.
In its solidity, yes. and then you move. Your eye moves. That's what's actually changing. Is your eye moves away from that frequency.
You have to treat. I mean, I'm just gonna say.
Hello, thank you so much. We watched your witted impression video earlier in the morning. We had a lot of fun with that.
What I already said again. You have to treat every slice, every wavelength as the next generation. If this wavelength of red produces the next generation wavelength that is basically indistinguishable from it, but on some microscopic level different.
Right. In general, when you have like a range of frequencies, you can go changing by an X increment, which can be as big or as small as you want. But you can traverse the whole gamut of frequencies from the one to the next.
Once you stack enough of those up, then yeah, you can get blue eventually.
Well, no, but blue is already static and unchanging. All right, we're talking about it's static.
Individual organisms are static and unchanging.
For this analogy to work, you'd actually have to say the frequency that is blue. The frequency itself produces a different color for this analogy to work. The difference between the frequency analogy or the heap of sand is that the thing we're pointing to as the referent, that doesn't change. What you're saying is that, and I really think this is a defeater to the view, is that you said the slice of life that is the Pakicetus, that lives the way it lives and it never changes what it is. It's always the Pakicetus. Every successive generation.
I mean, yeah, because we're talking about the changes that happen on the conception level, right? When we get the DNA of two parents mixing up, Jimbo.
Max, I'm gonna step down.
All right.
Saying, but
yeah, it's pretty late. Thank you so much, Robin. Take care.
I love you. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Next is the Pakicetus. That entire category will die the Pakicetus, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're saying Pakicetuses themselves lived long enough to start producing variations, at some point they're not the Pachycetus.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a contradiction. The Pachycetus.
No, it's not. Because you have successions, you have generations of over, and it changes a little, so much that then the cumulative change is amounts to a lot. And you've been going in this gigantic circle since we started. Jimbo says words with but I don't think he understands them.
Us as an identity can't exist and die as itself as a universal category, and also eventually produce something it's not.
Yeah, because you're thinking of it in terms.
Of course, it can. Because it's Pachycetus, it's a little bit different, and then a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, until you get a big difference. Boom, boom, presto, done.
In terms of one day a Pachycetus has to turn into a non-Pachycetus. Look, the label we give it is arbitrary.
Yeah.
But the data isn't arbitrary. The events themselves aren't arbitrary. Going back to the apple thing, like you said the language analogy doesn't work because you were talking about the reference to the apple. Never. Well, actually, I think you should think of it as in terms of what makes an apple what an apple is. It's the genes in it. And what makes words and language what they are, it fundamentally, well, what makes a language what it is at the fundamental level are phonemes and to an extent grammar, but whatever, and the words. So just as microscopic, the genes, generation by generation, just small portions of the genes in the gene pool, the composition, the ratios, or whatever, change over time, just like fragments of our language change over time, then yeah, that does actually produce the change, because the apple is dependent upon its genes to be the way it is. So you can't just say apple is apple. Like, you're treating that as a separately existing thing from its genes, when the only reason it is the way it is because of the DNA.
Couldn't you and I, establish a weekend where we invite people and we literally in 2 days change and make up an entire language with our intent?
This has literally happened before.
I know,
especially with sign language.
I know. So if that's the case, this analogy fails because language itself doesn't need a long time to evolve into different things. We could, by our intent, we could just change language because symbols aren't reality. Symbols are.
Wait, no, hold on. Because you're confusing the deliberate. Yes, we do have the ability to deliberately change language on a whim, right? But there is also a progression to that, in that when a language has to change so much that it becomes something else. Like, for example, all of the Latin-based language, they all kind of sound very similar. So that's why you have different sounds in like Russian than in Spanish or English or even Latin, Italian, Portuguese, and so on. We understand how all of that works. And they all kind of retain their base. So again, another perfect analogy that Jimbo is failing to grasp.
They're just references to things in the world. The reason this fails, again, the language fails, is because it's a category distinction. Symbols and sounds are not identical to the things they're referring to. Evolution is arguing about the things in the world, reality itself.
It's an analogy, dumbass. Oh my.
Elephants, lions, people, these are things in the world. They're not symbols. They're not sounds.
Back from the pizzeria. Nice. What's yummy? What are we doing? Happy birthday. Thank you. We are watching this. It's pretty interesting. Jimbo failing at understanding evolution.
These are things in the world. You're claiming a thing in the world in its category, eventually through random mutation, changes and produces something in the future that's not it. So can you tell me any example of why we would believe this? Can you give us any example where something actually...
Dude, like you gave it yourself. You understand the concept. You're just like, nah, show me.
Actually produces...
Show me, like, you want to have one organism giving birth to an organism from a different species than itself in one jump. That doesn't happen. Like it's like it can hold with that. Show me a dog creating not a dog. Yeah, but that is one generation of individuals. That's not when you get a change. You have to consider like the overall change of something in the population.
Something inside of random mutation, sexual selection, that it's not. Anything that produces something, it comes from the thing that's produced actually comes from something it's not.
Okay, I wrote that down so that I know 100% that that's the next thing we go to. But I'm going to go back to the language thing just briefly, because you're calling it a category error, but it's because you're comparing the wrong things. In my analogy, the language is analogous to the organism. You keep bringing up how the language references something. Nope, the language is analogous to the organism. The words are analogous to the individual genes or like nucleotides of its DNA. Those are the only two things to compare. So much like English is not the same thing as the word banana, it's the totality of the lexicon that is English. An organism is not one of its genes, because we share, like for our hemoglobin gene, chimpanzees have the exact same one. But a chimpanzee is not a human, so you can't reduce it. You have to look at the totality of it. And as the words microscopically change, as the lexicon changes a microscopic bit generation by generation, it doesn't change. It doesn't become a new language in any one particular generation. But eventually, once the whole lexicon changes, it is, or to enough, we could say, then it does become a new language. Just like once the gene composition of the population has changed enough, then it.
But it retains largely like the palette of sounds, like the array of sounds. So in English and Spanish and Portuguese and Italian, you don't hear like those Russian sounds, right? You hear pretty much the same alphabet, the same vowels, and so on, because they share a root. How is that not easy to understand? Holy fuck, Jimbo.
It does become a new species. So I think it actually is basically a perfect analogy. You're adding something that's not part of the analogy to try to call it a category error.
It's not analogous for what the reason I said. One is language is at the effect of humans' intent. It's a tool that we make. We make language.
Yes, but then also a sort of like a collective acknowledgement of certain things, certain agreements between people. And I think that that's what bothers him, that there is no objectivity to language, that it's just we can arbitrarily choose at any moment. But it doesn't destroy the analogy, Jimbo, because you also have a natural drift.
Language, humans make language. It's not the things that are changing can be arbitrarily changed all the time. I can change it tomorrow. I can teach my kids that pineapple actually means refrigerator. That can be done anytime. There's no additional mechanism needed for that. And symbols and sound.
Jimbo, the problem is that you forget that it's not enough to make that change. You have to spread that change all around for it to like actively take effect. And that is a perfect analog for a positive trait spreading among a population because they are more fit, right? It's a perfect analogy. I don't know why he doesn't get that.
These things are not in hard reality. What we're talking about is something that's physical through a process produces eventually something that's outside of its category. So, I don't want to stick on the language thing too much. We'll just disagree on that being analogous. But can you give an example of a biological organism through its sexual features produces something it's not?
So are you asking me, because it sounds like you're asking me an example of a time where an organism gave birth to something that wasn't the same organism as it. But evolution doesn't work that way.
I know. So if everything we see inductively about biology is that successive generations through asexual or sexual reproduction always produce something like it that's slightly different, right? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. So if and the only reason we can say there's variation is to necessitate a category that there's variation in. So if I said there's a variety of types of ice creams, I couldn't make sense of a variety of ice creams unless ice cream itself was a universal category I was referencing, right?
I think so.
Yeah. So ice cream, you couldn't develop such a variety of ice cream to the point where ice cream, the flavor itself, the new thing that was produced wasn't ice cream. So the same way everything we look at is we're human beings, right? Well, hold on. It wouldn't be ice cream anymore.
I mean, if you added one ingredient at a time to it, it could eventually get to the point where there are so many other things.
Well, now it's a variety of another thing, though. But that's the point, is that variety, this is what I'm trying to get you to concede on. Variety, the term variety, here's variety. There's four things. Four things of this, right? So to say variety is to say that there is a universal that there is a variety of, right? It's not very controversial.
I mean, it sounds reasonable.
There's a variety. Yeah, there's a variety of songs. There's a variety of trees. There's a variety of crabs. There's a variety of things. To say there's a variety is to actually hold to a universal category that there is a.
Oh my! He's getting stuck in the fact that we name like Pakicides as a thing. He's trying to put like what we call skeleton we find as like a particular category. I don't know, like nature would go by an order that makes sense to us. I don't know. He's so confused on this.
A variety of. Now, if you keep adding variety, you actually abandon at some point the category you're in. But now,
no, you always belong to the category you're in. You're just you never outrun your heritage. Your heritage is always there. So that doesn't change.
What is that a variety of if you have abandoned the category that it's in? What is it a variety of?
A branch opening of where you were or where you are.
Well, it's not like it's not like things, the identity of things is not floating out there somewhere and things are waiting to turn into them. We gave all these labels that I was actually thinking about this earlier today. The problem you're describing is it's just kind of I don't see how it could be any other way. Like if conscious, intelligent creatures like us existed before creatures walked on land, and they passed on their knowledge all the way up until the present day, then you and I, we wouldn't be called mammals. We would be called hairy fish, right? So what we call something, what we label something, so we would never stop being fish. And this is like cladistically, people like to make the argument, yeah, actually we are fish because we're part of the fish clade, you know?
I would argue
that would have happened, but I only need about 10 more seconds.
Sorry.
So that's what we would have just been called hairy fish, right? So I said this earlier, the labels are arbitrary, but the data isn't.
Okay, so I would argue, because clade is another thing I'm interested in, cladistically, there would only be one clade, really, objectively speaking. There could only be one
life.
Clade.
You could say life, yeah.
That's it, right? Now, are you saying
no, but you can have more than one clade because,
well, hold on.
Literally just think of a tree. A tree has branches that are not connected, but they are all connected to the trunk.
Okay, you guys use cladistics and species, right, and subspecies, okay? So if you use cladistics to make sense of the tree of life, being that it's all just one big living organism, essentially, kind of, how do you determine when a clade begins, objectively speaking, or is it completely arbitrary?
I wouldn't say it's completely arbitrary because, for example, you can't say that we're part of the reptile clade. Reptiles and us are part of a different clade, but we're not part of their clade. Just like this branch and this branch are part of the same tree.
Yeah, there's a tree. But the thing is with a tree, all the branches of the tree in this analogy, the tree is all maintains its treeness. This is the same nature of a thing the branches are coming from. So the question was, what criterion and methodology do you use to discern whether a clade began chronologically?
When they are so distinct that they create like a new characteristic. They're more specialized.
I mean, I don't know if I have a very good answer for you off the top of my head. My intuition is telling me that, yeah, it's going to, at some level, be pretty arbitrary. But again, the actual physical character.
Happy almost mutual birthday to you. Thank you so much.
Characteristics of the organisms you're looking at, the actual timetable in which these things occurred, the data itself isn't arbitrary. I mean,
but it's nominal, though, isn't it? Isn't the data nominal? You know what I mean by that?
Not 100%.
I mean, like, each data point is unique to itself. That the arbitrary categorization of all the data, you're admitting that the categories you're putting the data in to make sense. For instance, species, right? Evolution holds that speciation occurs, right? Objectively, that occurs.
Yeah.
Okay. But you also hold that species, the term, is totally arbitrary.
No, I mean, I would say the labels are arbitrary. There really do exist meerkats.
Hold on, wait, hold on. Forget the term meerkats for a second. Species itself, right? Species, the definition and the standard for what constitutes a species, is that objectively established, or is it not? Is it just like a useful temporary tool for just kind of putting things in that could maybe, like, I don't know, reproduce their own
there's
kind
more.
or something?
There's more than.
Oh my, Jimbo, make 1 point at a time. Holy cow!
One definition of a species, I think, is probably the answer you're looking for. But I want to really quick say that, kind of like what I discussed in my opening, we're treating this particular thing we're on like this is a problem with evolution per se, but it's not. I mean, I hate to go back to language, but it's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head. There are hundreds of dialects of English. So when do we declare that one of them?
Yes, there are like so many different dialects of Spanish, and yet it's all the same language, but we all also use very different words that are available to all of us, and we can communicate with each other. But there's even cases of words that have fallen in disuse, like, for example, rebambaramba, which is a word that exists in the Spanish language that no one uses anymore.
All of a sudden becomes a brand new language. It's
They're arbitrary.
Yeah, it'll be. So this isn't a problem for it. Like, this doesn't make evolution true.
Wait. It does. No.
And in the case of one language turning into another, in the meantime, there you have a bunch of people that speak the intermediary forms of that language. So it's a perfect analogy. Where's Georgi asked for 1999 to my favorite Uruguayan Spaniard. Thank you so much.
Is biology philosophical question?
No. Is biology arbitrary? The way things operate?
No.
I don't know what it would even mean for biology to be arbitrary.
No, you would say biology, the way it operates, we couldn't actually do any inductive analysis of biology unless we took it as regular, the way it operates, just how biology operates, right? You know, how things operate, how they behave.
It's not random, it's intelligible, it's complicated like the weather, but we can know things.
That's not arbitrary, right?
Yeah,
but
I mean, yeah, there's like an underlying order because we live in a physical world that physical things have to happen. In that sense, there is like an order, but it doesn't imply whatever you mean. Next.
The thing is, if biology is not arbitrary, but you're referring to species and you're using language, but you admit that language is completely arbitrary, I'm trying to understand from your view, how could you argue in an objective way for evolution?
Oh, for fuck's sake. This is the dumbest thing ever. Because language is arbitrary doesn't mean that we can't make objective claims using arbitrary descriptive terms. Like, holy fuck.
If admittedly all of the things you're appealing to are arbitrary.
Oh my.
Again, I don't think that they are arbitrary. I think the labels are. If we had existed at a different time, like if we had started this process, I mean, it would have to be absurd, like an absurd number of millions of years ago in the past, then the labels we would have for things, we'd have fewer clades, for example. We have the totality of all the evidence before us, and then we parsed it out and put it into the categories we did. And we did so kind of in an arbitrary way. But again, the data is not arbitrary.
Is there any, yeah, but the amount of clades, if it's arbitrary, just like that's why I asked you, how do you determine the criterion and standard for what a clade is or when it begins? And you don't have an answer with that, and that's fine. But I promise you, when you look into it, you're going to come to the conclusion that I could actually
you promise. Okay.
declare that the beginning of my family, myself, me as a father, and everyone after me is the beginning of a clade, and you really couldn't argue against it. So you just mentioned numbers of clades would be limited, but the thing is,
I think that would just be scientifically false because you're a Homo sapiens, just like me.
No, watch, go look, try to find an objective standard for a clade, and tell me you can't arbitrarily just start a clade. There, you can't tell me where a clade starts.
A clade is, I mean, maybe somebody could tell you where it starts.
I searched.
Okay, I can take your word.
Oh, he did his own research. Yes. Phrases like dumbest thing ever is a challenge to science deniers.
For it, but a clade is a group of I don't think it's reduced to a species, but it's a group of organisms and all of its descendants.
Yeah, me. So, I'm the beginning and all my descendants. I declare flag in the ground, I'm a clade.
Yeah, but you're still in my clade that goes back to Homo sapiens because they're your descendants or they're your ancestors.
Yeah, exactly. Arbitrary. There can only be one clade really from this view. And so if species is arbitrary and multiplicity of clades is totally arbitrary, but just useful just in time to talk about things, then we're not actually referring to biology. You admit biology. We're not talking to the thing itself, biology, its operations. That's not arbitrary. That's occurring, right? Evolution is trying to deal with what's occurring, right? I'm not going to take language away from you, the sound we use. That's arbitrary. But I'm saying the way you're describing evolution, the things you're referring to, they're not in biology. You can't find them in biology. And so that to me is a problem because you're arguing that this transition happens between categories. But when I press you on what a category is, that becomes arbitrary. So how could there be a change in a category where you can't tell me the difference, the start and end of any category? That doesn't make any sense. The category of a Pakicetus is not the same exact thing as a whale. But you say the Pakicetus in 15 million years turned into a whale, right? I'm being hyperbolic. But that's a category difference. But when I ask you, how do you distinguish when a category changes? And you say you can. So how could you say the sentence, yes, the categories of animals through random mutation and natural selection change Pakicetus to a whale in 15 million years? And I go, but what's the how do you know the category changed?
Well, because we have overwhelming fossil and genetic evidence that Pakicetus is the ancestor of whales.
Well, no, that's question begging because the thing that's in question is
it's not.
It is. It is. That's just affirming the thing that's in question. To determine it's actually the ancestor is to say, just restate the position that the Pakicetus is an early form of an animal that through successive generations and random mutation produced in a long form, produced what we now know the whale is, right? That's what you're saying happened, right? Stating that it happened again because you looked at similarity in anatomy doesn't actually tell me where the transition of category actually occurs.
No, because we didn't come up with the idea that Pakicetus is the ancestor of whales before we found it. We found it, and then like forensics work, people connected the dots. I mean, this is exactly like forensics work. At first, they use physical evidence and clues from the environment, and then today they would hopefully be able to use DNA evidence to pinpoint, look, we claimed that James Coons is the person that did this, and then we find James's DNA there. That's not question begging. We didn't come up with a new story that arbitrarily just confirmed the original story.
There's difference there, though.
We said there has to be this evidence, and this evidence is it. So we have overwhelming supportive evidence.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Another analogy that doesn't work because something like a crime or a murder happening, you have access to the scene. You have access to back knowledge of what murders are. You can recreate the murder, and that's what forensics does. I took it in community college. I probably should have continued it. The reality is you can reinvent and test and do these things over. They literally wave axes with fake blood to recreate this stuff. They shoot bullets at glass to recreate angles. We can play with this stuff, and we can access James' information, his DNA, his fingerprints, his height, his shoes, his clothes, his hair, and we can see if his body transplanted itself on that scene in so many ways, right? This is not the same as there once was a land cow the size of a wolf. we connected the dots through anatomy to make the claim that the land cow, through reproduction, turned into a whale through just genetic. And I go, how would you know that? Like, how would you even test? How would you even explain that through just the mechanisms that we're covering? Like, honestly, how would you explain how genetic mutation, random mutation, produces variations that it builds entirely new body plans that ends in 15 million years as a whale? How would you even explain that?
Well, I mean, we kind of know how that happens because they're called homeotic genes. And we can see the telltale evidence of this occurring because the, James, can I share my screen again? I can talk about whales for a really long time, but I'll try to make it short.
We'll go into the Q&A, maybe in about 10 to 15 minutes. And folks, if you haven't yet hit that like button, we do appreciate your support.
So this is a Pachycetus right here, and that's an Ambulocetus there. Now, Pachycetus, obviously it had legs, right? So, but we think it's the ancestor of modern whales, and modern whales don't have hind legs, right? So if there's a transitional form, then what we would expect to find are whales in the fossil record that have fairly well-developed hind limbs, but didn't really use them for much. And that exists. Basilosaurus, it's really small, but the picture on the bottom labeled A, that's Basilosaurus. It was a massive, nobody would argue that Basilosaurus isn't a whale, but what the heck is Basilosaurus doing with these hind legs? And they were so, I don't know, does my cursor show up?
I don't see it on my screen, but
I see it.
I see it on the Zoom though, but I don't think the audience
Zoom,
does.
but not on YouTube.
Okay. The audience does see it.
Oh, I don't see it.
Oh, they do see it. Okay, so right here where I'm circling, proportionally, that's how large.
Sorry for the long play. I was in the toilet. I was thinking while I was in the toilet that Jim Bob's argument is the flat Earth way of arguing.
Large the hind limbs are, not used for any kind of locomotion, obviously. And even, I would argue even worse is Dorudon right there. So letter B, it's much smaller than Basilosaurus. But look at these legs. I mean, they're just such tiny, pathetic little things. But there's a hallmark in the skeleton of these extinct ancient, definitely whales. Like, nobody argues these aren't whales. The question is, are these also the ancestors of modern whales? Well, they have this bone in their ankle called the talus, and it takes on a form that they call the astragalus. And Pachycetus and Ambulocetus have it too. And then we see it in these Eocene whales. Well, today, the only other animals that have it are even-toed hooved animals, ungulates.
Okay, but can I just stop you there for a second? Because you're looking at...
Oh, Jack Fetter was watching this. Jim Bob spent the entire time arguing the analogies weren't accurate, applicable, or what he doesn't agree with evolution, never really arguing anything to prove his side, so much like flat Earth.
Similarities. By the way, the little whale thing that you think is a knee or a shoulder or the remnant of a leg, that actually does have a function. It helps them during mating and orientation in swimming. But you have a much bigger... for
walking or anything.
I know, because it has a function for swimming and mating. So the thing is,
you're looking changed over time.
No, that's what you're trying to prove, that it changed over time. You can't just say that it did, because things that are similar looking, right, and have similar functions, it would make sense if they have a similar function that they might show up and look similar. By the way, we have eyeballs, and other animals that are not like us at all have eyeballs. If I found eyeballs...
Yeah, but there's a genetic test for that.
Yeah, but even when it comes to eyeballs and like irises and pupils, goat pupils are like square, like rectangular, something like that, right? And cat pupils are like the eye of Sauron. There's so many variety in eyes.
No. If there wasn't a genetic test and I just looked at anatomy and I just saw eyeballs, I wouldn't come to the conclusion that because of the eyeballs and where they are, that must be an early ancestor of mine because they have eyeballs. That's just one similar thing, and it's similar because it's functionally similar.
No.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Eyeballs are a bad example because eyes have evolved 40 different times in the animal kingdom. Like the mollusk eye is completely different from ours. So we don't look at those and think that it's an ancestral.
How do you determine that? Look, Peterson, how do you determine whether something's similar because it's functionally similar? It just shares a function, so that necessarily.
We have tests for that.
It looks similar.
How do you think we know, or people say that the dogs see in like black and white? Because we can do tests on the types of tissues that are there and get to a conclusion.
Oh, how do you determine that, or whether or not it's because one thing turned to another?
Yeah, you look at the genes. So I'll stop sharing my screen here and just.
You don't have access to the Pakicetus genes.
But we look at but we have access to its skeleton and.
You don't have access to its genes, dude.
Yes, I know, but we can tell what kind of animal Pakicetus was from its skeleton, and then we still have these kinds of animals today. And then so we test it. So all this evidence says, look, yeah, maybe it's just a coincidence. And there's many other skeletal things I could talk about, but I'm not going to waste time on it. We could say, yes, maybe it is just a coincidence because of convergent evolution and all that. But then what we did was we said, okay, well, if this is actually what happened, then the even-toed ungulates are the only other animals that have this. So test the DNA of whales and ungulates, and if they're the most closely related, then that's overwhelming confirming evidence of shared ancestry.
It's not.
And that's exactly what happened.
I'll tell you why, because the answer is still unanswered. How do you determine that the similarity in DNA, which is a similarity in the function of things, like there's a DNA marker for where a leg grows or a knee bending or whatever, the growth of a thing bending, right? Elbows, knee joints. If there is, for anything that happens in the body, there's necessarily an instruction manual that's in the form of DNA to instruct what it does, where it does it, how it does it. Because animals share similar composition and instruction manuals, like it's all written in the same code, basically. How does it follow that they come from each other, as opposed to, oh, similar function? It doesn't occur to me as a coincidence that similar function would look, when you look at the instruction for that function, right? Well, banana is a good example. People say, oh, we're related to banana, but when you really look at what the DNA you're looking at that's similar, what's similar is the function of that DNA in the banana. It doesn't follow that I come from a banana or we're ancestors to a banana merely because we find similar code in it that does a similar instruction procedure for.
Like we share the whole evolutionary tree with bananas, but they're super far from like us, because they are part of they're the part of the tree that make their own food, plants. And then you have the other creatures that eat other stuff. So you have the herbivores and the carnivores and everything in between.
For the organism, like that, the jump you're making, and this is why I asked for methodology. If you agree that there could be similarity in DNA based solely on function, that they share a similar function, if that's the case, you're going to have to give an additional methodology to determine whether or not they have some sort of close relatedness chronologically, like one comes downstream from the other, because they don't follow. That doesn't follow, because of what I said. Is it true that DNA could have similar function between two things, but not come from the same thing?
Yes, in certain contexts, that's the case, but this really doesn't work. So, for example, it really, really does not work the way you think it does. So, for example, sharks and dolphins have tail flukes, but if we look at the DNA controlling the genes that form those parts of their bodies, they're not even remotely similar. The dolphin DNA for its tail fluke, for those homeobox genes in that location, are going to be vastly more similar to a kangaroo than to a shark. So this whole the structure looks similar, and
so they come similar. So they come from kangaroos?
They don't come from kangaroos, but they're more closely related.
No.
They come from a branch where the kangaroo comes, and maybe it's a couple of branches back.
That proves my point.
Them and kangaroos have a common ancestor.
No, I think you misinterpreted me. Just because I didn't say that anything that's similar functionally has to share similar DNA, because you would put dolphins not in the same categories as sharks, right?
Well, they're not mammals. There's something that they're in the same category as.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So it kind of shows my point, is that things that have similarity in their instruction manual, it's not a surprise that similarity in instruction manual might produce similarity in features, functions, right? Just because something, what was it, raccoon hands, they look kind of like ours, like smaller, but pretty close looking, or there's a variety of things that have wings and the structure and the movement of wings.
Wait, but raccoons are mammals, right? Yeah. Raccoons. Sorry, I don't know. Yes, they are mammals. So they are chordates also. They have like skeletons and so on. So we eventually share a common ancestor with raccoons if you go enough far back.
Just because they share similar features doesn't mean they have the same DNA informing the features. But if they do have similar DNA informing function, it's not a surprise that the features and the function are similar. Like it's downstream from the instruction itself. That makes sense to me.
So,
yo, how's it going?
Hello, welcome. Doing fantastic. Suffering with Jim Bob not understanding.
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
Yes, this has been a little bit of torture.
So we're almost to the Q&A time. And earlier I said, oh, I wrote down what you said so that I wouldn't forget it. And then we actually never came back to that. I just realized it. So you asked the specific question, give an example of something that produces something that it's not. Then I asked a clarifying question. Do you mean an animal gives birth to a completely different animal or something like that? So I do have an example. I'm pretty sure that would fit that for you, which is we have done this with yeast. So yeast are unicellular, but we did an experiment where we said, could we get an organism to evolve multicellularity? And they did. I mean, I could describe the experiment if anybody wants to, but just in the interest of time, they got the yeast to become multicellular. And it's not just, oh, the yeast, they just clump together. Okay. No, they're actually unicellular because if you pull them apart, they die. So it's an obligate multicellular.
Okay, what's the first thing we're starting with?
Yeast. And
what's the thing you end with?
Well, we don't know what to call it because we created something brand new right in front of our eyes. So instead of afterward having the like Adam in the garden, all the animals are there and he just started naming them. Well, what the heck happens when something new comes up? I'm like, well, I didn't have a name for that yet. Now I don't know what to call it. Scientists, like if a new species just all of a sudden appeared like through hybridization or whatever, it is kind of like that has happened too. We've renamed them. Yeah. But this is way more extreme than
it sounds like you'd call it multicellular yeast.
Yeah, but yeast is not multicellular. So it'd be like you turning into a unicellular thing. Like that, I don't think, and funny enough, something like that has happened because Henrietta Lacks, for example, her cancer cells are still kept in petri dishes, and she died decades ago. She died in like the 60s, I think, but her living tissue is still in petri dishes, and cancer research has been done with it. But nobody would say that Henrietta Lacks is in that petri dish. I'm also not arguing that that's an example of evolution, but nobody would say that Henrietta Lacks is in that petri dish.
I would say that example, though, not the cancer one, but the yeast one, that's an example of humans manipulating yeast and producing some sort of thing. But I don't think that's really relevant to the question of like,
what do you mean? That is perfectly relevant.
Yep.
They're
taking a species that doesn't have the trait of being multicellular and making its descendants something that are multicellular, so multicellular that if you separate them from the other tissues, they'll die. They're obligately multicellular. It's exactly what evolution would be.
That is so weird.
Not only is that exactly what evolution would be, that's a big jump in the evolutionary pattern that the current model predicts, right? Like there's three kinds, there's protists, there's these unicellular organisms that do all kinds of weird things, but they tend to be lumped into three groups. And we think each of these three groups was a predecessor to fungi, plants, and animals, the most common multicellular organisms on the planet. So if that's true, one of those kinds of protists being able to evolve multicellularity strongly supports that model, which is all Peterson was saying here, I think.
Things that then successively produce more things. The yeast invention thing, like if I introduced something and it altered a particular organism, scientifically what you're studying is whatever you introduced, what was the effect on yeast? That's scientific, okay? The effects on yeast, if I introduce this and it does this does this to the yeast. But you wouldn't be under the assumption that if that happened in reality, that new thing called yeast that happened immediately and required human intervention to do it, that would live on and then reproduce again to something else, right? Right? That's not what you're assuming. You're just looking at an example of you introducing something to yeast and it producing some effect on the yeast. Now, if you call it some sort of mutant that you did to the thing, that's the science you're doing. That still doesn't defend the view that a Pakicetus over time can then, have children and make its way into the ocean, restructure its entire body over time.
It doesn't restructure its body. It's gradual changes, Jimbo. But this has been explained to you to infinity.
To become a whale, add blubber, really complex temperature controls, know how to have sex and hunt underwater, right? This has to develop, right? So how do you develop? How does a Pakicetus go into the water and develop the capacity to hunt when it's required to know how to hunt while you're in the water? Like, this doesn't make sense. This is like a children's book. Like, in one day,
the learning,
it was fully in the water, or 500,000 years section of time, it was fully in the water and it finally submerged. No, these body plans, by the way, I didn't even get into the math, Planet Peterson, but the math alone for the Pakicetus story in 15 million years to become a whale. Forget the orientation of the body and the new schema for the body. Forget all that. If you study flies, right, the current math on flies, just 2 regulatory genes, changing that, like, that takes a long time and they're still flies. You add that to humans, just 2 regulatory genes changed for humans, right? It doesn't change humans. In a million years, it doesn't change a human. But in 15 million years, the entire body plans between a land cow, the size of a wolf, in 15 million years, it becomes a whale. I didn't hear a single good reason to believe that's the case other than it probably happened.
This might be,
yeah.
If you guys are ready for it, this might be an opportunity. If you want to give a pithy.
Oh my.
There's many reasons. Primarily, the main reasons people constantly go over when they talk about evolution: genetics, morphology, biogeographical species distributions. In the case of whales, there's a bunch of special, interesting pieces of evidence too, like the involucrum, a special bone that we've only ever found in whales and whale ancestors, and they'll talk about another one up here coming up, the astrologus, which is a special bone that only artiodactyls have. Like, Jim Bob's just going to have to say this is all a coincidence, or like, his arguments on whale evolution get really convoluted. But sorry, I'll stop interrupting.
No, that's fine. It's okay.
But one of you guys is going to have the last word at some point. So
you can have it.
This is go ahead.
I would just be saying something I've already said before. So I don't. It's fine.
You got it. We're going to jump into this Q&A. I want to say, folks, a couple of things. First, both of our guests are linked in the description box. The guests are what make modern day debate amazing. So check out their amazing links right now. We're going to jump into this Q&A. If you haven't yet, hit the like button, please. It means so much. With that, this first question coming in from, do appreciate it. And we're going to move fast. Greek archaeology says, the great what debate? What the? The original Christian says, Planet Peterson, in the example of the one-day embryo, the information to develop a penis pre-exists in the DNA. Where did the information come from?
DNA. What? I think what they're meaning is, how is it that information is programmed into DNA? Information isn't this separately existing thing that DNA has to absorb. Information is a description of, information is just a description of, I don't know what the definition of it is, but yeah, you could essentially say it's kind of like a property that matter has. So DNA is literally just a chemical. People treat DNA like, oh, it has to have information. Literally, a carbon atom has information in it because it has 4 valence electrons, and that tells you how it forms specific chemical bonds. But nobody goes around saying, oh, how did carbon get information programmed in it? Because they view that as trivial. DNA is trivial too. I know, I have DNA and I think I'm pretty special too. And my mom tells me that also, but it's literally just a molecule.
I would just add to that, though, that even modern information theorists, who are mostly atheists, by the way, define information at minimum data, pure data plus semantics. So I would push back and say there's nothing, let's say in an apple, the structure of an apple, crunchy, all of this, there's no aboutness found in the apple. There's no actual information. There's just pure data, I think what you're saying, Peterson. But the question of information is it's meaningful, that there's a transfer of meaning. So in other words, when you brought up the embryo, what the person asking there or pointing out is the embryo you're pointing to already has from its parents the information and the DNA and the markers for when the arm and the penis and the eyes are going to develop. So his question was, where does that come from? Well, it always comes from a parent, but now you have to go back and another parent, right? It's like you keep going back.
Yeah, and it keeps going back. How is that hard?
Right?
You've got to go to the next one.
Sorry,
Eric. I don't want to. I want to give you the last word because the question is originally for you, but I do. We have to just to move as fast as we can through the Q&A. If you guys are able to keep the rebuttals to a minimum, and
Sorry.
Go ahead, Eric. If you'd like a chance to have the last word.
So I wrote this down earlier. So when we're talking about like the penis or whatever, the information you say, well, it doesn't work because it comes from a parent that had that body part or whatever. Yeah, but it doesn't come from that body part. And to say it comes from the parent, it's kind of accurate, but actually at the reductionist level, it comes just from the genes. It's genes that produce bodies and body parts. And so I think that's just evidence that evolution can do that kind of thing.
You got it. This one coming in from. Do appreciate your question. By the way, I want to remind you guys, both of our guests are linked below. Check out their links. Richie Torres MMA says TP has the whole based on the bones meme on his wall.
Based on the bone, yeah.
This one from Apollos. Christian Apologetic says evidentialism is superior to presuppositionalism. If your worldview requires YEC in science and now, you should ditch apologetics debate.
Wow.
Evidentialism. Well, I would say the first claim, regardless of how old you think the Earth is, the first claim is evidentialism is superior to presuppositionalism. To do evidentialism, you actually have to presuppose things. You would learn this in basic philosophy of science 101.
This one from Apollos Christian Apologetics also says IPP and for both. What about?
I don't believe that he has taken basic philosophy of science 101. I'm just going to come right out there and say that.
For evidentialism, the assumptions that you have to take are kind of, they're pretty free. Like, it's like, yeah, we share the physical world. So you're going to be looking for physical evidence. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. But I guess for your presuppositionalist apologetics, Jim Bob, you have to presuppose God and magic and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, we're basically just going to assume the external world is real, that nature is uniform and doesn't wildly change without a good reason. We're going to assume that our brains are good enough to collect some information, not perfect, but good enough. And we're going to assume methodological naturalism. We're not going to try to put handcuffs on a ghost, right? Those are the basic presumptions. And if you are willing to make those presumptions, then okay, good. You're worth having a conversation with. If you're not going to take those presumptions, you're some kind of solipsist, most likely, in my opinion.
Yes. Like, how do we know we're not a brain in a bat kind of a thing? And when you bring that up, you always lose because God doesn't get you out of that one either. So that is just silly.
A third option. Evolution is true, but pseudo, parentheses, not absolutely, random. Selection is guided by fine-tuned laws, thus evidence for theism.
I mean, I would agree that the reason natural selection works the way it does is because of the laws of physics. The reason an organism survives well, that its genes are conducive for it in its environment, is going to reduce to physics. But that's not evidence for theism because we don't know what kinds of things a supernatural, we don't know what kind of world a supernatural God can and can't, well, it can produce any kind of world. But we can't tell if this is that kind of world or just a universe that can exist just on natural law.
I also would push back on that person because it could be the case that just like an alien race coded this local world that way. So it doesn't actually get you to God, which general theism is probably a weaker position to hold.
This one
could just be an engineered world.
This one from Richie Torres.
I mean, you could always be a non-fundamentalist.
MMA says, question 4, PP. How does evolution affirm identity? How does a dog keep his identity if it came from a non-dog?
I mean, I would just say that evolution doesn't give prescriptions or anything like that. Like we're asking evolution to do something.
It doesn't have lips.
Evolution is a scientific idea that we come up with. It's like, how does capitalism determine the value of a dollar? It doesn't. We do arbitrarily. Yet you can use the dollar inside the system of capitalism, and that all works fine. You can describe all kinds of things like that. But
this one from F.111 says Jim Bob didn't learn his lesson after Professor Dave Cookson. Personal credulity is a MF. Mother, father, Big W, Eric.
Monday to Friday.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think what was exposed, and by the way, he refused to do an actual formal debate with me after that. But I think what was exposed, and I wish we got to it today, Peterson, because when you admitted that the vestibular system was incidental,
he didn't do a formal debate with you. Oh, good sir, good sir. It wasn't formal.
Oh, that would be epic, though. Jim Bob getting cooked by Professor Dave.
We didn't even get to the purpose position, which I went with Professor Dave with, not a Professor Dave with, which is if he admits that his brain has no real purpose to think, then there can't be any proper way the brain works or doesn't work, which means his reasoning is gone. But Professor...
Wait, no. Because, like brain working properly just means it's operating within... like the bounds of reality, right? We can intersubjectively agree on what the fuck that is, which is people not hallucinating, for example.
Right.
So we have an idea of what the shared experience of reality is. So you can gauge to that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to diagnose stuff. Like, this is just, Jimbo, your argument just fall away with, like, daily life.
Professor Dave doesn't do any philosophy, so he didn't understand how brutal that was, and apparently neither did the person who just super chatted.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it.
Oh.
The Real in Television says for both, what is the difference between macro and microevolution? For Jim Bob, do you accept microevolution and just reject macro?
No, what you call microevolution is adaptation. Like I said, to say there's a variety that can happen, a variety of things within an organism or even a group of.
I always love how they accept it, but then they back away from it.
Like organisms inside the species.
It's really odd because basically what they're doing is accepting evolution. They just don't realize it. But they just think that there's two different kinds of evolution and they're accepting the real kind and that there's some other magical kind of evolution where a lizard turns into a monkey. That they really don't understand what they're talking about.
Right? But the argument is, and always have been, take those changes, accept, and start stacking them up. And after many of stacking up generations on generations of individuals, you get bigger changes. Boom, presto, evolution happening.
Yeah.
To say that could happen is to necessitate this static category so a variety could happen in the context of a category. So I don't deny that adaptation, but adaptation actually is strong.
There are no journalists at InfoWars. I would tend to agree.
Evidence that there's a directionality and use for DNA instructions that it's capable of responding in certain ways in environments. That's to say it's already in there. Evolution at macro is saying that entire categories of things through random mutation produce highly specialized things like the vestibular system or the brain or the heart, and it's totally incidental. Not only that, while it's doing that, it's changing its category of what it is at the same time. No, that's what you guys call macro. You guys smuggle in evolution to adaptation. It's just adaptation. The things themselves don't change.
Oh my good God. No, it's just adaptive radiation, Jim Bob. So some of the populations from organizations, they migrate, they go to new places, and as a result, they adapt to the new environment. And that is a process we can see within our lifespan. That process playing out over millions of years is how you have one founding population that diversified into many, and those populations diversified, and so on and so forth. That is the process that created all the biodiversity on the planet. All the evidence screams that. It doesn't really matter what you call that, microevolution, macroevolution. The entire scientific community just calls it evolution.
Right. I always forget that migration also plays a really big part on the separation of populations and branching offs and etc., etc. Because that's how, for example, here in South America, we have possums, which are marsupials, and there are all over America. But there aren't other marsupials, only possums.
Yeah.
Things about the things change. That macro says the things change. Micro says things about the things change.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Even Lord says, I like Jim Bob, but I have the smoking gun of evolution, crabification / carcinization. Non-crab species evolve into crab-type crustaceans. Planet, W.
It's an assertion.
This one from. Go ahead, Eric.
No, it's like this is a popular meme among paleontology enthusiasts, but it's a well-documented thing that organisms, it's a convergent evolution thing. Organisms that are not like true crabs keep independently evolving the crab body type of the shell and the segmented arms and all that. It's
functional similarity.
You got it. This one from, do appreciate it. Chase K says, Peterson, prior to H2O ever occurring / merging, under the right conditions, was water possible to emerge? The state - ice, liquid, vapor doesn't matter. Oh, okay. They're saying the state, whether it be ice or liquid or vapor, doesn't matter.
Can you read the first part? When did it become possible for water to form?
Yeah, they say prior to H2O ever occurring, under the right conditions, was water possible to emerge?
Sure, because the properties of hydrogen and oxygen exist before any hydrogen or oxygen molecules get close enough to each other to form a covalent bond. So, sure.
This from Brian Peck says, when can we have creationism on trial? Woo, juicy. We should host that. We need some, they say, Jim Bob's poor polemics aren't going to be able to provide a valid defense since its offense is already piss poor.
Who's coaching you to read these? Creationism is based in a faith position. So, when people go, it's creationism.
Yeah, okay. If it's faith, then what the fuck are you doing arguing reality? We don't argue reality against faith.
Yeah, that was quite a devastating moment for Jim Bob there. I mean, he pretty much conceded the debate before he ever even had it.
Right?
I think that's a false dichotomy. I think that if evolution is true, it should be defended on its own without smuggling in creationism. If creationism was true, it wouldn't be spoken about in the dialectic of naturalism anyway. So I have no problem taking a fully faith position in creationism. Defense of it couldn't be evidentialism. Like, I wouldn't actually put that in the same category. So, my faith is based in practice in the Orthodox tradition. And so I could make arguments for why I believe creationism, but if you're a naturalist, you're never going to accept any argument that isn't purely empirical.
You got it. This one from Pokemon fan 001 says, Manor would embarrass both of these clowns again. I guess Manor's sock account. Austin Sims says, evolution won't be defeated by an argument. Jim Bob, can you find me a...
Wait, what did you say?
Me, or are you asking?
Manor would embarrass
you, but yes, in the video.
Both of these clowns again. I guess Manor's sock account. Austin Sims says, evolution won't be defeated by an argument. Jim Bob, can you find me a primate or mammal that isn't also a craniate, chordate, vertebrate, or olfactorin?
Well, none of them are, because as Peterson admitted, and I got every evolution proponent to admit, those are arbitrary categories. They're not objective categories.
They're not arbitrary. Like a chordate is a very specific thing.
Yes, 100%. A chordate means that you have pharyngeal slits. It means you have a postanal tail. It means you have a notochord. It means you have a hollow dorsal nerve cord. And all primates have all those things. All mammals have all those things. One of the ways you could falsify evolution is if you could find some kind of mammal that wasn't all of those things, that didn't have all of those basal categories that the mammal phylogenies are stacked up on top of. But Jim Bob doesn't understand that. So I think the question went right over his head. And yeah, also the arbitrary answer is like truly frustrating. If something has a skull, it's a craniate. That's not arbitrary
Right?
at all.
Yeah, and I mean, you are correct that it could be arbitrary to the point that we could call a chordate, we could use the word burp or whatever combination of sounds we feel like it. But what doesn't change is what we're referring to, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, it doesn't really, it's a very lame deflection.
And it's just pointing out that he's just playing word games. Like when you look at the actual data, the only way to make sense of it is evolution.
Yes.
You got it. This one from Austin Sims strikes again, says, Jim, are whales mammals? Yes, that's game over for evolution denial. Explain why an ocean animal has land, mammal, anatomy inside it, including placenta.
That's question begging. All you're saying is most of the mammals.
Yeah.
I know are on land. Therefore, the whale came from the land. That's all you're saying. But that needs an argument.
Well, they were just saying a whale is a mammal. So
well, it wasn't always a mammal.
Give a just fit. Well, yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't. No. Planet Peterson. No, you admitted. No,
Pachycetus was a mammal.
You admitted that mammals come from not mammals.
Yeah, but whales never were mammals.
Yeah, no.
Your ancestors are not. No, your ancestors aren't what you are.
Whales come from non-mammals, right?
Yeah, but whales have always been mammals.
Really? When did they become mammals?
The direct ancestor of a whale is also a mammal.
When did it become a whale?
Whales have never not been mammals.
When did it become a whale?
When did what become a whale?
A whale.
When did a whale become a whale? They never weren't whales.
What are you talking about? If a Pachycetus became a whale over successive generations, you have to tell me, when did a whale become a whale then?
Oh, I don't know what the number for when they evolved is, but no, the question is,
totally
is a whale a mammal? Not is a whale a whale? So if you don't think a whale is a mammal, then what is it?
No, the whale is a mammal, but if inside of its clade, it's actually not. If you go back far enough, inside of its full category.
So is a whale a mammal?
A whale, currently, we call it a mammal, but what I'm showing is that all of your taxonomy is completely arbitrary.
No, just the label.
Oh my God, no.
I know.
Completely arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary at all. What it is evidence, really, really strong evidence, if you're capable of being impartial and honest, of the fact that all ocean mammals evolved from land mammals, and we can know this pretty soundly just by acknowledging that they're mammals. It's not that hard to figure that out. But the placenta is also a dead giveaway, because the whole reason placenta and amniotic fluid exists is because you can't fertilize an egg in anything but a 100% humidity environment. For lots of ocean organisms, they already exist in that environment, so they have no need for a placenta. The placenta was developed by land mammals. As they spent more and more of their time on water, they had to have an ability to fertilize eggs outside of water. That's why you need placenta and an amniotic fluid if you're going to be a mammal. That's why whales still have it, even though they've evolved back into the ocean, where they could, if they wanted to, just lay their eggs wherever and have the male fertilize them. But no, they evolved from ancestors that have placenta. That's why they still have it. Honestly, it's so easy and obvious when you really just actually think about the data. But again, that he just really does not want to do that. So instead, he's playing word games about what a mammal is, and totally shifting the goalposts.
That is the funny part, because Jim Bob, you don't overturn the science by yapping. You overturn the science with better science. but it's not going to yield your result. It's just going to get better and more precise. Sorry, Jimbo, we are on the wrong side on this one.
Labels are arbitrary.
No, the actual things, right? Data itself is particular, right? Nominal. You have to collect data. You have to collect
mammals or whales breathe air, have a placenta,
yeah,
a diaphragm. They have all the mammalian traits.
No, I understand, but the term mammal is completely arbitrary as a category, right?
No,
all of the words you're saying are
no.
arbitrary.
The universal. The universal. The universal mammal itself is an arbitrary term to refer to a select group of animals currently in their current state.
Nothing you just said means anything because words.
In their current state, no. Mammal refers to a very specific thing that they breastfeed.
Are all declared by arbitration.
No, the referent mammal doesn't actually exist. The universal category doesn't exist in nature, right?
Nothing you just said means anything because we decided all of these words have meaning.
That means arbitrary. Yeah. So the term category, the category animal.
Motherfucker. This is so yes, language is arbitrary. There's no way of getting around that. If this is something only someone who only perceives language one way. A bilingual person would never make an argument as silly as that. Because you can see, even when you know two languages, the correlation between different words, right? So, cat and gato. Same word, refer to the exact same thing, different collection of sounds. It's not a problem, not a big deal.
Look at Peterson, you're admitting it. The category mammal isn't actually found in nature.
The category mammal?
The mammal.
Motherfucker. What are you talking about? Like, there's a fucking Manila folder file somewhere in a fucking forest that says has hair, has placenta, has mammary glands, gives live birth. Like, oh my god, fucking A.
It's in a treasure chest.
Yeah, it's pure sophistry.
Well, isn't found in nature?
Yeah, there's not a thing called mammal, the category found in nature.
There's nothing called anything in nature. We're the ones that if we didn't exist, nothing would have labels anymore. But
yeah, so
this isn't an evolution.
Yeah, the animals generally don't talk to each other, you know.
Thing. This is a now.
So how do you know that, Max? Maybe they talk to each other when we're not around, when we're not paying attention. You can't know that.
That is true. Like Toy Story.
Exactly.
Yes.
No.
All words are arbitrary.
I'm talking about the reference.
Mammals. The category of mammal is not the only arbitrarily existing category in the world. So if you're going to say there's no such thing as mammals, I'm going to say everything that is the words you're using doesn't exist.
Do you know what nominalism means?
Nominalism is the belief that things are just collections, conglomerations.
It's a denial. It's a denial of universals that they actually exist in any meaningful way. All there is particulars. Under the evolution.
I love how he thinks that he can just word mumbo jumbo evolution out of existence just because he says a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, the word salad is pretty funny.
Evolutionary view, everything you point to is just a particular. So putting it in a category. So when you see a whale and you go, that's a mammal, you're actually making a philosophical jump that evolution itself can't give you.
Evolution describes all of the characteristics that mammals have.
Yeah, but they're particulars, right? So what I'm saying is the view of evolution is nominal. That means you only have access to particular things. And you going, hey, that's a mammal, right? You're actually doing philosophy.
Oh, and that's why you're a flirt, Jim Bob.
I wouldn't really say that.
Really?
If anybody ever labels anything at any point, no matter what they're doing philosophy. I don't know if I really grant that, but we're just gonna go in circles on this.
Okay.
So.
You got it. Thank you very much for your question coming in from Austin Sims. Strikes again. All the data fits the model. We know it does. That's a real headache for Jim. That's the model that will predict all future data / new fields of inquiry.
Okay, I'll just ask Peterson this. Can two models share the same data and have it fit, but none of them are correct?
Can two
models have access to the same data, right? And the data actually makes sense, like, philosophically, you're like, oh, this kind of data makes sense. Isn't it possible that two datas have access to the same model, but neither of the models are correct, even though the data seems to fit the model?
Can you name that? Can you give an actual example of that, or no? Or is it just like a huge hypothetical with no real value?
Seems literally impossible, because if you take the definition that true is that which corresponds to reality, and in both models the data fits, then by definition it's true. So they can't be false.
What if they contradict each other and they both share the same data and they fit the data fits each other's models and they contradict?
Well, then that's going to be something like I could invent. This is last Thursdayism. I could just say, no, the Big Bang is false. The Bible's also false. The entire universe was created last Thursday, and it just looks like this. So that's an example of what you're talking about. But I find this to be solipsistic.
No. It's really simple.
That is look, if any of these religious whack jobs ever tells you that God created something that looks like it's old, but it's new, the counter argument to that is that if God can create a universe with deception at the heart of creation, then that means that you can't even trust anything, and that would invalidate the presupposition of God.
100%. God is basically using the same playbook as Satan at that point.
Right? Yes, it's a kind of okay, that makes no sense. That makes God a liar. Creates a bunch of theological problems for their precision.
Really simple. If I imagine a world that was engineered by some being, it wasn't even God, just some being, and I imagine a world that looked like this, and there was all these animals, and there was coding found, instruction manuals found in the animals, and they were all similar in the way they were coded, and they all needed air, and most of them needed air and food and all this stuff. That data actually matches quite well the idea that this is like some crafted little place, right? It's all the same data as you. It matches. It's consistent. It doesn't mean that it's true because it's consistent. This world is consistent with an engineered through an engineered lens. It doesn't mean it was engineered, but it's consistent.
Yeah, but this explodes all tenable explanations up to infinity, and now nothing has any explanatory meaning anymore.
Welcome to the limits of empiricism.
If you have a model that doesn't produce any kind of predictions, then you don't have an epistemically valuable modle.
Welcome to the limits of empiricism.
And a model that's relies purely on post hoc. Well, yeah, but the thing I believe in could have magically done it that way.
Like evolution?
There's just nothing. No, because we make tests and all of our tests have come true.
You can't test you can't test a Pachycetus turn into a whale.
You look at the genes.
That doesn't tell you similarity in genes.
Yes, it does.
Similarity in gene. You don't have access to the Pachycetus genes, dude.
I know, but we have access to.
So that's a contradiction.
No, it's not, because we have access to the DNA that it's
not a Pachycetus. Yeah, that's question begging.
No, Jim Bob.
Next question.
Random fallacy, whatever.
Anytime you find data that you predicted using your model, that's question begging, according to Jim Bob.
Right. And flat earthers also say that same thing. That harsh of a restriction would invalidate all of science, because you always kind of start with an assumption and then you test it. So I don't know what the crying fallacy does, but they always do the same thing. Jimbo, you're doing the same thing Witsit does. And that's why I call you Flurf.
I was going to say this earlier. You're pretending that all of this is post hoc, and you have that exactly backwards. The fossil record was constructed decades, and in some cases more than a century, before we could independently test the fossil record. You can test if the fossil record makes this claim, then the genetics would back it up. And then we tested the genetics and it came true. But you're pretending it's all post hoc because we live.
How many fossils that are just the fossils that we have, which is, by the way, most animals are not vertebrae, and the ones that you have that have preserved bones, how many of those do you have access to the genes as opposed to just the phenotype?
I have no idea. A very, very, very small number.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying is you're looking back in time and making this this analysis of a very small amount of data, and the amount of data you have doesn't actually accommodate how big of an assumption you're making.
But the assumption is testable. If the gene, Jim Bob, would you say that if the genetics wasn't the way it was, then that would be disconfirming evidence of evolution?
No, I would say the thing you have to delineate, Peterson, is the distinction of how you would tell that genetics, similarity in genes, can very well mostly be just similarity in function. You have to separate similarity in function as the explanation versus that they're similar because they came from each other. You don't have a methodology for distinguishing whether things are similar in the DNA is similar because of function. They're functionally similar. They code.
Wait, but they do like genetic experiments and they turn off genes and they manipulate them and they kind of know what that looks like, right?
Even better than that, there's rare instances where because of the iron and hemoglobin, we have been able to get some biomolecule elements and remnants from some of these ancient organisms, including T-Rexes. And we have been able to run biomolecule comparisons on those. And we have discovered that the T-Rex, genetically speaking, is more similar to every bird species on the planet than it is to a crocodile, any crocodile species. And that's because the recent ancestor between a T-Rex and chicken is more recent than the archosaur common ancestor of a T-Rex and a crocodile. So we have been able to get some of these genetic elements. So he's just wrong when he says you can't test a fossil. Some fossils are in rare form. They're preserved through a combination of really uncommon factors, but well enough that we can get biomolecule remnants and test those. So that's just frankly wrong.
And for the same behavior, or that gene actually had to pass itself down, that they're actually my great grandparents. The banana is related to me actually, like back in time, because it shares DNA that codes for a similar function. You have to separate the two.
Just real quick, Jim Bob, if humans shared more DNA with carrots than chimpanzees, then don't you think that would be extremely strong disconfirming evidence of evolution?
Well, what are you referring to as DNA? Because you can take
what?
Well, I'll tell you. Look, do you know the difference between examining DNA similarities between a banana and examining the DNA that we look at for a paternity test?
You look at a smaller percentage of the overall DNA when you do a paternity test. We can just do genes because they just look at genes and they only look at some of the genes because there's a statistical whatever. If we shared more genes, whatever your criteria is, if we shared more genes with carrots than we do with chimpanzees, wouldn't that be overwhelmingly strong evidence that?
Let me just hold on. Let me correct you because this is important.
That's my question.
What do you mean? Correct what?
No, because I asked you a question so that you can separate between two things. It's not just a small section. The STR is not just a small section. It's a specific kind of section. And we have access to the parents. That's why we can test paternity. The other thing you're looking at is the overall DNA, which is not the same as the STR. Okay, so you can't just say, oh, things are similar. And look, the reason we can do paternity tests and they're effective is because similar DNA means I come from daddy, right? No, that's a particular thing you're looking at. When you look at overall DNA, you're looking at the bases, right? You're looking at ACGT. All you're saying is that the fundamental of all living creatures has a base. That's like saying this. You look at a town and there's a lot of houses.
Oh, gato.
And all of the houses share something in common. They have a foundation made of bricks, right? It doesn't follow.
Organisms pass on their DNA. Houses don't make new houses.
Look.
That always happens to them. They tell you about cars and it's like, yeah, they don't have babies.
We know how heredity works.
No. DNA you already have to have populations for the DNA.
No. What? Why? But we have the description of how we went from like single cells to populations and so on. Why is that?
Yeah, Jim Bob thinks that God snapped his fingers and DNA formed, or he thinks dust turned into a human, and he probably hasn't given much thought to what that would involve. Like, did the dust? What do we see first? Did we just see a bundle of nerves floating there? Did we see dust become blood vessels? And once the blood vessel enclosed, did the dust inside magically turn into blood? Like, there's no answer to any of that, but he thinks this solves all of his problems, all of his ontology issues. God can just solve it with magic.
Boom. Yes, very that.
I don't understand how that's relevant. Can I just get a yes? Can I just get a
It's
yes or no?
relevant.
If we shared more genes with carrots than chimpanzees, wouldn't that be very strong evidence that evolution is false?
Not necessarily, because evolution, the way you're actually talking about it, the thing you need to defend with evolution isn't whether or not things have similarities, dude. So evolution is a process that you have to use the four main components. We only covered two, the four mechanisms, and you have to explain how things change and vary, how a Pakicetus becomes a whale, not assert that it happened. Similarities in your nature, similarities in things. Like if you take one of those PCR tests, hold on, if you take a PCR test, do you know that you could eventually find similarities if you increase the amplification? You'll eventually find a crossover in structural similarity. Eventually.
With the lines? Yeah, but they won't all overlap.
Right. Yeah, but the thing is, all you're saying is things that are similar, they have structural similarities. In this case, DNA. Is DNA a structure?
You can call it that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it physical?
It's made of atoms, yeah.
Okay, cool. So you look at similarities between animals and you come to the conclusion, right? Evolution posits that entire categories of animals change over time into new categories of animals, right?
Yes.
Pointing to similarities in animals doesn't give you the process of evolution, dude.
Yeah, but like the variation, like you don't look at the argument in isolation. You look at the whole thing, Jimbo, and the claims that the model makes and the predictions, because Jimbo keeps forgetting that these guys make predictions and then they go and dig up and find the shit.
Jimbo, why is it that if you compare the DNA of two humans, you can tell how closely related they are, but you can't do that with two different species?
Closely related because there's a static thing called a human. That's why. Its nature is look, the answer to the question is hilarious because evolution.
There's a static thing called the human, and the like gajillion skeletons they have of things that are almost human, but not all.
Those are just all different species, or they were just anatomically modern humans, but with just like really bad posture, dude. Trust me, bro.
Yes, they walked with their knuckles,
right?
Just because.
I got a cousin that does that.
Because it was cool.
Evolution denies
you can't. Now you're just retreating to semantic fog. There is nothing you can say.
Why is it? You're asking why is it
DNA to tell how closely related different humans are to each other?
He's been retreating to semantics and to it's arbitrary because language is arbitrary, which is a silly argument.
But it magically stops working across species. This is totally. Can't possibly work for you.
No, hold on a second. All species have fundamental building blocks, right?
Yes.
That's the basis. That is the foundation. You can build different things on top of foundations, right?
This isn't how life works. Life passes on a hereditary molecule.
You have to exist to pass something down. A house, in this case, is the analogy, has to exist in a way to pass down any traits, right? So what I'm asking you is, if
Jack Federer for $4.99 sent to MD, I don't claim. Oh shit. Hold on.
The foundation of all.
I don't claim to be an expert on the topic, but Jim Bob's defense seems to be morphing dangerously close to nah.
It's kind of what it's been the whole time, honestly.
All of life, they all share components, the fundamentals at the base level. They share foundation, right? Structural foundation. That's the baseline. Now, when you look at a similarity between things, Of course, you look at the baseline and you say they all share the similarity at the baseline. But when you start making other comparisons above the foundation, like the same walls or the same wall color or the same type of roof in this analogy, right? There are things you can,
because the shared genes are so incredibly specific, and there's no reason, like your house analogy,
oh my gosh,
fails for the reasons I gave earlier. Look, there's no reason that if evolution is false, then dolphin fins and shark fins, the genetic underlying component.
Okay, let me respond. Let me respond. One more.
100% not.
Last word, please.
As short. I promise he gets the last word.
Sure. Look, if your argument is similarity, therefore we come from each other, the further you go back in time, whether it's genetic or it's phenotypical, you get to dissimilarity. So now you have to argue how dissimilar things, completely dissimilar things, are the ancestors and produce the things today. The similarity argument, the methodology of similarity, whether it's
yeah. And it changes over time. What part of changes over time is it that you do not understand?
Phenotype or genotype, you can only do locally. The further you go back in your book of creation, your own creation myth of evolution, the further you go back, the less similar all things are from things today.
Oh, your own creation myth of evolution. Isn't that adorable?
Yeah. He's so butthurt about science.
That is a cell phone, Jim Bob.
You know, it really does. It flummoxes me that creationists and evolution deniers will like mock science while pretending to be scientific. It's like, do you not understand?
Flat earthers do the same thing. Flat earthers, like Nathan Thompson, they call the globe religion, and then go on to say that the earth is flat because the Bible says so. And that is a very silly stance to take.
Things. Look at similar DNA. The only way that could be the case is if it comes from each other. And yet I simultaneously hold that if you go back in time, that's actually not true. It's not similar.
Go to the next one. Hate to do this, but this one from, do appreciate it. Jack Fetter says, Jim Bob spent the entire time arguing the analogies weren't accurate or applicable or what he doesn't agree with in evolution, never really arguing anything to prove his side, much like flat earth.
One, I didn't have a positive side. Two, I think we only spent about 6 minutes on the analogy part, and we admitted that we didn't want to get caught up on that. The rest of the argument, it might as well just be poopy smear.
Flavius Asinasis says, if I'm a fish, why do drown in the primordial curry, parentheses water? Planet Peterson, give me back my gills.
I haven't had curry in a while.
Yeah, I don't understand why. Daniel De La Noche says, I wonder if it bothers Jim Bob that he has to constantly misunderstand and misrepresent Peterson's analogies to avoid agreeing.
I thought I prepared for those analogies, and I thought I adequately placed the differences and the symmetry breakers between reference things in the world that are animals changing over time and language, which is arbitrarily, I could change it tomorrow if I want to. It has nothing to do with the real world. It's a symbol. And further.
No, you can try. You can try to change it tomorrow to one thing, but you need to spread the change. Otherwise, it gets lost in the sauce.
And you know how that change spreads? It's almost a kind of linguistic fitness. It's almost like the terms that are the best for expressing things are the terms that survive. And it's almost kind of like language mutates. Gosh, I mean, it sounds really similar to some other thing, but I don't know. It's probably
right. And changes over time give accumulations of
right.
And then you get stuff lost. Like I said, and I'm going to say it again because it's a very funny word to say, but no one uses it anymore. In Spanish, rebambaramba.
Rebambaramba?
Rebambaramba, yes.
What does that word mean?
Well, it's kind of like a mess, but like in a party kind of a thing.
Oh, cool. I like it. Rebambaramba.
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 The color, the frequencies of color don't change. You don't wait around waiting for the frequency of blue to finally become not blue. The fact there's a gradient means there's just different frequencies. Those things are universal.
Yeah, dumbass. But what, like, between, I don't know, let's say 5,500 hertz and 5,501 hertz and 2 and so on. That's why, like, Jimbo, think about the rainbow. How it changes from one, but it's kind of feels there's a gradient in the change. That is just silly, Jimbo.
Personally static.
You got it. And this one coming in from Danny Zook says, are humans fusing with technology for survival like transhumanists an example of real-time mutation or a self-engineered demise similar to failed animal species?
I don't think there's too much to worry about transhumanism. It's still far away. I don't know anyone who would, in the right mind, put a chip, one of those Elon Musk chips into the freaking brain. But that being said, they do like the cochlear implant. That is pretty dope. It gives people back their hearing. So I don't know. There are good cases and bad cases, I guess, like with everything. But we are far away from, I don't know, cyborgs.
The field of bionics is making cool advancements in things like that, like the cochlear implants that you talked about. There's visual implants that can help people with impaired vision see at least shapes and light. In a couple of years, things might be a little different, but as of right now, yeah, there's nothing that advanced where it could like turn you into some kind of Elon Musk zombie, right? All they really have are pacemakers. But I do kind of disagree in that I think once stuff like that becomes available, for sure people will go get it. There'll be people lining up. I think it's very likely that there will be people who want cybernetic enhancements.
If it gives I don't know, people back their hearing and so on, I don't really have anything standing on principle against that. But flat earthers seem to, I don't know, there's the whole conspiracy kind of aspect to, oh yeah, the government, they will control you or something like that, make you into like a puppet.
Yeah.
It's not a mutation, clearly. Yeah, I mean, there are probably examples of animals that have evolved behaviors that through bad luck ended up resulting in their demise through changes in their environment. So yeah, I guess it would be more similar to that.
You got it. This one from, do appreciate your question as well. And folks, we cannot take any more new questions as we've got a lot to go through still. This one from Danny Zoo, we got that. Handsome Cat says, creationists like Jim Bob have to deny that DNA can prove someone is our cousin if he denies that bonobos are our closest living cousins as a species.
Again, you're affirming that there are these universal categories that you have no standard for, and this debate has nothing to do with creation. In fact, an evolution denier could very well be someone who doesn't believe in God.
Chase K says, Peterson, how are there distinct functions to in of themselves, i.e. a flipper has the function to swim versus a foot has the function to walk?
Form follows function. So I don't understand how this is supposed to be a gotcha. Dolphins are streamlined, torpedo-shaped things with stabilizing structures called fins on them.
This one from American Nacho says, PP, you asserted that there, quote, definitely transitional fossil record of inner ear development, followed by, quote, I'm very ignorant on it. Which is it?
I don't think I said that. I said I'm ignorant on the vestibular system, but for parts of the inner ear, we do have really good fossils of that. I actually have it pulled up on a tab over here, but I know we're kind of pressed for time. So
this one coming in from, do appreciate it. KFJ says, Peterson, how would you falsify evolution? No unfalsifiable answers, please.
Yeah, again, this is like evolution, the test for evolution was genetics, because if all organisms are related, what happens is organisms pass on their DNA. That's what happens. So all life on the planet would have to share DNA. That would be necessary for evolution. And the degree of relatedness would have to be very, very highly and predictably correlated. And all those things came exactly true. Now, what I'm doing is I'm saying, if it hadn't worked out that way, then that would have falsified evolution. It really wouldn't be rescuable after that. Does that one thing prove like 100% evolution? No, but it's proof of evolution. It's extremely strong proof, by which I mean evidence of evolution.
This one from Do Appreciate It. 3.14 slices of pie says, question for PP, how does evolution affirm transgenderism?
It probably doesn't, because that's a cultural.
Yeah, that's a cultural, sociological thing, not an evolutionary.
Yeah, the evolution denial stuff is really deeply ingrained into like really hardcore right-wing Christian nationalist crap. So this question gets asked at pretty much every evolution debate on modern day debate, even though it has absolutely nothing to do with the subject.
I have a cat in my lap.
Phenomenon. Evolution doesn't really affirm the economy, or it doesn't really affirm. I'm reading a book about the evolution of language right now, but language might just be an accidental byproduct of evolution. So no, I mean, cultural things are not subject to natural selection.
This one from Do Appreciate It. American Nacho says, follow up. How long do we think creatures just stumbled around drunkenly while their inner ear function developed?
I don't have the timeline for the development of vestibular systems. It's knowable. I just don't know it off the top of my head. But this is the argument that if something doesn't have the current modern day form that we see in organisms, then it doesn't work, and the organism can't survive. This is literally false. There's actually a group of frogs. I can't remember what they're called. They live in South America, and they're really miniature. They've gotten so small that their vestibular system actually doesn't work anymore. So when they jump, they have no sense of balance, and they tumble randomly in the air. It's actually really funny. Look them up. Yet they're not endangered. They're actually doing just fine. So,
This one from, they say Peterson has hot eyes. It's from someone named Nathan. I don't know if that makes you like it more or less, but Eric Peterson, Eric says at some point a whale was something else. Was that a mammal?
Yeah, we went over that earlier. The immediate ancestor of whales still is a mammal. The ancestor, because whales have only been around for like 50 million years, probably less than that. Mammals have been around for 240 million years.
This one from Do Appreciate It. Chase K says, Argrin 113 for both ERVs, fossil viruses fixed in our genome when sperm or egg cells got infected. Humans and apes share 200,000 plus ERVs in the exact same spots. The odds of this happening by chance are near zero. Please give your thoughts.
Yeah, the back end of that assumes that it's random, right? So it's like, if all else is equal, it would be random. But you're assuming that it's not deliberate or coded, or it prefers, the ERV prefers that spot for a reason, a biological reason, that it inserts itself into that spot, and it doesn't try that spot again. The similarities between human beings and chimps or apes, again, we're back to, does DNA, similarity in DNA, is it similar because the function is similar? That's the approach I take until I have a reason to believe otherwise. But the ERV argument is silly because I ask these people all the time, okay, why do you add the last part? The
silly.
Odds are
It's really not silly at all. And his response is going to totally beef it, because what he doesn't understand is, it's not just the fact that 8% of your genome is captured viral DNA, right? That's all inserted in approximately the same place that it's inserted in the genome of a chimpanzee. It didn't just sit there once it got inserted. It broke and it got repaired and it got jumped around in the genome. And we can track those changes too. And guess what? They're still the same. So it didn't just insert in the same place. It broke and got repaired in around the same time in around the same way. And so already you've got this argument that if you just do the math statistically, it's like 99.99, over 99.99% likelihood that all these similarities come from common ancestry. But then when you take into account not just the insertions, but the breakages and repairs, that makes it well over 99.9. It's virtually 100%, asymptotically 100%. So it's like it rises almost to the level of proof of evolution. I would say that it does, that it proves evolution. Normally in science, we don't say that things can be proven beyond a doubt, right? Like that's the realm of mathematics. But this does happen to be mathematical because you can actually count the numbers of the insertions. And I'm getting like Eric is going to say that they got the numbers wrong here. I've actually heard both numbers. I'm speaking with Dr. Dan, a geneticist, soon, and hopefully we'll get to clarify this because I'm not sure which number is accurate. But
Leo says, "What have we here? Hello, we're celebrating my birthday.
Happy birthday!
Derping out of derp of the finest quality."
Extraordinarily rare for it to show up. Well, you know what? First of all, you can't tell me how you know it's random. Second of all, guess what? It's not more rare or unlikely than all the other things that you need for evolution to have occurred to begin with. I can tell you that.
So real quick on this, like Jim Bobby talked about functional things, but actually there are known pseudogenes in our DNA. Like there are parts of our DNA that have no function, that have mutated to the point where they don't work at all anymore. And we can find exactly the same ones in chimpanzees. And common inheritance is the only rational good explanation.
No, function and dysfunction would be in the same category. If there's things,
there's no reason to put the same dysfunctions in the same place.
Let me answer.
Heredity answers that. Nothing else adequately.
Well, no. Now you need the apes, the ones that we inherited it from. You need them to inherit it from another animal, and so on. Yeah. Well, isn't it possible there needs to be a point in time where the first insertion happened and it wasn't hereditary?
Well, yeah. Well, with ERVs, yeah, because they actually come from viruses.
Okay, hold on. If your argument is it only could be hereditary, except it doesn't need to be hereditary, I don't understand what you're saying.
It becomes part of your genome through a virus, but then you pass it on. They're retroviruses like HIV.
Okay.
The virus infects you, but then the DNA from the virus actually gets into you.
Steel City said, you starting part 2? I am debating myself on that. Welcome back, John. And Jim Daniels for $5 says, happy birthday, Maxi. Yeah. The reason why I'm debating myself is because I have been nodding off.
Yeah, you've been going for 11 and a half hours on this debate?
No, we did with it before.
He's pathetic, isn't he? I expect at least 18 hours before Max starts dozing off in the back of his stream. But his own stream, nonetheless.
I have been dozing off. I am like super tired.
Max, I've been telling my mum about you. She expects more durability. I'm going to be honest.
Okay.
Not sure what to do with that, are you?
No, well, I mean, depends. You get exercise. That's a lot easier to keep going. Icy Spin is woken up. Hello.
How would you determine the origin between the ape and the man having it in a similar place? How would you determine the origin wasn't? How would you falsify? How would you determine it wasn't hereditary and passed down by common lineage?
If they weren't at the same loci, locus points.
No.
This is the other thing. It's actually not like you're right that it's not random because our genome is huge, but there are only certain sites where the retrovirus can insert. Yet the question was way off. We share 205 roughly, not 200,000. But of the 212 that we have, they have 205 of the same ones. It could have inserted in any of 10 million locations,
but it didn't.
But 90.
Yeah, I know. Peterson
point whatever percent of them are the same.
You're not answering the question.
98%.
If the data is they're in the same spot, and your conclusion is they're in the same spot because we share a lineage and they're passed down through sexual reproduction. That's the claim about the data. How do you falsify that it was passed down? How would you know it wasn't passed down if all the data was the same?
Does Jim Bob know what he's asking for here as the counterfactual? Like, we're either like we have similar DNA, therefore the conclusion is that we're related. But the counterfactual is that despite the fact that apes and humans have like 98, 99% of their alleles are in the same place, they're the same thing, that they independently evolved, that they're not just a different part of the same clade, but that we are independent life forms. So like the eukaryotic nature of the cell evolved, and like just like the morphology, like it's absolutely insane what he's asking for to be true instead.
And I mean, I don't know why Jimbo, because it's almost like he wants a straw man and get away with it. Because Jimbo, you know that in our model, one life form is preceded by others, right? Until we can't rewind further back, which would be when there was no life and then their life, right? But that's not what they're talking about here. So, like, of course, if you find those signs of hereditary traits that are transmitted, and we, of course, think that that is transmitted from creature to creature.
I genuinely don't get what his problem is, because it's intuitive. Like
right?
if I introduce, like, Max, if I introduced you to my son, and you go, oh, he looks like you, right? Is it logical to assume that he's my son, and the reason that he looks like me is because we're related and we've got like a slight deviation in genetics from iteration A?
No, not at all. Not at all. You might have both been created that way.
We might have both been created that way. Exactly. It's fucking
magic.
If they were in completely different
no,
sites
that's
on the
different
DNA,
data.
or if there's another way that or the genetics told us that us and chimpanzees are the most closely related. But if you could look in the DNA and find something else in the DNA that would falsify that claim, then that would count. So if chimpanzees shared way more retrovirus insertions with some random animal like a rabbit than they do with us, then that would be disconfirming of the genetic evidence directly.
You really didn't answer the question. We might have to move on,
he
but
answered
the
the question very directly. You just didn't understand the fucking answer, you moron.
Freaking Jimbo, come on.
If the data was the same, you know what you did? You changed the data. I said, if the data was the same, you found an ERV in the same spot, and you thought, well, it's in the same spot because we have a common ancestor, and through sex, we got it. We inherited it.
Then if our genes were completely different, that's how you would falsify it.
No. If the genes are similar because we have similar function, right?
ERV's genes, two different things. You're right that I did change it. My bad. If the ERV data was exactly the same, but the genetic, because the ERV data and between chimps and us is the most similar than it is to any other two organisms. So is that from heredity? Well, you'd have to test the genes to find out. And if the genes said, no, you and chimps aren't even close to the same, then those would be conflicting, those would be contradictions. So that's, yes, you could falsify it, but the exact opposite is what happened.
This one coming from, do appreciate it. Chase K says H2O being possible prior to it occurring asserts for intentionality in nature. Naturalism rejects purpose, foresight, and intentionality.
Wait, what? Water appearing, what?
No, I was just
question begging. The exact opposite is what happened.
This one coming from, do appreciate it. Chase K says H2O being possible prior to it occurring asserts for intentionality in nature. Naturalism.
No,
not at all.
No, it's just chemistry.
Yeah.
Jack's purpose, foresight, and intentionality.
That's true. That's why bringing up the question of whether or not any of the things that function, are they incidentally functioning? And I would ask Peterson the same question. Is there anything that truly is properly or improperly functioning in the body?
It would be like all you could do is compare functions across
typical
members of the like you could take a baseline
on
average and then compare it that way.
Okay, but it wouldn't be if the typical way in which the heart and the brain worked and everything operated, the stomach and the passing of defecating and the liver doing its job, it's all doing a job to keep the body alive. But you're saying that through the evolution.
I mean, you don't want to bring up how God designed pooping, because that is just absolute shit. Irohorse here.
Was that supposed to be a joke or?
Yes. Irohorse here said, and Zero Parallax proves we're not going around the sun, looking at 100% different direction at night after 6 months. Oh, God bless souls.
Do you know what the funny thing is? I've absolutely trashed my hands putting in an SVP and plumbing in a washing machine and a tumble dryer since I was here earlier. So I've been dealing with literal shit. And I can tell you now that by way of design, like the peristalsis of the human body.
Oh my God, that is just disgusting.
Could it have been designed better? Yes.
Yes.
The fact that it wasn't designed better is probably an indication that it wasn't fucking designed.
Evolutionary view, it's only typical that it's doing that, but it's not operating properly.
I low-key love the poop argument as an argument against God. That is very funny.
So when you go to the doctor and he says, "Oh, Peterson, whatever you're going through with your thing, this isn't functioning properly," you're just taking that to mean typically.
Yeah, because if we exist, then the mean, like the average of the species, represents the average level of fitness.
But what Jim Bob did there was like, what else are you going to compare it to?
Right.
Like some like platonic form of a perfect human.
Uh-huh.
Like what are you comparing it to other than the average of everything that we've seen so far? Like it's inductive, right?
When you're talking biological things, like when you go to the doctor, yes, there is a baseline thing for like what your stomach does and so on.
Blood pressure,
your
CRP,
like all of that.
Jim Bob probably at some level thinks it's stupid to do the comparison at all, since the Bible already told us it didn't evolve.
Right.
But this is the thing that I find like infuriating. Like Jim Bob will accept the comparison from entity A to entity B when he goes to see his doctor, right? And his doctor treats him, I would assume.
Yes.
But he's not prepared to accept the comparison between entity A and entity B when we look at humanity holistically as a whole. So
Right.
At which point, where does he draw the line? At which point does the comparison become valid, and when is it not valid?
Wherever the fuck he wants to.
Wherever the fuck he wants, exactly. Yeah.
Call that your baseline. I don't see any issue.
Well, the issue is with epistemology, because if you held that view, then you'd have to admit your own brain. The brains only operate typically, but there's not a proper way the brain works.
What do you mean proper? Proper means normal.
Yeah, I think my brain is working pretty properly right now, and that my bullshit detector is going insane every time Jim Bob starts talking.
My spider sense is tingling.
In fairness, the only good thing about Jim Bob is his beard. I do like it. Like if I could have that beard, I think I'd be quite happy with that.
Okay.
Can leave his brain on the shelf like a cracked egg, but the beard I'll take.
There's a typical way the brain works.
Well, so yeah, I don't know what proper means. Like we can describe the way the brain works, but like we understand pathology so incredibly well, and some people have synesthesia. Some people
Peterson, understanding something.
This is amazing. Like Peterson is literally trying to slow his brain down enough. He's like, that doesn't make any sense, but I'm going to try and engage that anyway.
Right, and we understand like what a pathology is. For example, if you're getting seizures, or if you're getting if you don't feel like, if you have nerve damage or stuff like that, we can die. That's medicine, Jim Bob.
Understand things.
Have you ever had the sensation of like kinesthesia? It is really uncomfortable. Like it's this uncontrollable urge to want to move, like this
Wait, no, synesthesia is...
No, kinesthesia.
Oh, no.
They were talking about synesthesia, which is something...
Oh, did I mishear it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Synesthetes are people who can get blended sensory perceptions, like they feel like they can smell colors or they can see sounds.
Yeah,
or
no,
like certain letters or shapes have like a color or some other sensory modality associated with them. Like, oh, the number 7 looks purple and the number 6 smells like daisies or what have you.
Yeah, so obviously I misheard that and I misinterpreted it because I was thinking of kinesthesia, which is the continuous need to move. So have you ever met somebody who like constantly taps their foot or tapping their fingers or like there's just constant movement and they can't sit still?
Hummingbirds are like that. They can't. They can't never stop moving, or they die. Great design there.
I don't know what you mean by that. We can just
understanding something well means there's an effective, proper way to understand things, that there's a proper way to analyze and evaluate things. But under your view, if every appendage in your body is incidentally doing what it's doing, then the brain doing what it does, there's no proper way to evaluate the world. There's no proper way to understand. It's just typical. It's just, you typically have the experience of that. But the fact is, under this view, if there's no proper way to think under the evolutionary view, because what the brain does is purely incidental, then you really don't have any position.
This is so agential. Like he's inserting the word proper, which it inserts an intent when there is no intent implied.
When by there is no proper way to think, we actually mean that when we're interacting with each other, because like the law, like I always say, the laws of logic, they're descriptive of the world. So in general, people don't even think about that because it's kind of second nature. But this is just embarrassing.
Well, it is the case that we tend to think that the models that we make in our brains are the world and that's kind of what the scientific method does. We accept the fact that we're not able to observe the world perfectly, so we introduce the scope for error, and we have to stress test any conclusion that we come to. But Jim Bob, like that notion has completely sailed him by. Like his it's just. Yeah, like he approaches these things with a level of confidence that, frankly, isn't even justified with respect to experts in the field, let alone Jim Bob.
It's a sure lot of denial.
Philosophically to say you're properly understanding the view of evolution or anything else. It's just an incidental brain doing stuff. There's no standard for a proper way of thinking under evolution. There's just a brain that does stuff. Right?
Yeah, we agree in the world. Like we share our reality. So we're here and we communicate with each other.
Some ways of thinking are more proper than others. For instance, I think pretty much every way of thinking is more proper than Jim Bob's. Like whatever he's doing here.
It's a bit of a fancy thing, but I'd love to have a conversation with Jim Bob. Like I don't know if he I don't mean like a debate or a dialectic, but I mean I would just love to have a conversation with him like down the pub or something when we're not being observed by other people to see like is he the same way? Like is this performative or like is this confidence like something that he dresses himself up in order for debates, for his channel, for his clout, or does he actually have this kind of affect?
I think he's admitted on other occasions that his YouTube persona is performative.
Leo says Jimbo is importing a lot of normative language into his understanding of biology, which is normative.
Just normative. Leo introducing a tautological argument that's not quite tautological, but it might be circular.
Oh my!
Are you going to pop in, Leo? Like it's been ages since we've had a chat. Are you going to come in? Or
hold on, because boom. Here. I don't know if I can make it. Oh my god, I'm so beat.
You can make it. Come on.
No. Oh my, I'm already falling asleep. That's bad.
No, we can look. Hand over the reins to somebody. Like not me because I've got shit to do. But hand over the reins to somebody else. We can keep the stream going for you, Max.
No, that's fine. I mean,
you can't post a 24-hour stream and not at least get 24 hours.
Are you trying to kill Mac with a derp overdose? Come on.
Oh,
you need to use derp responsibly, okay?
It's been quite a night.
It's one of the first rules of derp.
Yes. What's it going to cost me to keep this stream going? Like, can I?
I don't think I
see
can.
you like curled up in the corner with your cat snoring away.
Honestly, I don't think I can. It's oof. I'm a mister now.
You're Mister now.
I'm a mister now, so I don't know. It seems quite hard to make it the 24 hours.
Get yourself a kick-ass coffee. You know, like one of those coffees where the spoon stands up.
I did. I have taken enough caffeine to not be falling asleep right now, and it's not happening.
So a coffee where your cardiologist
did plus hours without sleep, and I did already do the 24 hours one time. The video is lost, unfortunately, but I did do it.
Well, I remember that one. That was a good. Do you remember? Because Peter Markley dropped in as well. Like, what happened to Peter Markley and his good lady? But I've not seen them for ages.
I've seen him in a couple of chats here and there. So good, they're doing well.
Yeah, I've enjoyed every conversation that I've had with Peter and his good lady. I've enjoyed every single one of them. They're good people. Yeah,
they're both fun. Yes.
So we became friends on Discord, and I like to think I played some part in him deconverting from being a young Earth creationist. I was very happy to hear that he is not a young Earth creationist anymore. Because it's really nice to have somebody who can debunk flurfs and who also.
I think I heard Victor say Gatsy Given is the creditor in that.
Yeah,
the first time I had any kind of meaningful chat with Peter, it was on the stream that Max was referencing. It was his 24-hour birthday stream back on the old channel, which shall not be named.
Yeah.
And I'd spent about an hour debunking some of the 9/11 conspiracy bullshit. And Peter Markley dropped in because he enjoyed.
Fun, yeah.
Yeah, he was like, oh yeah, I enjoy. You're doing good work there. And then we meandered off into a totally tangential conversation about like substance dualism, if I remember.
I don't remember that much because of course I was smoking weed like today, so I don't remember.
Oh well, that's back when I was drinking. I was drunk, but I do remember it. So it must have been a good conversation if I remember it, because that was over a year ago now. So
yes, because last year my birthday was like in the middle of the week.
But the same time of year though, right?
Yes.
Just wait for you to
yes, it's every year. It's the same date. It's like a quirk of